Super-Dimensional Wizard Chapter 3181 to Chapter 3227. This is Granny Coco's box, the black-robed man said, and its effects are already written on the list, so I won't go into details. I'll tell you something that isn't on the list. For example, these 4 elemental symbols. The black-robed man did not waste any time and explained the meaning of the elemental symbols in a few words. To put it simply, the symbols were the prerequisites for activating the box. In order for the box to work, one had to release a certain amount of wind, water, fire, and nature energy at the same time. Only when all 4 elements were present could the box be activated. The lower the output, the less effective the box would be. On the other hand, the higher the output, the more effective the box would be. This was one of the flaws of the box because it was difficult to operate it alone. Even if someone could operate the box, they would only be able to cast 4 low-level elemental cantrips at the same time, which meant the box wouldn't work well. The best way to fully utilize the box was to have several people operating it at the same time. However, if one really needed the box, they might not have enough people. Therefore, the 4 elemental symbols were a kind of flaw, or rather, a threshold. However, if this was the only flaw, it wouldn't affect Angor much. After all, wizards didn't have to be the only ones who could operate the box. In fact, elemental creatures could also operate the box. Angor could already gather 4 characters by himself. Speed Spirit represented wind, Dankros represented fire, and Wood Spirit represented nature energy. He could also use water, which was a perfect match for the box. Even if he gave Wood Spirit to Sunders later, he could still kidnap another nature spirit from the tidal realm. Therefore, this threshold wasn't really a problem for him. Angor believed that the box's price wouldn't drop so much if this was all. So, there must be another flaw in the box, right? As expected, the black-robed man nodded. That's right. There's a real flaw in the box. Normally, the box will improve the taste of the food and increase the effects of the food. However, there are occasional accidents that cause the food in the box to mutate. Angor was surprised. Mutate? You mean, mold or rot? The black-robed man shook his head. It's fine if it's just mold and rot, but the mutation caused by the secret ritual box will occasionally lead to some terrible consequences. The black-robed man's voice trembled when he said the word consequences. Although Angor could not see the man's expression, he could sense the man's fear from the look on his face. What kind of consequence could make the black-robed man feel frightened and fearful? I saw it once. It was a bottle of cider vinegar, one of my daughter's favorite drinks. Generally speaking, the apple cider vinegar would taste better and smoother after being enhanced by the secret instrument box. But that time, something unexpected happened. When I opened the lid of the secret instrument box, a thick, stinky black fog rose into the sky. Fortunately, I was quick enough to grab my daughter and run out. Otherwise, we would have been enveloped by the black fog as well. For the next 2 days, the stinky black fog filled the air around our house. Common creatures would die instantly if they entered. Supernatural creatures would also pass out if they weren't careful. Most importantly, after being tainted by the black fog, one's body will be filled with that stench for the next year and a half. This stench will not only linger at the tip of one's nose, but it will also erode one's soul. It is as if one's soul has been soaked in a pit. It won't cause any real harm, but I don't want to experience that again. The black-robed man's tone was filled with disgust. That was the only time I experienced a malignant mutation. Of course, I've also experienced decay and deterioration before. But none of that was worse than that. The black-robed man stopped talking and did not continue. Everyone understood what the black-robed man was trying to say. It was because the box could randomly mutate food that its price was set so low. You don't have to tell us, Angor said. If the black-robed man did not mention this, Angor would not have noticed it even if he bought the box. After all, the probability of mutation was very small. The black-robed man shrugged. I'm here to do business. Of course I have to tell you everything. Besides, I hope you can see my sincerity. The black-robed man gave Angor a meaningful look. He wanted to show his sincerity, and he was not asking for nothing. He believed Angor would understand. Angor smiled. Let's talk about the mutation. Do you know why it happened? The black-robed man considered. I found some notes on how to use the box. According to the previous owner's guess, the ritual for the box was extremely rare. He never heard of it even though he was a gourmet wizard. So, his first guess was that the mutation might have something to do with the ritual. Another guess is that the ritual used by the box contained a lot of unknown information. It seems that when the box was made, the creator held some kind of sacrifice or prayer, causing some unknown changes to the box. All these unknown information may have caused the box to mutate. Angor remembered the ritual inside the box was called Sweet Wind, Honey Fire, and Sugar Spread. It sounded like it had something to do with food. Unfortunately, Angor did not know much about rituals. He never paid any attention to gourmet rituals. He did not know anything about the ritual either. He considered for a moment and asked Laplace if she knew anything about such a ritual. Laplace did not know about it either. However, she did offer her own opinion. I've never heard of this ritual, but he's right about one thing. Many ritual items look ordinary on the outside, but they actually contain some incredible power. And the source of this inconceivable power is the various rituals performed during the solidification ceremony. Blood sacrifice, flesh sacrifice, chanting, prayer, all of these can cause the final ritual to change. If special materials are used during the ritual, the final effect of the ritual can also be exaggerated. However, no matter how exaggerated the effect was, people who did not know about rituals would not be able to see it with their naked eyes. For example, this box was just an ordinary item in Angor's eyes. Who would have thought that it could enhance food, or even create a stinky mist with just a bottle of apple cider vinegar? Such an exaggerated mutated effect was most likely due to some special process that had occurred during the ritual before the solidification ceremony. In short, one should not rely on materials and external energy waves to identify ritual items. Who knows, maybe a small item like this would be able to produce a shocking effect. Of course, Angor did not know how terrible the effect of the box was yet. The stinky mist was terrible, but it was just a little stinky. It was not enough to kill people. So what if people did not die? That was what Angor thought anyway. The black-robed man did not bother to explain. Those who did not experience it would never know how terrible it was to have one's soul soaked in a latrine. However, although the mutation has caused some uncontrollable consequences to the box, not all mutations are bad. According to the notes, there are times when something changed for the better, but I've never experienced it. The black-robed man shrugged. Also, there's another piece of information in the notes. Personally, I don't think it's reliable. The magus who obtained the secret ritual box, the previous owner of the secret ritual box, had a strange idea after using it for a period of time. He felt that the secret ritual box was not created to enhance delicacies, but to mutate. In their opinion, the enhancement was the best. Perhaps the mutation was the true meaning of the box in the eyes of gourmet wizards. However, the black-robed man did not agree with the wizard's opinion. Still, the black-robed man believed that the mutation effect would be much more valuable if it remained as stinky black mist. At least the stinky black mist was good for disgusting people, especially those hounds from the Dark Blood Church. However, the mutation effect could not be controlled, so it would only be a negative effect, which would greatly reduce the value of the box. That was the black-robed man's opinion. As for Angor, he had never used the box before, so he would not comment. What do you think, sir? The black-robed man said, the price is fair. If you want, we can discuss it further. The black-robed man emphasized the word further, which meant he was implying something. Angor knew what the black-robed man was trying to say. However, he did not answer right away. Instead, he looked at the box and considered. This item does have some value, and I do want to buy it. But let's put it aside for now. We'll talk about it later. What do you mean, sir? Angor pointed at the miscellaneous items list. I saw some unknown items on this list. I want to take a look. While speaking, he showed the list to Laplace. His meaning was clear. I'm counting on you to open the box. The black-robed man couldn't recognize these unknown items, so he didn't know their value. However, Laplace was knowledgeable and experienced. Perhaps he could find something valuable among them, and then he could get a good story. Even if Laplace did not know anything, he could return to reality and seek help from the dream wasteland. Angor was determined to open the box. Of course, that was only if the box was valuable enough. The black-robed man also noticed that Angor wanted the strange child girl to identify the unknown items. Previously, the strange child girl had recognized the type and origin of the sharp fruit at a glance. It could be seen that she was indeed a knowledgeable person. Maybe she would really get something good, the black-robed man pondered. Maybe I should ask for more later. That way, I'll have a better deal when I talk to them later. The black-robed man knew that Angor wanted to get something good, but he did not stop him. After all, he still needed Angor's help. This. Laplace pointed at a dozen unknown items on the list and asked the black-robed man to take them out. The black-robed man nodded and went to the miscellaneous box to take out the items Laplace asked for. The items varied in size. The bigger ones were as big as cows and sheep, while the smaller ones were about the size of the box. The small compartment was filled with all kinds of items. The compartment was already cramped, and with so many items, it became even more cramped. There was almost no room to stand. In the end, they decided to leave one person inside and let the others leave. Angor was the first one to stay in the compartment. He used Narda's vision to scan each item and found that more than 60% of them were unknown. In the end, he failed to recognize any of the items. However, using Narda's vision to record these unknown items and store them in the server of his mind space was already a great reward. After making sure that he would not get anything, Angor lifted the curtain and walked out of the compartment. He quickly looked at Laplace expectantly. Laplace nodded and entered the compartment without saying anything. Angor knew that he was only going to go through the motions. He still needed Laplace's help. While Laplace was busy identifying the unknown items, Angor and the other black-robed men chatted outside. The black-robed man and Angor were mainly talking because Luigi ran to the hamster and observed it curiously. Even though store manager Palucci was frowning, Luigi completely ignored him. Previously, he vaguely felt that the hamster was familiar, but he could not recall it. Since he had nothing else to do, it was not up to him to identify unknown objects. He decided to observe the poor little hamster. Meanwhile, Angor and the black-robed man were chatting with each other. The black-robed man seemed to be just talking about daily life, but Angor could tell that the man was trying to find out more information about him. First truth of all worlds, strangely, the black-robed man did not care much about Angor's identity. He was more interested in the issue of stance. For example, the black-robed man mentioned bloodline wizards many times. He also used the topic to ask Angor's opinion about the Declaration of Wheatfield. The Declaration of Wheatfield was a conflict between bloodlines and purebloods. This was a typical issue of stance. Do you support the idea of purebloods, or do you support the idea of bloodlines? He didn't expect that someone would come to the mirror domain and try to find out where he stood when he wasn't in the outside world. Angor thought it was ridiculous, but he still answered honestly. His stance was that he did not have a stance. He was not a bloodline wizard. Who cared about bloodlines or purebloods? Besides, if Angor had to choose, he would choose the projected bloodline over either. Bloodlines sought purity. What could be purer than a projected bloodline? Purebloods sought the most suitable bloodline for themselves. What could be more suitable than a projected bloodline? The projected bloodline did not have a strong talent bonus, but it was definitely better than bloodlines and purebloods in terms of purity and suitability. Of course, this was only Angor's opinion. But he could not say it out loud. The black-robed man did not mind Angor's attitude. In fact, he was quite satisfied with it. Angor did not care about bloodlines, which meant he was not on the same side as those who wanted to stamp the seal. It was hard to even become friends with someone like Angor. This was a good thing for the black-robed man. As long as Angor was not related to the Dark Blood Church, he could make a deal with him. Chapter Error Report. Next, the black-robed man asked many more questions in a roundabout way. Many of them were questions about his standpoint. Basically, it was the black-robed man asking Angor's opinion, but he also revealed some of his own thoughts. Even if the old man did not say anything, Angor could still read the man's emotions. For example, when the black-robed man asked Angor's opinion about bloodlines and purebloods, Angor told him that he did not have an opinion. The black-robed man was satisfied with Angor's answer, but he did not care about Angwar's opinion. Obviously, the black-robed man had his own opinion. And judging from his emotions, he supported the Wheatland Declaration. This also meant that he sided with pure-blood wizards. So, even if it was the black-robed man asking questions, he also gave away a lot of his own information. When the black-robed man finished asking, Angwar spoke casually, "You seem to know a lot about bloodlines." "I saw a lot of bloodlines on the list." Angwar did not ask directly, but he was indirectly asking if the black-robed man was a bloodline wizard. The black-robed man knew what Angwar was implying, but he did not hide it. He nodded and said, "No. I am a bloodline wizard, so I know a lot about bloodlines." He already asked a lot of questions about bloodlines, so he was not surprised by Angwar's question. However, Angwar's next question surprised him. "Are you from the wildland world?" The black-robed man frowned. "Why do you ask, sir?" Normally, by saying that he was a bloodline wizard, he was indirectly admitting that he was a human. Since he was a human, he must be from the south, not a foreign land. Angwar gave the black-robed man a thoughtful look. "Standpoint first, ideology second. That is not the mainstream of the southern wizarding world." Bloodlines and purebloods had always been the subject of endless disputes among bloodline wizards, but it was not serious enough to ask about a person's standpoint. The southern wizarding region was too big, and bloodline wizards were scattered all over the place. They could not gather for long periods of time, so there were not so many conflicts. On the other hand, the place where the bloodline adepts gathered was the barbarian world, where a large number of bloodline adepts gathered. This was especially true for the land of floating, the origin of the Declaration of Wheat. Basically, the land of floating had already reached the point of not looking at right or wrong, only recognizing one's position. When the black-robed man asked about Angwar's position, Angwar immediately thought of the wildland plain. "It seems that the topic I started was too abrupt." The black-robed man said softly, "No, as far as I know, the bloodline sorcerers of the barbarian world were even more extreme when they confirmed that they weren't on my side." The black-robed man admitted that his stance was a little absurd, but he believed that his ideology was much more shallow compared to the bloodline adepts in the savage world. In other words, he did not admit that he came from the desolate savage world. Angwar didn't really care about the man's opinion. The black-robed man denied that he came from the wildlands, but Angwar already knew something else from his expression. Click on the next page to continue. He couldn't tell for sure just by reading the man's emotions, but he was sure that the man was a human from the wildlands. The reason was not only because of the standpoint that he mentioned before, but also because of a very important off-the-field factor. He had only met 2 humans in the Crystal City. The first one was the Rice God. Rice God was confirmed to be a bloodline wizard from the wildlands. Now there was another black-robed man, who was also a bloodline wizard, and he kept talking about his standpoint. If Angwar didn't meet Rice God first, he might really think that the black-robed man came from the south. But with Rice God as an example, Angwar's first thought was definitely the wildlands, not the south. Both of them had something to do with the savage world. Angwar even thought that the black-robed man might be related to Rice God. No, neither Rice God nor Black Robe had anything to do with him. He came to the party to promote the Dream Crystal, not to catch up with his fellow countrymen. Since the black-robed man didn't want to admit that he came from the wildlands, Angwar decided to change the topic. "Can we talk about the unknown smooth hand on the list?" The black-robed man gave Angwar a puzzled look. "Are you interested in this clue, sir?" If Angwar was interested, why didn't he mention it earlier? Angwar shook his head with a smile. "I'm not looking for it. I'm just curious about the effect of a mystery item." The black-robed man narrowed his eyes. Maybe he could use this chance to ask Angwar a question. "Excuse me, sir. Are you an alchemist?" Angwar didn't deny it. "Sort of." The black-robed man nodded. Since Angwar already admitted that he was an alchemist, it was normal for him to be curious about mystery items. The black-robed man considered and said, "You mentioned something about a rotten street before. I think you're talking about the growth ray, right?" Angwar nodded. "Glazed Night Long Island." The black-robed man immediately understood. The growth ray did come from Glazed Night Island, so it was normal that Angwar wasn't satisfied with the clue. Yes, the growth ray might be spread far and wide. But I can assure you that very few people know about the unknown smooth hand, the black-robed man said. If you only want to know its general effect, I can talk about it. But if you want to know more about it, you'll have to pay. Angor nodded. I understand. The black-robed man didn't try to fool Angor. Instead, he told Angor everything he knew about the mystery item. The arm looked like a human arm, but it didn't come from a human. It came from an orangutan. As far as Angor knew, the orangutan's arm didn't have any, but its effect was to make people grow hair. As long as the hand touched the ground, hair would grow crazily. The black-robed man didn't know if there was a limit to the growth of hair, but he once heard that someone died because of it. Please click on the next page to continue reading. So, this mystery item looks simple, but it has some practical value. And for the Baldies, it's simply a blessing. Angor listened to the black-robed man's explanation. Mystery items had all kinds of strange effects. Angor didn't ask for more information about the arm. He wasn't interested in the arm. Also, the arm didn't sound that useful, but that was only based on what the black-robed man said. Besides, if the arm could make people grow hair like crazy, what if someone actively touched the arm? Was there a limit to the hair? Was there anything special about the hair? Also, would the arm only make living things grow hair? What if it wasn't just a living thing, but also an inorganic substance? Angor wasn't just wondering. If he already lost the arm, such a thing would happen. The more he knew about mystery items, the more cautious he had to be. Angor didn't want to risk his life just for a simple clue. Besides, if it was so easy to get the arm, why didn't the black-robed man go himself? Angor didn't ask about the arm's thread, and the black-robed man wasn't here either. As long as Angor had a buyer, the black-robed man would give it to him. It didn't matter if there was one more or one less. 3 minutes later, Laplace opened the curtain and walked out. Angor and the black-robed man looked at him at the same time. Angor wanted to know if Laplace found anything worth picking up. The black-robed man also wanted to see if there were any real treasures among his unknown items. No, Laplace didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Angor. At the same time, Angor also received Laplace's voice transmission. I recognized 3 items. No, only one of them is valuable. The 3 objects that Laplace recognized happened to be 3 stones of different shapes. The first one was a tower-shaped stone with unknown patterns on it. Angor observed it carefully and felt that the patterns were so beautiful that they gave him a strange feeling. Angor didn't recognize the stone, but he guessed that it might be something good. But, Laplace's answer surprised Angor a little. It's a yellow caterpillar fossil. Yellow caterpillar was an extinct plant in the wildland world. When it was alive, it would lie on the ground like a wild animal for the first 30 years of its life. But when it died, it would stand up and absorb energy from its surroundings through the patterns on its body. The energy would then be stored inside its body to form a tower. This kind of absorbed energy was not real energy. It was just a kind of energy illusion or energy aura field. However, to other beasts and demons, the overflowing light of the yellow catmint was very confusing. They would think that it might be a demon, so they would swallow the yellow catmint. Yellow caterpillar was swallowed by a monster, and the monster would excrete its excrement to spread its seeds. The flower on the yellow caterpillar had some supernatural properties, but it was not a demon plant yet. This fossil preserved the tower-shaped shape of the yellow caterpillar, which also preserved the patterns on its body. The patterns had been quietly absorbing energy for a long time, which created a very unique energy field. Please click on the next page to continue. Even Angor was fooled by it. Plus, the outer shell of the fossil was probably the organ of some monster. The combination of these 2 factors made the yellow caterpillar fossil very confusing. In Laplace's opinion, the yellow caterpillar fossil had no value. Still, Angor believed that the fossils of Polygonum flavum had some research value. It was an extinct plant after all. Also, the patterns could absorb energy, which was quite interesting. Angor thought to himself. If the yellow caterpillar fossil was not useful, he could take it. The second stone was also a fossil. It was the inner nest of a monster named Lilu. The nest should contain the monster's queen. However, it had been too long since it became a fossil, which was at least 10,000 years old. It had lost all supernatural properties, and the so-called queen inside no longer carried any energy. More importantly, Lilu also existed in the void. Although it was not that powerful, it was difficult to find one. Still, if Angor really wanted to buy a Lilu, he could easily find one from the void caravan. So, the fossil was really worthless. The third stone was a marble-sized, light yellow liquid. It was also the most valuable stone in Laplace's opinion. It was a very rare birthstone. Angor immediately understood the value of this crystal when he heard the name birthstone. Angor never saw a birthstone, but he heard about it. It came from before the world was born, which was why it was called a birthstone. After some research, Angor determined that birthstones had nothing to do with the birth of a world. However, its name had been passed down for too long, so it was difficult to change it. As for birthstones, they were actually created by energy. They were made of energy, which meant they could be anything other than stones. They could also be crystals, wood, or even liquids. Birthstones were valuable because they were made entirely of the energy of space and time. When the properties of space and time reached a dynamic balance, no energy would escape from a birthstone, and it would look just like an ordinary energy block. Only someone who possessed both the properties of space and time could identify a birthstone. Angor did not have such an ability, so when he saw the glowing liquid, he only thought it was an abandoned energy stone. Birthstones were considered high-end materials because they possessed two extremely rare properties at the same time. They could be used not only for research, but also as a casting medium. Of course, they could also be used as alchemy consumables. Yes, this was a very good extraordinary item. Due to the difficulty of identifying birthstones, there were very few of them in the southern wizarding region. Even the sky auction did not sell many birthstones. As an alchemist, Angor was very interested in a birthstone. He had already made up his mind to get his hands on it. Apart from that, he was also curious about Laplace. Standing behind the curtain, they could sense what was going on inside the room. Otherwise, the black-robed man did not dare to place the item on the table for them to see alone. Because of this, Angor was certain that Laplace did not use any tools to identify the item. She relied on her own power. Did this mean Laplace had both the power of space and time, quantity? How else could she identify a birthstone? Angor did not want to ask right now. He nodded at Laplace and looked at the black-robed man. "Is there anything you like, sir?" The man quickly asked. "Is there anything you like, sir?" A reminder from Hermit, remember to bookmark when you're done. I'll update it next time. Chapter 3183. Birthstone. Yes. But before that, I want to know how the seller sets the price for these unknown items. Angor looked at the black-robed man to ask for the price first. The man chuckled. Different items have different prices, of course. Why don't you tell me what you want first? The black-robed man spread out his hands, trying to find out which items were valuable. Angor and the black-robed man exchanged a glance. They both knew what the other was thinking, but neither of them pointed it out. Angor spoke again, "I want all of them. You name them one by one, and I'll see if they're suitable." Angor's plan was obvious. There must be something good in here. But can you guess what it is? Since you said the price is different, I'll take all of them and you name the price. As for whether I'll buy them in the end, that's another story. The black-robed man knew exactly what Angor was thinking. He looked at Angor, then at Laplace, who remained silent. "As you can see, I have something to discuss with you in private. Why don't we talk about private matters first, and then we'll talk about the ownership of these items? Who knows, maybe the price of these things will be different then." Angor could tell that the black-robed man was getting impatient. It seemed he was in a hurry to talk about private matters with Angor. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. "Sure. Are we going to chat here?" The black-robed man glanced at Paluxiu, who was looking at them from afar, and cleared his throat. "Let's talk inside." With that, the black-robed man entered the room first. With a wave of his hand, the items on the ground disappeared into the box, and the room became empty again. Both Angor and Laplace followed behind. Luigi was left outside. It was not that Angor did not want to call him, but Luigi was completely immersed in the little hamster's world. Angor did not bother Luigi. If Laplace knew, Luigi would know as well. This time, the atmosphere inside the room was slightly different from before. First of all, there was only a curtain between the compartment and the outside, and there were no other obstructions, so the two sides were actually connected. But now, the black-robed man had set up a layer of blood mist around the compartment, and this layer of blood mist blocked out sound and sight. In other words, the current compartment was truly isolated from the outside world. Secondly, the black-robed man finally took off his hood and revealed his face. As for whether or not this face was his true appearance, no one knew. Judging from his appearance, his face was extremely young. He had puppy eyes, a slightly flat nose, and light freckles. His short green hair was mixed with fine yellow hair. He looked like a young teenager, or even a child. But this was just his appearance. His brown eyes were filled with anxiety and sorrow that did not match his age. He shouldn't be young, it was just that he looked young. Or perhaps, the face itself was fake, and only the eyes were real. Before that, let me introduce myself. The black-robed man put his hand on his chest. My name? That's not important. It might not be true, and you might not believe me. However, I used to stay in a void caravan for a period of time. In the caravan, my code name was Parrot, and I've been using this code name ever since. So, you can also call me Parrot. Angor nodded. He didn't really introduce himself, though. We don't need to introduce ourselves, do we? Angor raised an eyebrow. Of course not. The parrot did not care about Angor and Laplace's identities. He only cared about one thing. May I ask, did you enter the White Sun Mirror region from the southern region? Yes, sir. Angor nodded. The White Sun Mirror domain covered an extremely large area. Within this vast area, there was only one sorcerer world, and that was the southern region sorcerer world. Angor did not mind telling the parrot that he came from the southern region. The parrot's anxiety eased a little after hearing Angor's words. He moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. Just as the question was about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly didn't know whether to ask a direct question or beat around the bush. After hesitating for a long time, the parrot finally made up his mind. May I ask something of you, sir? If you agree, I can give you the music score and the box. Also, you can take whatever you want from the pile of unknown items, and I won't ask you anything. Angor frowned as he listened to the parrot's promise. The music score was not worth much, but the box was worth tens of thousands of magic crystals. As for the unknown items, Angor would definitely choose the birthstone, which was worth at least 6 digits. Angor felt that there was something fishy going on. So many magic crystals just to get Angor to agree to a single request. Also, why did the parrot choose him? Because he was a human? Whether I agree to your request or not doesn't depend on how much you give me. It depends on whether I agree or not. Just tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Also, why did you choose me? The parrot suddenly lowered his head and remained silent for about 10 seconds. I hope you can take me away from the mirror domain. I want to go to the southern region. Angor was surprised. You can't leave the mirror domain? The parrot said, I accidentally entered the mirror domain. As soon as I entered the mirror domain, the passage turned into mirror light. I almost didn't get sent away. After that, I wandered around the mirror domain for a long time, but I couldn't find a stable tunnel leading to the mirror domain. After that, I met Palucci outside. Although he is a little treacherous, he has also given me many ideas. However, the tunnels that connect to the outside world are either controlled by someone, or only a special race can use them. As a human, I can't go in. Scholar Jinghai might be able to help me, but I went there with Palucci. I couldn't agree to his conditions. Then I came to this meeting to see if I could find a way to leave this place, and then I met you, sir. Angor was surprised by the parrot's words. When he first heard the parrot's request, he didn't react. He thought to himself, aren't there a lot of mirror tunnels? But after hearing the parrot's explanation, he suddenly realized that it wasn't that there were a lot of mirror tunnels. He just happened to meet a special creature that could open a mirror tunnel. Needless to say, the 3 members of the Cyclops family were all very special mirror creatures. They could even live in the real world for a long time, which was something that other mirror creatures could not do. Also, the Cyclops family was under Adonis' command. Who was Adonis? She had a special identity in both the mirror domain and the real world, so it was only natural that she could open a tunnel leading to the mirror domain. Apart from the Cyclops family, Angor also met Laplace and her 3 times. Laplace was one of the most powerful beings in the White Sun mirror domain. If even she could not open a tunnel, then no one could. As for the other mirror creatures, Angor did not know them well, so he did not talk much with them. The mirror realm creatures he truly communicated with either had special identities or were grand elders. They could easily open a tunnel to the mirror domain. Besides, Angor created a treasure called Unbreakable Mirror, which allowed him to enter and exit the mirror domain freely. Therefore, Angor had no idea how difficult it was to enter the mirror domain. If he could do it himself, he believed that others could do it as well. As a matter of fact, for humans and mirror creatures, the so-called tunnel was nothing more than a legend. Perhaps the elders could open it, but ordinary creatures could not. Parrot, on the other hand, only met the most common mirror creatures in the White Sun mirror domain. It was impossible for Parrot to learn how to open a tunnel from them. Apart from feeling sorry for the parrot, Angor also felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he only met the elders in the mirror domain. Otherwise, he might end up in the same situation as Parrot. As for why I chose you, sir, it's because of something you said earlier. Earlier, Angor commented on the items on display in front of his stall. If I'm a human, do you think I'll spend magic crystals on these things? These words had been spoken without any intention. But, the parrot had understood the hidden meaning behind them. Parrot saw other humans in the mirror domain, but they were all hollow people. If Angor said something like that, it meant he was not a hollow people. It also meant that Angor had a large number of real human objects, which was why he did not care about the items on display. Since Angor could get his hands on so many objects, it meant that Angor must have come from outside. If he could come from outside, he must have a way to leave. For this reason, Parrot kept an eye on Angor. After several tests, Parrot confirmed that Angor was a human, and that Angor had a good grasp of information in the real world. This meant that Angor had a way to reach the outside world even if he was trapped in the mirror domain. Also, Parrot did not see any signs of Angor being trapped. He looked more like a tourist who came to the mirror domain for fun. Parrot believed that Angor must have a way to leave the mirror domain. That was why Parrot was talking to Angor now. Can I help you, sir? Parrot looked at Angor with a pair of eager eyes. Taking Parrot out of the mirror domain was not difficult. However, Angor had to use his heart space to do so. He did not want to expose his heart space. If Parrot did not use his heart space, he would have to ask Laplace for help. Angor looked at Laplace. Laplace seemed to have read Angor's mind. It's not hard to take him away. Now that Laplace could help him, Angor had to think about something else. Taking Parrot to the southern wizarding region would not cause any trouble, right? Parrot became a little anxious when Angor did not respond. If you can win my request, I'll let you choose another unknown item, and I'll tell you where to find it. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. Sure. He thought about it carefully. No matter what the parrot's background was, he was a human being, and that was for sure. As long as he was a human, he would not be rejected in the wizarding world. Even if Angor did not take Parrot to the southern wizarding region and sent him back to the wildland world, he could still find a way to reach the southern wizarding region without being noticed. Just like Ike's, Stop, and the others, no one would care about their origins if they did not cause a big mess in Bill and Tree Court. Angor considered for a second and agreed to the idea. After all, sending the parrot away was a piece of cake for him. He could get a 6-figure item by simply lifting his hand. Why would he refuse? I can take you to the tunnel and send you away, Angor said. When do you plan to leave? As soon as possible, the parrot said in a hurry. It's best if you can leave in a few days. Angor nodded. All right. To prevent Angor from changing his mind, Parrot took out a piece of paper and wrote down the terms. Angor did not mind and left his mark on the paper. Angor thought he would have to wait until Parrot left the mirror domain to get his reward. But since he already signed the contract, he did not have to wait. Parrot was happy that he got what he wanted, so he did not refuse Angor's reward right away. First, Parrot gave Angor Granny Coco's box, as well as the parchment with the information about the unknown smooth arm written on it. Angor took a look and saw that the arm came from a world he had never heard of before, Ordovician realm. He did not mind and put the parchment into his bracelet. After the payment was made, the parrot took out the so-called unidentified unknown item. Please pick two. If you want more, you can tell me. Parrot did not mention the price this time. Compared to being able to leave the mirror domain, it did not mind giving Angor something else. Angor did not hesitate. He picked up the birthstone and the fossils of catnip. The parrot watched Angor's action with curiosity. It didn't mind letting Angor take his pick, but it still wanted to know what Angor was taking. Still, Parrot held back his curiosity. He was afraid that he would become stubborn once he learned about the eucalyptus. It was fine to be ignorant for now. Now that the deal was done, Angor decided to tell Luigi about Angor's music score. Parrot removed the blood mist barrier, and Angor heard Luigi's voice as soon as they came out. I remember now. Is this hamster the inventor mouse that everyone in the inner city talked about? Invention mouse? Angor repeated the word out of reflex when he heard the strange word. Luigi also noticed Angor coming out of the cubicle. He thought Angor was asking about the inventor rat, so he quickly explained. An inventor rat is a hamster that knows how to invent things. 2 years ago, Paluxia showed a disdainful look and was about to refute Luigi's words. However, before Palucci could say anything, Luigi said, I heard this rumor from Barigon 2 years ago. At that time, Barigon scoffed at it and thought that it was just a rumor. How could there be a hamster that knew how to invent things? At that time, Sage Pika happened to be there. He checked the theory library and found a research report about an inventor hamster. There was even a picture of the inventor hamster. That's right, it's this one. It's fat and has a pair of black bean eyes. Paluxia's mouth, which was about to open, shut in embarrassment. He didn't know if Luigi was telling the truth, but Barigon and Sage Pika were both important figures he couldn't get in touch with. He couldn't afford to offend them. Luigi continued, because Barigon and Sage Pika were talking about biological neuroscience, and I was playing the piano on the side. I didn't pay attention to their conversation, so when I saw this hamster, I didn't recognize it. I just thought it looked familiar. You didn't pay attention to their conversation, or you didn't understand it? Luigi didn't know what to say. Will you die if you don't expose me? Luigi rolled his eyes at Angor. Anyway, this hamster is exactly the same as the one mentioned in Sage Pika's research report. I'm sure of it. Angor didn't pay much attention to the hamster until now. Now that Luigi mentioned it, he looked at it curiously. It was fat, with milky white fur mixed with some gray and yellow hairs. It looked like John. It was not John himself, but John's profile picture in the trees. After the avatar function was released, John changed his avatar to a frightened little hamster who accidentally wandered into the human world. According to John, this was a very popular emoticon back on Earth. John changed his avatar later, but Angor still remembered it. The hamster's breed was called Golden Silk Bear by John. The hamster in front of him looked like a golden silk bear, but it was fatter and had slender and long arms. As the hamster was locked in the roller, it was isolated from the outside world. It could only see that it was being observed by everyone. It did not know what was going on, and its expression was slightly frightened. If it had raised its head instead of burying it under its body, it would have looked more than 70% similar to John's portrait. I didn't think he's that smart. Angor observed carefully and rubbed his chin. Luigi said, its eyes are as small as rice grains, and there are no other colors. Can you still see wisdom in rice grains? You're right. But if it's the inventor mouse you mentioned, it shouldn't have to rely on manual labor to pull gears, right? Luigi thought about it and agreed. The fact that the news of the inventor mouse could reach Barigon meant that it was quite famous. There were even papers dedicated to this invention mouse. Indeed, it shouldn't have fallen to this point. But judging from its appearance, it did look very similar to the one in the portrait. Luigi could not figure it out, so he looked at Palucci, who was curled up in a corner. Luigi was surprised when he saw Palucci's boss. He remembered that Paluxiu was high-spirited previously, holding a whip and waving it around, urging the hamsters to run. Why was it squatting in the corner now? Luigi walked to Palucci sighed and reached out to grab his collar. Huh? Ah. Paluxiu, who had his back facing the crowd, was caught off guard and was lifted into the air. He flailed his arms and legs and subconsciously shouted, "Let go of me, you lowly races. You are provoking the great Palucci, and you will be severely punished." Before he could finish, Palucci landed safely on the ground. He was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and found that the white-toothed man who claimed to be in contact with Barigon and Sage Pico was standing in front of him. "Hey, who are you calling lowly? What kind of punishment will we get? Tell us." Luigi squinted his eyes and moved closer to Palucci. Paluxia shuddered as he recalled the vicious words he had left behind in the air. "Did I offend this white-toothed man? Since I already did, I don't need to be afraid, right?" He hesitated, and his eyes turned from hesitation to viciousness. But in the end, he quickly knelt on the ground and said, "I was speaking nonsense. Please forgive my rudeness." He looked up with tears in his eyes. Angor looked at the familiar scene and rubbed his swollen temples. Was Paluxiu always this shameless? Luigi was quite receptive. Maybe he had seen a lot of things. "Alright, get up now." Luigi frowned impatiently and muttered, "Why is he acting the same as Dolly and Wax?" Palucci's expression became even more humble when he heard the names of Dolly and Wax. Sage Pica and Barigon were still too far away from him. He did talk to people like Dolly and Wax before, but even so, he was still not as important as them. Luigi, on the other hand, was someone who could easily talk to Dolly and Wax. Palucci believed that Luigi was someone he could not afford to offend. As expected, adapting to circumstances was the best way to survive. "You heard our conversation, right?" Luigi stood up and walked to the hamster roller again. "Tell me, is this hamster the inventor hamster that everyone is talking about?" Palucci stood up and patted the non-existent dust off his clothes. "It's not an inventor mouse. It's just an ordinary hamster." "Really? Did I remember it wrong?" Luigi frowned. "Palucci, honorable guest, you didn't remember wrongly. It's not an inventor mouse, but it's related to that one." Palucci briefly explained the hamster's origin. It was not the legendary inventor mouse, but it was a descendant of the inventor mouse. Speaking of which, it was related to the paper that Luigi had mentioned about the inventor mouse. In order to fully understand why this hamster was so smart, its owner started to research it. Naturally, it also included the research of its descendants. That inventor mouse was a female, and it gave birth to many descendants during the research process. Most of the descendants were very smart and could learn the Palucci language and the common language. Although their performance was not as amazing as the inventor mouse, it was still very good. However, there were also some very stupid descendants, and these descendants were basically abandoned or sold. This young hamster was a descendant of that inventor mouse, and it was the stupid kind. It could not speak and had no motivation to learn. Other than slacking off every day, it hid its food. In the end, it changed hands many times and was sold from the inner city to the outer city before finally falling into the hands of Palucci. Speaking up to this point, Palucci had a dejected expression and cried that he had been cheated by a damn swindler. He originally thought that he had bought a smart descendant of the inventor mouse, but who knew that this baby mouse was a lazy and gluttonous mouse? He couldn't sell it even if he wanted to. Even if he wanted to make it run on a roller, he could only rely on a whip to whip it. He lost a large sum of condensed crystals because of this. "How much is a large sum?" Luigi asked curiously. Palucci hesitated for a moment. 2 condensed crystals. Luigi sneered and couldn't be bothered to reply. A cheap one might not be bad, but in this situation, a cheap one must be fishy. You know that the inventor mouse is very popular in the inner city, but you only use 2 condensed crystals to buy an inventor mouse. Are you sure you don't want to find a problem with yourself? Palucci clearly didn't understand the meaning of Luigi's sneer and even said naively, "If you like this hamster, I can sell it to you at a 50% discount. You only need 1 condensed crystal, and it's yours." 1 condensed crystal is definitely not a loss. Palucci kept blabbering on, but Luigi only responded with a blank expression. Do you even believe your own words? Luigi ignored Palucci's awkward expression and looked at Angor. And here I thought I found an inventor mouse. So it's a fake one. By the way, how's the negotiation going over there? It's done, Angor replied. Luigi already received the message from Laplace without needing Angor's explanation. He only needed to bring one person out of the mirror realm to get a good batch of goods. Even his music score was free of charge. Of course, he was happy. Bringing people away was a piece of cake for him. Luigi happily handed the music score to Angor. Angor had to write it down first before going to Broing to verify it, so it was better for him to give it to Angor. While handing the music score to Angor, Luigi noticed that Angor was still looking at the hamster inside the drum. What? You're interested in this hamster? Angor asked Luigi the same question before, but this time, Luigi was the one asking Angor. I'm interested in an inventor mouse, but not a lazy hamster. Then why are you still looking at it? Luigi was confused. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he turned to Palucci and asked, "Can you open the drum and let me have a closer look at the hamster?" Palucci was still disappointed about the hamster's failure. His eyes lit up when he heard Angor's request. Of course. Merchant Palucci quickly opened the lid of the roller. As soon as the lid was removed, the hamster inside immediately collapsed on the drum and panted heavily as if it was exhausted. Please feel free to look around. Angor reached out a hand and stroked the hamster inside the drum. Nice touch. It feels like soft jelly. However, Angor couldn't sense the hamster's emotions using his astral perception. He could only sense that the hamster was drooling over the food and the beautiful hamster from its weak consciousness. Angor quietly pulled his hand back. He wanted to see if he could pick up something useful. There were many stories about how the hamster's brothers and sisters were all geniuses. However, those who could really rise up were all independent. Lazy hamsters were also considered independent, right? So he decided to try his luck and see if the rat was a hidden genius. However, he didn't get the answer. This was a real hamster. His looting plan failed miserably, and Luigi asked curiously, "Is there anything special about this hamster?" Angor didn't know how to answer. He only gave Luigi a mysterious smile. Then he pulled his hand back. Do you want it? Only 2 crystals. Palucci saw Angor smile and thought Angor was interested in the hamster, so he immediately raised the price. Thank you, but not for now. He purposely used the word for now to indicate that he had something else to do so that he would not look stupid. But in fact, he wasn't going to buy the hamster at all. Angor winked at Luigi and prepared to leave the Palucci shop. When Angor and the others left, the human called Parrot put on his hood and chased after them. Sir, are you interested in that hamster? Parrot asked. Angor forced a smile. What? Do you have something to tell me? The parrot turned its head and looked at Paluxiu's shop. After confirming that the Paluxiu merchant hadn't come out, it leaned closer and whispered, I followed the Paluxiu caravan to Crystal City. I saw a few Paluxiu merchants bringing along a lot of hamsters. If you don't like the hamster, you can go to the other Palucci merchants and have a look. Parrot chased after Angor because he wanted to say this. He also knew that the hamster was useless. However, he saw many other Palucci merchants with decent hamsters, so he came to remind Angor. Angor nodded to thank Parrot. They talked about their departure and asked Parrot if he wanted to leave with them so that he could bring him along when he left Crystal City. However, Parrot still declined after some consideration. The gathering would go on for a while. He planned to buy some local products and sell them in the southern Wizarding region as his initial capital. Therefore, he also needed some time. Besides, he didn't need to worry about Angor and the others going back on their words. After saying goodbye, Angor and the others left the street. When there were only a few people left, Luigi couldn't help but ask again, You haven't answered my question. Is there a secret about that hamster? Angor shrugged. It's hard to tell if there are any secrets. If you're really curious, why don't you buy it and explore it yourself? Luigi gave Angor a suspicious look. In the end, he didn't buy the hamster even though it only cost 1 crystal. After leaving the parrot, Angor looked at Luigi. We got the music sheets. Do you want to keep looking around the stalls or head to the main station? Luigi thought for a while and said, let's take a look. I personally think that these two scores are alright, but they don't feel too different from Black Sheep Confession. If they can't, I don't think Blood Purification or Dark Alley Codex are good enough for Uriel. To clear Uriel's dungeon, Luigi had to be prepared. Even if he already bought 2 music sheets, he still needed to see if he could find more. So, Luigi left the group again to look for more. Just like before, Angor and Laplace wandered around the stalls area for a while. They also wanted to see if there were any suitable items. While strolling, Angor noticed that Laplace seemed to be a little absent-minded. Sometimes, she would even let her mind wander. What's on your mind? Angor finally asked after Laplace was done talking to him. What's on your mind? Did Gleipnir send you a message? Gleipnir hasn't replied yet. But... Laplace paused as if she was thinking about how to phrase her words or whether she should continue. After a while, Laplace slowly said, I'm wondering if I can use bloodbait for fishing. It took Angor a while to understand what Laplace was trying to say. It turned out that when she was looking at the parrot's list of tools, she saw a lot of alchemy tools. Not only were there tools for tooling, but there were also some for pharmaceutics. Among them, there was a potion called Blood Alluring Powder. It was a potion from the Van der Waal school. By mixing the blood of certain monsters with special effects, one could extract, transform, refine, and dry the blood to create a powder that could attract monsters. Yes, the effect of the blood powder decoy was to attract demons. What kind of monsters it attracted depended on which blood was used to make the powder. The blood powders that Laplace saw on the list attracted sea slugs. When she saw the word ocean, a certain string in Laplace's body was moved. She subconsciously thought of the time when she was fishing on the Silver Coral Island. If the blood lure powder could attract certain marine creatures, then wouldn't she be able to catch a big fish easily if she used some when fishing? That was what Laplace was thinking. Angor's mind was filled with questions after hearing the whole story. Bloodbait was a very popular item among wizards. It was an essential item for those who hunted for monster bloodlines. Even though it might attract powerful magical creatures and cause the user to be unable to escape in time, be heavily injured, or even die, this did not affect the strong market appeal of the adepts, or more specifically, the bloodline adepts. Because of this, the blood-inducing powder was often sold out before anyone could react to it. Moreover, there weren't many alchemists who could refine blood lure powder, which made it even more popular. Bloodbait in the market. And Laplace was also thinking about the blood decoy, but not to hunt bloodlines. Was it purely for fishing? What would those bloodline adepts, who specialize in hunting bloodlines, think? Also, have you forgotten that when you were fishing in the Dream Wilderness, the fishing boat was surrounded by fish, but they just didn't eat your bait, even if you attracted monsters from the sea? Are you sure they'll eat your bait? Of course, he couldn't tell Laplace about this directly. He thought about it and decided to change his words a little. Your idea is good, Angor said as he wanted to confirm Laplace's opinion. But there are some things you need to be careful about. Next, he used a gentle tone so that Laplace wouldn't think that he was trying to deny her idea. Bloodbait has a special property. It can attract certain types of monsters, but it's not always the case. What if it's a different type of monster? Of course, I'm not saying that those monsters are scary, but many of them are very large in size. Your fishing rod might not be able to handle them. Finally, he said his thoughts, but he still had to be tactful. Laplace fell into deep thought again. She nodded. You're right. I need to upgrade my fishing rod. Angor didn't know what to say. It's not the fishing rod's problem. It's your fishing skill. Do you know that poor students have a lot of stationery? Yes, I do need a new fishing rod. How about I make one for you? Laplace considered for a moment. Don't worry about it. Maybe there's a fishing rod that can handle a large monster. Seeing that Laplace was serious about buying a fishing rod, Angor hesitated for a while. Even if the fishing rod can handle the monster, using bloodbait as an external force isn't a good idea. Laplace considered for a moment. You're right. I can just jump into the sea and catch the monster. But the fishing rod doesn't count as an external force, right? No, it doesn't. Next, Angor's stroll was no longer aimless. He now had a specific goal, a fishing rod. Laplace was still reluctant to admit her mistake. She only fished because she couldn't swallow her anger. As long as she caught a fish, she would stop fishing in the future. However, buying a fishing rod just to catch a fish? He didn't believe it. Unfortunately, they didn't see anyone selling fishing rods even after half an hour of strolling. This was normal. Most of the items sold in this gathering were the specialty products of different races. A tool like a fishing rod was hardly considered a specialty item. Besides, there weren't many places to fish in the Mirror Realm. The Mirror Sea might be called a sea, but there were no fish in it. Laplace wasn't too disappointed. The gathering was big, and she didn't see any brochures. Maybe there were related products in the brochures? Or maybe there were fishing rods in the main station. They didn't find any fishing rods, but they did see a fish. It wasn't a real fish. It was a small shop owned by someone from Charlie's Palace, called the Bread House. The fish was a kind of fish-shaped bread. Of course, Laplace wasn't interested in fish-shaped bread. They stood in front of the bread house and waited for Luigi. Luigi had also walked through more than half of the stalls. After confirming that there were no other music scores, he sent a telepathic message, saying that he would go to the main station first to take a look at today's showcase. After that, he would go to the other stalls to see if there were any music scores. They happened to be standing near the bread house when Luigi sent the message, so they waited for Luigi. Soon, Luigi came to them. Luigi first expressed his regret and glanced at the bread house nearby. Laplace wasn't interested in the bread house, but Luigi was very interested in it. However, he wasn't interested in the bread house. Instead, he was interested in Angor. When he saw the bread house, he thought of the Granny Coco's secret instrument box Angor bought. Since Angor dared to buy it, it meant he had the skills to make it. Luigi didn't want to try the desserts from the bread house. Instead, he wanted to see Angor's food. Angor declined without hesitation. For the sake of everyone's safety, he didn't want to show off his skills. Still, Angor didn't want to admit that he wasn't good enough. The secret instrument box needs 4 elements to open. That's not enough for now. Let's talk about it later. Luigi wanted to say that Laplace alone could handle 4 elements. But Angor insisted that at least 4 people should work together. This was his first time using the secret instrument box, so he had to be careful. In the end, Luigi didn't argue with Angor. The matter of using the secret ritual box to make delicacies could be considered to have come to an end. After leaving the bread house, Angor and the others walked into the spacious crystal tunnel and headed to the main station. On their way, Angor thought of the booklet. They didn't have the chance to check it out since they got it. Since they had nothing else to do, they might as well check out the products of different races. With that in mind, Angor opened the booklet. On the first page, he saw the main product of the Crystal Eye race. Mimic Crystal Shell, can change its shape at will. Crystal Shell is now available for purchase. See the image below. Red Danmao, Pink Crystal Shell. Has decent fire resistance. 80 crystals per SI. Green Spirit, Dark Green Crystal Shell. Natural resistance against all ghosts and spirits. 130 crystals per element. Sapphire. 180 crystals per element. Jellyfish, Dark Blue Crystal Shell. Extremely malleable. Extremely precise moldable. 1 unit costs 1,800 crystals. Wind Crystal, Green Crystal Shell. Can float and move quickly with the help of wind. Can transform into a flying vehicle. 2,900 crystals per element. Rock Crystal Cluster, Flaxen Crystal Shell. Good defense. 5,000 crystals per element. What does per element mean? Angor looked at the crystal shells with different colors and effects and asked curiously. It's the Crystal Eye race's unit of measurement. You have to measure the size of a crystal shell. But if you look at it, 1 element is about the size of a fist, so expensive for the size of a fist? Angor frowned. If Angor wanted to buy a wind crystal that could transform into a gondola, it would cost at least 1,000 fists. That was close to 3 million crystals. Angor told Luigi his idea, but Luigi shook his head. That's not how it works. Different crystal shells have different malleability. For example, a fist-sized wind crystal can transform into a disc with a diameter of 1 meter. Didn't we see Casada, the elder of the crystal race in the circular castle, come out on a floating crystal seat? That seat was definitely not made of wind crystals. However, if wind crystals were used to construct a similar seat, it would only need 7 or 8 layers at most. To put it simply, one couldn't just look at the size of a crystal shell. One had to pay more attention to its malleability and malleability. For example, a jellyfish with both malleable and malleable crystal shell could be made into a large water bed with 1 or 2 elements. More than 5 elements could be used to create a pond. Based on this ratio, a wind crystal could be used to make a gondola in less than 50 elements, let alone 1,000 elements. Moreover, the gondola could move as fast as a real one. In other words, the crystal shells produced by the crystal race were all semi-finished products. They could be used as soon as they were molded. But I didn't expect the crystal race to put up defensive crystal shells for sale this time. This is their trump card. Luigi couldn't help but exclaim as he pointed at the picture of the rock crystal cluster in the exhibition booklet. There were many different kinds of crystal shells on the display booklet. However, the only ones that attracted the attention of the major races were defensive crystal shells. The defensive crystal shells of the crystal race allowed them to withstand all kinds of attacks. Some of the elite crystal shells could even withstand the impact of the eternal mirror ocean. Perhaps they could not withstand it for too long, but even if they could withstand it for a minute, it was already very powerful. In the past, the crystal race would also sell some crystal shells to the outside world. However, these shells were only for show. They were highly malleable, but their defensive capabilities were terrible. But this time, even if the crystal race only sold a low-defensive rock crystal cluster, it was still a great achievement. Rock crystal clusters aren't useful to us, but they're a great choice for the weaker races. While speaking, Luigi pointed at the picture of a rock crystal cluster. As Luigi's finger touched the picture, it slowly turned into ripples. Next, a new line of text appeared on the display booklet. Waiting in line. Current queue number is 369. Average time per queue is 10 minutes. Approximate queue time is? Not shown after 24 hours, Angor looked at the new line of text with a strange expression. What's this? Luigi said, asking for crystal shells. Our queue is number 369. I can read, Angor said. I mean, this is the communication system mentioned in the booklet? Luigi nodded. Yes. If you want to buy something, just click on the picture and wait for the merchant to talk to you. Or you can just click Crystal Race at the top of this page. You'll be able to get in touch with them. But you'll need to have a certain level of clearance to contact the Crystal Race. This display booklet doesn't have that kind of clearance right now. So, if he wanted to buy something, he had to click on the picture and wait in line with the others. Angor didn't know what to say. I told you there are a lot of people asking for rock crystal clusters. At this rate, we'll have to wait for 2 days. Luigi sighed and clicked on the picture again. Several new lines of text appeared on the display booklet. Cancel queue? Yes, please click on the picture again. If you don't click on the picture, the queue will not be cancelled after 10 seconds. Merchant's reminder, there will be more lines in the near future to optimize the current queue. Please wait patiently. Looking at the new text, Angor finally understood what it meant to be in short supply. At the same time, he also gained a better understanding of Palucci's communication system. Palucci's idea of online trading was quite advanced. There were still some flaws, but it was much better than what Angor saw in Floating Mech City. I can learn from this. While Angor was thinking, Luigi quickly left the line and flipped through several pages until he came to the next page. As expected, the second page was Palucci's product. Palucci was the real supporter of this gathering, so it was a bit unfair for him to be ranked second. Usually, Palucci's product would be ranked first. It couldn't be helped. After all, Palucci had a bad reputation. Didn't Parrot say there's an inventor mouse for sale? Let's see how much it costs. Luigi quickly browsed through the display booklet while muttering to himself. Angor also looked at the display booklet. He didn't look for the so-called inventor mouse. Instead, he looked at the first item, which was Palucci's main product this time. Eye of Thunder. The Eye of the Thunder was invented by the previous sage. Another thing worth mentioning was that the previous sage Palucci was called Picaggio. Duke Picaggio and Sage Picaggio of Picaggio Castle were both descendants of the deceased sage. They inherited their father's name and Picaggio's glory. Yes, glory. Sage Picaggio was known as the greatest sage in the history of Picaggio Castle. He was the one who led Palucci, who had sunk into the depths of darkness, into the light. His ideas inspired Palucci's unenlightened eyes. His plan brought Picaggio Castle back into the sights of all races in the mirror realm. And his inventions gave rise to the glory of Picaggio Castle today. Among all his inventions, the Eye of Thunder was the most famous. If the crystal shell of a crystal eye was an impenetrable shield, the Eye of Thunder was a spear of lightning. Angor already heard about the Eye of Thunder when he followed Luigi to Picaggio Castle. He also saw the vague outline of the weapon from afar. Outside Duke Picaggio's castle, there was a layer of purple-red mist, which gave it a mysterious and majestic aura. This purplish-red fog was the Eye of Thunder. However, it was an inactive Eye of Thunder. Although the Eye of the Thunder was in a dormant state at that time, Luigi had a rare solemn expression when he mentioned its name. From this, one could tell how powerful the Eye of Thunder was. Of course, Angor was also curious about this powerful, special weapon. He didn't have a chance to see it in Picaggio Castle. But now, he could see another side of the Eye of Thunder through the booklet. Eye of Thunder, those who do not obey the rules shall be punished by thunder. This is the glory left behind by the great sage Picaggio. After a simple introduction, there was a picture of the Eye of Thunder. The Eye of Thunder was still purple-red in color. The one Angor saw in Picaggio Castle was a dormant Eye of Thunder, while the picture showed the Eye of Thunder after it was activated. In the shattered purplish-red sky, cracks were torn open. Behind the cracks, blood-red pupils appeared. In the middle of the pupils was a black cross. Lightning lingered around the cross, as if it was threatening the boundless pure land that had been completely flattened by the lightning. This was what the Eye of the Thunder looked like after it was activated. It exuded supreme majesty amidst the annihilation. Although there was no quantified damage comparison, just the picture alone showed how terrifying the Eye of the Thunder was. The Eye of Thunder, the blood-red pupil behind the space crack. Angor mumbled to himself. It looks more like some kind of ability. Was it really invented? If it was an invention, then what was its original form? If you want to know what my true form is, just ask. Luigi said, anyway, Palucci has already displayed the Eye of the Thunder, and he didn't specify a price. He must be hoping that the buyer can discuss it in detail. As he spoke, Luigi extended his hand and clicked on the picture that represented the Eye of the Thunder. The picture turned into ripples. After the ripples passed, the picture disappeared and turned into a row of words. Waiting for consultation. The current number is 69. The average consultation time for each number is 30 minutes. Approximate queue time? Not displayed after 24 hours, the queue was shorter compared to the crystal shells, but the average consultation time was longer. It was not that the Eye of the Thunder was inferior to the crystal shells. It was just that the price of the Eye of the Thunder was definitely higher than the crystal shells. There were not many people who could afford the Eye of the Thunder, and those who were willing to consult basically had the ability to buy it. Judging from the average consultation time of half an hour, it could be seen that those who asked about the Eye of the Thunder were basically sincere in wanting to buy it. There were cheaper crystal shells such as Red Danfer and Green Spirit, which meant that there were more people who could afford them. Naturally, there would be more people waiting in line. I was too careless. I forgot about the queue. Luigi scratched his head. It's fine. Let's go check the inventor mouse. There shouldn't be a queue over there. We can ask them for help. Looking for the customer service of the inventor mouse to ask about the Eye of the Thunder was a tricky move, but it did not end well. Luigi looked through all the products listed in Palucci's display book and did not see any inventor mouse. Is the parrot lying to us? Luigi wondered. Angor considered and said, the products listed in the display book should be the specialty products of different races. Something like the inventor mouse does not represent Palucci, right? To put it bluntly, the display book did not have enough page numbers to cover all the products. The inventor mouse was like the secret instrument box Angor bought. It was a random product, not a specialty product. This kind of random product could only be found in the stalls or at the main station of the gathering to inquire about it. You're right. I'll find a random product and ask about the Eye of the Thunder. Luigi clicked on a picture. Before Angor could see what it was, a line of text popped up on the display book. Waiting in line. Current number is 3. Average consultation time for each number is 5 minutes. Approximate queue time, 10 minutes. There was also a queue this time, but the waiting time was much shorter. The average consultation time for each customer was 5 minutes, but the first 2 customers only took 4 minutes to leave. Soon, it was Luigi's turn. As he entered the communication mode, Angor saw the new changes on the display book. The line of text disappeared and was replaced by a blank page. A quill appeared on the page. The quill moved quickly, and soon, a new line of words appeared on the page. Golden filament stomach, 3 different sizes. The lowest is 30,000 crystals. You can't afford the higher ones. Worms, dust, and excrement. Who bargained, get out. Even though it was just words, Angor could see the arrogance and anger of the seller. However, Angor was a little surprised when he saw the golden filament stomach. On their way to the inner city, they saw many Palucci who had their own personal spaces. Whether it was robbers or city guard captains, their weapons all came out from their mouths. Later, Luigi told Angor that these spaces came from an artificial organ called the golden filament stomach. It was said that it contained a large amount of space inside. The inventor was the current Sage pickup truck. Back then, Angor was already interested in the golden filament pouch. Space storage was not widely used in the wizarding world yet, and some wizards were still using single-use space capsules. But now, even an ordinary Paluxiu was using a space organ, which made Angor curious. He even thought that after the login device was promoted, he would look for Palucci to buy a golden silk belly pouch for research. But before he could do that, he went straight to the seller of the golden filament stomach. 30,000 crystals, shouldn't be too expensive, right? Angor wondered if he should talk to the seller. But before he could do anything, Luigi picked up the quill and quickly wrote on the paper. 30,000 crystals? Even Sage Picard wouldn't dare to give me such a price. You dare to cheat me? The quill paused for a moment. A moment later, 2 more lines appeared on the paper. You know Sage Picard? You're lying. Who are you? Luigi sneered. I don't need to lie to you. I'm friends with Barigon. If you live in the inner city, you should know the relationship between Sage Pika and Barigon. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sage Pika. Oh right, Sage. Picard should be here too. Tell him to come and talk to me. I have something to tell you. A moment later, Angor received another message from the seller. Humph. Do you know who I am? Who are you? Luigi asked out of instinct. Angor suddenly felt something familiar. Wasn't this a copy of Billions? Sure enough, in the next second, a classic quote from Mastery appeared on the white paper. It's good that you don't know who I am. The paper disappeared. 3 new lines of notifications appeared on the display page. You have been removed from the conversation. You have been blacklisted by Palucci. Being blacklisted, he could no longer communicate with Paluxi's shop. If you wish to remove the blacklist, please go to the main forum of Fortress Besieged and ask for Palucci's representative. With the appearance of the notification, all the products related to Paluxiu on the display page disappeared. The blacklist didn't just stop people from looking at the golden filament belly. It also applied to all Palucci products. Angor planned to ask about the price of the golden filament belly and learn more about the Eye of Thunder. But it seemed that he couldn't do that now. Me? Blacklist? Luigi pointed at himself and then at the exhibition booklet. His eyes were wide open. After being stunned for a few seconds, he turned to Laplace and said, after we go to the main station of the Fortress Besieged party, let's go to Paluxiu's station first. Luigi would not be able to swallow his anger if he did not deal with Palucci, who had kicked him. Angor looked at Luigi, who was so angry that his hair almost stood on end. Luigi was a little pitiful, but he had to admit that the man before him was a typical Palucci. As for Luigi's suggestion to meet him in real life, Angor didn't mind. He thought Palucci's online shopping method was a good idea. But now, he noticed a flaw. If the buyer or seller was too rude, it would be difficult to do anything online. When doing business with Palucci, it was better not to talk online. Just meet him offline. Otherwise, these Palucci merchants wouldn't know what a borderline sense was. While Luigi was complaining, Angor took over the display page and flipped to the back. The latter page was the display page of the Mirror Sea Scholars. The Mirror Sea Scholars, also known as Ancient Tooth Fairy, didn't sell anything unique to their race. Instead, it was something they fished up from the Mirror Sea. However, the items on the display page were definitely not ordinary. They must be big stuff they fished up recently. Angor was a little curious about what Ancient Tooth Fairy could get. Artifact, Nilai flag, no picture, no introduction. To learn more, please go to the representative station of the Mirror Sea Scholars and contact Elder Walrus Tusk. The first item didn't have a picture. But from the name, Angor knew it was a flag-type artifact. There were all kinds of artifacts in the market. Angor had never seen them in person before. However, this was the first time he heard about a flag-type artifact. What kind of effect would such an artifact have? A battle flag? A flag with a clan emblem? As Angor pondered, the display page suddenly lit up. As the light flickered, a large number of words on the display page began to move. Even Luigi, who was still complaining, looked at the display page curiously. Even Laplace, who wasn't interested in the display page, looked at Angor with a puzzled look. "What's wrong?" Luigi asked. Before he could say anything, the words on the booklet formed new lines of instructions. Important news, the display page will be expanded. Expansion method, bring the display page to Palucci's station and apply for expansion. New special display page, Gaussian Mirror Domain, Singer, Gaussian Mirror Domain, Winged Forest. The light flickered for half a minute, and so did the words. When the light faded away, the display page returned to normal. Angor's group wasn't the only one who saw the display page. The other races in the passage were all shocked. The display page can be expanded? That's the first time. But we have to go to Palucci's station to do it. Damn. Gaussian Mirror Domain? What's that? Is it a new domain? Singer, Winged Forest. Sounds like Gaussian Mirror Domain? Are they from the powerful races in Gaussian Mirror Domain? Did they expand the display page just to give the races in Gaussian Mirror Domain a chance? And it's a special display page. That disgusting Palucci. Not only is he despicable, but he's also an outsider? So Palucci shouldn't exist in the first place. There was a lot of chatter, but the focus of the discussion was on the so-called important news in the exhibition booklet. But no matter what, Palucci was the loser. This time, the news mentioned the Gaussian Mirror region, as well as the two races in the Gaussian Mirror region, the Songster and the Yusin. Although everyone was discussing it very enthusiastically, they seemed to have never heard of it before. Angor couldn't help but look at Laplace. Maybe Laplace knew something about it. Laplace clearly knew what Angor meant. She summoned a barrier to cover everyone. Gaussian Mirror Domain is just like White Sun Mirror Domain. It's a mirror domain. Laplace's words set the tone for everyone. Gaussian Mirror Domain was indeed a mirror domain, not just a corner of White Sun Mirror Domain. However, I rarely get any information about this mirror realm, but from the sea eye of the empty mirror sea, items from the Gaussian mirror realm often rush out. From the nature and energy level of the items, the ecology of the Gaussian mirror realm is more or less the same as the White Sun mirror realm, but there seems to be a stronger force on their side. Stronger forces? Angor was confused. You mean, racial forces? Not just racial forces. There are also mixed forces, said Laplace. For example, the Crystal City they were in now belonged to the Crystal Eye clan. There were also similar places like the Immortal Tooth Ancient Ruins, which belonged to the Mirror Ocean Scholars. The 100 Dragon Divine Nation belonged to the Mirror Dragon clan. The Pippi Castle belonged to Paluxio. The so-called comprehensive forces, such as Gold Rush City and Neon City created by Lady Mirror, did not have a single unified race. Instead, they were a collection of different races who worked together to create a comprehensive force. Racial forces and comprehensive forces. In terms of advantages and disadvantages, these two different forces had their own advantages and disadvantages. Racial forces valued the strength of the race more. If the individual strength of the race was weak, the whole force would be weak. However, if the race was strong, the whole force would be strong. The best example was 100 Dragon Kingdom. Mixed forces, on the other hand, did not need to worry about being too weak. Since the races of the race could complement each other, the overall force would not be too weak. However, the disadvantage of a mixed force was obvious: it was difficult to unite. Racial forces did not have unity because they all belonged to the same race. Except for the Longhua clan. In Laplace's opinion, no matter what kind of forces they were not particularly strong. Such forces did not only take into account combat power, but also various dimensions. 100 Dragon Kingdom, for example, had strong individuals. However, they also had a big problem: they could not reproduce. As a result, there were too few mirror dragons in the 100 Dragon Divine Nation. Take Paluxiu as an example. Pippi Castle did not even need to send out Paluxiu from the inner or outer city. Just the Paluxiu in the transition area and the wasteland far outnumbered the mirror dragons. Difficult reproduction meant that the race was not very active. Of course, 100 Dragon Kingdom was still a strong race. However, it was not as strong as other powerful forces in other mirror areas. Gaussian mirror area had such a strong race that could reach the ceiling in all aspects. Laplace. There's one thing that the people outside are right about. The reason why the Gaussian mirror region is called Gaussian is because the name contains the two powerful races of this region. Angor hesitated. Singers and harpies? Laplace nodded. Yes. I don't know much about the forces in the Gaussian mirror region, but I've heard of these two forces as representatives of the Gaussian mirror region. Among them, the singers are a comprehensive force. I don't know the details, but I do know that not everyone can be called a singer in this force. Singers represent miracles. Miracle? Angor froze for a moment. Miracle? Does this mean that the singers have a miracle-level creature? Laplace shook his head. I don't know if the singers are miracle creatures, but from the feather of auspicious light that I received, there must be legendary creatures within the singers. There was no way to confirm the existence of the miracle, but he still felt a little dazed. If there really was a miracle in the singers' faction, then it was reasonable for them to be called a powerful race. As for the winged forest, it's a typical racial force. Laplace knew more about the winged forest than the bard. The meaning of Yusin was the flying forest. And the characteristics of the feather forest race also fit this meaning. In other words, the feather forest was a group of winged plants. Laplace explained, the dream plant sprites in the dream wasteland are similar to the winged forest race. They can control their wings to fly and control the growth of plants. However, the winged forest was much stronger than the dream plant sprites. By flying, the winged forest could not only soar in the sky, but also travel through the void. They could set their destination in fear and never get lost. As for the winged forest, they could not only plant trees on the ground, but also grow a sea of flowers in the void. Wherever the winged forest was located, there would be all kinds of beautiful flowers and plants, even in the void. This was called the void forest. Laplace didn't know much about the powerful beings in the winged forest, but since the winged forest was on the same level as the singers, there must be a lot of them. If the singers really had miracle creatures, the winged forest should have them as well. Otherwise, how could they compete with the singers? After listening to Laplace's explanation, Angor could only sigh in admiration. So it's reasonable that Paluxiu put them on the special expansion page, Laplace said. Regardless of who the singers and the winged forest race were, such a powerful force could lead to endless troubles if they weren't dealt with carefully. Speaking of which, is there a passage connecting the White Sun mirror domain to other mirror domains? Luigi suddenly asked. If there isn't, how did the singers and the winged forest get here? Luigi rubbed his chin. Don't tell me they first went to the real world, crossed the void in the real world, and entered the White Sun mirror domain? Maybe they came out from the eye of the mirror sea. Luigi said, coming from the eye of the empty mirror sea is indeed a way. But aren't they afraid of becoming hollow people? Or did the singers and the winged forest have the ability to anchor memories in the mirror sea? But Luigi didn't think so. If they really had such an ability, the mirror domains would have been able to cooperate with each other long ago. At this moment, Laplace said, "Actually, there's another possibility." Luigi was stunned for a moment. He looked into Laplace's eyes and seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and said, "You mean, Ghost's domain," Laplace slowly uttered. After the incident with the exhibition booklet, although the various races in the passageway were cursing and swearing, they couldn't help but quicken their pace. The singers and the winged forest were alien races they had never heard of before. And they weren't from the real world either. They were also from the mirror domains. The items they brought with them were definitely more suitable for the mirror races than anything they could find in the real world. Although the various races were cursing, their hearts were clear. They all wanted to see what goods these two foreign races could bring. If they wanted to know more about these two alien races, they would have to ask Paluxiu to expand the booklet. Because of this, everyone hastened their steps. The sooner they learned about these two races, the better. If they waited too long, the good stuff might be taken away by someone else. The passage became much emptier in an instant. Only a few races that weren't very competitive were still walking slowly and chatting with others about the new gossip that had come out. Angor's group didn't try to speed up either. It wasn't that they weren't interested in the alien races, but Luigi assured them. "I'm very close to Sage Pika. He's here too. When the time comes, we can just go to Sage Pika and add the expansion page. We don't have to squeeze with them. Also, we'll give the booklet the highest access level so that we can talk to the people in charge of the other races. We don't have to wait in line." Angor knew that Luigi and Sage Pika knew each other since Barigon was their middleman. But could the booklet really be expanded so easily? Angor was still doubtful. After all, Luigi wasn't the only one who wanted to get in through the back door. "Let's think about how to get out of the blacklist first," Angor said in a low voice. Luigi's expression darkened at the mention of being blacklisted. "That Palucci who dared to kick me. Don't let me find him. Even if Sage Pika pleads for mercy, I will still beat him up and hang him up in public. I will let the Bad Teeth Band play around him for 3 days and 3 nights. What's badass teeth?" Angor looked at Luigi in confusion. But Luigi was too busy cursing and didn't pay attention to Angor. Angor had to look at Laplace. Badass Teeth's real name is Scholar's Band. It's one of Ancient Tooth Fairy's internal groups. One of those unknown groups. The band once invited Luigi to join them. Driven by curiosity, Luigi went to watch one of their performances. After that, he didn't set foot in Tooth Fairy's ancient ruins for 10 years. According to Luigi, Scholar's Band was nothing but badass teeth. It was so bad that it could make the world collapse. It was the most destructive weapon he had ever experienced. Sound wave attacks were nothing compared to the performance of the Bad Tooth Orchestra. Luigi's harsh words showed how terrible Scholar's Band's performance was. Angor didn't know why Scholar's Band was still active. But he was still angry that Scholar's Band was willing to punish Paluxiu's customer service. At this time, Luigi also came back to his senses and added, "Bad Teeth is the shame of the orchestra, but it is more than suitable to be used as a punishment." Angor considered for a moment. "You don't have to invite Badass Teeth. Just go and read poems to that Paluxiu for 3 days straight. It'll work just as well." Luigi frowned. "You're saying my poems are bad?" Angor shook his head. "I'm saying that if he can't listen to the most beautiful poem in the world for 3 days straight, he'll be so sad that he'll want to die." Laplace paused for a second before he continued walking as if nothing happened. Luigi rubbed his chin and considered Angor's suggestion carefully. Laplace turned around and gave Angor a meaningful look. "You're such a..." He sent a telepathic message to Angor. Angor blinked but didn't say anything. Instead, he changed the topic. "By the way, does Ghost's domain really have passages that connect to other mirror realms?" Earlier, when Laplace mentioned that the Ghost domain could connect to other mirror domains, Luigi was silent for a moment and said, "The Ghost domain is too huge. They might not be able to locate it." However, Laplace replied, "The Yusin race can locate them." Luigi didn't say anything else. Angor was confused as well. but he didn't ask about it right away since the other groups suddenly moved faster. Now that most of the people had left, Angor thought about his question again. Laplace said, "We can't be sure if Ghost's domain has passages that connect to other realms. But the mirror realms are connected, just like Khazadar World, Dream Realm, and Nightmare Realm. We didn't find any passage in the White Sun Mirror domain, so the passage must be at the dark side of the White Sun Mirror domain, the Gloom Mirror domain." The Gloom Mirror domain was the Ghost's domain that corresponded to the White Sun Mirror domain. However, the Ghost Realm in the mirror was too big, and there were many unexplainable and unreasonable forbidden areas in the Ghost Realm. They were very dangerous, and the creatures in the mirror usually wouldn't go to the Ghost Realm, so they didn't know much about the Ghost Realm. Many mirror creatures had their own guesses about whether Ghost's domain had passages that connected to other mirror realms. If all the mirror realms are connected, it doesn't have to be Ghost's domain. The empty mirror ocean is connected too. Maybe we're talking about the eye of the empty mirror ocean? Laplace shook his head. It's not the same. The eye of the ocean is a hub with a special property. You can think of it as a highly difficult teleportation array. When I say connected, I mean that we can reach other mirror realms without using such teleportation arrays. Angor thought for a moment and realized something. In the game terms of the tablet, it was the concept of seamless map and spliced map. Going from the eye of the ocean to other mirror realms wasn't certain. Even if he could, there would still be a standby image. It wasn't really a connection. It was just a special mechanism. If there was a passage in a mirror realm, it would lead to the other mirror realms. In other words, the passage was seamless. I'm not too curious about the existence of a passage in Ghost's domain. But if you really want to know, you can ask the mirror ghost in the town of Cursed Girls. Laplace paused and added, "But I don't think you should talk to the mirror ghost directly. If you want to contact it, you can use the booklet." The one who knew Ghost's domain the best was the mirror ghost, a native of Ghost's domain. What was rare was that the mirror monster from the town of Resentful Women was also participating in this gathering. She even had her own page on the exhibition booklet. If Angor wanted to know about the passage, he should ask the mirror ghost directly. Of course, the mirror ghost might not know. Ghost's domain was so big that it could be expressed in terms of space-time distance. There were too many forbidden areas, and the mirror ghost didn't seem to have a clear mind. Still, it shouldn't be a problem to ask about it. Angor didn't contact the mirror ghost right away. The mirror ghost who came to the town of Cursed Girls was Scarlet Lamp, and she was a relatively rational mirror ghost. However, she didn't have much sense of reason. It would be difficult for her to handle customer service. Scarlet Lamp was the only mirror ghost who could communicate freely with the outside world. Scarlet Lamp was the real person in charge of the booklet in the town of Cursed Girls. If Angor wanted to contact her through the booklet, he would have to wait for Luigi to find Sage Pika and upgrade the booklet. Of course, Luigi had to find a way to upgrade the booklet first. Do you know which realms are covered by Gossen's mirror domain? Angor looked at Laplace. Angor was curious about Gossen Mirror not only because of the unknown. He also wanted to know if Gossen Mirror also covered the entire wizarding world. If there really was such a thing, then which world of adepts would it be? If Gossen's mirror domain could lead him to other wizarding realms, he would have another way to travel to the other 4 realms. Of course, he first had to find the way from White Sun Mirror domain to Gossen Mirror domain. Laplace considered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. But there was a real object from Gossen Mirror domain that came out from the eye of the empty mirror sea. A real object meant that it came from the real world, and this object probably represented the area covered by Gossen Mirror domain. Omon could see the whole leopard with a single spot. Perhaps he could deduce a thing or two from this item. There are many similar items in many worlds. This meant that Laplace couldn't tell where the object came from. Where is it now? Angor asked curiously. I'm carrying it. As Laplace spoke, he gently stretched out his hand and touched the seat made of silver-white hair beneath him. She had been moving around on the seat for the entire journey. After poking around for a while, Laplace took out a palm-sized, shiny heart-shaped metal object. This is it. Laplace handed the heart-shaped metal to Angor. It wasn't a heart-shaped object. It was more like a heart-shaped metal object. The object had a shiny silver shell. It looked like some kind of mechanical alchemy, but Angor didn't sense any supernatural power from it. Also, Angor used Narda's vision to check the object's material. The name of the object was? This meant that Angor had never seen this kind of metal before. However, the object's general melting point, hardness, ductility, and stable microstructure were all displayed. It was not a metal he had seen before, but its properties were not difficult to discern. He was sure that it was not a supernatural metal. Since it was just an ordinary object, Angor could easily check it with his spirit feelers. He accepted the heart-shaped object and checked its internal structure. He quickly came to a conclusion. This was indeed not a heart-shaped metal box, but a special heart-shaped metal box. Looking at it with the naked eye, the surface looked extremely smooth, but in fact, there were many gaps. It was just that the precision of the machine that made this creation was extremely high. After cutting and overlapping, it fit very well, so it looked like there were no gaps. The outer shell was finely crafted into a box with a mortise and tenon structure. To open it, one needed to be skillful. He could open the box, but he chose not to do so. No matter how intricate the workmanship of the box was, it was only an ordinary object. He could see everything inside with his spirit power. Under the observation of his spiritual power, the heart-shaped metal box was still a box. However, this box was not formed in one piece. Instead, a large number of long and short metals were embedded in each other. It was a bit like a Lubon lock, pieced together to form a mechanical box. If he wanted to unlock the mechanism inside the box, he would also need ingenious thinking. Still, Angor ignored it and reached into the center of the box. Angor thought the maker was going to continue with the Matryoshka dolls, which would eat the box and eat the box again. But the maker held back his boredom. Inside the box was a necklace with a heart-shaped ruby hanging from it. Clearly, all these obstacles were meant to hide the ruby. The ruby would be worth a fortune in the mortal world. But in Angor's eyes, it was just an ordinary item. As an alchemist, Angor could create similar or even bigger rubies with his bare hands. Generally speaking, the ruby was the most important part of the box in the eyes of the creator. But for Angor and Laplace, it was the craftsmanship that made the box. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 3189. The Crystal Pool. It wasn't strange to see a mortise, tenon, and Lubon lock at the same time. What was strange was that the craftsmanship of a mortal was so advanced. Yes, Angor was sure that the craftsmanship of a mortal could not achieve such microscopic precision. It also meant that the heart-shaped metal object came from a world with advanced machinery. Laplace said, the crafting process for this item is rather difficult. For mortals, in the southern region, probably only the machinery factory in the Irong kingdom can do it. There is also a similar process in the Grand Plain. However, regardless of whether it was the southern divine region or the Grand Imperial Plain, they were both within the White Sun Mirror realm. It was unlikely that the real object would go to Gossan Mirror domain. Are there any mortal worlds outside the White Sun Mirror domain that have such fine craftsmanship? Angor asked. Laplace nodded. Yes, there are a lot of them. As far as I know, there are about a dozen of them. The real number must be higher than what I know. Angor considered for a moment. Then, are there any worlds with similar craftsmanship? Laplace pondered for a long while before he slowly said, of the dozen or so worlds I know, every world has a way to create such a high-precision metal object. But in terms of style, it's quite similar to the one in the Shell world. The Shell world? Angor remembered Laplace mentioning this world before. The one where the theocratic civilization and the iron civilization fought against each other? Laplace nodded. The origin of the steel civilization in that world was the Heart Kingdom. Did that mean the object came from the Heart Kingdom? Did that mean there was a Heart Kingdom within the coverage of the Gossan Mirror domain? Is there a wizarding world near the Shell world? Angor asked. If there was a wizarding world near the world within the Shell, perhaps it would be possible to deduce whether or not the Gossan Mirror domain covered the four corners of the wizarding world. Laplace considered and shook her head. I don't think so. The Shell world is very, very far away from the wizarding world. If you wizards have a mental boundary, that place is probably beyond it. Angor trusted Laplace's judgment. If she didn't think so, then there was probably no such place. There was no point in thinking about whether the heart-shaped object came from the Heart Kingdom. Angor returned the heart-shaped object to Laplace and stopped thinking about it. However, he couldn't help but refute Laplace's words. Wizards don't have mental boundaries. As long as they can find the truth, they won't hesitate to cross dimensions and go to another dimension with a great consciousness. The mirror creatures in the daylight mirror domain might have mental boundaries, but Angor didn't believe that wizards did. Or rather, wizards who truly pursued the truth never had mental boundaries. At least, Angor didn't have such boundaries. If possible, Angor even wanted to go beyond this universe and explore another dimension. Wherever one's heart went, there was no limit. Laplace didn't refute. She considered for a moment and said, "Perhaps this is why you wizards can produce miracles so often. Only those who believed in miracles and worked tirelessly to achieve them would be able to do so." Essence//library unmistakable first release. Most supernatural beings, even void aberrations that roam the void, have their own mental boundaries. Where are forbidden zones, where are collapses, where are the billowing malice, and where are the endless tranquility, those could be the reasons why they stopped. Sorcerers who pursued the truth might consider those problems as well, but they would not evade or be defeated by those problems. Instead, they would think of ways to evade, bypass the dangerous zones, or directly conquer those problems. This was something that seemed inconceivable to the other races, but it was the most insignificant thing that the adepts had to do in their pursuit of the truth. It wasn't even worth mentioning. Because of this, wizards almost never had mental boundaries. Of course, the adepts here were those who truly wanted to pursue the truth, with the exception of those who were just muddling along. Angor didn't continue the topic. "I'm not done yet." Chapter 3189. The Crystal Pool. Apart from the daylight mirror domain and the Gaussian mirror domain, there are other mirror domains, right? Laplace nodded. "I don't know how many there are, but there are 3 mirror domains adjacent to the daylight mirror domain. One of them is the Gaussian mirror domain. As for the other 2 mirror domains, they're further away from the daylight mirror domain. I didn't find any information that recorded their names, so I can't give you an accurate translation." Because the name was local and recognizable, Laplace could roughly perceive the information of the mirror domain. However, her personal translation was not the most accurate translation. Just like the Burson mirror domain, before she obtained the actual object of the Burson mirror domain, her translation was Lucen, and the so-called singers were also translated by her as musicians, singers. Later, when she found some information about the Gaussian mirror domain from the Eye of the Sea, she naturally referred to it as Gaussian mirror domain instead of Lezin mirror domain. As for the remaining 2 mirror realms, although Laplace had found some real objects, the names of these 2 mirror realms were not recorded on them. So I can only use my own translation. It might not be accurate, Laplace explained. Angor nodded. He understood the situation. For example, wizards used to refer to the realm of panic as the realm of demons. However, when wizards went there, they found that the people living there only considered the word panic, so they changed the name to realm of panic. It was important to have a common understanding in the translation process. Laplace continued, "One of the mirror domains contains many painting dimensions. So I called it Painting Mirror Domain." Essence//library unmistakable first edition. Angor didn't know what to say. According to the hologram tablet, some translators from Earth had a standard of faithfulness. Obviously, Laplace's translation wasn't as good as that. The so-called painting mirror domain was probably just a joke, and there must be a different name for it. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. He pretended to be enlightened and nodded. "Oh, so mirrors can project a painting space too? No wonder it's called painting mirror domain." Laplace continued, "As for the other one, there are many angular mirrors inside. According to the information I found, the overall translation is angular mirror domain." Good. Very direct. But maybe the real name wasn't angular mirror domain either. Angor didn't bother to find out if the name was correct. So far, Cosin mirror domain should be stronger than White Sun mirror domain. What about painting mirror domain and angular mirror domain? Compared to White Sun mirror domain, which one is stronger? Laplace considered and said, painting mirror domain should be stronger than White Sun mirror domain, while angular mirror domain is about the same. Angor nodded. If he had a chance to explore other mirror domains in the future, he would choose angular mirror domain first. They chatted as they walked toward the main station. Soon, they arrived at the last area in front of the main station. From afar, they could see a shining signboard, Crystal Pool. Many people had already gathered around the entrance of the pool. The crystal eye guards around the pool were doing their best to explain the effects of the pool to Angor. Angor listened to them briefly. The crystal pool didn't exist in the first place. It was now open to the public as a benefit for all races. The crystal pool was called a pool, but it felt more like the body of a slime. It was soft, collapsing, and rippling. However, it didn't feel like being immersed in water. According to the guards, there was a crystal embryo under the pool, which was used to create a crystal shell. Normally, it would only be used by the crystal eye race. But this time, it was a free benefit. Anyone who walked past the pool and gained the approval of the crystal embryo would be able to take it away. The crystal eye race would also find someone to create a crystal shell for the person who obtained the crystal embryo. In the words of the crystal eye race guards, this was practically a free pass. The only thing to consider was luck. The crystal embryo would only accept the crystal eye race. For outsiders, 1 in 1,000 would be considered lucky. This chapter is not finished. Section 3189. Crystal Pool. Yes. In other words, there was a 1 in 1,000 chance of obtaining a crystal embryo. The probability was low, but it wasn't free. Many people were lining up to use the crystal pool. Update without error out of course, there were also those who didn't line up and went straight to the main station. However, they couldn't use the crystal pool anymore. After all, the crystal eye guards clearly stated that the crystal pool would only be open until this evening. Do you want to try? Laplace looked at Angor. Angor shook his head without hesitation. No. If the pool was free, Angor would give it a try. But if it was free, he didn't think so. The free ones were usually the most expensive. Maybe there was something fishy going on. He thought about Rita, Shaluta's strange disappearance, the hint she left for Gleipnir, and the young crystal eye man who showed up at the ceremony. There must be a hidden side to the crystal eye race. Even if he couldn't tell what they were up to, he still needed to be careful. Section 3189. The Crystal Pool. Angor wasn't planning to experience the so-called crystal pool, but Luigi was. Luigi wasn't worried that there was something fishy about the crystal pool. As a time body, he could just transfer his memories and restart the game. Now that he had the dream crystal pool, he could stay in the dream crystal pool while he was restarting. He didn't have to wait in the forest of memories like before. Therefore, Luigi wasn't worried at all as long as he didn't suffer from memory exhaustion. As for destroying his memories, Luigi didn't believe that the crystal eye race would have the guts to do so. Luigi walked to the entrance of the crystal pool and joined the queue. Angor and Laplace took a detour to the side of the pool. "You're right to be cautious," said Laplace. As Laplace walked, he said calmly, "In places where we don't understand, we need to maintain the highest vigilance. As for Luigi, don't worry about him. Even if there's something fishy about the crystal pool, my main body will be able to see through it." Luigi's body wasn't a clone, but he could be used as one in a situation like this. Let's wait a bit longer and see if there's anything fishy about the crystal pool. About 3 minutes later, Laplace stopped in his tracks and said, "Luigi went into the crystal pool." Angor quickly stopped and checked Luigi's condition. Oh, another minute later, Laplace spoke again, "He's out." "How is it? Is there something fishy?" Angor asked curiously. Laplace hesitated and shook his head. He doesn't think there's anything wrong. But we'll see when he comes. Soon, Angor heard hurried footsteps coming from behind. It was Luigi, who was jogging toward him. As soon as Luigi entered the barrier, he muttered in a low voice, "That crystal pool must be a lie. There were dozens of people who went in with me, but none of them were recognized by the crystal embryo. Are you trying to get out of this embarrassing situation because you didn't get the crystal embryo?" Luigi didn't know what to say. Luigi was about to retort, but before he could say anything, he heard Laplace's voice. "Luigi." Luigi subconsciously turned his head and saw a pair of strange eyes that were flickering with flowing light. In an instant, Luigi felt his mind drifting into the darkness of the sky. As for his body, it was occupied by another powerful consciousness. As the new consciousness entered Luigi's body, Luigi's memory box was opened, and his trip to the crystal pool was replayed over and over again. Angor also noticed Luigi's sudden movement. He followed Luigi's gaze and also saw Laplace's strange eyes. In Luigi's eyes, Laplace's strange pupils were glowing. But in Angor's eyes, there was no light at all. Instead, there was something extremely dark and oppressive about them that made it hard for people to breathe. It was the first time he felt. When he went to Waterford with his elder brother Leon. And when he saw tst small day, the S pressure was natural. Even Angor would feel suffocated if he looked at its eyes for a second longer. It was as if he was facing a giant monster. Angor quickly lowered his head and looked away. After about 10 seconds of freezing and lowering his head, Laplace finally said calmly, "It's done." Angor looked up. The eyes were still the same, but they no longer gave out that suffocating pressure. Before Angor could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Luigi's crazy coughing. He looked back and saw Luigi clutching his chest while coughing nonstop. It felt like he was going to cough his lungs out. I'm not done yet. Chapter 3190. Gaze of main body. What's wrong? Out of instinct, Angor cast 2 cantrips, detect plague and heal. Don't worry about him. It's just a side effect of being stared at by the real thing. Laplace spoke up before Angor could. A bit? It won't last long. You'll recover soon. Angor had a general idea about Luigi's condition. Earlier, Laplace somehow summoned Luigi's gaze and used it to observe Luigi's memories in the crystal pool. So the pressure Angor felt came from Laplace's gaze. Laplace's gaze alone made Angor feel as if he was looking at a giant mountain. This was probably the most terrifying pressure Angor had ever felt. Even Frost and the Watcher didn't give him such a feeling. While Angor was thinking about this, he forgot to mention that he once met a creature with an even greater pressure, the great demon god from the abyss, the Lord of Flameless. The Lord of Flameless was destroyed by main body's gaze. Angor still had the body of main body. If Angor had to make a comparison, the Eye Killer was probably the real Eye Killer. Laplace glanced at Luigi and looked at Angor. Compared to that, the information I read from his memories is more interesting. You're saying there's something wrong with the crystal pool? Angor was startled. Yes. I can't be sure. But Luigi didn't see the whole truth. Ahem. What did I see wrong? Luigi coughed and looked at Laplace in confusion despite the pain in his chest. It's not that everyone failed to obtain the crystal embryo. Some people did, Laplace said indifferently. Huh? Luigi was surprised. I didn't see a crystal embryo coming out of the pool. That doesn't mean you can't get one. Lend me a few illusion nodes, Laplace said as he looked at Angor. Angor didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of illusion nodes appeared. Laplace was already very familiar with the control of the illusion nodes. In just a few seconds, the illusion nodes turned into a light screen under her control. The screen showed the scene of Luigi crossing the crystal pool. The path to the pool wasn't long. It was only several hundred meters. Some of the giant creatures deliberately kept their bodies small so that they wouldn't be able to cross the pool easily. During the whole process, Luigi had been stepping on the soft surface of the pool. He even deliberately slowed down in order to increase the possibility of obtaining the crystal embryo. But it was still useless. From the beginning to the end, the layer of soft mud-like skin of the crystal pool did not break. This was why Luigi was so sure that no one got the crystal embryo's approval. However, after replaying the scene of Luigi crossing the crystal pool, Laplace replayed it. This time, the focus of the entire scene was not on Luigi, but on the gigantic creature that deliberately restrained its body size. It was a giant dragon shrouded in a faint white mist. Its real name was Mist Dragon. Although they were not one of the 6 great dragon clans, the Mist Dragons were not to be underestimated in the 100-dragon divine nation. They were born with the ability to control fog. When they were in the fog, their huge bodies would completely elementalize, making them immune to physical attacks. At this time, the mist dragon had already turned into elemental energy and was slowly floating above the crystal pool. From the beginning to the end, there was nothing unusual about the mist dragon. When Laplace zoomed in on one of the images, both Angor and Luigi noticed the floating crystal dust at the same time. It took less than half a second for the crystal dust to merge with the mist, which was why Luigi didn't notice it. This looks like the crystal dust used by the Crystal Eye clan to send messages? He remembered seeing the Crystal Eye guards using this kind of crystal dust to communicate with each other back in the fortress. Laplace said, "That's right. It's the crystal dust used for voice transmission." Yes. I'm not done yet. Chapter 3190. The gaze of the main body. The crystal dust was set up by the Crystal Eye clan. Are they communicating with the mist dragon? But that doesn't mean the mist dragon got the crystal embryo. Laplace said, "No, the mist dragon did obtain the crystal embryo. Because I saw and heard it." Angor didn't know what to say. Luigi explained, "We can't see it, but our true form can." Angor was getting more and more confused. To put it simply, we are the true form of our true form. What we experience is also the true form's past. To us, the past is shrouded in fog, but to the main body, as long as the body has experienced the past, everything is clearly visible. Angor frowned. Is this the power of time? Luigi spread out his hands. Not really. We can only see it, but we can't change it. You can think of it as using our true form as a medium to predict what happened in the past. Luigi denied it, but Angor didn't think it was a prophecy at all. The crystal dust had been combined with the fog. Laplace's real body could even see through the fog of the past and hear their internal conversation. Even if the true form was used as a medium, it was still unbelievable. Angor already suspected that Laplace's true form could control the power of time. Now, he was more convinced. Seeing Angor's doubtful look, Laplace hesitated and explained, "My true form's ability is more like the Truth Eye you wizards use." Truth Eye was an advanced level 3 spell called Eye of Truth. Truth Eye was a level 3 cantrip. Among all level 3 cantrips, it was one of the most difficult ones to learn. Its effect was to see through the surface and find the most real answer. After the Eye of Truth was upgraded to the Eye of Truth, it had jumped 3 levels, from a level 3 cantrip to a level 3 spell. Its effect was also a qualitative change. Not only could one see the answer, but they could also see the secrets hidden in time. Back in the ruin where Angor lived, Mr. Rain once used Truth Eye to examine a knight's armor. That was how Angor learned about Truth Eye. Truth Eye did involve part of the power of time, but it didn't really enter the domain of time. It was just a way to borrow light. Through a special method, it borrowed a little bit of time to look into the past. Apparently, Laplace was trying to tell Angor that this wasn't the real power of time. Angor believed Laplace's words, but it didn't mean Laplace's true form didn't possess the power of time. Essence//library unmistakable first release. However, Angor didn't ask further. He just needed to know. Did Crystal Dust and the Mist Dragon talk to each other? Yes. Laplace nodded. After that, Laplace manipulated the illusion nodes to create a voice conversation. The content of the conversation was simple. Mist Dragon wondered why Jing Chen was here. An old voice came from Jing Chen's side. "Mr. Mist Dragon, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to inform Mr. Mist Dragon that you found a crystal embryo." "Isn't the embryo under the crystal pool?" Mist Dragon asked. "Since the crystal embryo is at the bottom of the crystal pool, what is the meaning of this message?" "There is indeed a crystal embryo under the pool, but it won't accept anyone who isn't a Crystal Eye. In order to make sure that no one will accept it, and to please everyone, we'll prepare a crystal embryo for anyone who passes the pool." In other words, getting a crystal embryo wasn't just a matter of luck. If you were strong enough, you could also be manipulated to get a crystal embryo. Mist Dragon didn't get carried away by the sugar-coated words. Instead, he asked, "How do you know who's strong?" "We have our ways, Mr. Mist Dragon. The crystal embryo is a gift we provide to show respect to the strong. We don't ask for anything in return. It's up to you whether you want it or not." Mist Dragon pondered. "I'm not done yet." Chapter 3190. The gaze of the original body. After a moment, he asked, "What type of crystal embryo?" "A defensive one," Xianxia quickly replied. "You can customize it into a crystal shell that can defend against energy attacks." The mist dragon was almost immune to direct physical attacks, but it couldn't completely defend against energy attacks. Therefore, when Xianxia said that he would give it a crystal shell that could defend against energy attacks without asking for anything in return, even if the mist dragon wanted to refuse, it couldn't do so. In the end, the mist dragon accepted the crystal embryo that was manipulated under the table. "Mr. Mist Dragon, you can go to the Crystal Eye outpost to register and customize the crystal embryo. It takes time to customize the crystal embryo, so it will probably be finished around noon tomorrow." "Mr. Mist Dragon, you can go and get it then." Mist Dragon nodded, indicating that he understood. At this time, the crystal dust slowly began to fall, ready to sink into the crystal pool. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, Mist Dragon asked curiously, "I have to register, but I have to say my name. Who are you?" After floating for a few seconds, the crystal dust slowly said, "Casada, my name is Casada. To see the latest update of Super Dimensional Warlock, please enter m.com to view. First update at chapter 3190. The gaze of the main body Casada." Angor repeated the name in a low voice. What a coincidence. Casada was the Crystal Eye Elder who summoned his old friend during the ritual at the Ring Fortress. Now, Casada's shadow was actually behind the crystal pool. Angor began to suspect that this was not fate but a sign of a new beginning. As for what kind of beginning and sign, Angor had a hunch that he would find out once Gleipnir found the answer. While Angor was focusing on Casada, Luigi's attention shifted to something else. A powerful being can choose a crystal embryo? And a custom-made one? What about me? What about me? Asked Luigi's soul, with both joy and doubt. He could already see a crystal embryo flying toward him from afar. Angor didn't want to ruin Luigi's dream, but Laplace didn't seem to care. Since Gleipnir wasn't here, Angor had no choice but to let Laplace do the talking. "Hey, Luigi, have you thought about one possibility?" "What is it?" "Casada doesn't think you're a powerful being, so he didn't choose a crystal embryo for you?" Luigi frowned. "How is that possible? Didn't you feel how powerful my true form is?" Angor nodded. "I did, but you and my true form are two different things." If it had been Laplace himself who had come in person, the Crystal Eye race would have been willing to give away the best crystal shell, let alone the crystal embryo. Of course, Angor also believed that Laplace's true form wasn't interested in the shells at all. Laplace's body could resist the corrosion of the mirror ocean, while the strongest crystal shell of the Crystal Eye race could barely resist some of the mirror light of life and death of the eternal mirror ocean. In terms of defensive power, they were on completely different levels. If Laplace's true form was here, he wouldn't even look at the so-called crystal shell. How is it not the same thing? Luigi tried to defend himself, but his tone was much weaker. Clearly, he also knew that he couldn't compare with Laplace's true form. "Even if we don't consider my true form, am I not strong enough? Am I not worthy of being manipulated? Are you sure you're stronger than that, Miss Dragon?" Laplace spoke up in a cold tone. "Are you sure you're stronger than that?" Luigi hesitated for a moment before admitting defeat. "I'm not as strong as that, Miss Dragon, but I'm still considered strong, right?" Laplace sneered. Her slender fingers touched the light screen, and the illusion nodes on the light screen began to flash rapidly. Soon, 4 different creatures appeared on the light screen. It was a tall man wearing an exquisite black uniform that resembled a military uniform. He had shiny leather boots on his feet and a fur cloak on his back. His eyes were covered with a black cloth with golden patterns. It was a rock creature the size of a small mountain, and its body was covered with all kinds of gemstones. A floating ball similar to Duduli, but it is not pink, but light blue. There was also a half-naked girl who was holding a dandelion and wearing a bucket-sized mask. These 4 entered the crystal pool at the same time as you. Not to mention the Mist Dragon from before. Are you sure you are stronger than these 4? Laplace looked at Luigi. Luigi was unhappy at first, but when he saw the images on the light screen, he slowly calmed down. Luigi didn't say anything, but Angor already knew that Luigi was not as strong as these 4. Angor never fought against Luigi, but he could tell that Luigi was somewhere between a truth-finder wizard and a truth-finder wizard. If both sides didn't use their trump cards, the chances of winning would be 50-50. If even Luigi had to admit that the four on the light screen were stronger than him, then they must be stronger than him. Out of curiosity, Angor began to observe the creatures on the light screen as well. Update without error at the man in the uniform and boots was an Injit, no doubt. Angor was still worried about the Injit's heart flame, so he paid more attention to this race. However, unlike the other Injit, this man was wearing a blindfold. I'm not done yet. Chapter 3191. Telu. Blindfold. As the name suggested, blindfolds were used to cover one's eyes. The Injit were born without eyes, so it didn't matter whether they were blindfolded or not. Him wearing a blindfold was completely unnecessary. Unless he had eyes, regardless of whether he had eyes or not, this person must be very special. To be recognized by Luigi, he must be outstanding. The second one was a rock creature. Angor knew that he was from the Rongshire clan. As one of the most feared destroyers in the Mirror Realm, it wasn't surprising that he was strong. The third one was a light blue orb creature. Angor didn't know what race it was, but he saw how terrifying Tucheli's aura was. If this man was from the same race as Tucheli, it made sense that he was so strong. The last one was someone Angor had never seen before. She was a half-naked girl about 1.2 meters tall. The dandelion in her hand didn't look special at all. Only her bucket-sized mask was special. What race was she? She's a member of the Telu royal family from Telu City. You can think of her as a princess, Laplace explained. Laplace took over the conversation and explained, the unique characteristic of the Tlu people is that their heads are all shaped like teacups. They are also called teacup heads. The teacup head contains their innate talent and is the powerful foundation of the Telu people. However, because the teacup head is too weak, it is also their fatal weakness. Because of this, Telu people always add a layer of protection to their heads after leaving Telu City. In other words, the bucket-sized mask wasn't for covering one's face. It was for defense. Teacup heads. That's weird. After hearing about the characteristics of the Tluo people, Angor tried to imagine what they looked like and felt a little strange. What do you mean? Laplace asked. Angor shook his head. I don't know. I don't think they're natural. They're more like artificial creatures. Teacups were a common tool used by humans. Even if a teacup gave birth to a spirit, it would only have one. Tree spirits, wood spirits, stone spirits, and the Elder of Books were all unique creatures. If a teacup gave birth to a spirit, it would only have one. But now, the teacup heads seemed to have become an entire race with their own civilization, which was quite strange. Laplace asked, artificial creatures? That's an interesting point. I don't know if you're right, but there are some strange things about the Telu people. For example, their history. History? Angor was surprised. You mean they're not native to the Sun Mirror region? Laplace shook his head. That's not what I meant. The Telu people are a race that suddenly appeared in the White Sun Mirror region between 2,800 and 3,000 years ago. I don't know where they came from before that. Even the Telu people themselves don't know. It's as if their history was erased. What's going on? Laplace said, it's not up to me to say whether or not there's anything fishy. But there's a common theory among all the races in the Mirror region. It's that the Telu people went through the empty Mirror Sea and came to the Sun Mirror region. They must have come from another Mirror region. As for why he had such a guess, there were two reasons. First, the Telu people suddenly appeared in the Sun Mirror region without any history, which led people to think of the Hollow people. The empty Mirror Sea was the only thing that could cause such a thing. Second, the Telu people were able to join the Sun Mirror region without being rejected by the other races because they could use aggregation energy. It might be an accident if a single creature could use aggregation energy. However, if an entire race could use aggregation energy, they had to be from a mirror region. The same applied to the Telu people. It didn't matter if their history was erased. As long as they were from a mirror region, they should be fine. Do you think they came from the empty Mirror Sea? Laplace considered for a moment. I don't know. I've never seen anyone who came out of the empty mirror sea alive for hundreds of thousands of years. Unless they also have a super defensive dimension like their heart. I'm not done yet. Chapter 3191. The Telu people. But if the Telu people really have a defensive dimension that can protect them from the empty mirror sea, why would they forget their history? Laplace wasn't sure if the Telu people came from the empty mirror sea, but she didn't think so. If they didn't come from the empty mirror sea, could they have come from the ghost moth? Angor guessed, just like the singers and the Usins. If the ghost moth really has a tunnel that connects to other mirror regions, maybe they came from there as well? Laplace nodded. That's possible. But if the Telu people really came from the ghost moth, then they were far from the artificial creatures Angor thought. Regardless of where the Telu people came from, it didn't matter now. They could only use it as a topic for conversation. Is this Princess Telu powerful? Angor pointed at the half-naked girl in the image. Is that dandelion her weapon? Laplace said, infinite energy bomb. Laplace said, this Princess Telu can release a kind of high-energy bomb infinitely. But I don't know if it's really infinitely. However, someone had seen her continuously releasing energy bombs for several days and her body was still full of energy. If there's no way to deal with her infinite energy bomb, she's invincible. Clearly, Luigi had no way to deal with Princess Telu's infinite energy bomb. Otherwise, Laplace wouldn't have listed her on the screen. As for that dandelion, it's just an ordinary one. It doesn't have any special power. However, the word dandelion had a special meaning to the Telu people. Every race in the Sun Mirror region knew that the Telu people's past was erased, so how could they not know about it? The development of civilization was one step at a time, and there was a process to be found. A race with a blank past might be recognized as a civilized race by other races, but they still didn't know what to do. This was the case for the Telu people. Most of the Paluxiu's characters were despicable and greedy for small gains. The Telu people, on the other hand, were usually self-pitying. They felt that they had no roots and were like dandelion seeds. No one knew where they came from. They only knew that they floated through the void and floated to the other side of the world. Yes, although the Telu people had built Teluga City, all of them had a common understanding: they would leave in the end, just like the dandelions, to the other side of the world. And this other shore might be a new world, or it might be their past. Thus, the word dandelion had a special meaning in the hearts of the Telu people. Almost every Telu person would mention dandelions every day. There were even people like Princess Telu who would hold a dandelion every day. Dandelions had a very high status in the hearts of the Telu people, but to other races, dandelions were very ordinary plants. In the past, they didn't care at all, but now that the Telu people had appeared, dandelions were given a new value. Essence//book pavilion first update: almost all of the dandelions in the Mirror region had been contracted by the Telu people. There was a saying that was very popular in the Unfallen Royal City: if you don't know what to sell to the Telu people, then you can't go wrong with dandelions. Dandelion plants, dandelion decorations, dandelion clothes. Anything with dandelion elements would be loved by the Telu people. If you want to get more crystals quickly, you can also sell dandelions to the Telu people, Laplace said to Laplace. Ancient Tooth Fairy once sold a dandelion-shaped magic staff for a sky-high price. If you make a dandelion magic staff, the Telu people will go crazy for it. Angor only wanted to find out more about the people who caused trouble for Luigi. He didn't expect to get such a good piece of information. Although he didn't really need condensed crystals now, if he really did need a large amount of condensed crystals, contacting the Telu people would be a good choice. He made a mental note to find a way to get crystals. He didn't have to make dandelion magic staffs himself. He could just ask an apprentice alchemist to order a batch of low-level ones and get some crystals. And I'm not finished. Chapter 3191. The Telu people. While Angor and Laplace were chatting, Luigi finally came back to his senses. Compared to before, Luigi looked a little disdainful. Maybe he was still thinking about how I'm weak. Speaking of which, I don't think there's anything wrong with the crystal pool apart from the fact that it's only for powerful people. Luigi looked at Angor. You don't have to be so careful. Angor shrugged. It doesn't matter if I'm careful or not. I won't get the embryos anyway. I'm not a powerful person either. Luigi felt comforted by Angor's words. He smiled. You're right. I won't get the crystal embryos anyway, and I'll have to be observed in secret to see if I'm a powerful person. Whether Luigi was trying to comfort himself or not, Angor didn't know. However, Luigi's words made Angor and Laplace think for a while. Observe the powerful people in secret? Is this the real purpose of the crystal pool? Laplace asked. Is this the real reason? For the latest update of Dimensional Warlock, please enter M. Com to view. Chapter 3191. The Telu People. The chance of gaining the approval of a crystal embryo under the crystal pool was about 1 in 1,000. Although the chance was small, if the number was increased, a large number of crystal embryos would still be sent out. And the number of people who came to the meeting this time could increase the number of crystal embryos. Besides, the crystal pool could also be used to select powerful crystal embryos. In this way, more crystal embryos would be sent out. Moreover, each crystal embryo would be custom-made. Just thinking about it made Angor feel that this was a bit too generous. Were the crystal eyes really this generous? Were they really just little angels who provided benefits without asking for anything in return? Neither Angor nor Laplace believed it. Therefore, they guessed that the crystal eye race was doing this to observe the experts in secret. But it didn't seem like a big deal. It was normal for powerful beings to be noticed. But Angor couldn't think of any other reason other than this. Could it be that the crystal eyes really wanted nothing but to be grateful? This Casada might be the key, Angor muttered to himself. What key? Luigi was still thinking about what happened and didn't understand what Angor was talking about. Angor explained, the summoning ritual and the crystal embryos in the crystal pool are two completely different things. The only thing that connects these two things together is Casada. In our opinion, there's something fishy about these two incidents, and Casada played an important role in both incidents. Does that mean that these fishy incidents are actually the same thing, and the mastermind is Casada? Angor shrugged. Of course, maybe we're just being paranoid. But Casada's appearance is really strange. Before Luigi could react, he asked subconsciously, how is it strange? You're the one who told me about Casada. How can you forget about it now? Luigi paused. Luigi's expression froze for a second. When he sent a message on behalf of Gleipnir, he mentioned Casada's information. According to Ida's information, Casada was promoted to elder 600 years ago. Although he was a member of the Council of Elders, Casada was the most reclusive elder. He always stayed in the forbidden area and rarely appeared in public. Casada could only be seen during the most important sacrificial ceremony, when all the elders were gathered. Otherwise, even Ida would not be able to recognize Casada's appearance. From this, it could be seen that Casada was an extremely low-key person. He would not appear easily. But this time, he had appeared consecutively. This was something worth mentioning. Was it important for so many races to gather together? It was important, but not as important as he had imagined. It was a routine gathering of many races. As long as there were no major incidents, most of the races in the Mirror region would send people, so it was definitely important. However, there was also a proviso here. Since it was called a routine gathering, it meant that it wasn't just a one-time event, but a long-term event that would continue to exist in the future. This kind of routine gathering had been going on for thousands of years. If it was long, it would be held once every few decades. If it was short, it would be held once every few years. Therefore, it wasn't that bad to say that it was very important. The longer one lived, the more parties one would attend. And would Casada specially come out because of the routine gathering of multiple races? Not according to Luigi. The reason was simple. More than 10 years ago, the Crystal Eye race hosted a routine gathering of many races. According to Ida, Casada did not show up at that gathering. This time, the gathering was held in Crystal City, but the real supporters were Palucci and scholars of Mirror Sea. The Crystal Eye race only provided a venue. For the Crystal Eye race, this gathering was not as important as the previous one. But this time, Casada showed up. Now that he thought about it, Casada's appearance was indeed suspicious. He didn't seem like someone who cared about gatherings, but he was actively doing something. Some of these things were obviously wrong, such as the ring fort ceremony. Some of them looked reasonable, but there was something fishy behind them, such as the fixed crystal embryo in the crystal pool. In that case, Casada might really be a key figure. Luigi looked up. Why don't I go and ask around? I don't know that Miss Dragon, but I've seen it before. It should know about me. Angor shook his head. Angor shook his head without hesitation. If you ask it, you'll be telling it that you're spying on it, won't you? And it's looking into the mist. I think it'll attack you as soon as you tell it. According to Laplace, Luigi couldn't defeat the Mist Dragon, and Luigi couldn't explain how he knew about the fixed crystal embryo. Asking the Mist Dragon would only get him beaten up. There was no need. Let's wait for Gleipnir's news. Angor had a feeling that Gleipnir's information from Saluda might have something to do with this. It would be better if it didn't. They were only concerned about this because of Force Tower. If Force Tower had nothing to do with Casada, it would be easy to solve the problem. Gleipnir could handle it alone. But if Force Tower had something to do with Casada or the Crystal Eye race, it would be difficult to solve. Of course, they could ask Force Tower to leave Crystal City as Ida suggested. But if Force Tower had something to do with the Crystal Eye race, leaving would not solve the problem. Angor didn't think about it further. He would find out when Gleipnir's report came. He was just a spectator. If Gleipnir wasn't involved, he wouldn't even pay attention to it. Under the guidance of the signboard, they finally arrived at the main station where the gathering would take place. The first thing Angor saw were the familiar corridors and fences. Without a doubt, the main station looked exactly the same as the circular fortress. The only difference was that, it was much, much bigger. Angor could see the other side of the circular fortress at first glance. Now, he was leaning against the fence of an unknown floor of the fortress. Looking across, he saw faint clouds and mist, as well as a vague silhouette at the end of the clouds. It felt like he was looking at a mountain in the distance. But now, the vague silhouette represented the circular fortress on the other side. From this, it could be seen that the size of the ring-shaped castle was beyond imagination. Looking into the distance, it was already a vast expanse of clouds and mist. Looking down from the railing, one couldn't see the bottom at a glance. Angor had seen circular fortresses with dozens or hundreds of floors. But this one was much taller, or more accurately, deeper than any of them. 1,000 floors? Or even more, he couldn't see the top of the fortress either. There were only corridors, fences, and all kinds of stairs. Angor didn't know how big the fortress was, but he had to admit that it was an architectural wonder. Crystal City was already huge enough to be called a wonder. But that was only from the outside. Inside the city, with the help of all kinds of space expansion, the size of the fortress had already exceeded the capacity of the city. This circular fortress alone was as big as a super city. He was only looking at the big picture, but he could already imagine the terrifying size and capacity of the ring-shaped fortress, which was as big as a city. John always wanted to turn the new city into the punk capital described in various novels back on Earth. The city was indeed developing in the direction of fantasy punk, but it still wasn't to John's satisfaction. If John could see this ring-shaped castle, he would probably be shocked as well. Even if this was not a fantasy punk, it was not far from the punk capital in his heart. Such an architectural wonder was already impressive enough. But what was even more impressive was the brightly lit signboards and shops, as well as the dense crowds of people, or humanoids, or creatures of unknown species. Even Angor himself felt shy as if he had just stepped into a super city. It was enough to tell how big the main stage of the party was. The densely packed floors and crowds created the greatest pressure Angor had ever seen. Compared to Angor's ignorance, Luigi and Laplace were much calmer. What do you think? Luigi stepped forward. Angor heaved a sigh of relief. And here I thought the party was a bit too scattered with hundreds of fortresses and all kinds of stalls. But now I realize that I underestimated the number of people here. There must be more than just Crystal Eye race here. Angor didn't know if there were any races here, but at least he felt like there were thousands of races gathered here. Don't you have anything else to say other than lamenting the number of people? Luigi continued to ask. Angor considered for a moment. I think there's a powerful force here. I can't sense its source or malice, but I have a feeling that it's going to erupt at any time. You're talking about the city's defense mechanism, which is used against those who don't follow the rules. But it's only effective against the weak. It's nothing to the strong. Angor looked at Luigi. So, are you strong or weak under the defense mechanism? Luigi's expression froze, and he turned his head awkwardly. He coughed twice, and said, "That's not important. Anyway, you know that there's a defense mechanism. As long as you don't pick a fight here, you won't cause that force to rebound." After that, Luigi immediately changed the topic. Other than that, do you have anything else to say? Angor was puzzled. Haven't I said enough? Luigi sighed. Don't you want to know how to find a place with so many levels? When you're talking about the big picture, you tend to overlook the details. Huh? Luigi didn't get it. Why did the poem sound so familiar? Angor said, what I mean is, you need to improve your perspective and emotions step by step. I haven't reached your level yet. Luigi nodded as if he understood. Since I brought it up, you should have reached this step, right? I see. You want me to ask you how to get out of here, right? I'll ask now. I'm the one who's trying to educate you. Why are you so reluctant? Luigi muttered softly before continuing, don't be fooled by the number of floors here. There are actually many short-distance teleportation portals on every floor. Think of it as a special staircase called skipping. You just need to use the skipping stairs to get to your destination. Speaking of this, Luigi pointed to a place where a crowd had gathered 100 meters away. Do you see that? That must be the place where the stairs are. While speaking, Luigi had already walked toward the staircase. Angor glanced at Laplace and followed him. Where are we going now? Angor asked, are we going to Paluzzo Station? I don't know which level Paluzzo Station is on. Let's go to the 100-digit level first. The 100-digit level, Luigi explained, every race's station is arranged on the 100-digit level, so the fastest way to find a station is to go to the 100-digit level. Luigi didn't know which level Paluzzo Station was on, but he could just find a random station and ask. Luigi couldn't wait to go and deal with Paluzzo, who blacklisted him. The so-called skipping stairs looked like a big crowd from afar. However, when Angor and the others arrived, several groups of people had already been teleported away. There were only a few people left. Also, it didn't look like they were going to skip floors. It looked like they were waiting for someone. Suddenly, a woman with a mirror on her head approached them. She seemed to be a woman. Her head looked like a mirror. Angor didn't know why she came, but he saw a lovely smile on her face. Hey, mirror shop number 219 is having a 20% discount. Wanna check it out? There are very good products. A thin, soft, but synthetic voice came from the mirror. Angor was wondering if the woman knew Luigi, but it turned out to be a salesman. Luigi waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. The mirror-faced woman was also very tactful. She smiled and retreated. Angor moved closer to Luigi and asked, aren't you going to ask her if she has any music sheets? Luigi shook his head. The mirror race can't appreciate our music. Their way of communication is different from ours. The mirror race was a humanoid race with a mirror on their head. They were a stream of consciousness race. Their consciousness could move between all the mirrors in their race, so their core was their consciousness. As for their bodies, they could share them. For example, the consciousness of this woman's body could be Little Red during the day. After Little Red got off work, the body could be replaced by Little Green. If Little Green wanted to slack off, Little Blue could take over. If Little Blue left, Little Yellow could take over. In this way, the body could be shared. A race that relied purely on the stream of consciousness only communicated with their minds, while their external communication was synthetic speech. It was impossible to ask them to appreciate music. How could they get good music sheets if they couldn't even appreciate music? Besides, didn't you hear the name of their shop? It's number 219. If you really want to visit a mirror race shop, just go to the first 10, no, the first 3. Every shop owned by the Spectacles clan was called Little Mirror. Maybe it was a bad name, or maybe there was some symbolic meaning behind it. Anyway, anyone who saw a Little Mirror shop was sure that it belonged to a Spectacle clan member. Many Spectacle clan members came to rent a shop during the meeting, which led to the conflicting names. That was how they came up with serial numbers. The higher the serial number, the more powerful the clan, and the better the variety of goods. The first three were the official shops of the Spectacle clan, which meant that they wouldn't be too shabby. Therefore, the first three serial numbers were the best choices for shopping. Luigi briefly explained the information about Little Mirror and stepped onto the staircase. Let me see which floor we're on. The staircase looked like a pavilion made of crystal. As soon as Luigi walked in, the surrounding crystal walls began to emit waves of polymerization energy. The energy turned into a ray of light and formed an illusory number in the air, 3929. The number kept fluctuating and didn't seem to be fixed, as if it could be changed with a slight push. And it was. Luigi reached out his hand and pushed the last three digits, which changed from 929 to 000. Next, he changed the number from 3 to 4. Now, the illusory number showed 4000. Luigi looked at Angor. Come in. We're on level 3929. Our target is level 4000. Angor understood what Luigi was doing and followed him into the pavilion. Laplace also followed him inside. When they were all inside the pavilion, Luigi controlled the energy again, and the illusory number slowly disappeared. As the number disappeared, Angor felt the space around him distorting slightly. However, it only lasted for a second before everything returned to normal. Here we are. Luigi patted Angor's shoulder and asked him to look outside. Previously, there was a long black corridor outside the crystal pavilion, and the woman from the mirror race. Now, there was a long golden corridor outside the crystal pavilion, and a bunch of strange-looking races were surrounding it. While Angor looked at them, they were also looking at the three people inside the pavilion. The one standing at the front was a familiar black stick. It was a Longhua clan member. But it wasn't the one who provoked them earlier. The Evermore was smiling, but when he stared at Angor's group, his eyes were actually rolling in different directions. The Longhua race looked around and found that most of the nearby races were of strange shapes and sizes. None of them were humanoid. He seemed to have thought of something and raised his eyebrows. These two-legged humans are really arrogant. Blocking the staircase without moving, do you want us to make way for you? A hint of displeasure appeared in the eyes of some of the brawny but simple-minded beings in the surrounding area. The Longhua being caught sight of this out of the corner of his eye, and a hint of elation appeared in his eyes, but he still maintained a righteous expression as he said, "You humans are just being arrogant, and you're looking down on us." The bewitching voice seemed to be able to affect the emotions of the people around it, but the effect was very minimal, and it had no effect on those who were familiar with the habits of the Longhua race. However, it was very effective on those who didn't have enough intelligence to rely on their muscles. There were even people whose brains were full of muscles who started rolling up their sleeves. When the Longhua race thought that he had succeeded, he failed to notice that a tall shadow had appeared behind him. The appearance of the shadow caused the people around to scatter, while the muscular man who was about to start a fight had already run away. Ignorant troublemaker, you are not welcome on this level. Get out of my sight. A cold voice echoed in the Longhua race's ears. Before the Longhua race knew who Troublemaker was, he was picked up by a claw covered in scales. Who dares touch me? Don't you know the rules of this gathering? The Longhua race turned around in anger and froze when he saw the pair of silver eyes behind him. Mirror. Mirror dragon? The Longhua race's face turned gray. Why is a mirror dragon here? He didn't say anything bad about the mirror dragon. I didn't provoke, the Longhua race tried to beg for mercy. He wanted to negotiate with the 3-meter-tall mirror dragon that had shrunk in size. He wasn't afraid of the other races, but the mirror dragon was a terrifying existence that could ignore the rules here. He definitely didn't dare to provoke them. I don't care if you're provoking me or not. I hate the Longhua clan. That's the only reason I need for you to leave. With that, Mirror Dragon ignored the Longhua clan and threw him out of the fence. Yes, the fence. The crowd only heard a series of miserable cries before the Longhua creature fell down to the 10th floor. It fell into a white cloud and was taken away by the Crystal Eye race guards. At the same time, there were no more onlookers outside the Crystal Pavilion. Only the 3-meter-long Mirror Dragon with black scales remained. The mirror dragon was covered in black scales and had a deep vortex in front of its chest. Its silver eyes were indifferent as it slowly looked at Luigi. "Are you Luigi?" Luigi didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the deep vortex in front of the mirror dragon's chest. Only a cave dragon had such a vortex. If it's a cave dragon, it can't be. Luigi seemed to have thought of something. He quickly summoned his aggregation energy. 4,000 was changed to 3,000. Luigi wanted to leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to face a mirror dragon. Before Luigi could leave, the mirror dragon asked, "Mr. Luigi, are you trying to test my ability to seal space?" Luigi was stunned for a moment and suddenly remembered. Cave dragons were one of the 6 great dragons of the 100-Dragon Kingdom. They were masters of spirit and space manipulation. If the mirror dragon wanted to seal space, Luigi wouldn't be able to escape. Luigi had no choice but to look at Laplace next to him. He knew he couldn't deal with this cave dragon, but Laplace should be able to deal with it easily. However, Laplace only looked away and ignored Luigi's gaze. Luigi then looked at Angor. He knew how important Angor was to Laplace. If Angor was willing to persuade him, Laplace would be willing to help. However, Angor seemed to be thinking about something. His eyes were blank. Luigi tried to throw a few flirtatious glances at Angor, but Angor didn't notice them. Luigi knew that running away wouldn't work. Luigi sighed and turned to look at the black-scaled cave dragon. Could the station on the 4,000th floor belong to the 100-Dragon Divine Nation? The cave dragon nodded. "You're a smart one, Mr. Luigi." "You call this smart? You mirror dragons are all shut-ins. You'll always gather at your stations when you're in the city. Whenever you meet a mirror dragon, you'll be followed by a bunch of them. What bad luck." Luigi rubbed his swollen temples. "Why does the 4,000th layer have to be a mirror dragon station?" The cave dragon didn't answer and waited for Luigi to finish his monologue. 2 minutes later, when Luigi stopped muttering, the cave dragon spoke again. "Mr. Cuculus is waiting for you at the station." Luigi sighed in his mind. Though he had promised to speak with Cuculus at the party, his hidden meaning was that the party was still a long time away, and that he would speak with him in a few days, after he had asked Barigon what he had said. He didn't want to talk to Cuculus on the first day of the party. Luigi didn't know what to do, but he was already here. Besides, the cave dragon already threatened to seal the space. He couldn't leave. He had no choice but to go see Cuculus. Luigi left the crystal pavilion with a sad look on his face. The black-scaled cave dragon led the way in front. Luigi looked back at Angor and Laplace, who followed him out of the pavilion. Clearly, they weren't as lost in their own world as they appeared to be. Luigi wanted to complain, but he swallowed his words and decided not to. "How did Cuculus know that I'm here?" Luigi didn't bother with Laplace, but he still mocked the cave dragon. "How did Cuculus know I'm here?" "I was here for less than a minute, and you showed up already." "What? Did he send you to guard the stairs just to catch me?" The cave dragon continued to lead the way. "The station isn't far from the teleportation point." In other words, the cave dragon only needed to scan the area with its spirit power to see who was coming. "We just saw Cuculus at the entrance." "I said I wanted to talk to him, not now." The black-scaled cave dragon replied, "It's useless for you to tell me that. I can't represent Lord Cuculus' opinion. I'm not talking to you either. If he can scan the area with his spirit power, he should be able to hear me. I'm talking to him." "Hey, Cuculus! Talk to me." Luigi yelled at the air, but he didn't get any response. Still, Luigi's shout did wake Angor up. He wasn't pretending to be thoughtful. He was really thinking about something. He wasn't thinking about the Longhua who tried to sow discord between them. He knew that the Longhua wouldn't pose any threat to them. Even without the cave dragon, Luigi and Laplace could easily take care of it. Angor was thinking about the teleportation point. Or rather, the stairs. Going from the 3,929th to the 4,000th floor was too smooth. Apart from the slight distortion in space, he didn't feel anything else, which surprised him a lot. Apprentices who wanted to use the teleportation portals in the southern wizarding region had to be protected by wizards. Otherwise, the unbalanced spatial energy alone would be enough to make their brains explode. Even wizards would feel a little uncomfortable when using teleportation portals. Unless they used their own mana to open a portal, they wouldn't feel anything. The stairs were obviously used for teleportation. Even if it was only a short distance teleportation, it should still feel a little uncomfortable. But Angor didn't feel anything at all. The stairs were extremely smooth. Angor wondered how such a smooth teleportation could be achieved. However, the comfort of teleportation was not the main reason for him to think about it. The reason why he hadn't left the crystal pavilion and started to empty his mind was because he had discovered something that he couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought about it. Why was there so little spatial energy used during teleportation? Ever since he received the spatial knowledge from Dalmatian, Angor's perception of spatial energy had become more sensitive. When he went through the stairs, he could clearly feel the spatial distortion, but it was very, very slight. The distortion was even less than the amount of spatial energy needed to cast a low-level cantrip. However, this staircase only used such a small amount of spatial energy to activate the teleportation momentum and directly teleport people to the 4000th floor. Angor couldn't understand why. His Gate of Illusion could also do short-distance teleportation, but it consumed a lot of mana. Even with the constant mana whirlpool, he could only use it 10 times in a row. Any more and he would suffer from a backlash. And this was in the wizarding world. If he was in the mirror domain, he would probably overload his mana whirlpool after 6 or 7 times. This was why Angor couldn't figure out how to use such a small amount of energy to move the portal. Angor didn't have time to think about what was going on outside. Even with the help of the server in his mind space, Angor still couldn't get a definite answer. However, the server calculated 2 possibilities with the highest probability. First, a special spatial model. Since the convergence energy was very compatible with space, it could reduce the mana consumption. Second, something inside the Crystal City, such as a large-scale magic array or a large-scale ritual, could be used to convert the mana consumption. Angor didn't know which one it was. But he hoped it was the first one. Only the first one could give him room to improve. He slowly regained his consciousness and heard Luigi's battle of wits with the air. And this air referred to the gigantic mirror dragon they had encountered on their way here, Cuculus. It was also Baragon's playmate. Cuculus is a cave dragon, and cave dragons are good at manipulating spatial energy. Maybe it knows something? Maybe I can ask Luigi for help? Angor mumbled in his mind. Angor didn't know any cave dragons. Besides, he could tell that neither Cuculus nor this black-scaled cave dragon cared about him at all. They only cared about Luigi. So he had to ask Luigi for help. With that in mind, Angor glanced at Laplace. If he asked Luigi directly, Laplace would definitely nag at him. While Angor was thinking, he also spared a bit of attention to observe the outside world, so he knew that Luigi was looking at him for help. Since he believed that Laplace wouldn't do anything to harm Luigi, he didn't pay much attention to Luigi. But now that he had a favor to ask, he couldn't just ask Laplace for help. Angor glanced at Laplace, who sent him a voice transmission. What is it? Angor nodded and told Laplace what he was thinking. The teleportation point? The dragon didn't expect Luigi to ask such a question out of the blue. The dragon didn't really care about Luigi's complaints. It was only here to pick up the passengers and leave them to Cuculus. But now that Luigi asked such a serious question, the dragon didn't know what was on Luigi's mind. Should it answer? The dragon hesitated for a moment but still decided to answer. For the cave dragons, who could see through space, this question was child's play. Answering it would not affect them at all. Besides, it could stop Luigi from nagging along the way. Most importantly, the black-scaled cave dragon knew a little about Luigi's identity. It's simple. The inner circulation will consume less energy than the outer circulation, the dragon explained. Inner circulation? Outer circulation? Luigi didn't get it. But it didn't matter if he understood or not. Angor was the only one who could understand. Luigi used mental synchronization to ask Laplace. Laplace glanced at Angor from the corner of his eyes. I think so. But I need more information. Angor's reply came through the telepathic message. Laplace simplified his explanation and replied to Luigi, I don't get it. Luigi quickly replied, I don't get it. What inner and outer circulation? I'm not a dragon, so I don't know much about space. We're still some distance away from the station, so just tell me. The dragon didn't know what the three were thinking. When the energy circulates inside your body, it will consume less energy compared to the outside world. Internal circulation? Even Luigi was taken aback by the question. Yes. The dragon nodded. How could it be the circulation in the body? I was clearly asking about the consumption of spatial energy. If it's inner circulation, are you going to tell me we're inside a giant beast? Luigi found the answer ridiculous. He was sure that they were in Crystal City. The city was built by the Crystal Eye race over many years. It wasn't a giant beast. It was just a magnificent building. Or perhaps, the black-scaled cave dragon meant that the main stop of this gathering was inside the body of a certain behemoth. Luigi found it inconceivable, but the black-scaled cave dragon remained calm. I never said that we were inside the body of an almighty beast. Besides, can it only be called an internal circulation in the body of an almighty beast? Luigi still didn't understand. What do you mean? The black-scaled cave dragon looked around, and a wave of space energy quickly surrounded everyone. Under Luigi's vigilant gaze, the cave dragon said calmly, I won't do anything to you. It's just that some of the Crystal Eye race's elders will come looking for me if I say something in front of it. It's very annoying. Although it might not notice me, in order to avoid trouble, it's better to shield myself. At this point, the black-scaled cave dragon suddenly turned to glance at Laplace. Laplace had her barrier activated the entire time. Logically speaking, the black-scaled cave dragon should have activated its spatial concealment to cover her barrier. But strangely, Laplace's barrier did not waver at all, even though his spatial shroud had been activated. It had always thought that Laplace was just a friend of Luigi's, but now it seemed to be a little out of its expectations. Either Laplace's barrier was special, or Laplace's barrier was stronger than its own. If it was the latter, then her identity, the cave dragon suddenly thought of a rumor that it did not dare to think about. It quickly extinguished the flame of curiosity in its mind and did not dare to think about it further. It did not even dare to look at Laplace again. It did not matter if it could not be covered. Laplace's barrier could still block that thing's view. The cave dragon calmed down and spoke in a low voice, you can think of the Crystal City as a whole. Since we're inside the city, we're basically inside the city's body. Any energy circulating inside the body will consume more energy than outside. Luigi frowned. How can the Crystal City be a living thing? It's just a slightly bigger building. The Crystal City itself is not a living thing, but it can gain sentience. Both Luigi and Angor understood what the cave dragon meant. You're saying, the Crystal City has a spirit? The cave dragon nodded. Correct. As far as I know, the spirit of the Crystal City used to be a small house spirit. But since the day it was born, the Crystal Eye race deliberately raised it. Now, it's barely qualified to be called the spirit of a giant city. Barely qualified? Luigi frowned. The black-scaled cave dragon said, Crystal City is too big for it to fully control. But it's not a problem to control the core of the city. And the main station of the gathering was obviously the core of the Crystal City. The giant city spirit controlled this place, so everyone in the gathering was equivalent to being in the giant city spirit's body. Normally speaking, a spirit that relied on a house or a city had a certain degree of spatial property. Using the teleportation device inside the spirit's body was the same as using the spirit's space energy to circulate inside the spirit's body. Of course, the cost was minimal. Just like how the wizards in Brute Cavern could enjoy the benefits of the Tree of Eternity, they were actually benefiting from the Tree of Eternity. The Tree of Eternity was the true form of the Tree of Eternity. In the same way, they were benefiting from the spirit of the giant city by using teleportation. Angor was a little disappointed. First of all, it meant that both of his assumptions were wrong. Second of all, using the spirit's energy to reduce the cost of teleportation would not help him at all. After all, he could only use teleportation on the outside world, not inside his body. He did not have Lil Man inside his body. Angor sighed in disappointment. He thought he had found a chance to improve his gate of illusion, but it turned out he was wrong. But it made sense. Spatial abilities were used to move the world's network, so it was normal that they cost a lot. To be honest, his Gate of Illusion was much less draining than most spatial spells. Of course, the Gate of Illusion activated by special energy was an exception. It would take about half a year to recharge, which was much harder to maintain than level 3 spatial spells. However, the effect of the Gate of Illusion activated by the special energy was also very powerful. He could directly use his consciousness to kill his way into a mysterious object that was out of order and not be affected by the mysterious object. He could even leave safely. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Everything related to the alien eye, including its ability, was Angor's greatest secret. Speaking of which, the Gate of Illusion had finished recharging. Once Dorai's left ancient otherworld and entered the chest of reincarnation, he could find some time to explore it. While Angor was thinking, Luigi was also surprised by the sudden revelation. The spirit of the giant city. I've never heard of it before. Luigi turned to look at Laplace, wanting to ask if Laplace knew. Laplace shook her head. She didn't even pay attention to Tunida's affairs. Why would she pay attention to the internal changes of Crystal City? The cave dragon watched Laplace and Luigi's interaction in silence. Now, it was certain that Laplace was a clone of that terrifying existence. But it didn't dare to ask. The cave dragon forced itself to look at Luigi. The spirit of Crystal City isn't a secret in the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. For a race like the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom that stood at the top of the White Sun Mirror Zone, the so-called secrets of other races were nothing more than information that came out of one ear and came out of the other. Anyway, the cave dragon had known about this for a long time. And it didn't care at all. Or rather, none of the other dragons in the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom cared. So what if it was the spirit of the giant city? It wasn't hard for the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom to destroy it. Besides, the spirit of the giant city had nothing to do with the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. Why would it care about something so trivial? So you know a lot about the secrets of Crystal City? Luigi raised an eyebrow. Do you know the secret of the Saint Corpse Crystal? The cave dragon humphed. Of course. The Saint Corpse Crystal is, halfway through its words, it paused. It looked in a certain direction as if it was trying to listen for something. Seconds later, the black-scaled cave dragon shook its head at Luigi. I can't talk about that. Why not? The black-scaled cave dragon replied, Lord Cuculus told me not to speak of this matter. If you really want to know, you can ask him, Mr. Luigi. I don't know everything myself, but I'm not lying. The secret of the Saint Corpse Crystal isn't a big deal to the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. Cuculus told it not to tell? Interesting. Did the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom and the Crystal Eye race come to some kind of agreement? However, it didn't matter even if Cuculus didn't say anything. Gleipnir would eventually find out. Since he had nothing better to do, he planned to ask Luigi to see if the cave dragon knew anything about the singers and the harpies. But before he could ask, the cave dragon spoke first. We've arrived at the station. This way, please. The station of the 100 Spirit Divine Kingdom. He looked around curiously and did not see any door. The only thing he saw was a smooth crystal wall, which did not seem to have any entrances. However, there was a glowing ring outside the fence. While he was wondering if it was some kind of optical phenomenon or some kind of special mechanism, the black-scale cave dragon suddenly flew into the air and went inside the light. Angor realized that the ring was the door of the station. The entrance wasn't on the floor above. Instead, it was in the air outside the fence. This was a little ingenious. Angor sighed as he and the others flew into the air and prepared to enter the ring. While looking down at the ring, Angor finally noticed how huge it was. It had to be at least 100 meters in radius. But it made sense if it was the gate of the Mirror Dragon Clan station. After all mirror dragons were as big as mountains. The body of the cave dragon was probably dozens of times bigger than the ring. While passing through the ring, Angor sensed the distortion of space again. But this time, the distortion was much stronger than when they jumped through the stairs. This meant that the distortion wasn't caused by the city spirit's internal circulation. The teleportation gate of the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom was probably set up by the mirror dragons themselves. According to the cave dragon, Cuculus was the person in charge of this station. Cuculus was also a cave dragon who was good at manipulating space, so it made sense for him to set up an exclusive station. Such a station would consume a lot of energy, but they wouldn't have to worry about being watched by the city spirit. It was the best station for them. After a while of weightlessness, Angor and the others finally landed on the ground. At this moment, they were no longer within the confines of the house. Instead, they were in a huge space with a sky, verdant mountains, and streams flowing through it. This is a mirror space, Luigi explained. It's very stable, and its energy level isn't much lower than that of Hot Gold City. As expected of the 100-Dragon Divine Kingdom. They even have a mirror space like this. A second ago, Luigi's words were filled with envy and jealousy, but soon, he seemed to have thought of something and leisurely whistled. However, no matter how rich your family is, you can only afford this kind of mirror space. So you have a mirror space that's even stronger than this one? A familiar spirit ripple came from afar. Angor and the others looked back and saw a 20-meter-long mirror dragon flying toward them from the top of the green mountain. This mirror dragon was none other than Cuculus. Cuculus didn't fly very fast, but he could teleport. 1 second, he was at the top of the green mountain, and the next, he was already in front of them. They couldn't sense any spatial energy around them, which meant Cuculus was very good at manipulating space. Of course I have a better mirror space. But it's none of your business. I won't invite you, said Luigi. He paused and sneered. If you've already shrunk, why don't you keep shrinking instead of making it so big? My neck is stiff from playing music every day. I can't even lift my head. Luigi raised his hand and pretended to be in pain as he pressed his neck. Cuculus was also a 20-meter-long dragon, but as one of the 6 most powerful dragons in the 100-Dragon Divine Kingdom, he couldn't be so small. If he reverted to his true form, they wouldn't be able to find his head even if they looked up with their eyes. Cuculus remained silent and didn't argue with Luigi. He slowly shrunk his body until he was only 2 meters long, turning into a mini dragon. So you don't mind being so small now? Luigi humphed. Angor didn't understand, but Cuculus did. When I was young, I only thought that cave dragons shouldn't lower their prideful heads just to accommodate others. So now you're willing to accommodate others? Cuculus said, I know now that I shouldn't use my pride on my companions. I'm willing to accommodate those who deserve it. For example, my own kind, or you, as the incarnation of that great being. 2 things were revealed in Cuculus' speech. First of all, Cuculus knew Luigi's identity and that there was a great being behind Luigi. This was why Cuculus was willing to accommodate Luigi and shrink his body size. However, Cuculus didn't seem to know who Laplace was. He didn't show any respect when he glanced at Laplace. Also, the second piece of information revealed by this sentence was that Cuculus had matured. Angor was wondering what Cuculus and Luigi were talking about earlier. But after hearing Cuculus' words, he understood everything. The key figure was still the mini-dragon, Barigon. According to Cuculus, as Barigon's childhood friend, Cuculus still held the pride of being a cave dragon and never respected or accommodated Barigon. As a result, Barigon's young soul was wronged. Now, Cuculus was saying that he had grown up. It was also because it believed that it had grown that it did not care about the superiority of its huge size, and was willing to put away its pride as a cave dragon and shrink its size. These were the 2 main points Cuculus was trying to convey. However, it was hard to tell whether Cuculus had truly grown up or just became a sly and cunning person. But it didn't matter to Angor. Cuculus was here for Luigi, not him. Since you're here, shall we talk about your promise? Cuculus looked at Luigi. Luigi frowned. My promise? What promise? Cuculus' silver eyes twinkled. Not long ago, you promised that you could find a way for me to meet Barigon. Luigi, about that, it's possible, wait. Cuculus interrupted Luigi and glanced around. He didn't know when, but he already saw various colorful lines appearing on the mountains around them. Those were all mirror dragons from 100-Dragon Kingdom. They were probably here to listen to gossip. Let's talk somewhere else? Luigi shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he did not care. Cuculus turned to the black-scaled cave dragon who led them here. Quintera, show the other 2 guests around. Make sure they're satisfied. Of course, Cuculus was referring to Angor and Laplace. The black-scaled cave dragon nodded. As you wish, my lord. Quintera looked at Angor. It dared not look at Laplace. Next, I'll show you around the outpost, Quintera said. Where do you want to go first? Cloud Cave, Emerald Green Swamp, or Rock Hall? Wait. Luigi yelled before he could ask about the difference between the three locations. Under the watchful eyes of Cuculus and Quintera, Luigi quickly approached Angor and gave him a meaningful look. How about you come with me? Cuculus frowned. He wanted Luigi to take him to Barbalagon. Why would he want a human to do that? Moreover, this human did not have much of the mirror domain's aura on him. He was obviously from the outside world. Who was he? Cuculus didn't know what was going on, but he didn't ask right away. Instead, he stood aside and observed Angor. On the other hand, Angor knew what Luigi meant even though he didn't say it out loud. Luigi wanted Angor to go with them to promote the login device. I have a way for you to meet Barbergon, Luigi said to Cuculus. This method didn't involve him personally bringing Cuculus to find Babaragan. Instead, he planned to let Cuculus enter the Dream Crystal and coincidentally meet Babaragan through this platform. If Cuculus really wanted to meet Barigon so badly, he would definitely accept the login device. This way, the login device would gain a foothold in the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom, and it would be easier to promote it. Luigi asked Angor to come with them to show his attitude. After all, Angor was the one who invented the Dream Crystal and the login device. However, Angor didn't want to reveal his identity right now. He didn't know much about the mirror domain yet, so it was better for him to stay behind the scenes. Luigi and Gleipnir would be his representatives. Luigi didn't insist. He turned to Quintera and said, "Please take good care of my friend." Quintera nodded. Only then did Luigi turn around and fly towards Cuculus. After a burst of spatial fluctuations, Luigi and Cuculus instantly disappeared. Quintera looked at Angor again. Earlier, Cuculus didn't dare to look at Laplace in the eyes. Now, it was curious about Angor's identity. Luigi seemed to care a lot about this human. Furthermore, the otherworldly girl with a questionable identity seemed to be very interested in this human. What would his identity be? Although Quintera was curious, as a member of the Mirror Dragon race, it also had its own reservations, or perhaps, arrogance? Unless necessary, it wouldn't ask about a human's identity. Where are the two of you heading to now? Quintera gave a simple introduction of the 100 Dragon Divine Nation's current branch. The Cloud Cave was the temporary resting place of the Cave Dragons. The Green Swamp was the resting place of the Paint Dragons. The Paint Dragons were one of the 6 most powerful dragons in the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom, and they were masters at controlling poison and water. The Rock Temple was the territory of the Treasure Dragons. The Treasure Dragons didn't belong to the dragon race, but they had some special branches that were extremely powerful and could reach the top of the pyramid in the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. These were the 3 branches of the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. At the same time, it also meant that the 100 Dragon Divine Nation's mirror dragons included 3 different factions. Angor discussed with Laplace and decided to check out the Rock Temple first. According to Quintera, the arrangement of the Cloud Cave and the Emerald Green Swamp was purely because of the arrival of the Cave Dragon and the Paint Dragon. It was a place for the 2 great dragon forces to rest. The Rock Temple, on the other hand, was the real base. The 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom didn't have many products on display this time, but almost all of their products were in the Rock Temple. Going to the other 2 places was like paying a visit to the dragon race. The Rock Temple, on the other hand, was to check out the products of the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. Quintera was satisfied with Angor's choice. If Angor chose the other 2 places, the Cloud Cave would be its home, so it didn't have to worry about it. However, if Angor chose the Green Swamp, Quintera would have to spend a lot of effort to contact the people there. Therefore, Angor's choice of the Rock Temple saved Quintera a lot of trouble. The Rock Temple is right below. Please follow me, Quintera said as it flew down into the forest. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each branch. On Luigi's side, he arrived at a spacious cavern after a series of spatial transmissions. It wasn't a stone cave or a mountain cave. The walls were made up of layers of gray mist. If Angor wasn't mistaken, this was the cloud cave Quintera mentioned earlier. The walls were covered in mist, but they felt very solid. It was like stepping on a soft blanket. Luigi stood still and looked around. His first impression was that the cave was huge. It was so big that he couldn't see the top. He reckoned that this cave was built according to Cuculus's true body size. It was also because it was too big that Luigi felt that this place was very spacious, without any creation. Even if there was, it would be hidden in the mist. Cuculus was still standing beside Luigi in his 2-meter-tall form. Right here? Cuculus looked at Luigi. I wonder, what is this method you speak of? Luigi didn't answer right away. He looked around and made sure there were no chairs around. Then, he took out a bench from his mirror. After sitting down, Luigi couldn't help but complain, Baragon's place is much more comfortable. At least there's food and drinks. Here, I have to bring my own chair. Cuculus didn't know what to say. The cloud cave also had decorations and food, but they were too big for Luigi to use. The rock temple, however, was designed to fit Luigi's body size. But they were already in the cloud cave. They couldn't go to the rock temple again, right? While Cuculus was hesitating, Luigi changed the topic. Back to the topic. First of all, I want to make it clear that I'm not interested in what happened between you and Barigon. You don't need to tell me that, and I won't tell Barigon about what happened here either. So, you want me to arrange an appointment with Barigon for you? That's impossible. Hearing Luigi's words, Cuculus's already protruding brow bone protruded even more. If you don't participate, how can I meet Barigon? Luigi shrugged. There are many ways. For example, a chance encounter. Chance encounter? Cuculus laughed. He knew that the chance encounter Luigi mentioned was definitely not a real chance encounter. It was a one-sided encounter arranged. If this kind of chance encounter was arranged with other dragons, it might be possible to achieve it. But Barigon? Forget it. After Cuculus heard this, he only felt that this joke was a little too big. The reason was very simple. The premise of a chance encounter was that Barigon had to come out. Barigon was currently in Pippi Castle doing invention research. How many years had it been since he moved? How could this be a chance encounter, or was it that he, the cave dragon's future, and Cuculus specially ran to the inner city of Pippi Castle to have a chance encounter with Barigon? Barigon was not stupid. If Cuculus went to Pippi Castle, how could this be a chance encounter? Although he did not think so in his heart, Cuculus still found a way out for Luigi. You mean, you asked Barigon to meet somewhere, and I happened to go to that place and meet Barigon by chance? Luigi hurriedly shook his head. I already said that I won't participate in the matters between you two, and I can't help you ask Barigon to come out. Cuculus was puzzled. Then what do you mean? Could it be that Barigon has plans to leave Pippi Castle recently, and you revealed his itinerary to me? Luigi sighed. Neither. What I mean is that you two go to a special place to meet. Special place? Cuculus frowned. Wasn't this still an appointment? Luigi nodded. This place, you can understand it as, a new world. A new world? You mean, other worlds? Luigi stretched out his index finger and waved it to both sides. No, no, no. This new world is in the mirror realm, and as long as you want to enter, you can enter at any time. Cuculus was even more puzzled. What kind of confusing speech was this? Was it because the 100-dragon divine kingdom had not been in contact with the outside world for too long, so they were already following the current trends? Without waiting for Cuculus to ask further, Luigi suddenly jumped to a new topic. Speaking of which, I usually don't participate in this kind of gathering, but I came this time. Not only did I come, but Gleipnir also came. You should know Gleipnir, right? Cuculus nodded. Currently, he knew that the two incarnations of that great being were Luigi and Gleipnir. Speaking of which, the reason he knew about that great being was because of Gleipnir. Gleipnir had done a great favor to the 100-dragon divine kingdom, and because of this, Cuculus had the opportunity to learn some information about Gleipnir from his elders, and thus knew about that great being. Luigi said, both of us are here now. Do you know why we are here? Cuculus shook his head. I don't know, but does this have anything to do with why I'm looking for you today? Luigi didn't reply. Instead, he continued, we're here because we want to promote a piece of art. This piece of art has gained the recognition of both Glipner and me. So, you should know what it means. Cuculus originally wanted to interrupt Luigi, but when he suddenly heard him mention the work, he became a little curious. Because being able to obtain the approval of both Luigi and Gleipnir was equivalent to obtaining the approval of that great being. In other words, this work was actually something that great being wanted to promote. No matter what the work was, as long as it involved that great being, even if he did not want to hear it, he had to politely ask, what work is it? Luigi said, wait a moment, I'll find it for you. As he spoke, Luigi sank his thoughts into his space. Although most of the logins were with Gleipnir, he also installed some logins in his space. As for the logins, there were all kinds of them, and there were also different models. There was even a special one that could change according to the size of a person's body, which was custom-made for the larger races. However, it took a lot of effort to make such a special one, so there were only a few of them, and most of them were with Gleipnir. After all, Gleipnir was the main force for this promotion. Luigi did not have a special login device, so he could only choose one carefully. He felt that Cuculus might like the design of the login device. An earring. Is this a human earring? Cuculus recognized the thing in Luigi's hand, which made it very confused. Was that great being planning to promote earrings? Or was it a human accessory? However, there were other places in the Mirror region where one could buy human earrings. There were similar accessories in the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins, the Bulua Royal City, and the territories of various humanoid races. Did this thing need to be promoted? Luigi said, this is just the shape of the earring. Its core has nothing to do with its appearance. If you don't believe me, try it on. After saying that, Luigi was about to hand the earring to Cuculus. Cuculus was speechless. You want me to put it on? Are you serious? Cuculus didn't take it, but stared at Luigi with a strange look. Luigi nodded. Of course I'm serious. Cuculus pointed at his own head with his thick claws. Look carefully again. Do I have ears? There were scales, fins, and horns on the cave dragon's head, but no ears. To be precise, there were no external ears. The cave dragon's ears belonged to the hidden ear, which grew under the scales. What Cuculus wanted to express was that it didn't have an external oracle on which to hang the earring. Luigi said with a serious face, I know, the cave dragon's ears are under the scales, so they can be worn too. Cuculus frowned. But isn't the earring a decoration? What's the point of wearing it under the scales? Luigi said, as I said, the important thing is the core of this item, not the external appearance of the earring. Understand? Even if you hang it on your nostrils, it's still useful. As Luigi spoke, he forced the earring into Cuculus' hand, indicating that it should try it on. After Cuculus took the earring, he looked at it carefully for a while, and there was some disdain in his eyes. The material of this earring was too poor. It was a very, very low-level extraordinary material, and the shape didn't meet Cuculus' aesthetic standards. It was just a short silver chain with a red pearl for decoration. Cuculus preferred luxurious and meticulous things. Not only was the material poor, but the appearance was simple. It really didn't touch his inner aesthetic point. However, Cuculus also perceived that this string of red pearl earrings was attached to a strange energy. According to Luigi, the appearance was not important, but the core was important. There was no doubt that this strange energy represented the inner core of the earring. Unfortunately, the energy was too shallow, and the material was too poor. Even Cuculus didn't dare to probe deeply, for fear that he would accidentally break the earring. Because of this, even though Cuculus had sensed this energy, he still didn't understand its purpose. After you put it on, you can activate it. Luigi explained from the side, there are two ways to activate it. One is to activate it manually. You just have to pinch the pearl. However, I don't recommend you to do that. It's easy to damage the pearl. Luigi glanced at Cuculus' sharp and forceful claws, and then continued, the second method is to wrap the pearl with any energy, and it can also be activated. As Luigi explained, he urged Cuculus to put on the earrings. Cuculus hesitated for a moment, then blew open the scales outside his ear and clipped the earring to his inner ear. At this time, the scales were not covered yet. One could clearly see that the red pearl fell on the side of his head, and it was strangely beautiful. If Cuculus was a female dragon, he would probably love it so much that he couldn't put it down. However, he was a male dragon, and he didn't feel anything for this earring. With a move of the scales, the red pearl that fell on the outside was collected into the scales. From the outside, there was no difference. On the other side, Luigi saw this and nodded in satisfaction. He chose this female earring not to laugh at him, but to sincerely choose the most suitable one for Cuculus. In his opinion, any external login device was not suitable for Cuculus. Moreover, once Cuculus returned to his normal state, those login devices hanging outside his skin would probably not be discovered even if they fell. However, earrings were different. Cave dragons had hidden ears, and with scales covering the outside, the earrings would definitely not fall. Also, after wearing the earrings, he could log in whenever he wanted, and he didn't need to take them off. It was quite convenient. After considering these two factors, he chose the earrings. I activate it now? Don't you need to tell me its effect? Cuculus looked at Luigi suspiciously. Luigi, its effect is to let you fall asleep and enter another, new world. Fall asleep? New world? Cuculus was stunned for a moment, and seemed to think of something. Dream realm? Luigi smiled but didn't say anything. Dream realm? It's not as simple as you think. Cuculus didn't get an answer, so he said to himself, I remember my father told me that the dream realm was far away from the mirror region a long time ago. Because of this, the creatures in the mirror region never dreamed. But now, Luigi said that as long as he fell asleep, he could go to a new world. This made Cuculus a little confused. According to his description, wasn't this going to the dream realm? However, even if he went to the dream realm, it didn't seem to have any value, right? Sleep was only at the outermost part of the dream realm, and it belonged to the self-dream. Other than creatures who were good at entering dreams, others couldn't enter the self-dream. So, how could he meet Barigon in the dream realm? Taking a step back, even if he could reach the dream realm in the dream realm, it didn't have any value. There were no road signs in the dream realm, and it was vast and infinite. Even if Barigon and Cuculus entered the dream realm at the same time, they would never meet. Because of this, the more Cuculus thought about it, the more confused he became. Was this earring really promoted by that great being? Was Luigi playing with it? Don't be so suspicious. You'll know after you go in. Luigi suddenly thought of something. Right, when you go in, don't imagine your consciousness to be so big. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to shrink later. The original body of the dream realm was a projection of the consciousness. It was very difficult for ordinary people to control the form of their consciousness, but Cuculus could. I'm doing this for your own good. You'll encounter Barigon in the new world. Do you think Barigon wants to see your huge real body, or your shrunken body? What shrunken consciousness? What body shape? Cuculus still didn't understand Luigi's words, but he didn't ask. He would know after he tried it once. Thinking of this, Cuculus prepared to activate the earring according to Luigi's words. But at this moment, Luigi stopped him. Wait, I suddenly thought of something. Cuculus? It doesn't seem interesting for you to go in alone. You won't be able to see the mystery of the new world. As for me, although I can go in with you, I'm in the middle of a dungeon and can't find you. Luigi continued without explaining in depth. So, in order to let you see the greatness of the new world, find a dragon you're close to, or any living creature. You two go in together. As he spoke, Luigi took out another login device from the space. This time, the login device was still a red pearl earring. Cuculus' head was full of question marks. He didn't understand what Luigi was saying at all, but after thinking about it, he still transmitted his voice. Not long after, a person floated in from the cave shrouded in clouds and mist. However, it wasn't a human, but a puppet. The pure white puppet girl wore a black princess dress. Her body and face were very stiff, and only her joints could move. The only thing that showed that the puppet was alive was her bright silver eyes, lively and lively. She is. Luigi looked at the puppet with some confusion. He couldn't see the puppet's race, but he felt that her eyes were a bit familiar. Just as Luigi was wondering about her identity, the puppet girl floated to Cucullus' side, raised her stiff arms, and gently hugged Cucullus. Luigi looked at the puppet girl, and then at Cucullus. Suddenly, he realized that her eyes, from the color of her pupils to the shape of her pupils, were almost exactly the same as Cucullus. Cucullus stroked Luscania's hair and said in a gentle tone, "She's called Luscania. In human terms, she's my sister." Sister? Luigi was stunned. "I seem to have heard Barigon mention it. Barigon?" Luscania suddenly turned her head and looked at Luigi with a surprised expression. Her voice was as stiff as her body, but it was hard to hide the surprise in her tone. "Do you know Barigon?" Luscania floated to Luigi's side, tilted her head, and asked softly, "Is Barigon doing well now? I haven't seen him in a long time." When Luscania said the last part, her voice was slightly disappointed. Luigi didn't hesitate and directly said, "He's doing well in Pippi Castle." "Pippi Castle?" Luscania said in surprise. "Barigon went to Pippi Castle? I really want to go and take a look." Luscania's words revealed that she didn't seem to know about Barigon. Luigi looked at Cucullus with some confusion. Cucullus was silent for a moment, and then said, "Luscania had been sleeping before and didn't know about the outside world. She woke up half a year ago and has been adapting to her new body in the 100-dragon divine kingdom." At this point, Cucullus stopped, as if he was unwilling to say more. However, on the other side, Luigi caught two keywords from his words: deep sleep and new body. Luigi could see that Cucullus was unwilling to say more, so he didn't ask further, but he already had some guesses in his heart. Barigon had once mentioned Cucullus when he was counting the mirror dragons that bullied him. When talking about Cucullus, Barigon added, "Cucullus has a sister. She hasn't bullied me, but she rarely appears. It's said that her body is very weak." Now, Cucullus clearly said that Luscania was his sister, so she should be the weak cave dragon that Barigon mentioned. But now, Luscania appeared in the form of a doll. Cucullus also said that Luscania had been sleeping all year round, and now she had changed to a new body. Did this mean that there was a problem with Luscania's original body, and she was forced to exist in the form of a doll? While Luigi was thinking, Cucullus said softly, "Can Luscania go to the new world you mentioned?" "What new world?" Luscania looked at Cucullus in confusion. Cucullus didn't explain. Instead, he condensed his conversation with Luigi into a memory seed and injected it between Luscania's eyebrows. Almost instantly, Luscania understood the situation. However, she knew about the so-called New World, but like Cucullus, she didn't understand the meaning of the New World. Luigi nodded. Yes. Although the current Luscania didn't have a real body, as long as her consciousness was present, she could be pulled into the dream crystal. Luigi was very sure about this. Almost all of the humans in Charlie Palace were consciousness doubles. However, you still have to be careful. When you enter, control your consciousness. Don't make your real body so big. Although Luscania was now in the form of a doll, her subconscious's perception of her body was definitely still her original body. And the cave dragon's real body, even if it was weak, was still huge. If she entered the dream crystal with this consciousness, she might recover her original big body, so she still had to control it. Luscania said in confusion, "I think I understand, but I don't." "You don't have to understand too much. You'll know when you get there." Luigi smiled and handed the earrings to Luscania. Luscania happily took the earrings and successfully put them on her white earlobes. After putting them on, she even spun around in front of Cucullus, as if showing off the new earrings. "After you put them on, activate them," Luigi said. "You'll be able to meet in the new world later. The current new world is still a bit barren, but please don't define the new world too early. After you go in, a girl wearing a rabbit hat will contact you. If you have any questions, you can ask her." Luscania nodded. "Okay. After we go in, will we see Barigon?" Luigi shook his head. "I'm not sure about that. However, if you go there often, there's a high chance that you'll run into Barigon." Luigi said this seriously, but he was thinking about something else. Luscania seems to care about Barigon. Luigi could feel that when Barigon talked about Cucullus' sister, he didn't have any extra feelings at all. It was almost like he was talking about a stranger. Moreover, from Baragon's tone, he really didn't have much contact with Xianxia. However, this Xianxia in front of him seemed to care a lot from the moment she heard Baragon's name. It was a bit strange. Could it be that there was a subtle relationship between them? While Luigi was thinking, Xianxia and Cuculus activated the login device together. As the first batch of guests for this party promotion, they entered the boundless dream crystal. On the other side, Angor and Laplace followed Quintera's lead to a rock temple. The temple was located in the depths of a dense forest. Its appearance was similar to the rainforest ruins that adventurers loved. The magnificent and dazzling palace was located on a small island in the middle of a lake. From afar, the palace looked ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, one could see all kinds of geometric patterns. Unlike the low-key exterior of the palace, the interior of the palace was much more exquisite. There were crystal murals and gemstone sculptures everywhere. If Luigi was here, he would probably enjoy the beauty of art. They walked along a corridor filled with sculptures of unknown creatures and finally arrived at a hall bathed in light. There was no one inside the hall. There was only a crystal book that was bigger than Angor's body placed in the center of the hall, which was illuminated by various lights. All of these decorations showed that the most important and crucial thing in this palace was this crystal book. As Quintera approached, the crystal book flipped open on its own despite the lack of wind. When the book opened, the figure of an old man with whiskers poked his upper body out of the book. He did not sense any soul energy or illusions around him. The bearded old man was probably not a soul. However, Angor felt something familiar about him. It felt like he was facing a tree spirit or wood spirit. Book spirit? Angor muttered. The bearded old man glanced at Angor and snorted. Humph, human wizard. Next, the bearded old man glanced at Laplace, who was standing beside Angor from head to toe, and asked in a suspicious tone, "Sure, Shen?" Laplace ignored the bearded old man and turned to Angor. Gleipnir once told me about a blue diamond dragon who loved to turn into a giant. There was a book spirit butler named Alessandro living in his castle. In other words, this bearded old man was most likely the book spirit butler. The bearded old man looked at Laplace in surprise and muttered in a low voice, "Gleipnir? How do you know this demon?" "No, wait, she signed a contract with me. She won't tell anyone about the 100 Dragon Kingdom." "I see. You're that person's time body?" Gleipnir would not leak information, but what she knew would definitely be known by other time bodies. Therefore, this girl with different pupils was definitely that person's body. The bearded old man suddenly stepped back and pointed at Laplace with a horrified expression. He still remembered the pain Gleipnir had caused him. He might have been even worse than Gleipnir when he was also a part of that existence. The bearded old man had resentment in his heart, but more than resentment, there was fear. The other party was a terrifying existence that not even the 100 Dragon Divine Nation was willing to provoke. Laplace still did not give any reaction. Besides, she was not the original body. She was the clone of the original body. Gleipnir once commented on this Alessandro. She said that most book spirits are wise and knowledgeable, just like the elder of books in the south. But Alessandro is different. He's a half-man, half-horse. In divination, centaurs are synonymous with drunkenness, violence, and lust. Alessandro may not be a true centaur, but he does share some of the common traits of a centaur. Drunkenness. When Laplace said this, the bearded old man seemed to have recalled something sad as he wailed and laid down on the page of the crystal book with a hopeless look. "Steward Alessandro, what's wrong?" Quintera didn't expect to see the arrogant Alessandro suddenly lose his temper before he could say anything. Alessandro spoke in a weak voice, "Madam, please don't say anything. I really don't want to recall that nightmare." "Nightmare?" Angor looked at Laplace curiously. Laplace never cared about what others thought. Seeing that Angor wanted to listen, she decided to continue. Alessandro suddenly spoke up, "Forget it. Instead of letting the lady reveal my scars, I'll tell you myself." Alessandro looked up and stared into the distance with a lost look. He began to explain what happened in a low voice. It was quite simple. In short, Gleipnir took away all of Alessandro's treasured wine. Using the excuse of helping a fallen book spirit return to his original position, Gleipnir said. Alessandro's master, the blue steel diamond dragon, agreed without any hesitation. Back then, Gleipnir had helped the 100-dragon divine kingdom a lot as a clairvoyant. Although he had already been paid, the 100-dragon divine kingdom's mirror dragon didn't mind paying a few more items to build a good relationship with Gleipnir. So, when Gleipnir asked for Alessandro's treasured wine, the dragon had to fulfill her request. When the blue steel diamond dragon realized that Gleipnir liked fine wine, it even said, "If we find better ones, we'll give them to you first." Blue steel diamond dragon used to send its subordinates to find good wine to satisfy Alessandro's craving. Now, it only gave Gleipnir the best wine it could find, and the rest would be given to Alessandro. In the dragon's eyes, this was the best of both worlds. But in Alessandro's eyes, Gleipnir not only took away all of his treasured wine, but also left the inferior ones for him when they found new ones in the future. How angry he was. How sad he was, but no matter how angry he was, he did not dare to fight back. The dragon was strong, but Gleipnir's master was even stronger. He could only endure the unbearable weight of his life. This was Alessandro's nightmare, and why he reacted so violently when he heard Gleipnir's name. Angor felt a little sorry for Alessandro. As far as he knew, Gleipnir was not a drinker at all. But from what Angor knew about Gleipnir, she did not only hate Alessandro because of the corrupted book spirit. Angor looked at Laplace curiously. Laplace did not speak this time. Instead, he used voice transmission to speak to Angor. Gleipnir hates centaurs. To put it bluntly, Alessandro was angry because of Gleipnir. Gleipnir was never harmed by a centaur, but her body was made up of memories. Not only did it contain Laplace's memories, but it also contained the memories she fished out from the sea of mirrors. The memory that occupied the body was also Gleipnir's current manifestation, a clairvoyant. According to this clairvoyant's memory, she was once abandoned by a centaur, and she hated centaurs to the core. This memory also affected Gleipnir's body. This was why Gleipnir did not like centaurs. Laplace could have removed this part of her memory when creating her body, but she chose to keep it. Emotional memories were a form of motivation. They might not be the most important part of a person's memory, but they were the most indispensable part of creating a body. Without this hatred, the body would not be as complete as it was now. Similarly, Luigi's passion for art was also inherited from Gleipnir's memory. This passion and passion were the same as the clairvoyant's hatred for centaurs. They were both part of the web that formed the personality. Without this, it meant that the web of personality was missing. Angor sympathized with Alessandro even more after learning this secret. However, Gleipnir did not go too far. She only asked for some fine wine, which meant her self-awareness had already surpassed the original's memory. Otherwise, based on the memories of the original body, the consequences of taking out his anger on Alessandro would not only be the wine, but also his ashes. Alessandro, who had finished telling his story, was lying on the crystal leaf listlessly. Quintera did not know how to comfort Alessandro, so it only reached out a claw and patted Alessandro's shoulder. "It's all in the past." Alessandro wanted to say, "I've already let it go," but he could not bring himself to say it. "Forget it. I don't want to think about this nightmare anymore." Alessandro looked at Quintera. "If you feel sorry for me, go out and buy some fine wine for me. The ones from Charlie's Palace are quite good." Quintera hesitated and nodded. "Sure." Laplace sent a voice transmission to Angor. Gleipnir was the one who sold the wine to Charlie's Palace. Angor did not know what to say. What? He thought Gleipnir was not a drinker. But where did the wine go? It was sold to Charlie's Palace. Angor gave Alessandro a pitiful look and decided not to tell him the sad truth. "You're a good dragon," Alessandro thanked Quintera gratefully. Quintera did not comment on the wine. Instead, he pointed at Angor and Laplace. "These two are Mr. Cuculus' guests. They came here to check the trade list of the Rock Temple." Angor already told Kuntra that he wanted to check out the products of 100 Dragon Divine Nation on their way here. Almost 90% of the products sold by 100 Dragon Divine Nation were in the Rock Temple. The name of the precious treasure dragon was not just for show. Compared to other mirror dragons, the precious treasure dragon lineage was more interested in collecting all kinds of strange things, especially shiny gems. Blue diamond dragons were one of the treasure dragons. They were also the ones who collected the most gems. Besides, they had Alessandro as their butler who knew how to manage their storage. This was why Alessandro came to the party with the treasure dragons. Trade list, huh? The party just started, and I'm not done yet. Don't worry, I'll do it now. Alessandro did not know who Angor was. But if Laplace cared about this human so much, he must be someone important. Therefore, even though Alessandro was still a little lethargic, he still forced himself to be alert and began to search for the crystal book. The book was Alessandro's real body, and also his recorded text. It didn't take long for Alessandro to find the list of transactions. He looked at Angor. I don't know. What kind of product are you looking for? I can find it for you. What's the main product? Angor asked. Alessandro said, Are you asking about the main product of the precious dragon line? Or is it another mirror dragon's main product? Treasure dragons. Alessandro continued, Then, which type of precious dragon's main product are you asking about? Treasure dragons were just a general name. There were all kinds of gem dragons, including diamond dragons, gold dragons, mercury dragons, Algeron dragons, Ojos dragons, and so on. Angor felt his head swelling after listening to Alessandro's long list. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about your most unique product. Then. Alessandro hesitated. Don't ask me. Figure it out yourself, Angor answered before Sunders could say anything. Alessandro considered and nodded. Very well. Please look at this page. As soon as Alessandro finished speaking, the book flipped to a certain page, which was filled with words that Angor did not recognize. Laplace could understand the language, but she did not explain. Instead, she gave Alessandro a cold stare. Alessandro shuddered and quickly changed the words on the page into the universal language. This time Angor was able to understand it. The entire page was filled with words as well. But to Angor's surprise, more than half of the pages were talking about the same product. It was a very special product that Angor had never seen anywhere else. It was called a favor. Favor was translated by Alessandro. Angor guessed that the original text was dragon favor. Basically, it meant to sell favors. However, these favors were not from the mirror dragons themselves. They were from other races that owed the mirror dragons. For example, on the first row, there was a favor owed by a Mirror Ocean scholar. And Angor knew this Mirror Ocean scholar. Mirror Ocean scholar Dragon Fong Zither's favor. Dragon Fong Zither's favor in exchange for reading a secret book of the 100 Dragon Divine Nation. Dragon Fong Zither's favor is transferable. However, those who seek her favor must abide by the following rules. 1. Do not ask her to do anything without a bottom line. 2. Do not ask her to do anything against the Tooth Immortal Ruins. 3. Please estimate the specific value of the favor. If Dragon Fong Zither does not follow the rules, she can be submitted to the 100 Dragon Divine Nation for arbitration. A few simple lines of words were used to trade Dragon Fong Zither's favor as a commodity. Angor's eyes widened. In his mind, favors were hard to measure. But in the 100 Dragon Divine Nation, favors were something that could be traded. This also showed how powerful the 100 Dragon Divine Nation was. It was not that they did not want Dragon Fong Zither's favor, but they probably did not care about what Dragon Fong Zither offered. Angor decided to transfer the favor. What's the price? Angor asked curiously. He wasn't interested in Dragon Fong Zither's favor. But he was curious. What did the mirror dragons need if they couldn't afford the Dragon Tooth Zither and were forced to trade for it with a favor? The price depends on the person who provided the favor. Alessandro pointed at the information about Dragon Fong Zither on the crystal page. For example, this scholar Marorcia's favor was provided by Mr. Mystery. Mr. Mystery, on the other hand, seeks endless knowledge. So, in exchange for this favor, you need to provide Mr. Mystery with knowledge that interests it. At this point, Alessandro suddenly shrugged and softly mocked, but the knowledge that can interest Mr. Mystery is really too little. I don't think it's possible to sell this favor. Mr. Mystery? Angor asked. Who is this? You don't know Mr. Mystery? Alessandro gave Angor a suspicious look. Humph, you short-sighted human, he sneered as if he had realized something. Quintera whispered, Mr. Mystery is referring to the Arcane Tome Dragon. Arcane Tome Dragon? He remembered Alessandro mentioning this name when he asked him which type of treasure dragon he wanted to see. But Arcane Tome Dragon should be a type of treasure dragon. Why did Quintera and Alessandro refer to it as Mr. Mystery? Shouldn't this name be used for a specific mirror dragon? Laplace explained, the Arcane Tome Dragon is also known as the Book Dragon or the Wisdom Dragon. It's one of the rarest treasure dragons. It's said that there is only one of them left. Angor finally understood why Laplace called it Mr. Mystery. It was because there was only one of them. Laplace continued, the Arcane Tome Dragon is known as EA, but it's probably not its real name. Angor heard about this from Luigi before. Most mirror dragons were just nicknames. Their real names were only known by their parents. As for rare dragons, no one knew their real names except for themselves. The secret book dragon was obviously a rare dragon, and the name it claimed was most likely a codename for the mimic lake. Alessandro and Quintera were not surprised to hear Laplace's words, because this was common knowledge among the top elites of the White Sun Mirror region. However, Laplace's next words caused their expressions to change. The ability of the arcane book dragon is very interesting. Laplace suddenly showed a subtle expression. In the eyes of many outsiders, the arcane book dragon is mediocre except for its brain. This kind of rumor was true in ancient times, but now, it's not completely true. The overall ability of the arcane book dragon is indeed not outstanding among the various mirror dragons. But as far as I know, it has a very special talent. I call this talent the Book of Time. Quintera and Alessandro glanced at each other. Even they had never heard of the Book of Time that Laplace spoke of. It was definitely a secret among secrets. Could such a secret really be leaked? Should I stop it? Quintera and Alessandro saw the question in each other's eyes. But in the end, they chose to remain silent. They were afraid of offending Mr. Arcane, but they were also afraid of offending Laplace. Besides, even if they stopped it now, Laplace could still tell this human in private. There was no need to. Besides, they were also curious about the so-called Book of Time. The Book of Time's talent is very complicated. You can simply understand it as the longer it lives, the stronger it becomes. Laplace continued, the arcane book dragon happens to be one of the mirror dragons with the longest lifespan. Now, EA might even be older than the wise overlord. Now he understood why Laplace said that the arcane book dragon was indeed weak in ancient times. Back then, the arcane book dragon was still too young to fully utilize its talent. Now, according to Laplace, EA might be older than the wise overlord, which meant it was more than 10,000 years old. After 10,000 years, coupled with the bonus of the Book of Time's talent, Noah's strength would definitely be much stronger than before. The longer it lives, the greater its knowledge, and knowledge represents power, Angor muttered. At the same time, the Book of Time's talent can directly increase its strength. So, this arcane book dragon must be very strong, right? Very strong. It's at least one of the top 3 in the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom. Angor didn't know much about the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom since he didn't know much about it. However, Quintera and Alessandro were both shocked by Laplace's words. Mr. Arcane never fought outside, so they didn't know how strong Mr. Arcane was. In the past, they even thought that Mr. Arcane was only a bit knowledgeable, but not strong. But now, after Laplace's confirmation, they realized that they were wrong. Dragons, the weakest of all creatures, actually stood at the top of the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom. This news would shock the entire Mirror Realm. Quintera and Alessandro wanted to know more about Mr. Arcane's strength, but they didn't have the courage to ask. They hoped that Angor would be curious enough to help them. Unfortunately, Angor had no interest in finding out more about such powerful combatants. For example, he didn't try to find out Laplace's real strength either. Stay alert, stay calm, and stay away, this was Angor's attitude towards such powerful creatures. Of course, he wouldn't try to find out, but he could still make guesses. However, Angor wasn't thinking about the book dragon, but Laplace. Laplace was obviously interested in arcane book dragon's talent. She also mentioned that the Book of Time was complicated, which meant she knew something about it. She might even have studied it before. Book of Time. Judging from the name, it should be related to time, right? So Laplace was interested in the Book of Time because it was related to time as well. Angor put this thought into his box of memories. He only needed to know, and he didn't need to think too much about it. When Laplace stopped talking, Alessandro spoke up hesitantly, "Ahem, human. Do you want to make a deal with Mr. Arcane?" Angor quickly waved his hands. He was just asking. He didn't mean to make a deal. Furthermore, he didn't think that he would be able to obtain knowledge that would satisfy the secret book dragon. Alessandro suddenly spoke up, "If you don't have any knowledge to trade, there's another way." Mr. Arcane also agreed to trade favors. What was trade favors? According to Alessandro, Angor could use his own favor to trade for Dragon Fangguqin's favor. After the trade, Angor could ask for Dragon Fangguqin's favor, and Arcane Book Dragon would keep his favor. This was called trade favors. However, it didn't apply to everyone. Instead, it depended on the individual's value. If Angor didn't have any value, then the favor would be worthless as well. If it were someone else, Alessandro wouldn't even mention trade favors. But Angor was different. Alessandro didn't know who Angor was, or what kind of power he had. However, Angor was related to Laplace, and Laplace valued him. This alone was enough for Alessandro to take Angor seriously. To put it bluntly, in Alessandro's eyes, Angor's favor was mostly used as a medium to connect with Laplace. What was valuable was to connect with Laplace, not Angor himself. Angor knew what Alessandro was thinking, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He was the weakest person here anyway. No need. I know Dragon Fangguqin as well. Let me check the others first. In other words, he could still contact Dragon Tooth Guqin even if he didn't need this favor. Alessandro stopped asking. He moved to another page of the book and crouched down so that he wouldn't block Angor's view. He kept reading the list of products on the crystal book. He didn't plan to trade favors for Dragon Fangguqin, but that didn't mean he wasn't interested in all the favors. For example, he was quite interested in the following favor. Favor from Frost Knight Shipolov. Favor from Shipolov in exchange for a chance to forge a spear. Shipolov has acknowledged that favors are transferable. However, those who seek his favor must abide by the following two conditions. 1. Anything related to Shipolov, as long as it's not a life or death situation, can be accepted. 2. Anything related to Shipolov's family, Shipolov cannot make a decision. His family must check it first. Favor evaluation, average. If Shipolov doesn't follow the rules, he can be submitted to the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom for arbitration. Angor didn't know who this Shipolov was. However, judging from Shipolov's title, Frost Knight, he came from the Frost Kingdom. The Frost Kingdom was the territory of the Ingji clan. Angor was interested in the Ingji clan's heart flame since he saw it on the ice wasteland. Heart flame wasn't important because of its fire. Instead, it gave the holder a new perspective, allowing him to observe things from a different and subtle angle. If this could be applied in the field of alchemy, it would be very useful. Besides, fire itself could also enhance alchemy. Therefore, he wanted to study heart fire as soon as he heard about it. He was planning to contact the Injit clan and ask about the heart fire when he had more crystals in hand. But now, he had a new idea after reading the Ingji clan's favor. The heart flame of the Ingji clan came from the Heart Flame Palace, which was rarely open to the public. Even if Angor had enough crystals, he might not be able to enter the palace. But if he could use Heart Flame's favor, he might have a better chance of getting what he wanted. Can you tell me about this Shipolov's favor? Angor pointed at the words on the crystal page and asked Alessandro. You're interested in Shipolov's favor? Alessandro was a little surprised. You need something for war? War. Angor was surprised. Alessandro explained matter-of-factly, the Ingji clan of the Frost Kingdom is best at large-scale wars. Also, Shipolov's grandfather was once an honorary commander, and he's the teacher of the current supreme commander of the Frost Kingdom. Therefore, Shipolov mentioned that he had to follow the rules of Heart Flame's favor and directly mentioned his family. Obviously, he knew that people who wanted to exchange favors with him were mostly targeting his family members. No, I'm not interested in war. I'm only interested in Heart Flame. Heart Flame? Alessandro muttered, isn't that the eye of the Ingji clan? What's so special about it? Alessandro didn't ask why Angor was interested in Heart Flame. Instead, he explained Shipilov's favor. Shipilov came from a family of commanders, but he preferred to fight on the front lines, so he chose to become a knight. However, Shipilov's heart flame was a special type of heart flame that required him to choose a suitable weapon for his current state during battle. This meant that he had to prepare several different weapons on the battlefield. Long range, medium range, short range, energy conducting, shield type, physical, ice melting. Every time he used a weapon, he would feel a little confused. He wanted to find someone to customize a weapon that could change its shape. Unfortunately, the Ingji clan's craftsman couldn't fulfill his request. Later, Shipilov found the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom's outpost during a routine meeting between multiple clans. Then, he paid a favor and obtained a custom-made, shape-shifting knight spear. That was how the whole thing came to be. A weapon that can change its form. That's interesting. Angor was interested in Heart Flame at first, but after hearing Alessandro's explanation, he became interested in the weapon made by the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. Creating a shape-shifting weapon wasn't too difficult. However, creating a weapon with multiple forms, which required both physical sharpness and explosive energy, was still difficult. Besides, it would be even more difficult to add other effects to the weapon. Angor wondered what the spear made by the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom would do. Angor voiced out his doubts. I don't know the specifics, but I'm sure it'll be good. After all, it was made by Mr. Dirk himself. Mr. Dirk? Who's that? Angor was a little curious about the name that popped out of nowhere. Alessandro saw Angor's thirsty look and wanted to mock him by saying something like, you don't even know Mr. Dirk? What a stupid human. But then he remembered that Angor didn't know Mr. Arcanum either. Alessandro felt relieved. More importantly, Laplace was still here, so he didn't want to mock Angor. Alessandro cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. Mr. Dirk is, of course, the greatest Alga dragon. Due to various issues, the address has changed to please save the new address, download the new Love Reading app to read the latest chapter. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the new Love Reading app. Read the latest chapter. New provides you with the fastest hyperdimensional warlock update. Section 3198 Free Book of Arcanum Dragon. Algalon was also a treasure dragon. However, just like the Arcane Tome Dragon, Algalon was one of the rare dragons that mutated at birth. Didi was what Algalon called itself, but it was probably not his real name. Algalon was a superior metal dragon that was good at manipulating metal, which made him a natural-born forger. Shipilov's spear was made by Algalon. So you're saying that Argalon was the one who gave Shipilov the favor? Angor wondered. Alessandro nodded. Yes, Mr. Didi. Did Algaron tell you what I have to pay in return for the favor? Wait, let me see. Alessandro didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached out a hand and touched the words on the crystal page. A moment later, Alessandro withdrew his hand and gave Laplace a strange look. There are two options. First, a favor for a favor. As for the second, Alessandro paused for a moment. Mr. Didi wishes to ask a fortune teller, to perform a divination for him. After Alessandro finished speaking, he stole a glance at Laplace. Now he understood why Alessandro was looking at him with such a strange expression. The second method was perfectly tailored for Glepner. Was there a better fortune teller in the entire Sun Mirror Zone than Glepner? Angor didn't know. But the fact that 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom invited Glepner to perform a divination already proved Glepner's ability. Algalon had probably left this message in hopes that someone would find Glepner in exchange for divination. Alessandro clearly knew that Glepner was the person in the past. Asking Glepner to perform a divination for someone else might not work. But if he asked Laplace, another person in the past, to do the job, it should be fine. In other words, this was a free meal for Angor. Moreover, it could be said to be free. Alessandro looked at Laplace, then at Angor. Do you want the favor? May I ask what Algalon wants to know? Angor considered. As far as Alessandro was concerned, Angor would definitely ask Glepner for help. But Angor could always find someone to help him with a prophecy, so he didn't need Gleipnir's help. Alessandro replied, Lord D didn't specify what he wanted to divine. Instead, he asked the clairvoyant to go to the 100 Dragons divine nation and discuss the details with him. There was nothing wrong with Algalon's request. A lot of divination questions needed to be discussed face to face, especially those private matters, which could not be revealed. However, this request prevented Angor from recruiting more people. Of course, he would go to Dodoro. However, it was difficult for Dodoro to meet Algalon. Of course, he could still do it if he wanted to, but it was still too troublesome and would take too much time. If he had time to waste, he might as well ask Gleipnir for help. Sure, Laplace answered before Angor could say anything. I've asked Gleipnir. She doesn't mind going to the 100 Dragons divine nation. Thank Gleipnir for me, then. Angor didn't say much. Thank Gleipnir. Angor cared a lot about favors to outsiders, but he didn't care so much when it came to his closest friends. Owing each other something was also a way to maintain friendships. Therefore, he was grateful to Laplace and Gleipnir, and he accepted their help without hesitation. Alessandro heard the conversation between Angor and Laplace as well. He was a little afraid of Gleipnir, but he still wanted to make a deal with Gleipnir. After all, this was an important task given to him by his master. Esteemed guest, are you sure you want to return Hypolof's favor? Alessandro had already changed Angor's title to esteemed guest. Yes, sir. Angor nodded. Please wait for a moment. Alessandro quickly sank into the crystal book. After a full half a minute, he floated up again. A golden scale about the size of 2 palms appeared in Alessandro's hand. Judging from its aura, it should be some kind of dragon scale. The dragon scale of a mirror dragon was a good magical material, but unfortunately, the extraordinary properties of the dragon scale had been completely lost, and it was difficult to use it in alchemy. Alessandro took out the scale because it had been modified into a special document to carry a contract. Angor could clearly feel the power of the contract floating on the scale. Thinking about it, this should be a contract signed between Hypolof and Algalon. Alessandro quickly confirmed Angor's suspicion. It's a favor contract signed by Shipolov. Apart from that, it's also a communication device that allows you to communicate with Dragon Scale's original form, Mr. Dirk. However, you only have one chance to contact him. Only when you confirm that you want to do a favor will you be able to contact him. Otherwise, Mr. Dide will see it as a provocation. Alessandro looked at Angor with a serious expression. So, I hope you can make your final decision. Do you want to do the trade? Angor nodded without hesitation. Yes. Alessandro stopped hesitating and poked the dragon scale with his finger that was imbued with condensed energy. The dragon scale instantly burst out with a strong light. As the strong light gradually weakened, a holographic projection of an outline appeared above the dragon scale. Alessandro? The message was conveyed through his mind and echoed in the hall. Yes, Mr. Dide. Alessandro quickly lowered his head and bowed to the holographic figure. You're having a party over there, right? This scale represents Hypolof's favor? Alessandro asked again. Someone wants to trade Hypolof's favor? Yes. These 2 guests chose Hypolof's favor. Alessandro nodded and moved away, revealing Angor and Laplace to the others. Alessandro purposely mentioned 2 guests because he didn't believe Angor could pay the price. Laplace was the important one. Algalon didn't know what was going on. He simply looked at the 2 guests. While Algalon was observing them, Angor was also observing this so-called Mr. Dide. First, the appearance. Angor thought he would see Algalon's face by communicating with him. But that wasn't the case. The light silhouette above the scales only revealed a pupil. The pupil was huge. The shadow alone was more than 4 meters long. The pupil was pure gold, without any impurities. Angor couldn't tell what Algalon looked like or what he was thinking from the pupil alone. While he didn't get much information from the appearance, he could get a lot of information from the spirit. As the other party had been using his mental power to communicate the entire time, he could clearly sense the vastness of the other party's mental power. The density of the information he sent out was also very dense. This was especially true when he was observing from afar. The density of the information almost condensed into clouds. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful the other party was. However, such a high density of spirit information couldn't be sustained by an old dragon scale. According to his estimation, the communication function on the dragon scale would be destroyed in less than a minute. Angor was wondering why the clairvoyant had to go to the 100-dragon divine kingdom in person if he could communicate with Algalon from afar. But now he realized that one scale was not enough. As for the dragon scales that were shed, they would be gone with each use. He couldn't possibly let Algalon take them from his body, could he? It was better to talk to Algalon in person. Huh? It's you. Algalon's mind suddenly transmitted a special signal. However, the signal wasn't directed at Angor. It was directed at Laplace. Clearly, another mirror dragon recognized Laplace's identity. I've heard about you, but I've never seen you before. But Glepner knows you. I'll take this favor. I'll send Glepner to you. Although Laplace didn't say he met Algalon, Angor was sure that Algalon was another big boss. Even in the 100-dragon divine nation, only the top echelons of the divine nation would be able to recognize Laplace. Algalon's pupils contracted slightly before he sent a message directly to Olisandro. I agree. Give them the contracted dragon scale. Do they need to sign a new contract? Olisandro asked. No. She won't go back on her words. Algalon didn't know Laplace's personality, but it knew Glepner's. Since Glepner was also a mirror dragon, she would definitely come as soon as she heard the news. There was no need to sign a contract. Algalon's judgment was correct. However, he made the same mistake as Cuculus. He recognized Laplace, but he mistook her for a mirror dragon. If Algalon knew that Laplace was just a clone of its main body, it would probably fly to Crystal City right away. After all, there was a big difference between a clone and a mirror dragon. A mirror dragon's actions might not necessarily represent the thoughts of the main body, but a mirror dragon's clone would always represent the will of the main body. Although there were mistakes, Algalon still made the right choice. After it finished speaking, the light and shadow in its eyes slowly dissipated in midair. Olisandro held the scale with both hands and handed it to Angor. Sir, this contains Shipilov's contract. When you hold the contract, as long as you are in the same space as Shipilov, you will be able to locate him. Olisandro explained how to use the contract. It was simple. Angor just needed to locate Shipilov through the contract, show him the scale, and make a request. As long as Angor didn't break any of Shipilov's rules, he would have to repay the favor and accept Angor's request. Angor took the scale and sensed it. To his surprise, he sensed something about Shipilov's location, but it wasn't clear. The reason was that they weren't at the party. Instead, they were at the outpost of 100-dragon divine nation, which was blocked by a layer of space. Once they left the outpost, Angor would be able to locate Shipilov. At the same time, this also meant that Shipilov also came to the party this time. This was a good thing for Angor. He didn't have to search for Shipilov anymore. Angor put away the dragon scale that represented a favor and continued reading the crystal book. Most of the rest were about favors, such as Glorious Giant Ningdakru's favor, Phantom Leopard Nawat's favor, Crystal Elder Hoda's favor. Angor didn't recognize any of them. The only thing that might be useful was Hoda's favor. He was an elder of the Crystal Eye race. The party was held at the Crystal Eye race, so this favor was somewhat useful. Angor didn't plan to use it. It wasn't necessary. Before Angor could skip the favor and look at the other items, Laplace suddenly spoke up, "What's the price?" Everyone, including Quintera, Olisandro, and Angor all looked at the direction Laplace was pointing at. A favor from Miser Pai Shi. Pai Shi? Pai Shi? What's so special about him? Why is Laplace asking about this? Angor kept reading. He didn't know who Pai Shi was, but the process of him owing favors was different from the others. Pai Shi repaid the favor by saving his life. Pai Shi. The others all went to Mirror Dragon and asked for something in return. Pai Shi was saved by Mirror Dragon, but he couldn't give anything in return, so he had to ask for something in return. Pai Shi didn't sound like a big deal to Angor. Olisandro gave Angor a strange look. This favor only costs 10,000 crystals. Crystals? Angor was surprised. Mirror Dragon was accepting crystals too. The other favors Angor had to pay for them were not something ordinary people could afford. But now, Angor was willing to pay for them with crystals. He was quite surprised. But when Alessandro told Paishi's story, Angor understood something. Paishi was a Paluxio. He wasn't a bad person among the Paluxio. Maybe it was because he used to be Grand Duke Paishio's assistant. However, although his personality was not bad, there was one thing that many people criticized: he was very stingy, very stingy. This wasn't a big problem. However, he was an official in charge of Pippi Castle's economy, which annoyed many merchants who did business with Paluxio. This also gave him the nickname of Stingy Ghost. However, Paishi's misfortune had nothing to do with his stinginess. It was just his bad luck. Once, when he went to a certain mirror space for a resource inspection, the mirror space broke and went into a state of mirror destruction. As a weak Paluxio who didn't bring many life-saving items, he almost died in that mirror destruction. In the end, he was saved by a mirror dragon who was traveling with its parents. As for the favor contract, it was signed at that time. The original price of the favor was 100,000 crystals. After all, Paishi was an important person. However, Paluxio wasn't very likable, and Paishi was a stingy person. Even if the favor was exchanged, it wouldn't be worth it. As a result, the favor was kept for hundreds of years, and no one was willing to trade for it. In order to clear the inventory, the favor was sold at a discount. Now, one only needed to pay 10,000 crystals to trade for it. But still, no one wanted to trade. Until today. Laplace spoke. A baby mirror dragon saved Paluxio. Angor felt both amused and helpless at the same time. Some races were innately much stronger than others. For example, the mirror dragon, even though it was just a cub, it was completely unafraid of the mirror extinction crisis. Paluxio, on the other hand, was already an adult and had much more experience than a baby mirror extinction. However, he still couldn't do anything about it. Bloodline theory wasn't an absolute theme in the supernatural world, but it would always be a difficult problem. Now that Angor thought about it, he finally understood why this favor only cost crystals. It was because the person who did it was a baby. A mirror dragon in its infant stage still required a lot of condensed crystals. Now that he knew why Laplace asked about this favor, he began to wonder why Laplace asked about it. Was it because of Paluxio? Or was it because of Paluxio's race? Both Alessandro and Quintera looked at Laplace curiously. Alessandro hesitated. "Sir, are you going to accept Paluxio's favor?" Laplace considered for 2 seconds and nodded. "Yes. Let's do it." Alessandro quickly took out the contract and prepared to give it to Laplace. This time, the contract wasn't written on a dragon scale. It was just a piece of parchment. There was no need to explain the content. At the bottom of the contract, there was Paluxio's signature and a small dragon claw print. This must be the baby mirror dragon. Laplace didn't take the contract. "You don't have to give it to me now. Someone else will do it later." Alessandro held the contract in a daze, unable to understand what Laplace meant. Angor, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. "Is it Luigi who wants to buy Paluxio's favor?" Laplace nodded. "Yes." Next, Laplace sent a voice transmission to Angor and explained the situation. Meanwhile, Luigi saw that Cuculus and his sister, Xianxia, had already entered the dream crystal. Since Luigi had nothing else to do, he asked Laplace to tell him what was going on in the temple. Laplace agreed. Luigi also saw the items on the crystal page. When he saw Paluxio's favor, Luigi instantly became excited. He didn't forget how Paluxio kicked him out of the temple. He would definitely get back at them for this matter. Luigi's original plan was to contact Sage Pika after arriving at Palucci's outpost and catch the person who blocked him. This plan would definitely succeed. There was no doubt about it. However, there was a problem. Luigi knew Sage Pika's character very well. Sage Pika was a rare magnanimous and benevolent Palucci. He might not punish the person who blocked him. But Paishi was different. Luigi also knew Paishi's character very well. He was not only stingy, but also very good at conducting himself. In other words, he was very good at hugging someone's leg, sizing up the situation, and taking advantage of the situation. As long as Paishi was given a pull, he would climb up. Luigi even suspected that the reason why Paishi left him a favor back then and did not directly pay the condensed crystals was actually because he wanted to use this to pull some connections with the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. Unfortunately, the 100 Dragon Divine Nation's control over the Mirror Dragon youngling was very strong. Even if Paishi wanted to hug their thighs, there was no place he could hug. Therefore, if Paishi knew about the customer service blacklisting incident, even if it was to hug someone's thighs, he would still deal with it fairly. And Paishi happened to be in charge of the economy. That Palucci who blocked him was definitely a businessman and happened to be under Paishi's jurisdiction. Therefore, when Luigi saw Paishi's name, he immediately asked Laplace to help him get the favor. However, after Luigi knew that he had to pay the condensed crystals, he slightly regretted it. If it was some divination like before, Luigi felt that it was very easy to complete it. But he was somewhat reluctant to pay the condensed crystals. This was the classic case of A's honey, B's arsenic. To Luigi, the value of the condensed crystals was much greater than other things. However, after a period of careful consideration, Luigi still asked Laplace to accept this favor. As he often went to Pippi Castle, he knew Paishi quite well. Since he was able to be appointed by Grand Duke Piscio to be in charge of the economy, it showed that he was extremely talented in this aspect. The fact was indeed so. Paishi's wealth alone could maintain more than half of the inner city's operation. This showed how capable he was. After careful calculation, Luigi believed that it was a good deal to get Paishi's favor for only 10,000 condensed crystals. After listening to Laplace's explanation of Luigi's life, Angor couldn't help but feel sorry for Palucci who tried to drag Luigi down. Since he and Laplace were talking through telepathy, the other two did not know what happened. Even though they were curious about why Laplace chose Paishi's favor, they restrained themselves and did not ask. Next, he looked at the other special products on the page. Next, he noticed something interesting. There were very few items in the 100 Dragon Divine Nation. Apart from the favor, they mostly sold labor. For example, Algalon would accept orders for forging. However, if you wanted Algalon to help you make something, you would have to pay a high price. Or, like Shipilov, you would have to pay a favor for it. Other than that, there were also invitations to certain gatherings in the 100 Dragon Divine Nation, entry passes to the 100 Dragon Divine Nation, temporary library card, 1-month temporary residence permit, and so on. It was worth mentioning that even if you bought a temporary library card, you couldn't use it directly. Since the 100 Dragon Divine Nation was in a lockdown state, you would have to buy entry passes to use it. In a way, selling more than one item did not look good. However, according to Alessandro, the 100 Dragon Divine Nation contained the purest and most concentrated condensing energy of the Eternal Mirror Sea. Training in the 100 Dragon Divine Nation for a day was 10 times better than training in other mirror spaces. Therefore, it couldn't be said that the way they ate was unsightly. It could only be said that they had paid the 100 Dragon Divine Nation's environmental tax. Of course, there were also more specific items on the crystal page, such as fallen dragon scales, mirror dragon's nails, diluted dragon blood, and so on. These were useless tissues produced by the mirror dragon's metabolism in the new city. They were useless to the mirror dragon, but they were good materials for other races. Therefore, the mirror dragon used a special item to remove the causal connection and relevant information element from these tissues and sold them directly. It could be said that this was a business without any capital. Think about it. How could you lose money by exchanging your own garbage for something good? Angor was interested in these materials and asked Alessandro to show him some. However, he did not buy them in the end. The main reason was that these materials were not really good. Fallen dragon scales were not the same as dragon scales that contained active substances. Besides, the mirror dragon's materials contained condensing energy. If he wanted to perfect the crafting process, he would need to prepare for energy conversion. However, he could find better substitutes for these materials in the wizarding world, so he did not need to buy them. He didn't buy any of the materials, but he could tell that the mirror dragons were different from dragons like the abyss dragons. An abyss dragon's nail, even if it had fallen off a long time ago, was still valuable. However, the discarded tissues of a mirror dragon were not as valuable. Maybe this was a characteristic of the mirror creatures. However, Angor was only comparing the properties of the materials from a wizard's perspective. It would be hard to tell the difference between an abyss dragon and a mirror dragon of the same level. Angor did not find anything particularly interesting after reading the entire crystal page. The overall quality of the materials was quite good, but Angor felt that the items he saw from Parrot were more interesting. Nothing else? Angor couldn't help but ask. There aren't many mirror dragons here, and only a few of them are interested in trading. So I don't have anything here for now. Angor was a little disappointed at first. But after giving it some thought, he realized that Alessandro was right. From the exchange of favors, it could be seen that the mirror dragons of the 100-dragon divine nation, other than the young ones, did not need to buy anything. Therefore, they were more likely to spend money in the gathering. And they were the top-notch consumers who did not need to do business. Alessandro continued, I don't have anything here, but the crystal book doesn't record everything. However, I don't have anything else. Why? Was the other stuff not in the temple but in the green swamp or cloud cave? Alessandro said, the rest of the goods are with Lady Marian. According to Alessandro's introduction, this Marian he spoke of was a dragon crow, and also the nominal leader of the 100-dragon divine nation in this station. It carried some goods with it, and these goods were the most precious treasures. Among them were items used by the most powerful beings, as well as research materials on aggregation energy. Alessandro did not keep these items because Marian would be representing 100-dragon divine kingdom on the display platform on the 5000th level. Those items were the contents of Marian's display, so they were naturally kept by Marian. If Angor wanted to see them, he would have to go to Marian first. Unfortunately, Marian left 5 minutes before they arrived at the station. As for where Marian went, Alessandro said, Lady Marian went to Paluxiu's station with the display booklet. Angor didn't need to explain. Marian went to find Paluxiu to add a new page to the booklet. After all, it wasn't just the 100-dragon divine kingdom's mirror dragon who was interested in the goods brought by the singer and you senator, even Laplace was curious. It seemed Angor would have to wait for the display platform to see what other creatures 100-dragon divine kingdom brought. Alessandro also mentioned something else. 100-dragon divine kingdom already knew about Songster and Yusen's arrival, so it wouldn't take long for more mirror dragons to arrive. By then, Angor's crystal book would have more items. If you're interested, please come back in a few days. I'll have a new page soon, Alessandro said in a friendly manner. Angor didn't reply. He didn't expect much from 100-dragon divine kingdom. He was sure 100-dragon divine kingdom would have something good, but they wouldn't necessarily sell it. As for the items they would sell, they would probably be more suitable for the mirror creatures. After a moment of silence, Angor suddenly asked, by the way, does 100-dragon divine kingdom sell any treasures or mystery items? Previously, he had seen a secret treasure from the parrot. Although its effects were not suitable for him, he was still very interested in secret treasures and mystery items. Treasures? Alessandro hesitated. We don't have any in this gathering. But Master did say that 100-dragon divine kingdom can rent them. You can even sell them if you pay enough. But mystery items are only for rent. They won't sell them, Contra added. Quintera added, heirlooms and mystery items generally have owners, so they won't be taken out of the divine kingdom. If you want to rent them, you can go to the divine kingdom and talk to the owner. Angor didn't know what to say. But he still needed to buy a pass to enter 100-dragon divine kingdom, right? Why bother, since there was nothing else to read from the crystal book? Contra suggested they go somewhere else. Angor considered. Since there was nothing else to do here, he might as well keep looking around. 15 minutes later, Angor and the others returned to the hall where the crystal book was kept. It wasn't realistic to explore the entire hall in 15 minutes. They only visited 2 halls, both of which were empty. Angor decided to leave the hall because he asked Contra if the other places in the hall were the same. Contra gave an affirmative answer. The rooms in the hall were spacious, but they were only big enough for the huge mirror dragon to rest. The hall where the crystal book was kept was the only place where the crystal book was kept. The rest of the hall was empty. So Angor decided not to look around. Do you want to go to Emerald Swamp or Cloud Cave? Kuntra asked again. Do you think the Emerald Swamp and Cloud Cave are similar to the Rock Temple? Are they all empty rooms? Quintera nodded silently. Never mind then. Let's take a rest here and wait for Luigi to come. Angor spoke to Quintera while looking at Laplace. Laplace nodded indifferently. They found a random chair in the hall, sat down, and waited in silence. For a moment, the air became very quiet, and the atmosphere became tense. Kuntra didn't feel anything. He was satisfied with the silence. But Alessandro, who was leaning out of the crystal book, felt a little awkward. He thought for a moment and decided to break the silence. Alessandro cleared his throat to attract Angor's attention. Sir, you mentioned something about a treasure. I don't have it here, but I know something about it. Do you want to know? Artifact, shapeshifting cloak, appearance, before copying, it is a transparent cloak. After copying, it will turn into a red cloak. Effect, when the cloak is placed on someone, it will replicate the person's appearance and aura. When the cloak turns red, the person who put it on will become the replicated person. Their information, aura, and traits will all be the same as the replicated person. The only thing that cannot be replicated is their strength. Note: 1. The person covered by the cloak must sincerely agree to be replicated and must be covered by the cloak for 24 hours. During the process, the replicated person must have a clear mind to succeed. 2. The red cloak can turn into a translucent cloak at any time. 3. The red cloak can record 3 different appearances. This was the first artifact Alessandro mentioned. He was most familiar with this artifact. It was currently kept by his master, the blue steel diamond dragon, Harlan Woja. It was also one of Harlan Woja's favorite artifacts, even more so than his other mystery item. The reason for this was that Harlan Woja was a crazy fan of giants and trolls. Blue steel diamond dragons were generally recognized as the most beautiful diamond dragons, apart from the pink ones. However, Harlan Woja was not satisfied with his appearance. He preferred to look like a giant or a troll. Because of this, Harlan Woja always maintained his giant or troll form. Many outsiders who had come to the 100-Dragon Divine Kingdom would never have guessed that Harlan Woja's true form was a diamond dragon. Harlan Woja's strange fetish made many mirror dragons feel that it had a serious aesthetic cognitive disorder. However, Harlan Woja enjoyed it very much. In the past, it could only use a very troublesome transformation technique to change its appearance into the giant form that it was searching for. But later, after it bought the transformation cloak from the ancient Tooth Fairy at a high price, it almost never changed its form again. Whether it was the aura or the pressure, they all felt like a giant. This was different from the changes in the past. Moreover, the consumption was close to zero. This was why the shapeshifting cloak became Harlan Woja's favorite fashion item. Usually, Master will not lend out the cloak. But if you can promise Master something, he will lend you the cloak, said Alessandro as he looked at Angor. Angor knew that Alessandro was trying to get him to answer the question. However, he wasn't interested in the cloak at all. Was the transformation cloak useful? It seemed to be all right. However, with polymorph and enchantment, he wouldn't necessarily keep the cloak for himself. Therefore, he actually hoped that Alessandro would quickly skip this secret treasure and talk about something else. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. He could sense that 2 new guests had entered the dream crystal. They should have come from the Cloud Cave. Luigi wasn't online, which meant that he was still waiting for the 2 guests to return in the Cloud Cave. However, these 2 guests were still in the dream crystal and had not gone offline. Before they logged out, Luigi would definitely not come over. This meant that there was still a lot of free time, so there was no need to be too anxious. Just treat it as listening to gossip. What kind of promise? Angor followed Alessandro's lead. Alessandro stroked his beard. It's simple. Promise Master that you can bring back a new giant or troll when you return the cloak, and Master will lend it to you. Everyone was speechless. Angor thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect the dragon to ask for a new skin. Did it really use the cloak as a role-playing game? Angor complained in his mind. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that it wasn't going to be easy to fulfill this promise. Using the shape-shifting cloak to copy a new skin was not something that could be done on a whim. It required the owner's sincere consent to obtain a new skin. Most trolls had low IQ, so it wasn't easy to get them to agree to a new skin. Even if Angor managed to persuade them, it would take at least a day to do so. Demons needed to stay awake, and they also had to copy wholeheartedly. This was quite difficult for trolls who weren't very smart. The smarter giants, on the other hand, probably wouldn't agree to the shape-shifting cloak if they knew that the cloak could copy their information. After all, such information could lead to prophecies, curses, and attacks. Unless the giant owed Angor a great favor, it was almost impossible to get them to agree to copy the cloak. Anyway, Angor didn't think it would be easy to fulfill this promise. Besides, Angor didn't know any giants or trolls. If he had to count, only the true form of the ruler of wisdom, the three-eyed blue devil, would fit the requirement. But would the ruler of wisdom agree to copy information? Absolutely not. While thinking about this, Angor suddenly thought of Stop, Icos, and the others. Those people who caused trouble in Byron Tree Garden seemed to have a lot of strong men under their control. As for the Hercules, they were actually a type of giant. If they could get their hands on the shape-shifting cloak, they could easily fulfill Herland Waga's request. It's going to be difficult to fulfill the promise, Angor said casually. Are there any simple treasures you want? Angor changed the topic. Alessandro considered and nodded. Master, there's another treasure that you can rent. Treasure, water drop of reflection, appearance, a drop of unknown silver liquid. Normally stored in a dark bottle, the liquid will expand rapidly after being poured out. It can spread out into a lake. Effect, when the silver liquid spreads out and forms a mirror-like surface, the complete use of an ability on this mirror surface will be recorded and projected. The next living being who comes to the mirror will temporarily gain the right to use the recorded ability. After using the ability once, the right to use it will automatically disappear. Note, there's a limit to how much you can reflect. The water drop of reflection was also one of Herland Waga's collections. While Angor was trying to figure out how to use the treasure, Laplace suddenly asked, Did Herland Waga buy this from Tooth Immortal Ruins? Alessandro nodded respectfully. Yes. Alessandro wanted to ask Laplace why he suddenly asked, but he didn't dare to do so in front of Laplace's true form. But it didn't matter because Angor already did it for him. How did you know? Angor looked at Laplace curiously. You've seen this thing before? Laplace said indifferently, because the original owner of this water droplet was me. However, I later gave it to Luigi and he sold it to the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins. Angor? You're the original owner of this thing? Not only Angor, but Quintera was also surprised. This treasure was famous in Hunter Dragon's Divine Kingdom. Did it belong to that great being? Did Herland Waga know about this? Quintera couldn't help but glance at Alessandro, who also had a look of disbelief. Alessandro was Herland Waga's most trusted butler. If Alessandro didn't know about this, then Herland Waga probably didn't know about it either. Why didn't Tooth Immortal Ruins mention the source of this item when they sold it? Angor was still in shock because Laplace was the original owner of this item. But when he heard the latter part of Laplace's words, he only had one question in his mind. Did they sell it? In Angor's opinion, the water drop of reflection was much more valuable than the transformation cloak, which could only be used for disguise purposes. The reason why he said this was because this water droplet could be developed into a learning machine. It was just like wizards. Most of the time, they had to rely on their own will to learn a spell. You might not be able to learn it even after studying it for 8 to 10 years. But if there was a way to use it and experience it for yourself, wouldn't it be easy to break through the barrier? As long as you used the right method, you would be able to learn it right away. Laplace seemed to understand Angor's doubt. She explained, I think I know what you're thinking. But the water drop of reflection isn't as powerful as you think it is. To me, it's much weaker than the TT mirror. Angor was still waiting for Laplace's explanation when he suddenly heard a familiar name. TT mirror? Angor didn't know how to react at first. After a while, he finally spoke in a weak voice, It's not the TT mirror. It's the unbreakable heart mirror. Laplace ignored Angor's protest and continued, The water drop of reflection isn't limited to limited ability duplication like the centaur mentioned. There are many other limitations. Centaur. Alessandro wanted to say that he was a book spirit and not a centaur, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He only pricked up his ears to listen to the limitations mentioned by Laplace. What could they be? Laplace continued. The effect of the water drop of reflection is to duplicate abilities and grant them to others. However, it can only be used once. This effect doesn't sound like a problem, but in fact, it has a huge drawback. Many abilities require the user's constitution. If your constitution isn't good enough, you won't be able to use the corresponding ability. But the water drop of reflection bypasses this barrier, and you can use it even if your constitution isn't good enough. The result is a backlash. When Luigi used the water drop of reflection, he almost died from the backlash, Laplace said. Laplace said indifferently, this is also the reason why he sold the reflection droplet. The side effects are too great. As Laplace spoke, Quintera suddenly said, but I remember that Harlan Woja has never suffered any backlash before. Laplace glanced at Quintera. There's only one reason why it didn't suffer any backlash. The ability it copied did not exceed the limit of its constitution. Harlan Woja is a diamond dragon. It has high physical and energy resistance, weak corrosion, weak space, and weak time. If it copied an ability related to corrosion, space, or time, it would most likely suffer from the backlash. As soon as Laplace finished speaking, Quintera turned to look at Alessandro on the crystal page. Only Alessandro knew whether Harlan Woja could copy those abilities. Alessandro scratched his beard and spoke in an awkward manner. Actually, my master only copied the abilities of giants and trolls with the water drop of reflection, and they were all bloodline spells. Hearing this, everyone was silent for 2 seconds. Harlan Woja was indeed an experienced giant and troll fan. The water drop of reflection was not meant to be used. It was meant for role-playing. The reason for this was because Harlan Woja, as a diamond dragon, had an extremely powerful physique, far surpassing that of the giants and trolls. The level of the bloodline abilities he could use was also far above that of the giants and trolls. In the end, he didn't use the bloodline ability of a diamond dragon and went to copy the bloodline ability of the giants and trolls. Wasn't this role-playing? Furthermore, they now understood why Alessandro did not mention this physical limitation when he described the water drop reflection. They did not notice it at all. No one had anything to say about this. Fanatics were something they did not understand. It's a big limitation, Angor broke the silence. But there's always a way to get around it. Angor broke the silence. For example, if he used the water drop of reflection, he could only copy illusionary or elemental abilities. This way, he would not feel any discomfort when using it. In this case, the water drop of reflection could also be used as a learning machine without worrying about the limitations. Angor explained his idea. Laplace shook his head. No. Casting is just casting. It's like how wizards use magic scrolls to cast spells. The only difference is that it's done by the user. The process only detects the user's constitution, and the casting will be successful. Basically, there's no way to learn the copied ability. Basically? Angor noticed Laplace's choice of words. If there was no other way, Laplace should have just told him directly. I know what you mean. Learning through the water drop of reflection is not a complete negative effect. But it's not a good idea. What is it? Angor asked. You'll suffer from the backlash. Once someone was hit by the backlash, the power of the backlash would definitely affect their body. It was similar to when someone accidentally failed to learn a spell. It was true that the backlash could cause great damage. However, the backlash could also make your body remember certain energy channels, which could be considered as a way to speed up your learning. However, speeding up did not mean that you could learn something successfully. It was like learning math problems. You did not know anything about them before, but after being defeated, you could remember a few numbers. However, a few numbers alone could not send you to the other side of the world. You needed more numbers, formulas, and the correct placement of the numbers. In conclusion, using the backlash method to speed up your learning process was not only not a good idea, but it could also cost your life. When Luigi was hit by the backlash, he was thrown into the forest of memories as a wooden dummy for several decades before slowly recovering. This was why this method was not advisable. After hearing Laplace's introduction of the water droplet, everyone fell into silence. No one expected Harland Woga to fail to find out the side effects of the treasure even though he had it for so long. What was even more surprising was the fact that the water droplet had such a huge restriction. Luckily, the previous owner of the water droplet spoke up. Otherwise, it would be bad if the water droplet was rented out and caused problems. After all, not everyone was like Harland Woga, who was obsessed with giants and trolls and was too lazy to experiment with the other functions of the water droplet. However, many people would have the same idea as Angor if they rented out the water droplet. Not knowing the limitations of the water droplet could lead to serious problems. "Sir, are you still planning to rent the water droplet?" Alessandro asked after a moment of hesitation. Since when did I say I wanted to rent the water drop of reflection? Although he did have some wild and fanciful thoughts just now, these wild and fanciful thoughts were splashed with cold water before they could sublimate. "No need." Angor shook his head. "Anything else?" "They're all treasures." "No mystery items?" Alessandro hesitated and said, "My master does have a mystery item, but he won't lend it to others." "That's fine. Can I listen to its effects?" Angor didn't really want to borrow the mystery item. It would be good to learn more about it. Alessandro nodded. "Sure. It's not a secret in the Sun Mirror region. The name of this mysterious item is called the Sevenfold Shield." While Alessandro was talking about the septuple shield, Laplace suddenly frowned and lowered his head. No one could tell what he was thinking about. Mystery item, sevenfold shield, appearance, a round shield that can be hung on one's arm. Wrapped in 7 layers of cowhide, each layer of cowhide has the same pattern in the center, Libra. Effect, sevenfold shield provides absolute physical defense. Every time a layer of cowhide was removed, the range of this defense would be greatly increased. Note 1. Every time a layer of cowhide is removed, a sacrifice must be made to satisfy the balance of the scale. 2. The cowhide covering the shield is not a seal, but a protection. The effect of the sevenfold shield was simple and straightforward. And it was a rare kind that had a stable property. Before removing the cowhide, the item would not cost anything. When it was stable, the item's pad coefficient would not be too high. Or maybe it was only below 10. However, when the cowhide was removed, the property would change and sacrifice would be involved. In this case, the pad coefficient would be determined based on the cost of the sacrifice. According to Alessandro's explanation, only 3 layers of the sevenfold shield had been removed. The first layer had no cost and would not be sacrificed. The second layer of 7 shields would be sacrificed, and the defensive range would expand to the size of a city. As for the third layer of 7 shields, it would continue to be sacrificed, and its defensive range would expand to cover the entire 100-dragon divine nation. Alessandro did not mention the specific requirements of the sacrifice, but from his solemn expression and the fact that he explicitly mentioned that it was best not to use the 7-layered shield unless absolutely necessary, it meant that the more cowhide was undone, the more the sacrifice would consume. Moreover, this kind of sacrifice is not something you can avoid even if you want to. Once you removed the cowhide, you would be forced to sacrifice in the area. When the sevenfold shield was removed, the entire 100-dragon divine kingdom had suffered an unprecedented loss. Because of this, the sevenfold shield had not been removed until now. Based on Harlan Wojia's speculation, when the sevenfold shield was removed, its defensive range would cover the entire world. If such a situation were to occur, then when a weak world was being invaded by external demons, it might be able to survive under the protection of the 7 shields. But, if it covered the entire world, then the range of the sacrifice would also cover the entire world. Even if not everyone would be sacrificed, the number of people who would be sacrificed would not be small. Maybe half of them would die. Maybe 70%. Or 80%, in short, the more cowhide the sevenfold shield was removed, the more terrifying it would be. Because of this property, how could they lend it to others? If they lent it to others and removed many layers of cowhide, wouldn't they be digging their own grave? Moreover, it wasn't just Harlan Wojia and the 100-dragon divine kingdom that didn't want it. Most of the races in the White Sun Mirror region wanted it to stay in the 100-dragon divine kingdom forever after learning of its effects. Because the 100-dragon divine kingdom was strong enough that no one dared to attack it. The sevenfold shield was basically useless in the 100-dragon divine kingdom. But if it was used by a weaker race, it would be a different story. After considering the sevenfold shield's effects and restrictions, he quietly calculated the pad coefficient in his mind. He entered the effect and possible consequences into the server in his mind space. It did not take long for him to come up with an approximate coefficient range of 40 to 70. The range was a bit large, mainly because there was a huge gap between the sevenfold shield and the sevenfold shield's unsealing period. Pad coefficient did not represent strength, but if the sevenfold shield went out of order, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, only the Order faction was able to find a way to make a mystery item lose its order, and no one had succeeded. So, there was no need to worry too much. The sevenfold shield belongs to Master, but it's actually under the supervision of the entire 100-dragon divine kingdom. You can't lend it out, Alessandro explained. Angor nodded. I understand. This mystery item is strong and scary. It's definitely the best choice in the 100-dragon divine kingdom. Alessandro smiled. I'm glad you understand. With that, Alessandro was about to change the topic and talk about other treasures that could be rented. Before Alessandro could change the topic, an energy barrier suddenly appeared in the hall and covered both of them. Alessandro and Quintera were startled. Before they could check what was going on, they heard Laplace's voice. I have something to discuss with him. Please don't interrupt. Alessandro and Quintera looked at each other and silently retreated to the side. They also sensed that Laplace was the one who released the barrier. They did not know what was going on, but they did not dare to pry. On the other side, Angor, who was pulled into the energy barrier, looked at Laplace in confusion. At this moment, Laplace's brows were tightly furrowed and his eyebrows were lowered as if he was thinking about something. After a long moment, Laplace looked up at Angor and said, Lil Laplace just logged off and told me something. Little Laplace was referring to the rabbit girl. Laplace always called Angor by his first name, but he added Xiao to make it easier for Angor to distinguish between the two. Angor's expression turned serious when he heard about the rabbit girl. The rabbit girl was the receptionist who received Cuculus and another guest in the dream crystal. Now that the rabbit girl suddenly logged off and synchronized with Laplace's mind, something must have happened in the dream crystal. What is it? Angor asked. Time poison appeared. Time poison? Who's that? Laplace quickly explained Angor's question. Here's what happened. 15 minutes ago. At that time, Cuculus and Xianxia logged into the dream crystal through the dream bridge. Their destination was the underground cavern near Rabbit Town, which Angor had already prepared beforehand. Angor didn't want to put the cavern in Rabbit Town because the rabbit girl happened to be hunting down one of the remaining cleaners. For the rabbit girl's convenience, Angor arranged for the dragon siblings to be born in the underground cavern. As soon as Cuculus and Xianxia entered the dream crystal, they saw a bright purple scorpion 10 times bigger than them collapsing in front of them. After dying, the giant scorpion turned into a cloud of white mist and disappeared into thin air. The rabbit girl stepped on the white mist and met up with Cuculus and Xianxia. They met for the first time. The rabbit girl was actually quite shy. She didn't know how to talk to a stranger, a dragon. While she was still hesitating about what to say, the two cave dragons had already begun to point at each other in shock. Especially the slightly smaller cave dragon, its eyes were actually filled with tears. Before the rabbit girl could figure out what was going on, the smaller dragon rushed to the bigger one and hugged it tightly. The rabbit girl thought she was in the middle of a fairy tale. But after listening to the two dragons' explanation, she realized that she misunderstood. It had been a long time since Xianxia had moved in the form of a cave dragon. She had always appeared in the form of a puppet, but now, she had revealed her true form in the dream crystal plane. Even after controlling her body shape, she was still within 3 meters of Cuculus, which was completely different from her real body. She could feel that her energy was almost frozen, and she couldn't use it at all. Her body didn't show any energy reaction either. But this didn't affect her excitement. The puppet's body felt completely different from her own. It had been a long time since she had felt the fusion of her soul and body. This sudden feeling of beauty made her feel so touched. She almost shed tears of a young dragon girl. After a period of calming down and with the rabbit girl's explanation, Xianxia and Cuculus gradually understood their current state, as well as the general situation of the dream crystal. Although the surroundings were empty and there wasn't anything interesting, and the rabbit girl had clearly said that the dream crystal was still in a state of being reclaimed. But this couldn't dampen the flames of Xianxia's passion. It was rare for Xianxia to be in such high spirits. While Cuculus was gratified, his impression of the dream crystal also started to improve. Especially when the rabbit girl started to take them on a tour of the dream crystal. When they arrived at Rabbit Town, they saw a group of children playing happily. The rabbit girl took advantage of the situation and said, apart from the natives, there are also some children from Charlie's palace. They don't need to leave their homes to broaden their horizons in the dream crystal. This was what Griepner had taught the rabbit girl. It was mainly aimed at the pain point of the mirror dragon cub. Sure enough, when the rabbit girl said this, Cuculus's gaze turned serious. He seemed to have thought of something. Next, the rabbit girl talked about some stories about the rabbit mansion. She also mentioned Jihan. Jihan could be considered half a new resident. She had encountered the crisis of mirror extinction in the outside world and was severely injured. Although she didn't die, she was still heavily injured. She had been recuperating in Charlie's palace for many years and had yet to fully recover. She was in a coma for 300 days a year. Because the mirror domain had no dreams and Charlie 13 pitied her, he gave her a login device so that she could at least have a place to go when she was in a coma. Now, Jihan had already gained a foothold in the dream crystal and had even started to challenge the small treasure pagoda on Silver Coral Island. Xianxia deeply sympathized with Jihan's experience. Xianxia seemed to see another version of herself in the world. Because of this, Xianxia was even more curious about the dream crystal. He also expressed to the rabbit girl that he wanted to see Jihan. The rabbit girl agreed and brought them to Silver Coral Island. However, just as they were about to enter Silver Coral Island, Cuculus heard a native child pointing at them and saying, "2 more dragons." Cuculus was a little angry at being ridiculed by ordinary people. He wanted to pose as a mirror dragon, but before he could make a ferocious expression, Xianxia spoke first. "Kid, do you mean that you saw more than 2 dragons?" The native children gathered together. A bold child walked forward and nodded to Xianxia. "Yes, we also met a slightly fierce dragon before. He also said that he was called Barigon. We wanted to ask him to play with us, but he said that we were childish and left." At this point, the child pretended to be angry and put his hands on his waist. "How are we childish? We play hide and seek. Not only is it fun, but we can also explore the rabbit mansion." But at this moment, Xianxia and Cuculus no longer paid attention to the native child's words. They were all focused on that name. Barigon. Cuculus originally thought that Luigi was bluffing about meeting Barigon, but he didn't expect that not long after entering the dream crystal, they would receive news of Barigon. Xianxia was also very concerned about Barigon. She immediately bent down and looked at the child at the same level. "You mentioned Barigon just now. Do you still remember what he looks like?" The native children nodded. "Of course I remember. He looks different from us." The group of children began to describe Barigon's appearance. And the characteristics of a hydra were too obvious. Following their precise description, Cuculus and Xianxia were finally certain that this Barigon was the Barigon. After receiving news of Barigon, Xianxia hesitated for a while before deciding to give up looking for Jihan. Instead, she asked about Barigon's whereabouts. According to the clues given by the native child, Barigon only stayed in Rabbit Town for about a quarter of an hour before leaving. In this quarter of an hour, apart from the group of children, there were 2 other people who came into contact with Barigon. One was a worker near the entrance of Silver Coral Island, and the other was a library guard. The former was a worker who built the surface settlement. His job was to transport resources from Silver Coral Island to the resource warehouse on the surface. The latter was a guard of the Illusion Library. Under the lead of the native child, they found the worker who was working hard to transport wood. From him, they learned the first clue. Barigon asked the worker about the situation on Silver Coral Island. After learning that there was an island secret realm under the pool, Barigon showed great curiosity and asked for more information. However, Barigon only asked and didn't really enter Silver Coral Island. This made Cuculus and Xianxia a little confused. But soon, their doubts were answered. They found the second person who came into contact with Barigon, the guard of the Illusion Library. From the guard, they learned that Barigon was asking about information related to the Wonderland, including the origin of the Wonderland, the method to crack the Wonderland, the items of the Wonderland, and so on. Although the guard didn't experience the Wonderland himself, there was Silver Coral Island and the Grinding Day dungeon nearby, plus a circus dungeon that recruited all over the territory every week. This allowed the guard to have some understanding of these dungeons. Therefore, his answer also gave Barigon a preliminary understanding of the Wonderland. Next, Barigon asked where the Wonderland was. The guard's first answer was Silver Coral Island. But Barigon directly denied going to Silver Coral Island. The reason he gave was that the small treasure pagoda on Silver Coral Island had a total of 120 floors, but there were only 3 challenges. If he wanted to succeed in one go, he first needed to accumulate. And the accumulation must be all kinds of Wonderland items. Barigon didn't want to challenge the small treasure pagoda right now. He wanted to first experience some simple Wonderland dungeons, collect more information, and more Wonderland items before coming to Silver Coral Island. However, the above wasn't Barigon's real intention. Most importantly, he discovered that this group of people had never seen Luigi before. They only knew of Gleipnir. Moreover, Gleipnir had never challenged Silver Coral Island, so there might be something fishy going on. Barigon decided to take things slowly. In any case, Silver Coral Island had always been here and would not run away. He would not challenge Silver Coral Island for now. The guard then gave him the information about the World Grind dungeon. Barigon shook his head without hesitation. Even Gleipnir had ordered for the World Grind to be sealed. It was extremely dangerous, so there was no need to find trouble for himself. The guard thought for a moment. There were no other dungeons to push. The signs of the circus were random, so he pointed out another path for Barigon. A settlement is being built on the surface. I heard that there might be a forest dungeon near the settlement where the natives can live. Although it hasn't appeared yet, it could appear at any time. After pondering for a while, Barigon decided to take a look at the surface. The place where it was born this time was near Rabbit Town, and it had yet to go to the surface to see the situation outside. Barigon was very curious about the dream crystallization. It would be a waste to only stay in one place in such a mystical place. He needed to explore it more to find out more about it. Moreover, if he walked around more, he might even encounter some simple immortal realms that had just appeared. Of course, Barigon did not know that he could not find a simple fairyland whenever he wanted to. Even Angor would not be able to tell how difficult it was when an immortal realm appeared in front of him. Uriel's dungeon, for example, was not too difficult for a layman like him. It was just a competition of music. What was so hard about it, however, after watching Luigi for several days, Angor was sure that the dungeon was extremely difficult. A normal master musician would not be able to clear it. As far as he could see, the only easy dungeon he knew was Silver Coral Island. Unfortunately, Barigon had to give it up for various reasons. Of course, it was also possible that Barigon was worried that he would not be able to enter Silver Coral Island. After all, the island was not a place that just anyone could enter. The purity of one's mind was crucial. After saying goodbye to the guards, Barigon followed the passage and headed to the settlement on the surface. After Cucullus heard the news from the guards, he immediately chased after them with Xianxia. According to the guards, Barigon left less than half an hour ago. As long as Barigon was still on the surface, they would have a chance to see him. Following the rabbit girl's lead, they soon arrived at the settlement on the surface. However, they did not see Barigon here. Even though Barigon wasn't nearby, there were many natives gathered in a simple and crude settlement, discussing something with solemn expressions. There were not many natives on the surface, and most of them were busy building the structure of the settlement. But now, almost 90% of them were gathered together. Something must have happened. The rabbit girl decided to go closer and listen to what they were saying. Cucullus and Xianxia did not refuse. They also wanted to learn more about Barigon from these natives. However, when they heard what the natives were talking about, they all froze. This was because these natives were gathered together to discuss Babaligan. Based on what the Aborigines said, they learned the whole story. Barigon did indeed come to the surface settlement and had a chat with the natives here. His questions were still about the realm of immortals. However, before Barigon could ask anything, a spatial rift suddenly tore open in the sky above the settlement. Seeing this, the natives who had come into contact with Glapner guessed that this spatial rift was related to the Rainbow Elves. But soon, they denied this guess because there were two prerequisites for the Rainbow Elves to appear: the settlement on the surface and the rainbow. The settlement had not been built yet, and the rainbow had not appeared. It was impossible for the Rainbow Elves to appear. Then what was the spatial rift in the sky? Could it be that they accidentally triggered a keyword of the Wonderland when they were building the settlement? Just like the World Grinding Day, just bringing out the mushrooms attracted the Grinding Day instance. Just as the natives were guessing in a panic, a 3-meter-tall figure walked out of the spatial rift. No one could see what the person looked like because he was wearing a black hooded cloak. Not only did it cover his head, but his slender body was also covered. The only thing that could be seen was that there were all kinds of golden patterns on the black cloak. The patterns seemed to be embroidered with some unknown multi-winged dragon. After the cloaked person appeared, he stared straight at Barigon. Dragon. Cub, the cloaked person flashed and appeared next to Barigon. You are qualified to enter the dragon's tomb. Are you willing to go there? Barigon was stunned. What? You only need to answer yes or no. I don't want to hear any other answer, the cloaked person said calmly. Barigon, is this dragon's tomb a wonderland? The cloaked person didn't deny it, so Barigon admitted it. He originally wanted to go out and find a new wonderland. Now, a wonderland had come to him. And from the name, it seemed to be related to dragons. After thinking for 2 seconds, Barigon nodded without hesitation. I'll go. The cloaked person said calmly, the dragon's tomb hides the secrets of dragons. It will be the starting point of your new life. As the tomb keeper, I will lead you to bring back the glory of dragons. After saying that, the cloaked man grabbed Barigon, and in the next second, in front of all the natives, he pulled Barigon into the crack in the air. As they disappeared, the crack slowly closed up, as if there were no ripples or waves. However, the aboriginals who witnessed all of this were all frightened. They gathered together, asking and discussing with each other. Just then, the rabbit girl came with Cuculus and Luscania. The rabbit girl didn't know what Cuculus and Luscania would think after hearing the whole story. Maybe they would feel regret because they missed it. But the rabbit girl herself was shocked. Others might not know who that person was, but as someone who inherited Laplace's memories, she knew who it was. For example, Meiji of the Silver Coral Island, Guccia of the World Grinding Day, Nephidote of the Elven Forest. These were actually Laplace's punctual avatars. Because the Forest of Memories had been pulled into the Dream Crystal, these punctual avatars placed in the Forest of Memories had been transformed by the authority of Wonderland into people with special talents. Similarly, the cloaked person was also one of Laplace's punctuality. His name was Time Poison. When the rabbit girl learned of this news, she immediately let Cuculus and the others rest nearby for a while she went offline. Through spiritual synchronization, he transmitted what had happened in the Dream Crystal to Laplace. That's what happened. Laplace looked at Angor. Angor felt like he was dreaming when he heard the whole story. He always thought that special wonderlands like Silver Coral Island and World Grind were triggered by a combination of concepts or some kind of item. But now, it seemed that even a living being could be used as a condition to trigger a wonderland. According to Laplace's story, the reason why Barigon was able to trigger the dragon's tomb instance was because he was a dragon. If there was an ant forest dungeon later, wouldn't it be triggered when an ant entered it? Or a Tooth Fairy fairy tale dungeon, which would be triggered when Tooth Fairy entered. Angor felt a headache coming on when he couldn't control the process. He was just about to promote the login device when something like this happened. In that case, would he have to consider these issues when promoting the product? Angor rubbed his aching temples and decided not to worry about it for now. So far, most of the special NPCs were related to the Forest of Memory. When it came time to promote the login device, Angor would ask Laplace to check if there were any punctuality related to these races in the Forest of Memory. Then, he would decide whether to promote it or not. Can we talk about Timebane? He looked at Laplace and asked, can we talk about something? Judging from the rabbit girl's eagerness to log off and the frown on Laplace's face, Angor had a feeling that Time Poison was just like Mushroom Concubine, a difficult punctuality. Laplace considered and said, Time Poison is special. He came from the Abyss Plane, a half-blood demon with terrifying strength. Half-blood demons were the offspring of demons and natives of the Abyss Plane. However, they were also called bastards in the Abyss Plane. In the eyes of both real demons and natives, half-blood demons were unlucky existences. Most half-blood demons would become the subjects of demons in pursuit of power. However, there were also some half-blood demons who still had humanity in them and tended to be natives of the Abyss Plane. However, most half-blood demons were weak. Even if they still had a little bit of humanity left in them, they couldn't change the fate of natives. Of course, not all half-blood demons were weak. Some of them were strong. For example, the nightclub owner he knew. In the Battle of Resudolin, nightclub master, who had broken through the barrier and ascended to the Lord's seat, was terrifyingly powerful. Currently, none of the top combat power in the southern region could be compared to nightclub master. Therefore, when Angor heard that Time Poison was a half-blood demon, he immediately thought of nightclub master. This Xianxia, could it be another nightclub owner? Or was he really nightclub master? While listening to Laplace's explanation, Angor realized that Time Poison had nothing to do with nightclub master. Time Poison was indeed a half-blood demon from the Abyss Plane. However, he didn't belong to the Plane of Barrenness in the southern wizarding region. Instead, he belonged to the Plane of Avarice, which was more powerful than the ones on the western continent. 8,000 years ago, Time Poison was quite famous for his Plane of Avarice. He was also known as the Dragon Hunter. The reason why he had this name was because his rise had started by hunting abyssal dragon species. At first, he only hunted dragonfish with weak bloodlines. Later, he began to hunt for dragons and slowly built up his strength. In the end, he became famous by hunting down a direct descendant of an abyss dragon. Time Poison only killed an abyss dragon pup that was less than 1,000 years old, but it still shocked the entire Plane of Avarice. The Plane of Avarice was different from the Plane of Barrenness. There was an ancient here who was even more powerful than a demon god. Since then, Time Poison was hated by the abyss dragons. They hunted him down and tried to kill him. Time Poison became stronger and stronger during the hunt. He even used the terrain advantage to kill an adult dragon. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. There was a frozen lake where he died, which reflected Time Poison's death. His memory fragments were also projected into the Sea of Mirrors, where Laplace found them. Laplace was curious about Time Poison's strength, so he used the Forest of Memories to create an avatar of Time Poison. Through the avatar, Laplace finally learned Time Poison's secret. It was true that Xianxia was a half-blood demon, but he had a bloodline that did not belong to demons or natives. This special bloodline created the famous Dragon Hunter. The origin of this bloodline had to be explained from Xianxia's background. If categorized, Xianxia's father, who was also that demon's race, should be a phobia. Phobia belonged to the lowest level of demons in the abyss, but in the eyes of the abyss natives, they were the most evil and most terrifying demons. This was because they looked too much like ordinary natives. Their horns were also very small and could be covered with a hat and hair to blend in with the natives. Phobia's favorite food was the flesh of the natives. Basically, if a phobia sneaked into a native town, it would not take long for the town to be completely devoured. Phobia were also good at disguising and learning. They also had the ability to control people's hearts. It could be said that they had the highest level of fear. Even if other demons killed abyss natives, they would only find them an eyesore and would not deliberately hunt them down. Demons also had their own pride. To them, abyss natives were just reptiles that looked disgusting. They did not mind wiping them out, but they would not deliberately hunt them down. The feared devils were different. The abyssal natives were their prey. Therefore, phobia were hated and feared by the abyss natives. Naturally, the half-blood demons who were mixed with the phobia demons didn't get any benefits either. On the side of the natives, they would be hated and even burned to death. On the side of the demons, because their phobia bloodline was too inferior and their strength was low, they were even less favored. It could be said that Xianxia's childhood and adolescence were spent in disgust and disgust. Even his mother, a native of the abyss who was described as gentle by others, was hostile towards Xianxia. The only one who could bring Xianxia warmth was his phobia father. However, although Xianxia's father was a phobia, he was different from most phobia demons. He did not feed on natives. Instead, he consumed demon blood. When he was young, Shurjin noticed that the more demon blood his father consumed, the stronger he became. At that time, Shurjin didn't know what was going on until one day, when his father died in a demon monastery while hunting a curly-horned demon. Shurjin painstakingly found his dying father and escaped to a forest where the demons didn't dare to enter. But it was too late. On his father's deathbed, Shurjin learned of his father's secret. Although his father was a phobia demon, he came from a mysterious place known as the Land of Gods. Shurjin wanted to ask what the birthplace of gods was, but his father shook his head and didn't answer. He only said, "The birthplace of gods is both the beginning and the end. There is no need to care about it, and there is no need to ask about it. That is not the home of our race." After that, his father remained silent about the rest of the information about the Land of Gods. He only left behind his last words, "Inside my body, there is a filth that cannot be destroyed. That is the blood of God's wrath. I shouldn't have let it stay, but I am unwilling to destroy it. Shurjin, I'll leave the blood of God's wrath to you, my most beloved son. If possible, I don't want you to bear this terrifying bloodline. But I'm worried that after I die, your situation will become extremely bad. Perhaps the blood of God's wrath can help you get through this. If you don't fuse with the blood of God's wrath, then get rid of it. Don't let it fall into the hands of the demons, especially the demon lords." After his father died, Shurjin finally chose to fuse with the blood of God's wrath. Because he wanted to avenge his father. And to avenge his father, he needed more power. After fusing with the blood of God's wrath, Shurjin finally understood why his father called the blood of God's wrath a filth that couldn't be destroyed. It was because the blood of God's wrath was the tainted blood of a demon god. A power that could taint the blood of a demon god definitely came from a source far beyond the demon god himself. And his father could strengthen himself by devouring demons, not because of the power of the demon god's blood, but because of the tainted power. Shurjin didn't know where the tainted power came from, but after fusing with the blood of God's wrath, he knew the true name of the tainted power, Loktivera. Loktivera's taint was a curse. One had to continuously sacrifice high-energy blood and let Loktivera taint it. Otherwise, it would taint one's bloodline. And once one's bloodline was tainted, one wouldn't be far from death. Although it was a curse, at the same time it cursed you, it could also give you a portion of the blood's power through the blood you provided. In other words, when it squeezed you dry, it wouldn't completely squeeze you to death. After hitting you with a stick, it would still give you candy to eat. Although compared to the tainted blood, the power obtained wasn't much, but through the power that flowed through the gaps of his fingers, Shurjin's father's power exceeded the upper limit of a fear demon. And after Shurjin inherited the blood of God's wrath, he naturally obtained this curse. If Shurjin wanted to obtain power, he had to provide blood within 15 days of fusing with the blood. It was important to note that once the type of blood was determined, it couldn't be changed. For example, Shurjin's father chose to sacrifice the demon god's blood, so he hunted only demons. At that time, Shurjin couldn't even win against the weakest little demon, hovering demon. He couldn't even win against the native warriors. In this situation, Shurjin didn't know how to provide blood to the blood of God's wrath. Perhaps the heavens would always leave a way out, but Shurjin finally met a suitable sacrifice during his most difficult time, a dragon cub with a thin bloodline. The reason why other demons didn't dare to enter where he was now was because this was the territory of an abyssal dragon. And this dragon cub was the child of one of the abyssal dragon's servants. Not long after it was born, it was full of curiosity about the outside world, so it sneaked out of the dragon's den. Then, Shurjin met it. After sacrificing the dragon cub, from that day onwards, Shurjin began his dragon hunting journey. After thousands of years, he finally became a famous dragon hunter. That was Shurjin's general experience. He didn't become a dragon hunter because he hated the abyssal dragon. It was because of the curse of the god's wrath inside him. Angor didn't know what to say about the curse. It seemed to be a good thing because the curse gave Shurjin a new life. But in the end, it also brought him death. Therefore, it was hard to say whether the curse was good or bad. Still, Angor was curious about the curse. What kind of creature was this Loktivera that could taint a demon's blood? Angor couldn't help but look at Laplace. "I don't know. I've never heard of such a curse before. I've never heard of such a name. Laplace nodded. Have you heard of the Divine Birthland? Angor was a little disappointed. He considered and asked again. Laplace shook his head again. Angor shrugged and didn't ask anything else. He didn't get an answer, but he had his own guesses. He had heard of the Paradise of Gods before. He heard the name from the descendant of the Lord of Flameless, Urusha. According to Urusha, the Paradise of Gods referred to the ultimate destination he was looking for, Asgard. Angor didn't know if this Paradise of Gods was the same. If it was, then Shurjan's father might be a demon who escaped from Asgard. Urusha would probably be very excited if she knew about this. Unfortunately, Angor never went back after leaving the Abyss Plane. He didn't even contact Fafnir. Let alone Urusha. Angor tossed these thoughts aside and looked at Laplace. What's Shurjan's personality like? Like Mushroom Lady, does he have something special? Angor really wanted to say that he was difficult to deal with. But when he remembered that Shurjan was Laplace's follower, he chose his words carefully. Laplace said, in his memories, other than improving his strength, he almost never did anything else. In other words, Shurjan was a man who pursued power above all else. Angor was a little surprised. He assumed that the bunny girl went offline in such a hurry because Shurjan was difficult to deal with. Also, Laplace's frown didn't look right. But Shurjan didn't seem to have a problem with his personality. Laplace seemed to have guessed Angor's thoughts. His personality isn't important. What's important is the method he used to improve himself. Dragon Hunter. And Barigon was a dragon. This was why the bunny girl was in such a hurry. She was afraid that Barigon would die if she waited too long. That's true. Angor considered. But since Barigon can go offline, it shouldn't be a problem. Also, special NPCs like Meiji and Mushroom Lady only inherited Shurjan's personality. They didn't inherit their real identities or memories. Instead, they were given new identities by the Wonderland. Since Shurla told Barigon that he was a gravekeeper, this was most likely a new identity given to him by the Wonderland. Angor didn't know why a dragon hunter would be assigned as a gravekeeper by the Wonderland after entering the Dream Crystal. This sounded a little magical and realistic. Angor didn't think it was a big deal. But just in case, he decided to go online and check. Laplace didn't go online with Angor. Instead, he stayed behind to guard the graveyard. Angor closed his eyes and entered the Tree of Authority. Using his control over the Wonderland's authority, he began to search for keywords. The first one he searched was Shurjan. Soon, some information came back. Considering the intensity of the information, it would take Angor at least half a day to find all the information. Angor didn't want to wait for half a day, so he only checked the most basic information and exited the search. From the basic information, Angor could tell that Shurjan was indeed a person with a special talent. The Wonderland dungeon he was in was called Misty Island Dragon's Graveyard. Shurjan was the only gravekeeper in Misty Island Dragon's Graveyard. With that confirmed, Angor began to search for the second keyword, Misty Island Dragon's Graveyard. The first thing he needed to find was the location of the Misty Island Dragon's Graveyard. Since the graveyard was already activated, it was easy to search for it. Angor soon found its location, and he even found out the conditions to manifest the graveyard. As Angor expected, there were two conditions to manifest the graveyard. First, the surface of the Dream Crystal. Second, the bloodline of a dragon. Barigon went from Rabbit Town to the settlement on the surface, which fulfilled the first condition. Barigon himself was a multi-headed dragon, which also had a dragon bloodline, which fulfilled the second condition. The Misty Island Dragon's Graveyard was already halfway online. The real trigger was when Barigon agreed to enter the graveyard with the gravekeeper, Shurjan. As for the location of the Misty Island Dragon's Graveyard, it wasn't fixed. Like the entrance to the Silver Coral, it could be moved at any time. However, the entrance to the Misty Island Dragon's Graveyard was where Shurjan showed up, which was the settlement on the surface. However, the entrance to the Misty Island Dragon's Graveyard was hidden by Shurjan, which prevented other people from seeing it. With that, Angor closed the search window. He could still find out more information about the Misty Island Dragon's Graveyard, but it would probably take him another day or two. Angor decided to leave it aside for now. He would wait until he saw the graveyard dragon's graveyard with his own eyes. Angor's mind left the Tree of Authority and used Nightmare Illusion to log into the Dream Crystal. He chose to log in near the settlement. As soon as Angor appeared, he saw a white figure hopping to his side. It was the rabbit girl. Following the rabbit girl were two mini cave dragons. One of them was 3 meters long, which Angor assumed to be Cuculus. As for the other one, it was a shorter one with a milky white body. "You're the human who came with Luigi?" Cuculus was surprised. The rabbit girl already told him that she went offline to ask for help. According to Cuculus' guess, the person she was asking for help from was probably Luigi or Gleipnir. However, who would have thought that the person who came wasn't one of those two, but a very inconspicuous human in his eyes? Angor bowed slightly. "It's me." Didn't she ask for help?" Cuculus pointed at the rabbit girl and gave Angor a doubtful look. It was as if he was questioning, "Is she asking you for help?" Angor didn't say anything. However, the rabbit girl walked out from behind Angor with a dissatisfied look. "This is Mr. Angor. My true self told me to come here." The rabbit girl purposely added Mr. behind Angor's name, and also mentioned her true self. Angor understood that the rabbit girl was trying to support him. Cuculus didn't know what was on the rabbit girl's mind. But when he heard the way she addressed Angor, he and Xianxia looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Who was this human called Angor? Why did the great being value him so much? Even his true self had to call him Mr. They couldn't ask such questions right now, so they had to keep them to themselves for now. However, Cuculus' attitude toward Angor changed after hearing the rabbit girl's words. He no longer questioned Angor's decision. Instead, he and Xianxia stood aside and watched Angor's every move. End of chapter. Angor didn't intend to talk to Cuculus. Instead, he began to search for the entrance to the misty All-Dragon's tomb. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, there was nothing strange about the surroundings. The only thing he was sure of was that the weather wasn't good today. The sky was gloomy and misty. This was normal weather for other people. However, Angor clearly sensed the power of authority moving inside the mist. There must be something inside the mist that triggered the authority's reaction. Combined with the information he got from the Tree of Authority, there was no doubt that the entrance to the misty All-Dragon's tomb was inside the mist. Angor looked at the rabbit girl who was grabbing his collar and gently asked her to step back. As the rabbit girl moved away, the other onlookers, including the natives and Cuculus and his sister, all stepped back. When everyone left, Angor began to control the weather manipulation power. Wind surge. After several days of practice, the power of weather manipulation had gained some power in the dream crystal. It wasn't as changeable as the dream wasteland, but it could still dispel the haze and bring temporary clear skies. In other words, he would be able to gain even more power through the astronomical shift authority. In terms of numbers, Angor's weather manipulation power in the dream crystal should be enough to reach the level of a top-level apprentice. The dream crystal didn't have energy selection or energy level limitation like Sunder's did. To reach the level of a level 3 apprentice with the current energy system in the dream crystal, Angor would have to conquer several Wonderland instances and obtain powerful items. However, only a few Wonderland instances had been conquered. The number of Wonderland items was limited. This meant that the current dream crystal plane was still in an era where there was no magic or only a small amount of magic. The natives were already shocked when they saw Angor summoning a gale that could change the weather in an era where magic was weak. As for Cuculus and Xianxia, they didn't feel anything. They hadn't been in the dream crystal for long, so they didn't feel anything even if they knew that their energy was limited. Only those who knew enough about the dream crystal would know how powerful Angor was right now. Because of this, they did not know why Angor summoned such a powerful being. They didn't know why Angor summoned the gale storm, nor did they know what kind of effect it would bring. At this moment, everyone was quietly watching the wild winds and the mist that was constantly dispersing. When the floating clouds and mist were all blown away, the sky temporarily cleared up. Cuculus immediately looked at the clear sky, but he didn't find anything strange. Until Xianxia pointed at a certain spot and asked, "Isn't that a little strange?" Cuculus followed Xianxia's gaze and didn't notice anything wrong. But when he looked at the surrounding sky, he immediately realized what was going on. The surrounding sky was clear and real, but this place seemed to have been burned by flames. The air was slightly distorted, like a piece of frosted glass embedded in the sky. Something was wrong with that area. Cuculus wanted to take a closer look, but he realized that the area was high up in the sky, and he couldn't fly. Cuculus looked at Angor and tried to explain his discovery, but Angor had already flown up from the ground and was heading toward the area where the air was distorted. Clearly, Angor also noticed something was wrong. In other words, he dispelled the mist so that he could find the source of the anomaly. And it was true. After dispersing the mist, Angor used his god view to check the area and immediately found something strange. Without a doubt, the distorted air was the entrance to the Misty Island Dragon's tomb. Angor didn't know why Shurjin chose such a high place. But it didn't matter. As long as he knew the entrance, he could check what was inside. Angor flew to the entrance and reached out a hand to touch it. The Wonderland Authority in his Tree of Authority was triggered, and a series of information appeared in his mind. Special Dreamland Misty Island Dragon's Tomb has been opened. The entry requirement for this special dreamland is Dragon. The target does not meet the requirements. Entry denied. Angor quickly forgot about the information. He didn't meet the requirements to enter the Misty Island Dragon's tomb, but that didn't matter. If he really wanted to enter, he could do it directly with his authority. But he didn't need to do it himself. He didn't need to explore anything. He only needed to confirm Baragon's condition. And to do this, wouldn't it be more appropriate to use Box Ting's perspective to see the situation inside the Wonderland? With that in mind, Angor activated his authority and entered observer mode. In an instant, a general map of the Misty Island Dragon's tomb appeared in front of Angor's eyes using Box Ting's sandbox. Angor was a little surprised when he saw the map of the Misty Island Dragon's tomb. This place was much bigger than he expected. There was a vast ocean in all directions, and at the center of the map was an island shrouded in mist. The ocean was so big that even Box Ting's view couldn't see everything at once. It was similar to Silver Coral Island. The island was also located on the ocean, and the ocean was boundless. Now, Angor couldn't see anything at all. He wondered if the Misty Island Dragon's tomb, Silver Coral Island, and Golden Coral Island were all in the same ocean. However, he didn't go to the end of the ocean. It wasn't important. Even if they were in the same ocean, it wouldn't matter. The most important thing right now was the island shrouded in mist. Angor focused his vision and looked inside the island. As he moved closer, he noticed that the mist inside the island was even thicker than what he could see from the outside. Even with his current vision, he couldn't see much. Angor observed for a while and gave up in the end. He couldn't see anything in the mist. However, he did discover a rather large ruin underground. There was no one inside. Baragon hadn't entered the ruin yet. Angor withdrew his vision and returned to God's view. When he zoomed in earlier, he noticed that the mist in a certain direction was thinner. Maybe he could check it from there. Soon, he saw a thin patch of mist at the southeast corner of the island. When he looked down, he saw a beach at the edge of the island. At the same time, he also found a curious baby here. Baragon. However, other than Barbalagon, who had 3 heads looking around, there was no sign of the tombkeeper who called himself Shurjin. Time Poison was probably hiding in the mist. Baragon was pacing back and forth between a palm forest and a beach with its short legs. The reason why it was hesitating here was because right in front of it was a road that led to an unknown place. Judging from its expression, it seemed to be hesitating whether it should move forward or not. Don't hesitate. Go in. Or are you going to jump into the sea? A low voice came from Baragon's right head. I can also go offline, Baragon's main head spoke in a childish voice like a 3-year-old child. Go offline? Is this what the people from Rabbit Town meant by leaving the dream? A lazy female voice came from the left side of Baragon's head. You're actually awake? A buzzing sound rang out, and the right head looked at the left head in surprise. This place is a dream. Am I supposed to be sleeping in a dream? But I think I did fall asleep just now. Sleeping in a dream is quite interesting, the female voice said. This isn't necessarily a dream. According to the people from Rabbit Town, this is a new world, the main head said. A dream shouldn't have such complete laws. You have a point. But I still insist that this is a dream, the female voice said. It doesn't matter where this place is. One thing is for sure, everything here is worth studying. I wonder how Luigi got so lucky to find such a wonderful place. It's not necessarily luck. From the looks of the login device, this might be a man-made space. Don't forget, Luigi's backer is. The female voice stopped there. The right head nodded as if agreeing with the female voice. As for Baragon's leader, he snappily said, "Don't talk about this nonsense. Let's first understand this situation before talking about anything else. Should we move forward now, or should I go offline first and explore after contacting Luigi?" Contact Luigi? Aren't you afraid he'll laugh at you? The voice continued, "Look, the statue's progress is 0, and so is the tomb's exploration. Leaving without finding anything? You're such a coward." "You weren't such a coward back at Ghost's domain," the female voice muttered. Baragon's main head considered for a moment. "Then I'll keep going. That gravekeeper went into the mist anyway. The mist itself should be fine." With that thought in mind, Baragon didn't hesitate any longer and strode into the mist. On the other side, Angor was a little surprised to see this. He knew Baragon's main head sounded a little childish, so Luigi always teased it to talk. But he didn't expect the left head to have a female voice. So this was the same body containing 2 genders and a child? Angor sighed in amazement. Then he considered another question. Should he contact Baragon? If it was Laplace who entered the dungeon, Angor could contact him at any time. But Baragon was an outsider. Wouldn't that expose Laplace's secret? Besides, Baragon wasn't as gullible as Meow Meow in Tomorrow Town. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to contact Baragon for now. He would wait and see what happened next. Baragon walked into the mist in the cold night. He couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. The mist was so thick that it seemed to have turned into some kind of sticky liquid that covered all 6 of his eyes. The only thing that could guide him was the gravel path under the ground. The gravel path was man-made, and there were plants and flowers on both sides. As long as he kept walking on the path, he wouldn't lose his way. Of course, he had to walk in the right direction first. About 5 minutes after Baragon had walked, he saw a familiar figure in the thick fog. "Tombkeeper?" Baragon hesitated for a moment before asking. The tombkeeper turned around, but he didn't lift his cloak. Instead, through the shadow of the hood, he looked straight at Baragon. "You can call me Xianxia." "Sure." "Zhen," Baragon muttered in a low voice as if trying to remember the name. After 2 seconds of silence, Xianxia said, "Next, you will go to the first statue. It's the statue of a young dragon. If you want to find more, you must complete 80% of the first statue's test. If you fail, you'll fail. You have 3 chances to challenge each statue. If you fail all 3 times, you will be teleported out of the tomb and never be able to enter again. Do you understand?" Baragon's main head subconsciously replied, "I understand." While the main head was talking, the female voice on the left said, "You still haven't told me what's in the tomb. Why did you make me come here? If I pass the test, what will I get?" Xianxia glanced at the head that spoke and said indifferently, "You don't have the qualifications to know the first 2 questions. As for what you will get after passing the test, you only need to pass the first statue to know." The lazy female voice said, "You might as well not have said anything." Xianxia ignored the left head and looked at Baragon's main head. "Next, I need you to answer me. Do you want to take the first statue's test?" Baragon nodded without thinking. Yes. Since he was already here, he felt like he was losing out if he didn't do anything. Xianxia said, "Since you're sure you want to take the test, I'll give you the title of Dragon Tomb Challenger." As Xianxia's voice fell, a familiar wave entered Baragon's mind. Title, Dragon Tomb Challenger. You are the challenger who seeks the glory of the dragon. Your serial number is 1. After receiving this title, you can enter Misty Isle's Dragon Tomb from anywhere in the Dream Crystal. However, you cannot leave the tomb while taking the first statue's test. This title will be automatically activated after successfully completing the first statue's test. As the title was activated, Baragon felt that he had gained some sort of temporary authority. As long as it willed it, it seemed to be able to leave this place sealed by the fog. However, this kind of authority was currently sealed. According to the description of the title, it could only be activated after successfully completing the statue's test. Xianxia gave the title to Barigan and said, "Now, it's your time. I hope we'll meet again soon." With that, Xianxia slowly disappeared into the mist. Barigan tried to follow him, but he couldn't see him anymore after taking 2 steps. Barigan thought Xianxia ran into the mist because he was too fast. But from what he could see, Xianxia only sank into the ground and entered the underground tunnel. After Xianxia sank into the ground, he sat down cross-legged and stopped moving. After making sure that Xianxia didn't do anything else, Angor looked at Barigan again. Based on the information about the title and the conversation between Barigan and Xianxia, Angor had a general idea about the main quest of this Wonderland dungeon. There were many statues on Misty Isle, and Barigan had to accept the tests given by them. The more tests he took, the better the feedback he would get. However, he didn't know what kind of tests the statues would give him yet. If he wanted to get an answer, he would have to ask Barigan. End of chapter. I hate people who don't finish their sentences. Barigan's left head spoke in a disdainful female voice. I don't like it either, Barigan's main head said in a childish voice. Actually, I also. The buzzing sound was only halfway through its sentence when it suddenly paused. Wait, the fog seems to have become thinner. Eh? Look, isn't that the statue Xianxia mentioned? Barigan's main head and left head both looked forward. The fog was indeed as the right head had said. It had become much thinner, and because of that, he saw a statue of an exotic beast standing not far ahead. According to Xianxia, the first statue Barigan encountered was a statue of a dragon cub. However, this statue didn't look like a dragon or a young dragon. The statue was about 5 meters tall and pink in color. It looked skinny, and its legs took up 3/5 of its height, so it didn't look too big. It had a thick and fluffy body like an ostrich. Its pink feathers were as translucent as jade. One of its wings was spread out, while the other was closed. The spread-out wings were very wide, and similarly, there were many vivid and lifelike pink feathers. Its neck was long and thin like a swan's, covered with fine hair. Its head was an inverted triangular snake head, and its brown eyes had a clear vertical pupil. To Barigan, this was just a strange statue of a beast. It didn't look like a dragon at all. Outside the box, Angor could tell that the beast was quite famous. At least, it was famous in the southern region. It was the pink stork dragon. This was an abyss monster with a thin amount of dragon blood. Although the blood was thin, its bloodline was still very powerful. The main bloodline of this creature was the pink stork, also known as the flamingo. Flamingos were born with the ability to control fire. They were very aggressive. Before they died, they could consume their blood to obtain a talent called Death Blaze, which was engraved on the edge of life and death. Once Death Blaze was activated, a flamingo would greatly increase its burning power and could combine with any flame to create a terrifying explosion. In other words, at the last moment of their lives, these flamingos would become walking barrels of explosives, and they would take down whoever ignited them with them. From this, one could see the intensity of his temperament. Moreover, Fiery Bird was a social monster. Just think about it, a barrel of explosives was already enough to blast the heavens and the earth. If a group of barrels of explosives were to fire at you, it was simply asking for death. In the abyss, even demons rarely teased flamingos. This also showed that Fiery Bird was not weak. The pink stork dragon had perfectly inherited the Fiery Bird's unyielding character and the abyss dragon's innate strength. Although it was only a dragon beast, it wouldn't be much weaker than a real dragon when it grew up. Pink stork dragons were famous in the wizard world because 2 of them had once rushed into the stronghold city of the Bloodborne Alliance, Xianxia Underground City. In the Underground City defense battle, the 2 pink storks were eventually defeated, but almost 1/3 of the Xianxia Underground City was destroyed. Most importantly, a rank 2 Truthfinder Magus had killed one of the pink stork dragons. As a result, the pink stork dragon fell into the death flames, and after blowing up a large area of buildings, it was revived. Although it had become very weak, it was still rescued by another pink stork dragon. This shocked all the wizards at the time. The Fiery Bird's death flame was a self-destructing ability. The fiery bird would definitely die if it used it. However, the pink stork dragon came back from the ashes after using the ability. This battle established the name of immortality. The ability to resurrect was naturally coveted by magi, causing many magi who thought they were strong to want to hunt the pink stork dragons. Whether or not these magi succeeded in their hunt was not worth mentioning. However, there was a grudge between the pink stork dragons and the southern region magi. As long as one encountered a pink stork dragon in the abyss, there would be no good ending. Before going to the abyss, Madeline warned him to avoid pink stork dragons at all costs. Even a truthfinder wizard would not want to face a pink stork dragon that had a violent personality and could use death flames to come back to life in the end. It could be said that although the pink stork dragon was a dragon beast, it was more troublesome to deal with than many abyssal dragons. The pink stork dragon statue Barigon was facing was indeed a baby. An adult pink stork dragon was at least 20 to 30 meters tall. Shurjin wasn't lying about this. However, Shirlu wanted Barigon to accept the statue's test. What would this test be? Was he going to ask Barigon to fight the statue? If that was the case, Angor would have to light a candle for Barigon. Pink stork dragons were not to be underestimated even though they were just babies. Death flame could be activated regardless of age. With great curiosity, Angor waited for the test to come. Finally, when Barigon approached the statue, the pink stork dragon began to emit a bright light. A message unique to the Wonderland also appeared from the pink stork dragon's body, which pointed at Barigon. Angor activated his Wonderland authority to analyze the message as soon as he saw it. The result was as follows: Frowny face. The pink stork dragon's test will begin after the 10-second countdown. The challenger needs to stand within the range of the light to confirm whether the test will begin. Current countdown, 10 seconds, current countdown, 9 seconds, current countdown, 8 seconds. The message was telling Barigon that the statue would not force him to take the test. Instead, there would be a 10-second countdown. If he stepped out of the range of the light within 10 seconds, the test would end. However, the message still did not specify what the test was. Angor had to keep waiting. Barigon also saw the message in his mind. Instead of stepping out of the range of the light, he moved closer to the pink stork dragon. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Barigon thought the same as Angor. He also believed that the test was to fight against the pink stork dragon. It did not know the pink stork dragon, nor did it know its abilities, but it was not afraid. This was a kind of confidence and also a kind of pride. However, Barigon had apparently forgotten that it had the right to be proud in the real world. In the dream crystal, it was not much stronger than the ordinary natives. Soon, the 10-second countdown came to an end. When the countdown reached 0, Barigon felt his surroundings suddenly changed. Not only was there no mist in the sky, but he was also no longer on the gravel ground. Instead, he was inside a large cave. The cave was spacious and quiet. It was so quiet that he could even hear footsteps. Barigon raised his head in alarm and looked towards the source of the footsteps. He saw a pink figure slowly walking toward him from the darkness. What's going on? Angor looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. The 10-second countdown was over. Where was the test? In Angor's vision, Barigon did not move at all. The statue was still glowing, but nothing else. Neither the statue nor Barigon sensed any ripples from the message. Angor could not stop the test even if he wanted to. What the hell is going on? As Angor tried to figure out what was going on, he saw Barigon slowly closing his eyes as if he had fallen into a sweet dream. Could the statue's test be carried out in a deeper dream? Or in his mind space? Or maybe it was a test he had never heard of before. Angor did not know if he was right. He could only keep staring at Barigon. Time ticked by. A quarter of an hour later, he finally noticed something strange on Barigon's body. A vague message about a fairyland appeared in front of Barigon's head and stopped right between his eyebrows. Without any hesitation, he immediately controlled his authority to observe the new information. Soon, the message was analyzed. A simple line of words, 1% completion. Just as he finished analyzing this message, a new message appeared, progress, 7%. His guess was correct. Barigon was indeed taking the test in a certain space in Angor's mind. Otherwise, why would there be a completion rate notification? Only when Barigon was taking the test, and the test was still going on, would the rate change. According to Time Poison, Barigon could only pass the test by reaching 80% completion. He already confirmed his theory, but he still could not see what Barigon's test was about. Who knew when Barigon would reach 80%? Besides, he did not know if Barigon's test was dangerous or not. After all, a test in a consciousness dimension was different from other tests. The existence of the dream crystal and the dream wasteland was driven by memories and consciousness. If something went wrong, it could affect the real world. Angor was hesitating. Should he contact Barigon? Would Barigon be able to receive a call in his consciousness? Also, should he continue to wait here? Or should he go to the Tree of Authority to check if the test was safe? While he was hesitating, Barigon suddenly opened its eyes. What's going on? I failed? The completion rate is only 20%? The childish voice exclaimed in surprise. I've clearly worked very hard to comprehend it. Why is my progress so slow? After the female voice on the left finished speaking, she looked to the right. You were in a daze just now. Can't you help me comprehend it? I'm trying to. But I can't get anything. A buzzing sound came from his right head. As he retorted, he sighed helplessly. Why is the statue's test for us to comprehend? My brain isn't good. I'd rather fight with it. You're the one who's stupid. Don't speak for me. So what are you going to do now? Keep going? The female voice on the left, didn't Shurjin say that there are only 3 chances? It's better to be cautious. How about we take a break? We can rest, but we can't activate our titles without passing the test. And we can't leave this place without a title. We have to rest here. Well, we can always go offline, the right head said. No. We'll be admitting defeat if we go offline now. The main head also said in a childish voice, that's right. Luigi gave us the login device because he wanted us to enter this dragon tomb. If I can't even pass the first statue. I can already imagine Luigi's mocking laughter. After the 3 heads argued with each other, they finally decided not to go offline, but to rest for a while. They needed to digest what they learned so far and move on to the next test. After deciding on their strategy, Barigon moved away from the statue's light and closed his eyes to rest. Angor saw it all. Barigon's claim that Luigi sent him to explore the tomb was a misunderstanding. Even Luigi didn't know about this strange, misty All-Dragon's tomb. However, putting this misunderstanding aside, based solely on the conversation between the 3 heads of Barigon, the test it went through seemed to be a test of comprehension. If that was the case, Barigon's consciousness wouldn't be damaged. But it was hard to say if he wanted to pass the test. After all, something like comprehension ability was too mysterious. Angor glanced at Barigon one last time before looking away from Box Ting. Based on what he knew, the tomb wasn't too dangerous for now. However, this was only a temporary judgment. He would have to search for more information later. As for Barigon, he shouldn't have any problems for now. Only the first statue might be a little difficult. The first challenge only gave him 20% completion rate, and Barigon only had 2 chances left. It wouldn't be easy for him to reach 80%. If it was Tomorrow Town and Uriel's decision, he could still help them out by using his cheat code. But now, he didn't even know what the specific test method was for this consciousness test, let alone help. Still, he could still help Barigon even if he couldn't help Barigon in the outside world. The simplest and most direct method was to let Cuculus or Lascania enter the Misty Island Dragon Tomb. Both of them were cave dragons, which perfectly met the requirements to enter the tomb. As long as they could meet up with Barigon and discuss the challenge together, they should be able to pass the test. But now, there were 2 problems in front of him. Would Cuculus be willing to enter the tomb? Would Barigon really be willing to fight alongside Cuculus after seeing him? End of chapter. The second question was Barigon's personal opinion, and Angor couldn't do anything about it. The most important thing now was to see what Cuculus wanted to do. While thinking about what to say to Cuculus, Angor landed on the ground. Before Angor could come up with an excuse, Cuculus walked up to him and asked, "What's that thing in the sky?" "It's a dungeon, a so-called paradise," Angor answered without thinking. You know about it, right? Cuculus nodded. A little. Someone mentioned it before. Cuculus paused for a moment before continuing. I heard someone say that the black-robed man took Barigon and disappeared into the sky. Now, there's a paradise in the sky. Does that mean Barigon is inside? Angor was thinking about how to change the topic to Barbagon, but Cuculus brought it up first. Angor could tell that Cuculus cared a lot about Barigon. Angor didn't bother to think of an excuse, so he simply followed Cuculus' lead. I'm not sure, but I think, yes. Angor then explained why he came up with this idea. I've been trying to enter the fairyland in the sky, but unfortunately, I don't think I'm qualified to do so. Angor explained what he meant by entry requirements. Not every paradise could be entered directly. Many of them had certain requirements. For example, Silver Coral Island required kind and pure people to enter. Another example was, the Misty All Dragons Mausoleum requires that only dragons can enter, Angor explained. The Misty All Dragons Mausoleum is the name of the paradise in the sky. If that's the case, dragons can enter the immortal realm? Cuculus felt that he had grasped the key word. Angor nodded. According to the information given by the entrance of the paradise, yes. Cuculus' eyes brightened up. If Barigon can enter, then I can too, right? Angor felt relieved to hear Cuculus' words. He didn't need to ask, and Cuculus took the initiative to bring it up. Moreover, from Cuculus' tone, it seemed that he couldn't wait to enter the Wonderland to find Barigon. You can do it, Angor said with a serious look on his face. You should be able to do it. However, I don't recommend that you go in. Cuculus, why? I mean, we don't need to go in now. Because the Misty Island Dragon Tomb has just appeared not long ago, no one knows what dangers are inside. Not all wonderlands are as safe as Silver Coral Island. For example, Rabbit Town has an immortal realm entrance. That immortal realm is connected to the mushroom world filled with malice. Since the first day that fairyland appeared, it had swallowed countless new residents. Although everyone worked together to save most of the new residents, until now, there are still people trapped inside and haven't come out. What kind of fairyland is the Misty Island Dragon Tomb? What's the danger inside? What was the degree of danger? I can't make a judgment on this series of issues. Angor stared at Cuculus. So, I suggest that we don't act rashly before we find out more about the Wonderland. Cuculus agreed with Angor's words at first, but when he heard the last sentence, he couldn't sit still anymore. What do you mean by find out more about the Wonderland? Isn't Barigon the only dragon in the tomb? Are you saying that we should let him take the responsibility? Angor nodded. There's no other way. Barigon is already trapped in the tomb, so we have to let him take the responsibility. There's nothing we can do. Cuculus' eyebrows furrowed together. Then have you never thought that Barigon might also encounter danger inside? What if he's in danger? Yes. But Barigon is different from the natives. He entered the dream crystal through a login device. If he's in danger, he can go offline at any time. Cuculus, if it can go offline, so can I. Angor didn't say anything, but he secretly gave Cuculus a thumbs up. You're saying you want to enter the dragon's tomb as well? Cuculus nodded. I can't just watch Barigon fall into danger. We don't know if he's dangerous yet. Cuculus said, regardless of whether there is danger or not, I have to enter the dragon's tomb. I came here this time to find it. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. If you really want to go, I can help you. But I need you to promise me two things. Cuculus frowned. He was always the one asking for things. Why was someone asking him for something? Before Cuculus could get a little annoyed, Angor had already made his first request. I think this wonderland is more than meets the eye. It might be very difficult to conquer. So, if you run into Barigon, I hope you can work together with him. Of course, if it's going to be easy, just pretend I didn't say anything. Cuculus thought Angor was going to make an unreasonable request. But if Angor only wanted to work with Babaragan, Cuculus was more than willing to do so. Also, Mr. Cuculus, don't forget that Luigi is still waiting for you outside. We can't possibly spend all our time here for this gathering. So, I hope that after you have some preliminary information about the exploration, it's best that you log off once. Both to tell Luigi that you're safe and to get more information about the tomb from him. Cuculus looked a little embarrassed when he heard Angor's words. If Angor didn't remind him, he would have forgotten about Luigi. The main reason was that the dream crystal was too realistic. In addition, he had received information about Barbergon, so he had completely forgotten about the real world. Cuculus turned around and cleared his throat. Both of your requests are reasonable, Mr. Angor. I can accept them. Angor smiled. If that's the case, I'll send you to. Before Angor could finish his words, he heard a soft female voice. I want to go too. It was Xianxia who had spoken. Cuculus frowned. You stay here. I'll go alone. But I want to see Barbergon as well. Cuculus said, listen to me. Cuculus comforted Xianxia as he pulled her aside and seemed to be whispering to her. Seeing this, Angor took a few steps back to give the siblings some space. About 2 minutes later, Cuculus and Xianxia walked over together. From their expressions, it could be seen that they had reached some sort of agreement. Mr. Angor, you said Silver Coral Island isn't too dangerous. Are you sure about that? Xianxia asked. Angor nodded. That's the case for now. Silver Coral Island only has one treasure tower. It might be a little dangerous, but it's not too dangerous. It's more like a comprehensive test. The rest of the island is safe. Can I go in and have a look? Xianxia asked. Of course. I don't think Silver Coral Island will stop a lady from entering. Xianxia nodded thoughtfully, took a step back, and didn't say anything else. Cuculus, who was standing to the side, explained on behalf of his sister, many of the newly born dragon whelps in the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom have been grounded. Those little fellows have long been unable to hold themselves back. Instead of letting them sneak out, I think it's better to choose a big world for them. If possible, we'd like to use this place as a place for them to broaden their horizons. But I'm going to explore the dragon's tomb and meet up with Barbergon. As for the dream crystal, I'll leave it to Xianxia. I see. Angor pretended to understand. I'm sure Luigi will be happy to hear that. After all, his goal this time is to promote the logging device. Angor looked calm on the surface, but he was actually having a different thought in his mind. His initial plan was to use the beautiful idea of freeing the forbidden dragons to open up the market for mirror dragons. He didn't expect Cuculus to bring up such a request on his own. Of course, it was also possible that Luigi already told Cuculus about it. Regardless, as long as Angor grasped this point, the promotion should be successful. Shall I send you to the dragon's tomb now? Cuculus nodded. Sure. Angor quickly manipulated the weather and covered Cuculus with wind elements. Cuculus already knew a lot about wind elements. Without needing Angor to tell him, he already adjusted his posture and flew into the air. Don't keep fighting, Mr. Hope. Log off as soon as you get the information. With that, Angor sent Cuculus to the entrance of Misty Island Dragon's tomb. When Cuculus came into contact with the illusory entrance, a wave of chaotic information surged into his mind. Special Dreamland Misty Island Dragon's tomb has been opened. Entry requirement for this special dreamland is Dragon. Target meets entry requirement. As the information appeared, Cuculus suddenly felt weightlessness around him. He lost control of his body as if he was being sucked into a vortex. The feeling only lasted for about a second. When he regained his senses, he was already standing on solid ground. Cuculus shook his head slightly and tossed his chaotic thoughts to the side. Only then did he begin to size up the scenery of this fairyland. He was surrounded by thick fog, which limited his visibility to less than 10 meters. He was standing on soft, white sand. Not far away, a hermit crab was startled by his sudden appearance and quickly hid in a small hut behind it. He could vaguely hear the sound of the waves. When he looked back, he could vaguely see an ocean. This must be a beach by the sea. Cuculus quickly made up his mind. However, he was still hesitating about what to do next. This wonderland is called Misty Island Dragon's Tomb, not Misty Sea Dragon's Tomb. So I don't need to go to the ocean. I need to go to the island instead, Cuculus mumbled and prepared to walk toward the fog-covered island. After taking a few steps, it stopped. Because not far away, there seemed to be footsteps. Was it Barigon? Cuculus quietly looked at the fog, his heart inexplicably filled with anticipation. However, the one who came wasn't Barigon, but a figure in a black robe. I didn't expect that another dragon would appear today. There was a trace of surprise in the deep voice. The dragon's tomb that has been sealed for many years welcomed 2 dragons in one day. Is this a sign of glory? Cuculus asked, who are you? The other dragon you're talking about, is it Barigon? Where is he? The black-robed man walked to about 10 meters in front of Cuculus, which happened to be the farthest point of visibility. The fog lingered around him, making him look quite mysterious. I am the tombkeeper of Misty Island Dragon's tomb. You can call me Xianxia. The other dragon is currently undergoing the trial of the statue on the island. Do you know him? Cuculus nodded. I want to see him. Xianxia said, I can take you to see him, but before that, you need to undergo a trial of the statue. What kind of trial? Xianxia said indifferently, you'll know if you keep walking. With that, Xianxia took a step back and disappeared into the fog. Cuculus hurriedly rushed forward, wanting to catch up with Xianxia, but when he ran forward, he could no longer see Xianxia's figure. There was only a winding path that led deeper into the island. Cuculus glanced at the depths of the fog and didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly stepped onto the path of broken stones. It only took half a minute for Cuculus to reach the end of the gravel road. Here, he met Time Poison again. Xianxia was still in his Riddler pose. He gave Cuculus a title, Challenger of Dragon's Tomb, number 2, and disappeared again. Cuculus didn't care about Xianxia's whereabouts anymore. He quickly moved to the first trial. The first statue it encountered was a huge sunflower that was blooming towards the sun. According to the information he got from the fairyland, this sunflower was called Black Nightshade. There was nothing else to see here. He originally thought that after Cuculus entered the dragon's tomb, he would be able to join hands with Barigon. But now, it seemed that he had thought too much. Cuculus' initial position was a little different from Barigon's. They were at least 2 kilometers apart. This meant Cuculus' first trial was different from Barigon's. Since that was the case, Cuculus could only hope to join hands with Barigon. This was indeed the case. Cuculus' first statue test was the Black Nightshade. Black Nightshade. Angor had never heard of it before. However, Cuculus' first trial was the same as the pink stork dragons, which was to drag someone into an unknown consciousness space. Seeing Cuculus standing there in a daze, Angor knew that Cuculus would either pass the test or go offline to rest. So he didn't keep looking. Still, he was curious about the trial of consciousness space. As for what Cuculus' test was, he could ask Luigi about it after Cuculus went offline. End of chapter. Angor woke up from his dream. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Laplace frowning as if she was thinking about something. Laplace was deep in thought, completely immersed in his own thoughts. When she heard Angor's voice, she looked up and saw Angor's voice. Angor nodded to Laplace and was about to tell her about the dream crystal. But before he could say anything, Laplace asked first, Misty Island Dragon's Tomb? Is this the Wonderland Xianxia is in charge of? Angor nodded out of instinct. But he quickly realized something was wrong. How do you know about Misty Island Dragon's Tomb? Laplace knew about Dragon's Tomb, but she shouldn't know the name of the Misty Island Dragon's Tomb in its entirety. Laplace said indifferently, little Laplace just went offline and told me. Angor also realized that Laplace only knew about Misty Island Dragon's Tomb because the bunny girl used mind synchronization when she logged off. But he didn't expect the bunny girl to log off so quickly. Laplace already received information from the bunny girl as soon as he opened his eyes. Are there many statues in this Misty Island Dragon's Tomb? Laplace asked. Yes, there are. Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. You know something, don't you? The bunny girl could share information with Laplace, but she had to know the information first. Angor didn't tell her that there were statues in the Misty Island Dragon's Tomb. So he didn't expect Laplace to bring up statues all of a sudden. I do know something. Laplace considered for a moment and nodded. There's something about Misty Island Dragon's Tomb in Xianxia's memory. You mean, there's a Misty Island Dragon's Tomb in the real world? So the Misty Island Dragon's tomb in the Dream Crystal was created based on the real world? Angor frowned. World Grind and Silver Coral Island were basically created by the Wonderland itself. But this Misty Island Dragon's tomb was based on the real world. Could this be another special ability of the Wonderland Authority after Uriel in the real world? Laplace said, I don't know if the Misty Island Dragon's tomb exists in reality, but in Shurjan's memory, there is indeed such a place. However, Shurjan has only heard of this place and has never really been there. Even he himself doubts the authenticity of the Misty Island Dragon's tomb. Laplace's words made Angor even more curious. According to Laplace, even if the Misty Island Dragon tomb exists in reality, it might be a very mysterious place. The information about the Misty Island Dragon Mausoleum was obtained from the blood source, or the depths of the curse. After Shurjan inherited the blood of God's wrath, Laplace told him what he knew. To put it simply, the curse in Time Poison's body, Loctavera, wasn't just the name of the power of corruption. It was also the true name of a mysterious creature. And the statue of this mysterious creature stood in the Misty Island Dragon tomb in the Land of Gods. Back then, before Shurjan's father escaped from the Land of Gods, he had mistakenly entered the Misty Island Dragon tomb, where he encountered many mystical statues. One of them was activated by his father. And that statue was Loctavera. Because of this, Time Poison's father was infected by the power of corruption. Even though he managed to escape from the Land of Gods, the curse had already fused with his bloodline. Since Time Poison's bloodline fused with Loctavera's bloodline, he also accepted Loctavera's curse, which allowed him to see the tip of the iceberg of the Misty Island Dragon tomb. That's about it. I don't know if the Misty Island Dragon Mausoleum in the Dream Crystal is related to the one in Shurjan's memory. But if it's related to the Misty Island Dragon tomb in the Land of Gods, it might be a Wonderland quest that's even more dangerous than World's Day. Laplace gave Angor a curious look. She didn't say anything, but her intention was clear. She wanted to know what Angor saw in the Misty Island Dragon tomb in the Dream Crystal. Angor didn't beat around the bush. He organized his words and told Laplace everything he saw in the Misty Island Dragon tomb. That's what happened to Barigon. Whether this instant's dungeon is as dangerous as you predicted, I can't tell for now. However, it is indeed very special. Even the statue's test seems to be carried out in the space of consciousness. I want to see the specific test, but I can't. Angor shrugged. But I've already talked to Cuculus about it. He'll log off after the test and tell Luigi about it, regardless of whether he succeeds or not. Wait, Laplace said. What do you mean? Laplace frowned. The statue isn't right. According to Time Poison's memory, the statues in the Land of Gods all look like statues of gods. But you said Baragon's first test was a baby pink stork dragon. That's not up to the standard of a god. Angor considered. Maybe the Misty Island Dragon 2 is just a name used by the authority of Wonderland, but it has nothing to do with the real thing. Maybe it's been magically altered. Laplace said, if it's really just a name, then maybe it's not that dangerous? Angor didn't know how to answer. Let's wait for Luigi's news. Laplace nodded. He would only know the details after Cuculus went offline. While waiting for Cuculus to log off, Angor and Laplace talked about something else. For example, the first statue Cuculus saw in the Misty Island Dragon tomb, which was called a black sunflower. When Angor saw the sunflower statue, he was confused. Why would there be such an ordinary plant in the statue? If he didn't get the hint from Wonderland, he wouldn't have known that the sunflower was actually a magic plant called black sunflower. Judging from its name, could it be a type of sunflower that fed on dragons? If so, wouldn't it be even scarier than the pink stork dragon? Laplace considered for a moment. Black sunflower. I saw it in the image in the Sea of Mirrors. You're right. It's a magic plant that feeds on dragons. But it's not as scary as you think because it has a big drawback. So far, Laplace only saw black sunflower in the Abyss Plane, so he assumed it was something unique to the Abyss Plane. It wasn't a real magic plant. Instead, it was a half-plant, half-monster. The reason why it looked like a sunflower was only its appearance. The true form of black sunflower was divided into two parts. The upper half was a magic plant that looked like a sunflower, while the lower half looked like a jellyfish that was buried underground. The Black Nightshade had almost no long-range combat ability, but in terms of close-range combat, its multidimensional attributes were almost maxed out. It could even be said that even official adept-level magical creatures would not be able to resist the tentacles of the Black Dragon Sunflower when they got close to it. Black Sunflower was the king of close-range attacks. However, non-dragons didn't have to worry about Black Sunflower. As long as they didn't provoke it, it wouldn't bother them. This was because Black Sunflower's favorite food was dragons. The Black Nightshade had a trace of dragon blood in its body. It emitted the pure aura of its bloodline to attract the dragon-type creatures and then launch a fierce attack. However, this method of dragon fishing also had its drawbacks. It wasn't very effective against a real abyssal dragon, or even had no effect at all. This was because the abyssal dragon wouldn't be attracted by its bloodline aura. Also, the abyssal dragon's bloodline was naturally superior and could easily suppress a pure blood like the Black Nightshade. Therefore, the Black Nightshade's ability was basically useless against the abyssal dragon. Black Sunflower, on the other hand, was very effective against half-blooded dragons. Most dragons weren't smart, so they couldn't resist the temptation of dragon blood. All in all, the Black Dragon Sunflower was indeed very strong, but it was only limited to close-range attacks. Furthermore, the Black Dragon Sunflower was more interested in capturing dragons and was not interested in non-dragon creatures. Therefore, Black Sunflower didn't pose much of a threat. So the Pink Stork Dragon and the Black Nightshade aren't that different from each other? Angor muttered. Laplace nodded. In terms of energy level, the Pink Stork Dragon is stronger than the Pink Stork Dragon. But a newborn Pink Stork Dragon is about the same as a Black Sunflower. Angor continued. Barigon faced a baby Pink Stork Dragon statue. The first statue challenge in Misty Island Dragon's Tomb is about the same in terms of difficulty. Laplace said, that should be the case. Also, both the Pink Stork Dragon and the Black Nightshade have dragon blood in their bodies. The entrance to Misty Island Dragon's Tomb is restricted to dragons. I think the rest of the statues will be related to dragons. Perhaps the statues in the early stages would be of dragon beasts or dragon plants. Towards the end, there might even be real abyssal dragons. Angor nodded in agreement. If they're related to dragons, the reward should be pretty good. Too bad the entrance of Misty Island Dragon's Tomb is too difficult. Angor sighed because he now had a general understanding of the Dream Crystal. The two authorities of the Dream Wasteland, energy level limit and energy selection, could not be replicated in the Dream Crystal, which meant the energy system of the Dream Wasteland could not be replicated. Currently, the only energy system in the Dream Crystal was the items and abilities from the Wonderland dungeon. Of course, the Dream Wasteland had more than one energy system, such as the Evil Mist and Virtual Mana system. However, Angor couldn't find a new one yet, so he had to use Wonderland as the only one. In the current system, one's strength was directly related to the dungeon's reward. Misty Island Dragon's Tomb sounded like a grand dungeon. Plus, it was related to dragons, so the reward should be pretty good. If he could popularize the dungeon among the natives, he would be able to improve their strength quickly, which would help him to conquer other dungeons. Unfortunately, the Dragon's Tomb was too difficult. Currently, none of the natives met the requirements. Angor put these thoughts aside and began to talk about the special NPC named Timebane with Laplace. So far, Timebane seemed to be more normal than Mushroom Concubine. Maybe he could get in touch with him, but here comes the question, how do I get in touch with Shurjan? They couldn't enter the Dragon's Tomb. Timebane could leave the tomb, but as the tomb keeper, he wouldn't leave often, which made it much harder to get in touch with him. While Angor was discussing with Laplace, Quintera was also chatting with Alessandro outside the barrier. Just as they were chatting happily, Alessandro suddenly turned his head and looked at the entrance of the hall. Quintera followed Alessandro's gaze and saw the door slowly being pushed open. A fluffy, blue cloud that looked like cotton candy floated inside. There were clear facial features on the cloud. Clearly, this was a strange creature. When Quintera saw the cloud, he snorted and turned his head away. Alessandro, on the other hand, had joy in his eyes as he stared at the cloud. His throat moved uncontrollably as if he was swallowing his saliva. The blue cloud also attracted Angor's attention. They were inside the barrier, but it didn't stop them from seeing what was going on outside. What's that? Angor pointed at the cloud with facial features. Laplace glanced at it. It's a gaseous creature that specializes in ice. It's not native to the Mirror Realm. Most of them were fished out from the Mirror Sea by ancient Tooth Fairy. To put it simply, the cloud was similar to the Hollow Man. They were both products of ancient Tooth Fairy. For it to appear here, it was obvious that the 100 Dragons Divine Nation had bought it. However, what was the point of the 100 Dragon Divine Nation buying this gaseous creature? Angor soon found an answer to his question. That was because the icy blue cloud floated in front of Alessandro. Then, it took out a bottle made of transparent ice crystals from its body. The bottle contained an unknown liquid, which glowed like amber under the illumination of the light source above them. After passing the bottle to Alessandro, Cloud leisurely left. When the clouds disappeared, Alessandro excitedly opened the lid. A white, icy mist erupted from the bottle, forming a thin layer of mist in the air. Alessandro took a deep breath and inhaled the mist through his nose. In an instant, Alessandro's cheeks flushed red. He opened his intoxicated eyes and was about to drink the entire bottle when he suddenly thought of something and asked Quintera, "Blue Noble wine, chilled for 3 days. Do you want to try it?" End of chapter. Quintera smelled the strong alcohol smell in the air and complained, "No. Drinking alone won't bring me any happiness." Fine. It didn't mind drinking. But what was the point of drinking without eating meat? Alessandro obviously understood Quintera's preferences and shrugged, "Then I can't help it. Although I have earth snake meat here, I don't know how to roast it. I'm the only one who can enjoy this wonderful Blue Noble wine." With that, Alessandro took a big gulp from the bottle. As the cold wine went down his stomach, his skin, which was already slightly red, turned completely red at this moment. Just a single mouthful was enough to go up to his head and face, which was enough to show the power of the wine in the bottle. Quintera gave Alessandro a cold glance and looked away. It didn't want to waste time on a drunkard who was about to pass out. Compared to Alessandro, Quintera was more concerned about Laplace's group. Quintera looked at the mist barrier. It had been an hour since Laplace and Angor entered the barrier. Quintera wondered what happened. Why was there no sound at all? While Quintera was wondering, Angor was looking at Alessandro through the barrier. "Wine. So that cloud is used to chill the wine," Angor muttered. "Using a gaseous creature that can control ice and snow as a refrigerator? That's so extravagant." Fine. When he first saw the floating cloud, he thought it was a servant bought by the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom. As it turned out, the cloud was only used as a refrigerator. Isn't the iced wine just a matter of a spell? Is it really worth it? Angor couldn't help but wonder. For wine lovers, a slight change in the process will result in a different taste, Laplace explained. Laplace said, "So, in your opinion, it might only take a spell to solve it, but for Alessandro, it's a necessary procedure." Fine. I don't get it. Fine. You can think of it as a ritual. I don't know if the ritual can improve the taste, but it can improve his mental state when tasting wine. Fine. Angor pondered for a moment. Sounds like a way to comfort himself. Fine. Laplace said calmly, "It has a certain psychological placebo effect, but not entirely. It's just like cooking gourmet food. Food cooked at low temperatures and high temperatures can be cooked, but the texture is different." Compared with food, Angor could understand a little better. Indeed, controlling the fire would change the texture of the food. Angor learned this from John when he was young. If wine was food, and ice was heat, then Alessandro's actions were understandable. But then again, how did Laplace know so much about wine and food? Laplace said indifferently, "I've seen a lot." The empty mirror ocean projected images of different worlds. Although not every image had traces of humans, as long as there were traces of humans or civilizations, they would basically be related to food. Among the punctuality bodies created by Laplace, there were some who loved wine and food. However, these punctuality bodies did not succeed and were placed in the memory forest. However, the memories of the time body were also her memories, so it was normal for her to understand these things. "Speaking of food, I remember you bought an item from the parrot. Don't you want to try it?" Laplace looked at Angor and changed the topic. Of course, he knew what Laplace was talking about, Granny Coco's box. Naturally, he had bought this secret instrument box with the intention of using it. He was confident in his gourmet cantrip, but neither Greya nor Toby seemed to like his manna bread. So, he planned to give it a try, and when he saw Greya or Toby next time, he would surprise them with his delicious bread. Of course, whether he would keep the box for himself or trade it with Greya was another story. Anyway, Angor did not plan to use the box in front of other people. Earlier, when Luigi asked Angor to show off his cooking skills, Angor refused. But this time it was Laplace who asked. Angor was a little hesitant. Of course I have to try. But to make the box work, I need to provide a certain amount of wind, water, fire, and nature energy at the same time. I can't do that right now, so I can't make it. Angor rejected the offer in a roundabout way. Normally, Laplace would give up when she sensed Angor's resistance. Laplace was about to do so, but when she saw Angor's hesitant look, she quickly changed her mind. Don't worry. I can copy 4 elements at the same time. Alright. It's my first time using the box, so I need to be careful. It's better if all 4 of us do it together. I don't want to get caught. Before he could finish, 4 figures separated from Laplace's body. The 4 figures looked exactly like Laplace. The only difference was the clothes they were wearing. A fiery short skirt that looked like it was covered in flames. A fluffy skirt that was surrounded by wind and clouds. It was a watercolored dress that made her look like a transparent glass. A grass skirt that was surrounded by vines and flowers. The 4 Laplacas represented 4 different elements. They all stood behind the real Laplacas and looked at Angor with their clear eyes. Angor's expression stiffened a little when he saw the 4 Laplacas. He actually wanted to resist, but since Laplace had already mentioned 4 people, he really could not find a reason to refuse. He could only smile awkwardly and say, well, if that's the case, I'll give it a try. Alright. Laplace nodded noncommittally. She would have changed the topic if Angor tried to resist again. But since Angor decided to give it a try, she might as well give it a try. Angor slowly took out the box. Next, he took out some consumables from his bracelet. There was only one gourmet cantrip he knew so far, manna bread. This cantrip didn't require consumables. It could be done by using manna as a medium. However, consumables could still be used to reduce manna consumption. However, manna bread was a low-level cantrip that didn't cost much manna to begin with. The only reason why he chose to use consumables was to buy himself more time. If Luigi could contact Laplace before Angor used the box, perhaps Angor could stop his cooking. Of course, Angor wasn't going to put all his hope on buying time. He took his time to prepare all kinds of shaking before casting because he wanted to show off his skills. Every time he made manna bread, he always used pure manna to make it, which was why Greya complained about its taste. Maybe something went wrong during the process. As long as he was careful, slowed down, and used more consumables, the final result would be amazing. Anyway, Angor would never admit that he was a bad gourmet. The consumable he prepared was manna meat. Greya gave it to him as a gift. It was a special ingredient that could keep growing on its own. It tasted bland, but it could fill one's stomach. If one ate it properly, they could never finish it. This alone was good enough. In some worlds with terrible living conditions, it could even save an entire race. That was why it was so valuable. Otherwise, Greya would never add devilish meat to Angor's collection. He chose manna meat and turned it into manna bread because he believed that food can never taste bad when turned into food. Besides, manna meat didn't emit any energy ripples. It looked like a transparent jelly, so Laplace wouldn't pay attention to it. You'll really make delicious bread, Laplace thought. Laplace wouldn't think about manna meat either. It was obvious that Angor had considered every possible aspect of using the box. After all, for him, this was a major battle that was related to his reputation. After slowly preparing all the consumables, he even wiped the outer shell of the secret instrument box. Then, he pretended to sense the situation inside the secret instrument box. 5 minutes later, there was still no news from Luigi, so he looked up and spoke to Laplace. The preparations are done. The 4 elements can return to their positions now. All right. Laplace nodded carelessly as he waved his hand. Immediately, 4 Laplaces in different outfits stood in 4 directions of the secret instrument box. "Shall we begin?" Laplace asked. At the same time, the 4 Laplaces began to release the auras of different elements. Angor cleared his throat. "Hold on." Laplace raised an eyebrow. "It's my first attempt, so there might be some problems in getting used to it. For example, the output speed and energy level might cause problems in the final result." "Alright." Angor was confident in himself, but he still decided to take precautions just in case. Laplace considered for a moment. "What kind of gourmet cantrip are you going to use?" "Alright." Angor tilted his head slightly. "Let's use the most basic one first. Mana bread." If Greya was here, she would probably roll her eyes at Angor's words. Like any other gourmet cantrip, Laplace didn't know about Angor's gourmet cantrip, so he didn't think Angor would have any problem using the most basic one. After all, no one knew the final result of the box. It would be bad if, as Parrot said, Angor created something too complicated and caused the box to mutate. Parrot also mentioned that the creator of the box was probably trying to create a mutation in the first place. The mutation was the most important thing. Parrot. However, this was only Parrot's wishful thinking. If the box mutated into something like the stinky black mist that Parrot encountered, which could even taint souls, it would be terrible. Better to start with mana bread, the most basic mana bread. Generally speaking, such a low-level cantrip wouldn't cause any problems. With this in mind, Laplace nodded to Angor in agreement. Mana bread is a good choice. I'll have them control the elements and try to keep the energy level of mana bread at the same level. Go ahead. Alright. With Laplace's support, Angor finally decided to make his move. According to the Parrot's instructions, he first had Laplace of the 4 elements activate the box. As the elements were released, the 4 runes on the box lit up one after another. The dancing orange flames, the tranquil blue water, the spiraling pink wind, and the pale green vines all took on a concrete form at this moment. From the surface of the box, they leaped into the air. This meant that the ritual of the box had been fully activated. After making sure everything was correct, Angor finally stepped out. He held the magic meat in one hand and placed the other on the box's opening to construct the model of mana bread in his mind space. While Angor was using the box, Alessandro was still enjoying his delicious blue noble liquor. Across from him was Quintera, who was wearing an indifferent expression. "Don't keep staring at the barrier. That one's going to get angry," Alessandro said to Quintera and let out a long belch. Alessandro only said this because Quintera had been staring at the barrier. They couldn't see what was going on inside the barrier, but Laplace and the others couldn't. If Laplace got angry because of Quintera's stare, they couldn't afford it. Quintera thought for a moment and did not refute, retracting his gaze. However, not long after it withdrew its gaze, it suddenly turned its head to look at the barrier again. "What's wrong?" Alessandro looked at Quintera in confusion. Quintera hesitated for a moment and said, "Just now, I seem to have felt the fluctuation of elemental energy. What's the big deal about elemental energy fluctuations? Didn't Frost Cloud, who gave me the liquor, have something like that too?" Alessandro grumbled. Quintera shook its head. "No. I'm feeling uneasy." "Uneasy? What's wrong?" Quintera asked. Quintera couldn't put his finger on it. He only felt an uneasy feeling in his mind. It felt like something bad was about to happen. And according to Quintera's judgment, the source of this omen came from the barrier that could not be seen through. But the one behind the barrier was that existence. With her overseeing the situation, how could anything bad happen? Maybe it's just an illusion? Quintera tried to comfort himself. If Alessandro wasn't drinking, he might be able to give a more rational opinion. But he was already dizzy. When he heard Quintera saying just an illusion, he followed suit. "It must be an illusion. Don't overthink it. I'll find someone from the Crystal Eye clan later to cook some earth snake meat for you. I heard they have a secret recipe that can." Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a gap in the barrier not too far away. Laplace and Angor showed up at the opening. However, in less than half a second, the two of them disappeared. Then, a wave of rolling black mist gushed out of the opened gap. Whap. Check it out. Half a minute ago. Now, Angor was confidently preparing his signature dish, manna bread. Laplace was also looking at the activated box with great interest while waiting for the final result. Everything went well at first. As the sweet wind, honey fire, sugar spread ritual took shape inside the box, illusions of all kinds of rose petals began to spread from the porcelain box, and a sweet aroma began to fill the air. It was as if in the next second, a shallow but incomparably sweet dream stream would jump out of the box. Angor's expression was confident. Everything was perfect. But just as Laplace felt that the finished product would definitely be good, the sweet fragrance in the air suddenly began to change. It began to turn sour and greasy, and the sweetness began to deconstruct. The deconstructed smell became sour and stinky. Laplace didn't realize what was going on until she noticed that the rose patterns around her started to turn black, wither, and turn into ink. She abruptly turned around and looked at the lid of the secret instrument box. She didn't know when, but the lid was slightly opened, and black smoke was pouring out from the gap. It was as if the accumulated black ash had been fermented for hundreds of years and was poured out directly from the hole, turning into a black ash waterfall made of mud. Moreover, the black-gray smoke waterfall was emitting a nauseating smell. Laplace couldn't even find the right word to describe the smell. She only took one whiff and already felt a little dizzy. What's going on? Laplace looked at Angor and tried to ask using her spirit power. She didn't dare to speak because she didn't want the black ash to enter her body. He looked at Laplace with an innocent look and shrugged. Angor didn't say anything, but his meaning was clear. I don't know what's going on either. Laplace had wanted to persist for a while, wondering if it was just the process that was not good enough. The result was not bad. However, when she saw the endless black smoke coming out of the box, she made up her mind and recalled all three of her elemental avatars, leaving only the wind avatar that represented the wind. Open the lid, Laplace said in her mind. The wind element doppelganger hesitated for a moment, but still reached out with her pale hand into the black mist. In the blink of an eye, her fair hand was stained with greenish-black dust. At the same time, the stench seemed to have changed from a sense of smell to a spiritual sense. It seeped into her skin and went straight to her head. The wind clone was instantly immobilized on the spot by this merciless attack. Fortunately, she had already opened the lid before she stopped. After the lid of the secret instrument box was opened, more and more terrifying black smoke and dust spread out in all directions. Earlier, there was only one side of the waterfall, but now, there were more coming down from all sides. Even though the sweet wind, honey fire, and sugar spread ritual was over, the black smoke was still coming out of the box. Laplace didn't know how much black smoke would be produced, but he was sure that at the current speed, it would take at most 3 seconds for the entire barrier to be shrouded in black smoke. Go. Laplace turned around without hesitation. He created an opening in the barrier and took back his wind avatar. Instead of putting it inside his body, he put it inside a small bag made of scales. He looked at the opening and released a gate of illusion, aiming at the outside of the temple. Laplace and Angor both dashed into the gate of illusion at the same time. In an instant, they disappeared from sight. And all of this was seen by Quintera. It was wondering why Laplace and Angor were so eager to leave. But when it saw the stinky smoke coming out of the opening, it understood everything. Because it didn't pay attention, it took a deep breath and felt a sharp pain in its lungs. Luckily, it still had some sense left in it. It quickly turned around, opened up a black crack, and crawled into the space. As a cave dragon, it was born with the ability to manipulate space. It could run faster than Angor and Laplace. The only one left at the scene was Alessandro. He was still leisurely tasting the fine wine and was slightly tipsy. He did not notice the rolling black fog behind him and Quintera, who had already run away. When the black smoke turned into waves and slapped him to the bottom of the sea, Alessandro finally woke up. But it was too late. An intense stench rushed into his nostrils. It was like a pair of dirty socks that hadn't been washed for decades. It was the smell of new life coming out of a pair of germ-filled boots. This new life wasn't a quantitative change. Instead, it was a qualitative change caused by the accumulation of germs over time. It was a smell that could cause fragrant cracks on the ground. The stench was like a sharp arrow that killed his sense of smell, pierced his brain, and pierced his soul. 3 consecutive strikes, Alessandro was instantly sucked into the vortex of the stench. His hand could no longer hold the wine bottle firmly, and the wine bottle in his hand fell to the ground. Countless black fog rushed into the wine bottle, dyeing the liquid in the bottle a pitch-black color. Alessandro couldn't care less about the contamination of his favorite drink. There was only one thought in his mind: get out of here as fast as possible. However, he couldn't control space like Quintera. Also, the black smoke had already filled the hall and entered the surrounding rooms. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Fortunately, he was the spirit of the book. He could still escape into the book. Besides, he was already inside the book's range. All he needed to do was to let his legs give out and Alessandro's entire body would disappear into the book. After he disappeared, he didn't forget to close the book's pages so that the stench wouldn't reach the inside. As for the stench on the book's cover, he couldn't care less about it. In just 3 minutes, the stinky fog had taken over the first floor of the rock temple. Fortunately, the second floor of the hall and the first floor of the basement both had isolation mechanisms, unlike the first floor where all the rooms were connected. Therefore, the other floors were spared from the disaster. There were no other dragons on the first floor either. It was a lucky place. But now, all the rooms on the first floor had been completely destroyed. And judging from how dense the smoke was, it wouldn't disperse anytime soon. Even if they could really disperse, where could they disperse to in this sealed 100-dragon Divine Kingdom outpost? Angor and Laplace were already floating about 100 meters above the hall. The two of them stood in the air and looked down at the fog-covered temple with complicated expressions. Angor, in particular, had a strange feeling in his heart. A crack suddenly appeared in his confidence, which was built on the foundation of his cross-discipline gourmet tricks. Was he really not suited for gourmet cantrips? Even with the help of items and the devilish meat, he still couldn't change his fate. Angor's face darkened and his eyes widened at the sudden loss of confidence. Perhaps Laplace saw Angor's gloomy expression and asked, "It was fine at first. Why did it change? Did you trigger the mutation effect?" Angor thought he was about to fall into the dark swamp of self-doubt. But when he heard Laplace's words, he realized something. Yes, everything was fine at first. There was sweet breeze and rose phantoms. Everything was going well, and it should have worked. After all, he was only using a low-level gourmet cantrip. How could it fail? Therefore, the only possibility for such an abnormal situation to occur was that he had triggered the 1-in-a-million mutation effect of the secret instrument box. As the parrot said, Angor was making apple vinegar for his daughter. It was also a low-level cantrip, but it somehow triggered the mutation effect, which created the stinky black smoke. It was the same for Angor this time. Angor's shattered confidence was restored in an instant. The disaster this time wasn't my fault. It was a problem with the secret ritual box. My gourmet magic tricks were still strong and vigorous. Laplace didn't understand why Angor's mood changed so much. But she also believed that the problem was the box's fault, not Angor's. She didn't know how to use gourmet cantrip herself, but she saw the wise ruler use it before. She knew that Angor's gourmet cantrip followed the correct procedure, not to mention the low-level mana bread. How could something like that happen? Besides, Angor even used some consumables to show how serious he was. That was a very special treatment. The failure was not Angor's fault. It was his bad luck that triggered the mutation effect of the secret device box. What should we do now? Angor looked down at the black smoke and asked in a low voice. Although he had regained his confidence, he still felt helpless in the face of the surging stench and the stench that had already surrounded the rock temple. After all, this was the Mirror Dragon's territory. How was he going to deal with such a terrible disaster? Laplace considered for a moment. When we visited the hall, we confirmed that Alessandro, Quintera, and us are the only ones on the first level. And Bingyun, Angor added. Bingyun aside, Alessandro and Quintera should be fine. One of them can hide in his crystal book, while the other can open a portal at any time. Laplace continued, so, don't worry. We'll be fine as long as we figure out a way to get rid of the black smoke. As Laplace spoke, he took out the scale bag that he had used to store his wind element doppelganger. He tipped the bag over, and the wind clone immediately appeared in front of them, about 20 meters away. The previous clone had clear eyes, which were surrounded by a gentle breeze, clouds, and a cotton candy-like fluffy skirt. It looked both pure and elegant. But now, the wind clone's hands were black and gray, and the fluffy skirt was covered in a layer of dust. It looked like it just came out of a coal room, and its eyes were as dull as a wooden puppet's. And that was only its appearance. The smell was even worse. Even from 20 meters away, Angor could still smell the sour odor. Luckily, the smell was much fainter than the one in the hall. It didn't look as bad as Angor thought. Laplace carefully inspected the wind element doppelganger. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he put the wind element doppelganger back into the scale bag. I just checked it carefully. It's not as bad as the apple vinegar mutation parrot told me about, Laplace said. It's still stinky, but it's only on the surface. It doesn't reach the soul. Also, as far as I can tell, even mortals will faint at most. They'll be fine as long as they're treated in time. As for supernaturals, it won't affect them much. Laplace said this because Parrot, the seller of the secret instrument box, created the apple vinegar mutation. Not only could it kill ordinary creatures, but supernatural creatures would also faint if they didn't pay attention. More importantly, after being infected by the black smoke, Angor's body would be covered by the stench for a year and a half. The stench would not only linger around his nose, but also corrode his soul. But this time, Laplace checked his wind clone and didn't find anything like the apple vinegar mutation. It was stinky, but it wouldn't last for a year and a half. As long as the clone was cleaned carefully, the smell would be gone in no time. All in all, this was good news. The only thing they needed to think about now was how to get rid of the black smoke in the temple. As Angor and Laplace discussed in a low voice, a crack suddenly appeared nearby. The crack slowly opened, and a familiar figure walked out. It was Quintera. As soon as Quintera showed up, Angor sensed the smell of stinky socks. But the smell was faint, which meant the sock was still within the tolerance range. Therefore, even if he did, he would pretend that he didn't smell anything. Besides, it was his fault that Quintera was carrying this stench, so he didn't dare to do anything wrong. Quintera showed up angrily, and when it saw the temple covered in black smoke, it became even angrier. But when it looked at Laplace, it calmed down a little as if someone poured a bucket of cold water on it. Can the two of you tell me what exactly happened? How did this happen? Quintera stared at Angor with wide eyes. It wasn't because Quintera found out that Angor was the culprit. It just didn't dare to look at Laplace. Is this a protest against our hospitality? Quintera asked. Angor frowned and whispered, No, it's not. Here's what happened. As soon as Quintera showed up, Angor told Laplace what he needed to do in no time. He didn't hide anything from them. And he didn't need to. The only thing he didn't know was why he used the box. Angor explained, We heard your conversation with Alessandro. You're right, it's not nice to have wine without food. I bought a gourmet item not long ago, so I thought I might as well use it to make something for you. But I didn't expect it to trigger a mutation with a very small probability. Everything Angor said was the truth. With Laplace's help, Quintera could tell that Angor wasn't lying. The box is still inside the temple. We'll see when we get rid of the black smoke. Quintera believed that Angor was telling the truth since he didn't even take out the box. Angor's good intentions were ruined by bad luck. Quintera calmed down a little. Have you found a way to get rid of the black smoke? Mr. Marion will be back soon. It'll be bad if she smells this. Angor nodded. I already have a solution. End of chapter. Angor's idea was to use exile to send the foul mist into the void. It was a typical wizard's idea. For magi, if they encountered something dangerous, poisonous, or waste from experiments, or even undead, as long as the magi felt that it was too difficult to clean up, they would use the exile spell. Angor's first thought was to use exile as well. However, when he tried to do it, he realized that he was overthinking it. Back in the real world, he could use exile whenever he wanted to. However, he was in the mirror domain, and he couldn't find the entrance no matter how hard he tried. In the end, Quintera helped him open a space fissure. According to Quintera, the other end of the fissure led to the mirror domain, but it didn't know where exactly it led to. This was similar to the concept of the exile spell. The exile spell was also exiled to an unknown void. With the help of the space fisher, Angor quietly controlled the wind and guided all the foul mist into the space. It took about 20 minutes for the layer of foul mist to completely disappear. Although the fog was gone, the stench that remained in the rock hall did not disappear immediately. However, it was much fainter than before. Normal people could endure it with a mask on. Angor's group didn't need to endure it. They simply cast a purification field around them and entered the hall again. They had to go back to the hall because they still had their secret instrument box inside. Something happened to the box the first time he used it, but it had nothing to do with the box itself. Therefore, he had to take the box back. Of course, he had a better excuse to explain to Quintera. I know a little bit of purification. The stench is gone, but the smell still lingers in the air. Since I accidentally caused it, I'll take care of it. Angor entered the hall with the purification field activated. It would take a long time for the purification field to get rid of the thick black mist. Now that the mist was gone, he only needed to get rid of the last bit of the smell. Angor walked from the entrance to the end of the first floor without stopping. The purification field was enough to remove most of the black mist. Now, the air on the surface of the rock temple was very clean, and there was no strange smell. But there was more. Angor still needed to clean some of the water since the foul mist could be dissolved in water. The water outside the hall, such as lakes and streams, didn't get much of it. They would be gone after flowing for a while. Angor didn't need to do anything. However, there were some puddles inside the hall that needed to be cleaned up. For example, the water inside the fountain in a certain hall had already been polluted. Not only was there dust floating in the air, there was also a faint smell of rot. It was like the smell of mold that had naturally grown because it had not been cleaned for 10 days. It was acceptable, but since he decided to clean it, he had to do it thoroughly. He spent a few more minutes changing the water in the pool before he was done. It's my fault. I'm really sorry, Angor apologized to Quintera sincerely. Quintera was still angry at first, but after seeing Angor carefully cleaning every corner of the hall and hearing Angor's sincere apology, his anger was mostly gone. You had good intentions. Who would have thought a gourmet item would go wrong? Oh right, your gourmet item is still inside the Hall of Books. Do you want to take a look? Angor nodded. He already noticed the item when he was cleaning the hall. It didn't look like anything had changed, so it should be fine. But he didn't want to take it because he was cleaning the air, so he put it aside. Now that Quintera brought it up, Angor wouldn't refuse. They walked several steps and arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Books. Looking inside, the hall was bathed in halos of light, which made it look like a sacred place. When they came here, they could clearly see particles floating in the air under the light. But now, the light was so clean that not even a speck of dust could be seen. This showed how effective Angor's cleaning was. The first thing he did was to retrieve the box. But before he could do anything, he saw Quintera teleporting into the hall in a flash of light. Angor looked up and saw Quintera already standing in front of the crystal book, looking down at something. Angor couldn't see what was going on inside because of the tall bench and statues. He walked around the bench and approached the book. Alessandro already came out of the crystal book and was lying on the ground, not moving at all. Quintera was looking at Alessandro. Angor's heart skipped a beat. Alessandro couldn't be. He's drunk, Quintera said in a flat tone. Angor didn't know what to say. He thought Alessandro died from the stench. When he got closer, Angor smelled alcohol on Alessandro's body. But there was also a familiar stench. It was the same stench from the black mist. But it was already very faint on Alessandro. In fact, this stench wasn't even as bad as the terrible alcohol smell. Did he finish the wine? Laplace's voice came from the side. Angor looked back and saw Laplace also looking down. But she wasn't looking at Alessandro. Instead, she was looking at a glass bottle beside Alessandro's hand that emitted a faint aura of ice. This glass bottle was the wine bottle that Frozen Cloud had brought in earlier. At this moment, there was no longer any wine inside. If Angor wasn't mistaken, Alessandro drank it all. I think so. What's wrong? Angor was confused. Laplace hesitated for a moment and said, "When you were purifying the air, Alessandro hadn't come out of the crystal book yet. At that time, I noticed this wine bottle on the ground. There was still a lot of wine in it, but the liquid was already black." Quintera nodded. "When the black mist first appeared, some of it got into the bottle and changed the color of the alcohol. In other words, the black liquid came from the stinky black mist. Now, the wine was gone, and Alessandro was lying on the ground. Obviously, he had drunk the wine. At first, he thought that the box's problem was already solved after he purified the air. But now, Alessandro, who was lying on the ground, seemed to be telling him loudly, 'It's not over yet.' If Alessandro was simply drunk, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if the black mist had something to do with it, Angor couldn't just ignore it. Because of Alessandro's unexpected play, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became much quieter. Both Quintera and Laplace remained silent. Angor felt a little guilty, so he didn't say anything either. The silence lasted for 2 whole minutes. In the end, Quintera was the first to break the silence. It lowered its head and looked at Alessandro. "Alessandro probably started this himself. When we came in, Alessandro was still in the crystal book. He must have come out of the crystal book when we went to the other rooms. Then, he saw the wine bottle on the floor. The alcohol had already turned into a dark liquid. It was obviously contaminated. There was no way Alessandro didn't notice it. He knew the alcohol was tainted, but he still drank it all and passed out. Obviously, he was responsible for it." Quintera's words clearly removed some of the blame from Angor and put the blame on Alessandro. This was a favor Laplace owed by Quintera. But Quintera was right. Alessandro drank the tainted alcohol while he was still conscious. Considering the division of responsibility, Alessandro should be responsible for it as well. "Will he be fine?" Angor asked. Angor was grateful for Quintera's help, but he had to put the division of responsibility aside for now. Was Alessandro really fine after drinking the tainted alcohol? Quintera didn't answer right away. Instead, it slowly looked down from Alessandro's face to the centaur part. Then, Quintera's eyes flickered with a faint light. His gaze was like a sharp arrow, as if it could pierce through the gauzy saddle and into Alessandro's body. A moment later, Quintera looked away and whispered, "So far, he's fine. He's just drunk." "You're fine with the tainted wine?" Angor tried to make sure. Quintera was a little confused. "I'm confused as well, but there's nothing wrong. Besides, the stinky black fog from before didn't have any side effects other than being a little stinky. I don't think Alessandro will be affected." Quintera accidentally inhaled the stench and choked on it. But apart from the physical reaction caused by the unpleasant smell, nothing else happened. Therefore, even if the Blue Noble wine was tainted, it shouldn't cause any other side effects. Compared to that, Quintera was more curious about why Alessandro would go and drink tainted wine. Even if he loved wine so much, he shouldn't go that far. Blue Noble wine wasn't that good. Considering Alessandro's status in Harland Woga, shouldn't he drink as much as he wanted? He shouldn't be this frugal, right? Quintera's question was answered after half a minute. Alessandro woke up. Angor sighed in relief. He was worried that Alessandro would be fine after drinking the tainted alcohol. Now, it seemed that Alessandro was fine. Still, Angor still felt a little embarrassed to face Alessandro. Both the black smoke and Alessandro's drunken state had something to do with him. To his surprise, the first thing Alessandro did after waking up was to find him. He was too embarrassed to talk to Alessandro, but Alessandro was looking for him first. What the hell was that black smoke? Alessandro couldn't wait to ask Angor. He wanted to ask Laplace, but he didn't dare to. So he had to ask Angor. Angor saw how agitated Alessandro was and assumed that he was going to get even with him, so he had no choice but to lower his attitude and put all the blame on the box. Angor briefly explained the situation to Alessandro, focusing on the boxes. Mutation. Alessandro fell into a daze and didn't speak for a long time. When he finally regained his senses, the first thing he said was, "Can't the black smoke reappear?" "What? Reappear? Do you know what you're talking about?" Both Laplace and Quintera were looking at Alessandro with a puzzled look. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? 5 minutes later, as Alessandro's voice fell, everyone finally understood why he had said those outrageous words. In short, Alessandro thought that the tainted blue noble wine was the most delicious thing in the world. In any case, it was unknown whether it was Alessandro's sense of taste or some other strange reaction, but the blue noble wine that had been contaminated by the foul black fog actually gave off the smell of new life. In Alessandro's own words, he felt like he was reborn after drinking the wine. His entire soul was trembling because of it. It was something Alessandro had never tasted before. Just by smelling it, he could tell that it was something superior. When Alessandro crawled out of the crystal page, he immediately sensed his soul trembling. Even though he knew the blue noble wine was already tainted by the foul mist, he still followed his soul's guidance and took a sip. And then, he couldn't stop himself. To Alessandro, this was the most special wine he had ever tasted. When he woke up, his first thought was to see if he could reappear so that more of the blue noble wine could be fused with the black smoke and become a new type of wine. Could Alessandro's idea come true? For now, he couldn't. The mutation of the box itself was uncontrollable. Alessandro's mind went blank when he heard about it. Without wine, he felt like he had lost the meaning of life. However, after this experience, Angor's self-doubt was boosted again. He used to think that he wasn't a good cook, but now it seemed that he was using it in the wrong place. There might be something wrong with the manna bread, but it was better than nothing. Look at Alessandro. This was the best feedback he could get. The taste didn't disappear. It just shifted. From the bread to the wine. After learning that he could not use the black mist again, Alessandro looked as if he was shrouded in darkness. Quintera wanted to comfort him, but it did not know what to say. It had never tasted the tainted blue grace before. Who knew what it tasted like? Even if it tasted good, Quintera did not feel anything when it thought about how it had to pay for the foul black mist. It could not sympathize, understand, or comfort Alessandro. However, Angor, the one who started all of this, now found Alessandro much more pleasing to the eye due to his newfound confidence in food. Seeing how sad Alessandro was about not being able to drink his wine, Angor thought for a moment and came up with a solution. I can't use the box, but the water around the temple is slightly polluted. Angor was going to say polluted, but he changed his mind. I mean, the water around here is contaminated as well. Water is alive, and it'll settle down in no time even if we don't clean it up. Alessandro was still a little dazed. But after hearing Angor's words, he regained his focus and stood up abruptly. You're right. It can melt into water. And we don't need to go outside. There's a fountain right next door. Cough. Angor cleared his throat and raised a hand. I've cleaned the fountain. It's gone. Cough. Alessandro left the temple on his crystal page to search for the tainted water. Quintera wanted to stay in the temple, but when it saw Laplace's disdainful look, it hesitated and left with Alessandro. After they left, Laplace looked at Angor and said, Luigi sent a message. Yes. Actually, Angor already knew. He already sensed that Marcus had logged off not long ago. What was the test of the statue that Cuculus went through? Angor asked curiously. Laplace, just as you guessed, it's a test of comprehension. Yes. Next, Laplace told Angor about Luigi's information in detail. The first statue Cullis encountered was a black nightshade. When it entered the trial, its body was left on the island while its consciousness was pulled into a memory fragment created by Cullis. In this space, Cuculus turned into a newborn black nightshade. Around it was a strange, jagged stone forest. The sky was overcast, and it was impossible to tell if it was day or night. It could only barely provide some illumination. Through the thin visibility, Cuculus, who had transformed into a black nightshade, could see that the ground around him was covered in gray debris. Many of the rocks had claw marks on them, as if ferocious beasts would appear in the stone forest. Just as Cuculus was wondering where he was, a notification came from Wonderland. Black Nightshade, Yi Flan's test has begun. Background story: Yi Flan's birth was an accident. As a black nightshade, it should have been born in a dense forest, a deep swamp, or a demon lord's garden. As long as there are plants, it could be its birthplace. However, something unexpected happened. When Yiflan regained her consciousness, she discovered that she was no longer in any forest. Instead, she was in a dry stone forest that stretched for several hundred kilometers. She was the only plant in this huge stone forest. Yiflan didn't have time to feel sorry for her accidental birth, because she discovered that there was a powerful monster living in this stone forest, devil hero Dao Qiong. The bloodline ripple that the black nightshade unconsciously released when it was born has attracted the attention of this gluttonous monster. It's approaching you step by step. Mission summary: Yiflan knows that as a newborn, she can't be compared to devil hero Dao Qiong. Once she's discovered, she'll be eaten. Now, there's only one way to survive. Before devil hero Dao Qiong arrives, she has to comprehend the talent recorded deep in the black nightshade's bloodline, assimilation. Mission objective: Challenger number 2, you will become Yiflan and try your best to comprehend the assimilation talent in the limited time you have to avoid death. Mission reward: Wonderland skill, assimilation. Number of remaining challenges: March 3rd, the long string of notifications could be understood as, Cuculus had transmigrated into the newborn Yiflan, and he had to comprehend Yiflan's talent ability before he was eaten by devil hero Dao Qiong. Only by comprehending the talent and avoiding death could Cuculus pass the test. Cuculus only had 3 chances. If he succeeded, he would not only receive the skill reward from Wonderland, but he would also be allowed to stay on Misty Island and explore the dragon's tomb. If he failed, he would be banished from Misty Island and could never return. In short, he had to learn the skill while in danger. It sounded simple, but in reality, it was very difficult. First of all, Cuculus was a cave dragon, a mirror dragon. How could he learn the bloodline talent of an abyss dragon like Black Nightshade? At least, Angor couldn't imagine it. This wasn't about learning something beyond one's level, but something beyond one's energy system. Second, Cuculus only had 3 chances. Was 3 attempts really enough to fully comprehend a talent that could cross races, bloodlines, and energy systems? Not in Angor's opinion. Third, he didn't have enough time. When Cuculus entered Yiflan's memory, devil hero Dao Qiong already noticed the strange aura in the stone forest and began to patrol it. A newborn black nightshade couldn't move, which meant it couldn't dodge. It was just a sitting duck. The stone forest seemed to cover hundreds of kilometers, which was quite large. However, for a mature monster like devil hero Dao Qiong, who could reach the level of a wizard, it wouldn't take much time to patrol the entire place. It might even take less than half a day to complete the inspection in a few hours. In other words, Cuculus only had a few hours to learn the assimilation talent. Even if all 3 challenges were taken into account, Cuculus still wouldn't take more than 1 day. Using only 1 day to learn the assimilation talent was too difficult. Angor even believed that Tomorrow Town and Uriel's challenges were nothing compared to this. And this wasn't the final challenge of Misty Island Dragon's Tomb. It was only the first step. Angor couldn't imagine how difficult the rest of the trials would be. Angor sighed and told Laplace his thoughts. Laplace shook his head. You overestimated the difficulty. It's actually not that hard. Huh? Angor was puzzled. It's not hard? It's simple. The Black Nightshade statue on Misty Island isn't a newborn Black Nightshade. In other words, the real Black Nightshade Yiflan already got through this difficult stage in her life. Huh? As for the newborn Black Nightshade, even if it has some intelligence, it won't be very intelligent. It can still learn the assimilation talent with such low intelligence, which means it's not that difficult. Huh? Even the ignorant Yiflan was able to comprehend the assimilation talent in a desperate situation. Cuculus already had the intelligence of an adult dragon. It would be much easier for him to learn the talent. As for the cross-energy system that Angor was worried about, Laplace didn't think so. The Wonderland dungeon wasn't a real copy of reality, and the so-called power was far from the real law. The energy laws of the dream crystal weren't complete yet, so how could there be a perfect abyss energy system? Since the test was to learn assimilation, it shouldn't be that complicated. Angor could learn it through his bloodline memories and bloodline inertia. Is it really that easy? Angor still didn't believe it. Laplace, whether it's simple or not, will know by asking Luigi about Cuculus' completion rate. Alright. After Laplace finished speaking, he lowered his eyes and continued to communicate with Luigi. About half a minute later, Laplace looked up and said, "Cuculla's completion rate for the first challenge is 31%. According to the progress of the test, a completion rate of 80% should be considered assimilation, while Cuculla's completion rate was close to 50%. This meant the test wasn't as difficult as Angor thought. As long as Cuculla's mind didn't slip and didn't fail, he should have a good chance to complete all 3 challenges. However, Angor was right about one thing. It was not too difficult, but as the first trial of the Misty Island Dragon Tomb, it was already very difficult. One had to know that the Misty Island was quite big, and there were countless statues inside. The further they went, the harder the test would be. Angor believed that it was still a distant dream to clear the entire Misty Island Dragon's tomb. But he would have to worry about the future. For now, Angor sighed in relief. The so-called consciousness space didn't seem to be too dangerous, so he didn't have to worry about Cucullus and Barbalagon getting killed in there. So, what is Nightshade's assimilation talent? Angor finally had a chance to talk about something he had neglected. So, what is Nightshade's assimilation talent? Laplace. You can think of it as a special concealment ability. It allows the Nightshade to blend into its surroundings and even its aura. Yes. The Nightshade was a special monster in the Abyss Plane. A mature Nightshade was extremely powerful in melee combat, while its long-range combat ability was close to 0. On the other hand, the Black Nightshade fed on dragons. If it wanted to attract dragons to it, not only would it need a special method to do so, it would also need to have the ability to conceal its presence. The method was simple: use your bloodline aura to attract a dragon. Most dragons were simple-minded, and this method worked perfectly. As for hiding one's aura, it was one of the Nightshade's innate abilities, or the ability inherited from its bloodline, assimilation. There was only one way to assimilate into the environment. Once assimilated with the environment, it would become an excellent concealment skill. Even some dragons or abyss dragons might not be able to detect the Nightshade's presence. It could be said that the assimilation ability was not necessarily the strongest ability of the Black Nightshade, but it was definitely an ability that every Black Nightshade had. The Nightshade statue's reward is assimilation. Angor muttered. If it's the same as in real life, it's going to be awesome. Many puzzle-solving or combat-type quests, especially those Fairyland quests that required beheading, would be much easier if they had the ability to conceal themselves. With assimilation, he could clear many other combat quests in one go. Unfortunately, he could only get this ability from the Nightshade statue. The Nightshade statue was located in the Misty Island Dragon's graveyard, which had strict entry requirements. Otherwise, Angor could train a team of assassins with assimilation and clear the dungeons easily. When the time came, the Fairyland items could also be distributed. As long as the items in the Fairyland could be distributed, an energy system would be established. But he could only dream about it. Laplace, assimilation is suitable for some Fairyland quests. However, compared to the compatibility of the assimilation ability with the Immortal Land Instance Dungeon, I am more concerned about the fact that the Immortal Land Instance Dungeon can directly reward abilities. The quests rewarded in the previous quests could be divided into 3 categories: physical objects, pets, titles, and constitution. Most of them were physical objects, such as a costume, a whip, and even a building such as a detective agency. These were the most direct rewards. The number of titles was next. They were not as good as physical objects, but titles could give you an identity, which seemed to be universal in the Fairyland, so it was a good reward. Pets and constitution were the least. The only pet that appeared in the Fairyland was Gleipnir's reward, a black tiger, or a black cat. As for the constitution reward, the only one that Laplace had received was Helen's imaginary constitution. From the distribution of rewards, it was basically an external force, not an ability. Even if some Fairyland items had special abilities, they were still the same. They came with the item, not the owner. Now, the Nightshade's test directly rewarded the assimilation ability. This was the first time. The reason why Laplace cared was because this was an ability that was directly given to him. It was not an external force, but an internalized ability. Once the internalized ability landed, there would be many questions worth paying attention to. For example, this ability, did you have the right to use it or did you have absolute control? If it was the latter, did it mean that the assimilation could become knowledge, enter your mind, and become your personal foundation? Also, if the assimilation was knowledge, could it be learned in the real world and used in the real world? If it could not be used in the real world, was this ability exclusive to the dream crystal? What kind of energy system would this exclusive system be? Could it be used as a reference? In other words, the reward of an assimilation ability would lead to a lot of future events. Besides, different answers would lead to different endings in the fairyland. Laplace's words reminded him of the same thing. He considered for a moment and asked, "What's the matter? Do you think the assimilation ability can affect the real world?" Laplace considered for 2 seconds and shook his head. "I don't think so. Even if it landed in the form of knowledge, it might not be something that can be used in the real world. If it can really affect the real world, then all the mirror realm creatures will go crazy." For the dream crystal. Angor did not comment on Laplace's answer. However, the answer in his mind was completely different from Laplace's. After learning that Uriel's real body would enter the fairyland, Angor believed that the dream crystal might actually intersect with the real world. If it did, even if it was only knowledge, it would prove the value of the dream crystal. As for whether it was true or not, Angor would only know when the assimilation landed. WAP, calm, go to the screen. Luigi didn't just tell Angor about Cucullus' experience on Misty Isle, but also Cucullus' opinion on the dream crystal. What happened on Misty Isle could be put aside for now. The most important thing now was Cucullus' opinion on the dream crystal. Was it good or bad? Cucullus' opinion was very important because it was the key to opening the door to 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. If it could be convinced, then there would be minimal resistance to the introduction of the login device in the 100 Dragon Divine Nation. It might even be possible that there would be no resistance at all. Because Cucullus had the mark of the dragon god, the mark of the dragon god was the symbol of a king, and its owner had a lot of authority in 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. Of course, the mark wasn't unique. Among the current generation of mirror dragons, Cucullus wasn't the only one who had the mark. Barigon also had the potential to become a king. However, Barigon hadn't returned to 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom for a long time, so he didn't have much authority. However, if both Barigon and Cucullus, who both had the mark of the dragon god, spoke highly of the dream crystal, it would cause a huge uproar in 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. Angor didn't even need to take the initiative to promote the dream crystal. The other mirror dragons would come to him on their own. Mirror dragons were the benchmark race in Bright Sun Mirror region. Their every move would affect the judgment of other races. In Angor's words, they were trendsetters. Once the dream crystal was accepted by the mirror dragons, it would become a trend that other races would chase after. Therefore, returning to the present, Cucullus' evaluation was very important at this moment. Laplace obviously knew that Cucullus' comments were representative. She organized her words and repeated the information that Luigi had conveyed to her without missing anything. Overall, Cucullus seemed to be praising the dream crystal and the dream crystal more than anything else. However, Cucullus' praise didn't contain too much personal emotion. It sounded more like an objective review. It wasn't that an objective review was bad. It was just that the more objective, the more rational it was. The more rational it was, the more it would magnify the flaws of the dream crystal. After all, to Cucullus, this was just a transaction of goods. In business, magnifying the flaws would dilute the advantages. The potential that was within reach would also be deliberately ignored. This was definitely not what Angor wanted. Angor already understood what Cucullus was trying to say even though he was far away. As the person involved, Luigi naturally knew what Cucullus was trying to say. Inside the cloud cave, Luigi was still talking to Cucullus about the various advantages of the login device. The dream crystal is originally a world waiting to be developed. It has endless possibilities. Cucullus also knew that Luigi was right, but he did not make any further statements. Based on the current dream crystal, the benefits it provided to the individual seemed to be barely satisfactory. Luigi saw that Cucullus was silent for a long time. He pondered for a moment and looked at the sleeping puppet beside him. He thought for a while and said, "Especially for people who are injured and can't move, the dream crystal is a very suitable place to recuperate. Also, for children, the dream crystal can also be called a paradise. Cuculus knew what Luigi was hinting at. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I have to admit that the login device is very attractive to Xianxia and the children of the 100-Dragon Kingdom who haven't grown up yet. You can see that from the fact that Xianxia hasn't gone offline yet. However, for a truly mature mirror dragon, its attraction is limited. What you mentioned, the boundless connection and the creation of a new world, are all beautiful visions that are very attractive to other races. But for mirror dragons, we don't need to communicate with other weaker races in real time, and we don't have the motivation to create a so-called new world. Of course, I'm not denying the value of the login device. It must have its own unique value since it was approved by that existence. It's just that, it's hard to find such value in most mirror dragons. Cuculus looked at Luigi calmly. You know what I mean. Alright. Luigi did not say anything. Instead, he frowned and sent a voice transmission to Laplace. Several seconds later, Laplace replied. It was Angor who asked Laplace to deliver the message. From an objective point of view, Cuculus is right. The dream crystal doesn't have enough elements to attract a mirror dragon. Luigi, then what do you think? This time, Laplace waited for half a minute before he replied, maybe it's not the best choice to use the mirror dragons as a breakthrough point. There are only a handful of mirror dragons in the 100-Dragon Kingdom. It's very difficult to influence the opinions of the majority with the opinions of the minority. Luigi sighed. You're right. Besides, there are no mirror dragons in the dream crystal this time. It's not easy to find a breakthrough point. Angor considered for a moment. Then let's not try to conquer the mirror dragons yet. There's no hurry to promote the login device. We still have a long way to go. Maybe there are more suitable races. Luigi, then we're not going to care about Cuculus? Angor, we still need to promote it. But let's slow down for now. By slow down, Angor didn't mean not talking about it at all. He just wanted to wait for the right time. For example, he could wait until the mirror dragon hatchlings experienced the beauty of the dream crystal before talking about it. Or, he could wait until Xianxia got used to living in the dream crystal before talking about it. Luigi thought for a moment and asked again, if Cuculus wants to buy the login device now, will he still sell it? Angor, let's talk about it later. As for the logins you gave to Cuculus and Xianxia, consider it a gift to them. Luigi looked up at Cuculus. I know what you mean. For now, the dream crystal isn't that attractive to mirror dragons. But in the future, Cuculus interrupted Luigi. You're going to keep talking about the future? Wait until the new world is created? Luigi nodded. That's right. I know you don't believe me, or maybe you have other ideas. But it's fine. I don't have anything else to say anyway. Cuculus was stunned for a moment. Luigi's sudden attitude made it a little confused. You're not going to promote the login device anymore? Luigi waved a hand. Not interested. Cuculus frowned. He could tell that Luigi was very eager to promote the login device, as if he couldn't wait to take over the market. But now, Luigi suddenly changed his attitude. Cuculus couldn't understand why. Could it be that the existence behind Luigi has spoken? Only when that existence spoke could Luigi's attitude change so drastically. If it was really that existence that spoke, could it be that their conversation had angered the existence behind Luigi? Cuculus hesitated for a moment before saying, I think you might have misunderstood me. I can represent the mirror dragon to purchase more logins, but I hope to meet the creator of the dream crystal. Luigi gave Cuculus a doubtful look. Creator? I don't even know who the creator is. How am I supposed to introduce you? Cuculus, then I would like to meet the existence behind you. In other words, Laplace's main body. Luigi frowned. What do you want? Don't beat around the bush. Just say it. Cuculus remained silent for a moment and said, I want the creator of the dream crystal to provide custom rules for the mirror dragons, especially the mirror dragon babies, so that we can watch over them at any time. Hearing this, whether it was Luigi, Laplace, or Angor in the rock temple, they all understood Cuculus' intention. To put it bluntly, he was asking for power. Cuculus probably didn't know there was power. Authority existed, but it could detect traces of the laws from some of the details of the dream crystal, such as the situation in the dragon's tomb. Since there were rules, there must be the ability to control them. He didn't want absolute control, but he needed to control the mirror dragons. Therefore, even though Cuculus admired the dream crystal and even believed that it could become his sister's paradise in the future, he still didn't show it. However, it still did not show it. Instead, it used a relatively rational and objective attitude to negotiate with Luigi. As for Cuculus' request for power, it wasn't unreasonable. After all, in his eyes, the dream crystal was just a virtual world created by the creator. It was a virtual world, a dream of the moon and the water. If it was just an insignificant dream, why couldn't he share the power? Even Luigi couldn't help but laugh at Cuculus' idea, let alone Angor. But then again, it made sense. Cuculus had only been in the dream crystal for a short while, and there were still many things he didn't understand. He didn't know the true value of the dream crystal yet. Back then, when he entered the dream crystal, he also did not see the value of it. It was Gleipnir's sharp eyes that discovered that the world wills of the dream realm and the mirror realm were fighting over it that confirmed that the dream crystal was an irreversible trend in the future. Its value was immeasurable. With this in mind, Luigi didn't say anything. He only shrugged at Cuculus. I think you're overthinking it. I don't know if the dream crystal has a creator. Even if it does, it's not something my main body can create. It's much more powerful than you think. Cuculus frowned. What do you mean? Luigi spread his hands. I've told you everything I know. The creator isn't my main body anyway. I don't even know if there is a creator. Let's put the issue of the logins aside for now. We'll talk about it later. As for the logins for you and your sister, I'll give it to you as a gift. At this point, Luigi stood up and stretched. I have done what I have to do. I believe that if you stay in the dream crystal for a few more days, you should be able to meet Barigon. As for the rest, I won't interfere. I'm going to leave now. Luigi signaled Cuculus to open the door to the outside world. Cuculus originally thought that Luigi would continue to discuss the logins with him. He didn't expect him to give up so quickly. For a while, Cuculus didn't know how to respond. He could only follow Luigi's instructions and open the door to the outside of the cloud cave. Luigi walked towards the exit step by step. When he was about to step out of the door of light, he suddenly turned his head, glanced at Cuculus, and said, I'll give you one last reminder. The dream realm has left the mirror realm for a long time. The reason why the mirror realm creatures don't dream was the general trend of the world's will at that time. But now I can tell you that the dream is back. After Luigi finished speaking, he left the cloud cave and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cuculus was still silently thinking about the last words Luigi left behind. Indeed, the White Sun Mirror realm hadn't had a dream for a long time. According to scholar Jinghai's speculation, it seemed that the dream realm was far away from the mirror realm. As for why the dream realm deviated from the mirror realm, Cuculus didn't know, but Luigi just gave an answer. It was the general trend of the world's will. It was the world's will that couldn't tolerate dreams. But now, the dream crystal was back. Luigi mentioned before that the dream crystal covered the entire White Sun Mirror realm. With such a huge area, other than the world's will, who could give the authority to make the dream crystal form? Thinking about it this way, Cuculus seemed to understand a little. The dream crystal was originally tacitly allowed to exist by the world's will. Although this still didn't mean that the dream crystal didn't have a creator, what was certain was that the existence of the dream crystal must have played a game with the world's will before the world's will finally acknowledged it. And to be able to play a game with the world's will, it was definitely a big shot above a legend, or even a miracle. If this kind of big shot was the creator of the dream crystal, Cuculus definitely couldn't interfere. As for the great existence behind Luigi, what role did it play in this matter? Cuculus didn't know, but it guessed that it might be the spokesperson. It asked for authority from the spokesperson, but it was obviously impossible to get it. Thinking of this, Cuculus suddenly had an impulse. Maybe it should temporarily put aside the matter of asking for authority, keep Luigi first, and further discuss the cooperation of the login device, but in the end, Cuculus still didn't stop Luigi. There was still a long time left for the gathering, so it had to think about it carefully. After that, it could talk to the secret book dragon. It might know some secrets. After everything was confirmed, it would talk to Luigi about cooperation and promotion. Cuculus temporarily put the login device aside and looked at the sleeping marionette. From the puppet's closed eyelids, it could be seen that Xianxia hadn't gone offline yet. The puppet's lips curled up slightly as if it was smiling. This was something that Cuculus had never seen before. Did this mean that for Xianxia, the dream crystal was a beautiful dream that she couldn't help but smile in her sleep? Wap. Calm. Go to check. Looking at the curled lips of Xianxia, Cuculus suddenly had an impulse. He wanted to see what his sister was doing and hear her opinion about the dream crystal. Was it the same as him? Or did his sister have other ideas? Since he had thought of it, he might as well do it. Cuculus subconsciously prepared to activate the login device, but halfway through, he stopped. He suddenly remembered something. If he was online right now, he would still be in Foggy Island's Wonderland. According to the gravekeeper named Time Poison, in order to leave the Wonderland, he had to pass the trial of the Black Sunflower statue, which would grant him a title and allow him to enter the Wonderland freely. Of course, he could also choose to give up and fail all 3 trials, which would also send him out of Foggy Island's Wonderland. However, Cuculus was not going to give up. Giving up was not its dragon creed. Moreover, it knew that Barbergon was also in the Misty Island Wonderland. Although it did not know how Barbergon's challenge was going, if Barbergon succeeded and it failed, it would be very difficult for it to see Barbergon again, not to mention the embarrassment. Therefore, the choice of giving up the test was one that it would never choose. Since he was not going to give up, what he needed to do now was to figure out how to pass Black Sunflower's trial. Or rather, how to awaken Black Sunflower's bloodline talent, assimilation, in the shortest time possible. Before today, Cuculus had never heard of Black Sunflower, and this was the first time he learned about this talent. Obviously, it was impossible to rely on his ability in the real world to learn it by analogy. There was only one way, which was to increase his completion rate by consolidating the information he already had. Of course, the information he obtained from Black Sunflower's bloodline when he turned into it. The information was complicated and illogical. However, with Cuculus's brain power, it was easy for him to memorize it all. However, it wasn't enough to just memorize it. It needed to integrate a complete talent network from this chaotic and complicated information. Obviously, this was something that he needed to settle down and calculate. When it thought of this, it no longer hesitated and gradually sank into its thoughts. Meanwhile, Angor did not know that Cuculus had already begun to integrate the information. If he did, he would probably be shocked. This meant that Cuculus had extracted the bloodline information of the Black Nightshade and brought it into the real world. There were different types of bloodline information that could be extracted. Ordinary bloodline information could be deciphered, but the bloodline information in the Black Nightshade that represented the assimilation ability belonged to the bloodline source. It was very difficult to decipher this kind of information. Only if you were a bloodline adept and had fused with the bloodline of the Black Nightshade would you be able to trace the source. But now, not only had Cuculus not fused with the Black Nightshade bloodline, but he had also gone through a transmigration experience that seemed both real and illusory, and brought out a portion of the bloodline information. If this was known by those who studied bloodlines, it would definitely be a major event that would shake the entire circle. Of course, this was not the only thing that shocked him. If Cuculus could bring the bloodline information of Nightshade back to the real world, could he also use assimilation in the real world? This conjecture might not be too reliable, because the assimilation was not only based on the bloodline information, but also the support of the bloodline itself. Therefore, even if he deciphered the assimilated bloodline information, he might not be able to use it. But what about improvements? Wizards were very good at deciphering and improving. Magic runes, for example, originated from the authority of the Abyss Demon. After continuous improvement and innovation by various wizards, the modern study of magic runes came into being. Even if the deciphered assimilation ability could not be used in the real world, it could still be used as a foundation for future improvements. Besides, as a dragon, Cuculus might be able to learn assimilation in the real world as well. However, all of this was just an illusion. Angor did not know about Cuculus' situation. As for the situation on the other side, Cuculus did not realize the importance of the information in his mind. Cuculus could not be blamed for being slow-witted. It was purely because the information he received was too complicated, similar to a bunch of garbled codes. Let alone Cuculus. Even if the wise sovereign were here, he wouldn't be able to immediately sense the opportunity hidden behind Mojibake. Only after the gibberish was integrated, summarized, and deciphered would the hidden brilliance gradually reveal itself. The illusion disappeared. Back to the real world. Angor and Laplace had already arrived at the entrance of the rock temple. As soon as they came out, they saw a ray of light, accompanied by the faint sound of a zither, landing in front of them from the distant horizon. Like the seagulls to the waves, we meet again in the colorful and pure wind. The zither music and the awkward poem arrived at the same time. Luigi closed his eyes and enjoyed the aftertaste of the beautiful music. However, his hands did not stop plucking the strings of the zither, and his mouth was still spewing nonsense. Unfortunately, this meeting is not as wonderful as the first time. Only faint melancholy and deep hesitation. Because I cannot see the surging waves and the foaming white foam. All I see is the lonely cry of a seagull between heaven and earth. Luigi seemed to have entered his identity as a seagull. His voice was rhythmic, and his expression was full of sadness. He sighed as if the person in front of me is no longer the person in my heart. Are you done? Yes. Luigi slowly opened his eyes, which were extremely clear. Did I move you? Angor gave him a perfunctory smile. I was deeply moved. I hope you can move me more in the future. Well, it's best if you can move me silently. Before Luigi could think, Angor continued, by the way, you want to buy a favor from Palucci, right? Alessandro is fishing for water near the stream on the other side of the forest. Go there and you'll see. Luigi was still pondering over Angor's words, so he quickly asked, Alessandro? What about the centaur? Isn't he a book spirit? Why is he fishing for water? Angor was a little surprised. You don't know? What should I know? Luigi asked. Angor remained silent for a moment. What do you think of the air around you? Air? Why did I jump into the air again? Didn't I just say? Luigi took a deep breath. The pure wind wrapped around me and carried me to the clouds. Angor watched Luigi's exaggerated performance and didn't know what to say. He had already purified the air around him. Maybe it was just his mind playing tricks on him, but he could still smell something out of place. But since Luigi couldn't smell it, he didn't need to explain. Angor pointed at the forest. Alessandro is over there. You should be able to see him if you go there now. If you wait any longer, he'll go to the water source to get water. Why are you so jumpy today? Just say whatever you want. Laplace gave Angor a puzzled look. When Angor didn't respond, he muttered something and walked into the forest. After Laplace left, he turned around and looked at Laplace, who was still sitting on the silver chair. You didn't tell Luigi about what happened here? He was referring to Angor's failure to use the box, which resulted in the stench of the black mist. Angor was asking, but he sounded confident. Because if Luigi knew what was going on here, he would definitely not take such an exaggerated deep breath. Even Quintera was holding his breath at this moment, not exchanging air with the outside world at all. Laplace nodded. No need to tell me about something that's not important. Angor didn't know what Laplace was thinking, but the man's words were exactly what he wanted to hear. It was true that the fewer people who knew about his failure, the better. He didn't think it was a failure since Delicious was transferred to Blue Noble Liquor. But Blue Noble Liquor, Angor wasn't sure if Alessandro's wine was actually delicious, or if Alessandro simply had a strange smell. He never drank it before. Therefore, it was more appropriate to conceal the truth before figuring out the truth of whether the delicious food was transferred or not. About 3 minutes later, Luigi returned from the forest. This time, he didn't play the harp because he put it away. Instead, he held a piece of parchment in his hand and carefully studied it. On the back of the parchment, there was a small, familiar print of a dragon's claw. Without a doubt, this was Pissy's contract. TSK TSK TSK. Pissy was saved by a baby mirror dragon. That's worth a year's worth of ridicule. Luigi commented on the contract as soon as he came back. Or rather, he was mocking the contract. Let's go. I already sensed Pissy's location. He's here at Palucci Station. Luigi raised an eyebrow. Great. I'm going there to meet that Palucci guy who blocked me just now. While speaking, Luigi looked at Quintera and asked it to lead the way. The station of 100 Dragon Kingdom was a separate space. Not only did one need to be qualified to enter, but one also needed to lead the way to leave. Was this a way to show off one's privilege? Quintera, Mr. Cuculus didn't send me a message, so I can't let you go yet. Luigi gave Quintera an angry glare. How am I supposed to leave Cuculus Cloud Cave if he doesn't let me out? Quintera, that's not smoke, Luigi, I don't care if it's smoke or not. Take us away first. After that, you can go find Cuculus to confirm. I'm not interested in waiting for you. Quintera frowned. But, Luigi leaned closer and squinted at Quintera. Are you treating us like prisoners? If you don't let us go, we can't go? Quintera stole a glance at Laplace and didn't dare to answer. Instead, it said, okay, I'll take you away. This way, please. Quintera thought about it carefully. It was difficult for Luigi to find the entrance and exit of the Cloud Cave and leave from there. Moreover, it also sensed that Cuculus was still in the Cloud Cave. Luigi must have been let go by him. In that case, there was no need to worry about whether to let them stay or not. Besides, Laplace was still there. It didn't dare to act rashly. Quintera dutifully led everyone to the exit of the station. The location of the exit changed dynamically. Now it happened to be at the top of an ancient branch near the rock temple. Quintera stood in the air not far away and silently watched Luigi and the others leave. After making sure that they had left the station, Quintera turned and flew in the direction of the Cloud Cave. Although it also believed that Sir Cuculus took the initiative to let Luigi leave, just in case, it still had to see Sir Cuculus to confirm. On the way to the Cloud Cave, a shadow suddenly shrouded Quintera's head. It looked up. The sky that was still clear before had become dark. A low dark cloud that stretched for a few meters covered the nearby sky behind the fog. Quintera looked at the dark cloud above its head and slowly slowed down. Finally, it stopped at a bare mountain peak. Looking at the faint black feathers falling from the dark clouds in the sky, Quintera hesitated and softly called out a name. Afri? It's me. A clear and cold voice reverberated in the clouds. Accompanied by the sound, a head that resembled a crow slowly emerged from the dark, gloomy clouds. The reason why it was similar was that the length of the head was close to 10 meters. If the long beak was included, it would be even bigger. So, it just looked like a crow, but it had nothing to do with a real crow. Looking at the crow's head, Quintera's mind automatically filled in its entire body. The head was a crow, but the body was like a demon eagle. The wings were heavy, with 6 pairs of black wings. The torso was barely related to a bird, but it's 8. Yes, a total of 8 limbs, but they were completely in the shape of a dragon. This was the 100 Dragon God. A special kind of mirror dragon in the country. Its name was Dragon Crow. The Dragon Crow controlled the power of darkness and death. Its representative was Marion, who led the team this time. However, Lady Marion took the exhibition booklet to the Palusu station and hadn't returned yet. The only Dragon Crow left in the station was Marion's assistant. At the same time, it was also Cuculus' playmate since childhood. Dragon Crow. Afri. You came here specifically to find me? Quintera looked at the huge crow head that was faintly discernible in the clouds and asked. Afri nodded. Lady Marion just sent a message. The Singers and the Yusin clan seem to have some secret items. She hopes that Cuculus can help contact Grandpa Juan and let him take a look. Afri was Marion's assistant. Marion went to the Palusu station this time to add pages to the exhibition booklet. The owners of the additional pages were the Singers and the Yusin clan. Quintera, did Lady Marion say what secret items it is? Afri shook her head. No, but it must be very important. After all, Grandpa Juan was the pillar of the 100 Dragon God Nation. Ordinary things would never alarm Grandpa Juan. Quintera, you can actually talk to Lord Cuculus about this matter yourself. Afri was silent for a long time, but still shook her head. No. Please help me pass on the message. I still have something to do. Quintera looked at Afri's suddenly gloomy mood and secretly sighed in his heart. But on the surface, he nodded. Okay, I will pass on the situation to Lord Cuculus later. However, I personally feel that this matter is very difficult. Grandpa One usually doesn't care about external affairs. Uffrey hesitated for a moment. If Grandpa One doesn't reply, then please ask Lord EA to come. EA was the external name of the secret book dragon. Quintera nodded. Okay. Sorry to trouble you. I'll leave first. Uffrey's figure slowly sank into the dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, she became one with the dark clouds and floated into the distance. After the dark clouds left, the clear sky covered the sky again. Quintera looked in the direction where Uffrey left and sighed softly, then continued to fly toward the cloud cave. Whap. Calm go to check. After bidding farewell to Uffrey, Quintera soon flew to the vicinity of the cloud cave. From afar, the cloud cave was like a barrel-shaped cumulus cloud layer, floating up from the top of the mountain in the sky. Quintera landed on the top of the mountain in the sky and was ready to contact Lord Cuculus, who was in the cloud cave. But before it could communicate through the dragon contract, it caught a glimpse of a slightly darker square hole in the cumulus cloud on the top of the mountain in the corner of its eye. This is the entrance? Quintera knew the cloud cave very well and recognized the square hole at a glance. Why is the entrance of the cloud cave not closed? Generally speaking, the cloud cave was sealed and only the cave dragon had the way to open it. Now that the entrance of the cloud cave was opened, it could only be done by a cave dragon, and there were only 2 cave dragons in this station besides itself and Lord Cuculus. So, this was opened by Lord Cuculus? Could it be that Lord Cuculus sensed its arrival and deliberately left a path for it? Quintera hesitated for a moment, then flew to the square entrance and looked inside curiously. It was gray inside and there were billowing clouds everywhere. Quintera was naturally familiar with this scene as the cloud cave was often like this. But what made Quintera a little puzzled was that it did not see any trace of Lord Cuculus inside. However, when it was in the rock temple, Quintera used the dragon contract to sense that Lord Cuculus had not left the cloud cave. Did Lord Cuculus leave in such a short time? But if he left, why didn't he close the cloud cave? Quintera hesitated for a moment at the entrance, then decided to use the dragon contract to contact Lord Cuculus first. Perhaps Lord Cuculus had something to do and left temporarily. Quintera closed its eyes and was ready to connect the dragon contract, but before it could fully outline the dragon contract, it heard a familiar voice and it echoed in its ears. What are you doing? You've been looking at the entrance for a long time and you don't come in? Hearing the familiar voice, Quintera was a little puzzled. Wasn't this the voice of Lord Cuculus? Did Lord Cuculus mean that he saw it in the cloud cave? But it didn't see Lord Cuculus just now. After hesitating for a moment, Quintera looked inside the entrance again. This time, Quintera finally saw the familiar Lord Cuculus. Not only did he see Sir, but he also saw a sleeping puppet beside Sir. Naturally, Quintera recognized this puppet. It was the sister of his master. Because of her body, she had been sleeping all year round. In order to prevent her consciousness from sinking, she had transferred her consciousness to the puppet. Normally, Xianxia wouldn't fall asleep in her puppet form. Why was she sleeping now? Quintera's doubts flashed through his mind, but he didn't think too much about it. Compared to Xianxia's situation, it was more concerned about Lord Cuculus. When it looked inside just now, it clearly didn't see anything, so why did it appear now? Inside the cloud cave, Cuculus listened to Quintera's intentions and nodded faintly. I agreed to Luigi's departure. As for Uffrey's message, I've received it. However, Grandpa One won't leave the 100-dragon divine nation. There's no way Marion doesn't know that. Quintera, Uffrey also said that if Grandpa One doesn't come, then please, without waiting for Quintera to finish, Cuculus said first, let Aya come, right? Quintera nodded. Cuculus snorted coldly. Marion never thought of inviting Grandpa One. Her target is Aya. Quintera. Then why didn't she just say Aya? Cuculus looked at Quintera with a meaningful gaze and said slowly, who knows? Maybe it's because she doesn't like Aya? Doesn't like Aya? Quintera was stunned. Aya was the secret book dragon. He was the most special and most honorable existence in the 100-dragon divine nation. Why would Lord Marion not like Aya? Could it be that there was an inside story that it didn't know? Quintera wanted to continue gossiping, but Cuculus changed the topic. Ufri didn't say what secret item the singer and Yusin brought. Quintera shook his head, no. Cuculus murmured in a low voice, this is a bit strange. But no matter how strange it shouldn't be as strange as Luigi's login device. Quintera, Luigi's what? Quintera felt as if he had heard a strange word. Cuculus waved his hand, nothing, just a little gadget. By the way, I have something here. I'll leave it to you to contact Aya. Quintera was stunned for a second and hurriedly said, but I don't have Lord Aya's dragon contract. Dragon contract was the medium of communication between mirror dragons. Every mirror dragon could form a dragon-shaped contract that belonged to them alone, which meant a dragon contract. It could also be understood as a dragon emblem that belonged to them alone. As long as other mirror dragons knew the shape of your dragon emblem, they could communicate through a special power of the contract. Because the dragon contract was the symbol of the mirror dragon itself, it was exclusive information that belonged to them alone. Once it was leaked, it was likely to be targeted. Therefore, generally speaking, the dragon contract between mirror dragons was kept secret, unless there was a very close relationship between them. Quintera and Cuculus had a superior and subordinate relationship, so they knew about each other's dragon contract. But Quintera had no contact with Aya at all, and they had only met a few times, so it was impossible for him to have the other's dragon contract. Besides, Aya was an arcane book dragon, so the confidentiality level of his dragon contract was definitely the highest, and Quintera did not feel that he was qualified to pry into it. Cuculus waved his hand, and a dragon scale covered with deep lines was thrown to Quintera. Aya's dragon contract is on the scale, you can contact it directly. Cuculus said nonchalantly. Seeing this, Quintera panicked and did not even dare to take the dragon scale. He directly put the dragon scale on the ground, and then took a dozen steps back. This was Lord Aya's dragon scale. And the corresponding dragon contract. This was a step further than knowing the shape of the dragon contract. If it was used and targeted by someone, even Lord Aya would find it difficult to deal with, right? Quintera did not dare to take it away easily, and he did not even dare to look at it. Cuculus knew this junior of Quintera very well, and when he saw his panicked eyes, he knew what he was thinking. You don't have to worry, even if something like the dragon contract is leaked, Aya will not be affected in any way. Quintera looked at him in confusion, what do you mean? Cuculus said, because the existence of the dragon contract itself was improved and invented by the arcane book dragon. After Cuculus' explanation, Quintera gradually understood that the dragon contract was invented by the previous arcane book dragon, and as the successor, Aya's understanding of the dragon contract could be said to be the best in the entire 100 Dragon Kingdom. Other people's dragon contract might be targeted, but as half of the inventor of the dragon contract, Aya would not be restricted by the dragon contract. Thinking of this, Quintera hesitated for a few seconds, then finally went forward and picked up the dragon scale. But, even if I have the dragon contract, I don't know how to tell Lord Aya. Quintera said, why don't I ask Ulfri again, and see what the singer and Yuman brought? Cuculus said, no need, just tell Aya that it was Marion who asked it to come, and it will naturally understand. Quintera was still a little hesitant, but was interrupted by Cuculus. Okay, hurry up and do it. I still have important things to do in the next period of time, so don't come looking for me if there's nothing important. Cuculus looked like he was asking him to leave, so Quintera could only sigh and turn to walk outside. However, just as Quintera walked to the door, Cuculus suddenly remembered Quintera's abnormal behavior at the door when he came, and asked curiously, by the way, when you came before, why did you keep poking your head out at the door? Why didn't you come in after looking for so long? Quintera he also had doubts, but he couldn't find a chance to ask before. Now that Lord Cuculus took the initiative to ask, he naturally wouldn't hide anything, and told him everything he saw at that time. After that, Quintera couldn't help but ask, Lord, did I see wrongly just now? Faced with Quintera's question, Cuculus' expression was a little strange, because he didn't know how to answer. At that time, he was clearly motionless, so how could Quintera not see him? Was Quintera lying? There shouldn't be a need to lie about this. If he wasn't lying, could it be because of that? Cuculus pondered for a moment. Are you sure you didn't see anything just now? Quintera nodded. I'm sure. I only saw clouds everywhere around me, and nothing else, including Miss Luscania. Cuculus frowned and thought to himself, Xianxia was behind me before, and Quintera didn't even see me, so it's normal that he couldn't see Xianxia. But why couldn't he see me? Could it really be because of assimilation? The only possibility Cuculus could think of at this time was the assimilation ability of the Black Nightshade. Because when Quintera came before, Cuculus had been sorting out the information related to assimilation. Because this information was too complicated, Cuculus had to integrate the information by increasing his mental strength. The so-called mental strength integration was to eliminate invalid information, marginalize redundant information, divide effective information, and store unknown information. And the assimilation ability itself required mental strength to be cast. In the process of sorting out the information, excessive mental strength might stimulate some effective information and make the assimilation ability appear around him in a certain way. Of course, the premise of all this was that the assimilation ability was not imaginary and could really be cast in the outside world. Although Cuculus thought of this possibility, he was still very hesitant in his heart. Because he really didn't want to believe that in that dream, when he transformed into the Black Nightshade, he really learned the assimilation ability from the bloodline of the Black Nightshade. Could a bloodline ability be the same as an ordinary ability? Moreover, although the Black Nightshade and the Cave Dragon both had the word dragon in their names, it didn't mean that they were related. The Abyss Dragon and the Mirror Dragon were not necessarily related. They were just crowned with the name dragon because of the strength of their race, not to mention the Mirror Dragon and a plant stained with dragon blood. How could a completely unrelated race learn the bloodline ability of the other party? Cuculus didn't want to believe it, but Quintera's confident tone made him believe it. He really couldn't think of any other possibilities. He hesitated for a moment and said to Quintera, "Leave now and come back in 5 minutes. Try to see if you can see me. Don't use mental strength or other abilities. Just like you did just now, just look in from the door." If he really used his mental strength to observe, Cuculus felt that even if the assimilation was triggered, he would still be seen. After all, the assimilation information that he had sorted out now was not even 1/5 of the original version. Quintera didn't know what Cuculus was doing, but as a perfect subordinate, he didn't question it. He nodded and left the cloud cave. 5 minutes later, Quintera returned to the cloud cave. The answer it gave was, "I can see you, but I need to distinguish carefully." At first, it's easy to ignore it, as if you have merged with the surrounding clouds. Although it gave an affirmative answer, Quintera's description was very consistent with the information of assimilation. Assimilation itself wasn't invisibility, but blending into the environment and matching with the surrounding aura. Quintera's description was mostly consistent with the effect of assimilation. After sending Quintera away, Cuculus fell into deep thought. He was very conflicted now. He originally only wanted to figure it out. After passing the statue's test, he deliberately studied the strategy. But now he found that the strategy actually affected reality. This made him suddenly not know what to do. He knew very well that if the assimilation ability could be replicated in reality, then the value of the dream crystal would rise again. But, what if it was just a misunderstanding? After all, Quintera still discovered it the second time, and Cuculus didn't feel that he had released any ability. But Quintera's description was indeed very consistent with assimilation. What should I do now? Cuculus could only think of 2 ways. The first way was that after passing the test of the Black Nightshade, he would be rewarded with the complete assimilation ability. Once he had the complete assimilation information, he could conduct a more complete test in reality. At that time, the test results would be the standard. The second way was to directly ask Luigi. Luigi must know something. But if he went to Luigi now, Cuculus felt a little embarrassed. Forget it, anyway, EA will be here soon. I'll continue to think of a way to pass the test first. When EA arrives, I can discuss with him. Cuculus didn't think of himself as a wise man. When it came to the login device, he seemed to be a little too self-righteous before. From Quintera's reaction just now, the login device should be more valuable. But to what extent this value could reach, Cuculus couldn't judge at the moment. But if it was EA, he could definitely give a conclusion. Cuculus was too lazy to think too much now. Since Marion had spoken, EA couldn't not come. Since EA came, then let EA make the judgment. Now, it was better to think about how to pass the test of the Black Nightshade. The first thing Luigi did after leaving 100 Dragon Kingdom's outpost was to take out Pissy's contract and read it carefully. I'm right. Pissy is at Paluxia's outpost. Luigi made a noise. Previously, when he was at the 100 Dragon Divine Nation's outpost, his perception had been somewhat blocked. Luigi could only vaguely sense that Pissy should be on the upper level of the circular castle. Luckily, Paluxia's outpost was on the upper level. Pissy was the minister in charge of economy, and he would never leave his outpost, which was why Luigi guessed that Pissy was here. Now that they were back in the fortress, Luigi could tell that Pissy was on the 5,500th floor. And this floor was where Paluxia's outpost was located. Shall we go to Paluxia's outpost now? Angor looked at Luigi. Luigi nodded without hesitation. He couldn't wait to slap the face of the customer service officer who blocked him. Angor didn't mind. They needed to add more pages to the booklet anyway, so they had to go to Paluxia's outpost. However, when they reached the staircase and were about to go to the 5,500th floor, Luigi suddenly thought of something. Wait, aren't you looking for an Injit man called Sibilov? Can you sense his location now? Yes. Angor nodded. He's on the lower level. I don't know which one, but he should be below the 2,000th floor. Yes. He already checked Sibilov's location with his spirit feelers, but Sibilov was still too far away to pinpoint his exact location. Shall we go to Sibilov first? Luigi asked after a moment of hesitation. No need. He's not in a hurry. All right. He bought Sibilov's favor for Heartfire. Heartfire came from the Heartfire Palace, which was located in the Injit's homeland, the Ice Kingdom. In other words, even if he found Sibilov now, he couldn't get Heartfire right away. Besides, it was hard to say if Sibilov's favor was enough to trade for Heartfire. There was no need to rush. They could go later. Compared to the unreachable Heartflame, he was more interested in the things that could be removed right now, such as the Eye of Thunder, the Inventor Mouse, and the additional pages in the exhibition booklet. Let's go to level 5500 and find Palusu's station first. Then we'll see if we can go to level 5000 to check out the booth or find Sipilov. Angor nodded. After the previous exchange with Quintera, he now had a general understanding of the situation in the circular fort. It was announced that the highest floor of the ring-shaped castle was 7,000 floors, but no one knew whether this was the actual number because the floors above 6,000 were not open to the public. In other words, for this routine gathering, all the races would be placed below the 6,000th level. The most important booth for this gathering, which was also the center of communication between the various races, was arranged on the 5,000th floor. To be precise, from the 4,800th floor to the 5,200th floor, they all belonged to the exhibition area. However, the central exhibition area was on the 5,000th floor, and the other floors were the exchange areas for the major races. Although there were a lot of floors, with the help of the stairs, they moved very quickly. For example, it only took them a moment to jump from the 4,000th floor to the 5,500th floor. Angor opened his eyes after a brief space distortion. If he wasn't mistaken, this was Palusu's station. As he thought about it, the energy inside the pavilion slowly formed an illusory number, 5,480. This was not the first time they jumped a floor. Every time they reached a new floor, an illusory number would show them the floor they were on. The number 5,480 in front of them meant that they were currently on the 5,480th floor. Huh? Why is it on this floor? I didn't make a mistake. Luigi, who was operating the jump machine, was also puzzled. Wait. I'll try again. With that, Luigi prepared to jump to another floor. However, when he tried again, the number in the crystal pavilion remained the same and remained at 5,480th floor. Luigi didn't want to give up and tried again. But this time, before he could do anything, he was stopped by a crystal eye race guard. Sir, are you going to the 5,500th floor? At some point, a crystal eye clam guard covered in a red crystal suit had arrived outside the crystal pavilion. There were 6 or 7 soldiers behind him, all of whom were looking at them. As a diplomatic envoy, Luigi stepped forward and answered, "Yes, I'm going to the 5,500th floor." "But, how did you know?" Sir. Ever since the new page was added to the booklet, many people went to Pelusu's station. I saw at least several hundred people here. Sir. The guard paused and continued, I think you're wondering why you're on this floor, aren't you? Sir. Although it was a question, before Luigi could answer, the red-armored guard quickly answered. There were too many people going to the 5,500th floor in such a short time, which caused the floor to be overcrowded. Besides, every teleportation point in the pavilion was occupied by people. Those who wanted to go in couldn't leave, and those who wanted to leave couldn't leave either. Under such circumstances, the Crystal Eye race could only adjust the number of people. When the teleportation point on the 5,500th floor was full, the number of floors to be teleported was moved down to avoid a run on the teleportation point. The reason why they were on the 5,480th floor was the result of the adjustment. As for the red-armored guards, they were arranged to be on this floor so that they could clear up the doubts of guests like them. Therefore, when the guard in the red armor saw that Luigi kept trying to teleport but couldn't, he was sure that they were going to the 5,500th floor. After listening to the guard in the red armor, although Luigi understood the situation, he couldn't help but complain. When the announcement was made, everyone said that they wouldn't add more pages to the booklet. They kept saying that they were overconfident, but when they did, they rushed faster than anyone else. The guard in the red armor smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Luigi sighed. Then how do we get to the 5,500th floor now? We can only go after they've dispersed. The guard pointed at a building beside a shop about 100 meters away. Let's try the stairs. Actually, the 20th floor isn't that high. By the way, my 3 guests, can you move aside? If you stand on the teleportation point, the others can't teleport. We have to move the floor further. The guard in the red armor talked for a long time just to say this. Apart from answering questions, their main purpose was to clear up the teleportation point. Everyone, half a minute later, they arrived at the winding staircase and prepared to climb the stairs. While they were looking at the winding corridor, they already saw 5 or 6 groups of people coming and going. They were all teleported to this floor and were forced to climb the stairs. Although their expressions were filled with dissatisfaction and indignation, it was just as the red-armored guard had said. The 20th floor wasn't that high. If I didn't want to break the rules, I'd fly up from the middle. Despite his angry words, Luigi still climbed the stairs obediently. While climbing, Luigi whispered in Angor's ear, I heard a passerby say that Priest White Mirror went to the teleportation point with them. But Priest White Mirror was teleported away, while they were teleported to this floor. Do you know what that means? Angor already knew what Luigi was talking about. The priests of Beluo Royal City were divided into 4 levels. The highest level was the Red Mirror Priest, the second level was the Black and White Mirror Priests, the third was the Grey Mirror Priest, and the lowest was the Mirror Attendant Priest. Therefore, Priest White Mirror was one of the most powerful priests in the city. It also meant that Priest White Mirror belonged to the nobles. Passers-by and nobles were teleported together. The nobles were arranged while the passers-by were not arranged. Obviously, there was an unfair treatment. This was what Luigi was complaining about. But Angor didn't think it was a big deal. Priest White Mirror wasn't just a nobleman. He was also a powerful figure, so he should be treated well. Someone as powerful as Marion wouldn't be allowed to climb the stairs slowly, would they? Of course, it would be arranged properly. So you're trying to keep a low profile? Angor considered for a moment before replying, so you're trying to keep a low profile? Huh? Luigi didn't know what Angor meant at first, but he quickly nodded. You're right. I'm too low-key. If I was more famous, or did something big like Gleipnir, I wouldn't be teleported to this floor. Alright. Gleipnir was an astrologer who once helped the Hunter Dragon Kingdom, so he was quite famous in the Daylight Mirror region. If Gleipnir came with them this time, the mastermind behind the scenes would probably arrange everything for him as well. As for Luigi, it wasn't that he wasn't famous. It was just that the way he became famous wasn't taken seriously. After all, art was considered a secret study in the Daylight Mirror region. As for Laplace, he was even less famous than Luigi, so he wasn't taken seriously either. Of course, regardless of whether it was Luigi or Laplace, Their identities were not a secret in the core circle of the top races. Just like how Quintera had roughly guessed Laplace's identity when he first saw them, it could be seen from this. However, it was too difficult for ordinary races to recognize them. At most, the overseers might know something about them, but that didn't mean they knew each other. Anyway, it was perfectly normal that they weren't arranged. The 20th floor isn't far anyway. Let's do it. At least the crystal eyes didn't block the way to climb the stairs. Angor didn't really care about the stairs. He was basically invisible in the daylight mirror region, so he didn't have any self-respect. Still, he understood Luigi's complaint. Compared to Luigi, he was more curious about Laplace's thoughts. Would Laplace feel uncomfortable because she wasn't arranged? Angor looked at Laplace curiously. Laplace's expression didn't change at all. He was still indifferent. However, her eyes were slightly lowered, which was different from usual. She seemed to be deep in thought. Angor tried his best to hide his gaze, but Laplace still noticed it. Laplace looked up at Angor in confusion. What's wrong? Cough. Angor cleared his throat. You're thinking about the stairs, aren't you? Cough. What's that about? Laplace didn't understand, but she didn't ask. Instead, she shook her head calmly. No. I'm just thinking about my main body. Main body? Huh? Luigi also looked at Laplace curiously. What's going on? I didn't receive any information. Nothing. Laplace, it's nothing. I just came across a strange gadget. All right. Laplace paused a little and looked at Angor. You might be interested. Huh? Angor was puzzled. Huh? A gadget I'm interested in? And Laplace's main body found it? Did Laplace's main body find something from the empty mirror sea? Angor asked out of curiosity. Laplace nodded. That's right. It was discovered in the empty mirror ocean. Half an hour ago, it rushed out of an ocean eye and happened to drift close to the main body. Huh? Something from the empty mirror sea, and it came out from the empty mirror sea. It had to be something from another world. Angor's curiosity was piqued. What's that? Huh? Laplace, a painting. Painting? A painting? The first thing that came to Angor's mind was Fong, the painter wizard. Fong used the Book of Kale to arrange everything for him in the Abyss Plane. Although Fong did compensate him in the end, Angor still felt a little stressed. Whenever he heard about a painting or sensed a coincidence, he couldn't help it. He couldn't help thinking about the painter wizard. He had a feeling that Fong was going to do something bad again. Now that Laplace said she found a painting, Angor couldn't help but recall the past. Laplace also noticed Angor's change of mood. What's wrong? She couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Angor shook his head. Angor remained silent for a second and shook his head. Nothing. It's just that when I think about paintings, I remember some bad memories. Okay. Let's talk about the painting. You said it's strange, right? What's so strange about it? Okay. Laplace considered. It's hard to describe. Do you want to see it with your own eyes? Okay. See it with my own eyes? What do you mean? You mean we're going to look at the painting after the party? No. Laplace shook her head. No need. I can take you there now. Huh? Huh? Now? How? With the mirror corridor? Angor didn't understand. Not the mirror corridor. You can think of it as using an illusion to synchronize an environment. Huh? Holographic livestream? Huh? Laplace considered. Something like that, but there's a difference. Do you want to try? Huh? Angor was curious to see what Laplace's livestream looked like. With that in mind, Angor nodded without hesitation. All right. All right. Laplace looked around. We're still climbing the stairs. I'll take you there when we find a place to rest. All right. At first, the stairs were not too crowded. But when they reached the last 10 floors, more and more people were joining them. Due to the tight space, Angor was forced to learn something: the total length of the corridor on each floor. There was more than one staircase on each floor. Since there were too many people on this particular staircase, Angor decided to change to another one. After going around and looking for a new staircase, Angor learned the length of each floor. It was about 3 to 5 kilometers. The outer corridor was already so long, and there were countless rooms and shops in the corridor. Many of them had their own rooms, so the effective space would be even larger. And this was only the first floor. Angor now knew that there were at least 7,000 floors in the ringed fortress. Angor could imagine how big the ringed fortress was. It was the home of the Crystal Eye race. A real architectural wonder. Of course, he spent most of his time admiring the sheer size of the fortress. Most of the time, he was amazed by the sheer number of people on each level. For example, they were now on the 5,495th floor. They walked for almost 5 minutes in the outer corridor and found more than 10 staircases. Every single one was packed with people. They could not even squeeze through a small gap. There were so many people here. There were a lot of people on the stairs, and there were also a lot of people in the corridor. At a glance, it was a sea of people. Angor even thought about finding a shop to rest for a while and let Luigi go to Palucci's station alone. But when he thought about the Eye of Thunder and Palucci's various inventions, he decided not to do so. It took them half an hour to go from the 5,495th floor to the 5,500th floor. Angor thought they had survived the most difficult part of the journey. But he was too naive. When they reached the 5,500th floor, Angor saw a long line. He asked a random person and confirmed that Palucci's station was at the end of the line. Angor looked at the endless line, which stretched all the way from his clear vision to the misty clouds. Combined with the flashing neon lights of the shops around, he felt like he was in a cyberpunk world. Even Laplace was frowning, let alone Angor. The stairs were already crowded, and the line was so long. Who knew how long it would take? Laplace did not want to waste time here. She looked at Luigi. Luigi raised his hand knowingly. You guys find a place to rest first. I'll go take a look. If he could contact Sage Pika, he wouldn't have to wait in line. Without waiting for a reply, Luigi quickly dived into the dense crowd and disappeared. Laplace and Angor, on the other hand, went to a shop called Squishy Skin nearby. This was a tooth dye shop. Apart from a dejected red-skinned Lucius, there was no one else inside. It was completely different from the crowded atmosphere outside. Thinking about it, the trend of tooth dyeing was only popular in Paluxio. It might have some popularity in Pippi Castle, but if it was brought to a multi-ethnic gathering, how could it possibly attract customers, who would dislike the color of their teeth for no reason? As for why Laplace and Angor came to this place, they had 2 reasons. First, there were few customers, and second, the sign said that there were drinks here. They were not here to dye their teeth, but to rest with the help of the wine service. The owner of the shop, the red-skinned Lucius, curled his lips when he heard that they were not going to dye their teeth. Clearly, he was not happy. But when he saw the crystals Angor handed him, he smiled again. It was not a lot, but it was enough to cover the cost of the drinks. As for Angor and Laplace resting in the shop for a while, Lucius did not mind. There was no one in the shop right now, and their presence would only increase the popularity of the shop. For this reason, the shop owner brought them to a table near the window, where they could see the long line outside through the glass. People outside could also see them drinking leisurely inside, using contrast to attract customers. Well, this Lucius was still quite smart. He had some brains. Still, it was only a little bit. If he was really smart, he would not have opened a tooth dye shop here from Pippi Castle. Lucius had a good plan, but unfortunately, he ran into Angor. Angor did not like to be treated as a scenery. With a snap of his fingers, he set up a small illusion on the glass. Looking out from the inside, one's vision was not affected. But looking in from the outside, they couldn't see anything, only a pure white wallpaper. The shop owner did not see anything wrong either. He brought the drinks and returned to the counter, looking out of the window without saying a word. Angor took a sip of the drink with an unknown packaging. It was not bad, but it was not good either. It was enough to quench his thirst. But 5 crystals for a bottle of thirst-quenching water was not worth it. but it did not matter. They were only here to rest, and the drink was just a bonus. Can we see the painting you were talking about now? Angor put down his glass and looked at Laplace. He was quite curious about the holographic live broadcast that Laplace mentioned, and what was the painting about. Laplace nodded. Yes. Are you ready? Okay. Huh? Ready for what? Okay. To see the painting. Okay. Yes, I'm ready, Angor answered without thinking. Okay. Then let's go. The moment Laplace's voice fell, a familiar barrier was built around them. Angor was not surprised to see the barrier. The painting might have something to do with it. Since it was going to be a holographic broadcast, it was necessary to block everyone's vision. As Angor thought about it, Laplace suddenly reached out his hand and gathered a strange energy at his fingertips. The energy was mainly condensed energy, but it also contained some unknown energy. As for what kind of energy it was, he had no idea at all. If Sunders was here, he might be able to understand it. Well, he couldn't. Soon, the energy gathered at Laplace's fingertips and turned into flickering dots of light. The specks of light floated up and down. From afar, it looked like a river of stars flowing from one's fingertips. For your safety, I will block your senses and let you enter my vision. Laplace's cold voice echoed in Angor's ears. Angor understood every word, but he did not know what they meant when they were put together. Before Angor could ask, the lights on Laplace's finger began to arrange themselves like a constellation and began to form their own orbits. This is similar to an illusion node? Angor wondered if Laplace was going to use the dots to create an illusion. But he soon found out that he was wrong. It only took 1 or 2 seconds for the light dots to complete their self-structure. When this structure was finalized, it didn't form any illusions. Instead, the light spots formed a rippling mirror. Following Laplace's instruction, Angor reached out his hand and touched the mirror. As soon as he touched the mirror, he felt a faint suction force. He did not resist and let it pull him into the mirror. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the shop and in an unknown space. There were countless light spots in the surroundings. These light spots were moving quickly, like stars in the sky. Angor tried to sense his surroundings, but no matter how hard he tried, he received no response. Moreover, not only could he not sense it with his mental strength, but he could not even sense his mental space. It was as if he had turned into an ordinary human being. Don't try to sense anything. You'll only get lost. At this moment, Laplace's voice sounded in his ear. Angor looked around and did not see Laplace. Where are you? Where am I? Is this an illusion? What do you mean by that? Angor asked again. He frowned as soon as he finished his words. He felt that he was talking, and he could hear his own voice. But he felt that his voice was not real. It was like diving into water with a swimming cap. He could hear his own voice, but it did not feel real. Do you see the light dots around you? Laplace's voice came again. Angor nodded. Of course, he would not ignore the light spots that looked like starlight. Laplace said, "These dots of light are me." Those light dots are Laplace? Laplace spoke again, "Don't be surprised. You're now a light spot as well." Huh, I'm a light dot too. Angor looked down at his own body and did not see anything unusual. He was still in his human form. Laplace said, "You can say that you are now a spiritual light that carries consciousness. Our current position is in a void of consciousness. This void of consciousness has a very strange power. If we don't have an anchor point, it's very easy for us to be assimilated by the surrounding power. To prevent you from getting lost, I put a shell over your wisp of consciousness, which is what you think of as your body. This body is also your anchor point." Huh? To put it simply, Angor had also turned into a light spot. However, he was in a strange space. Without a clear self-awareness, he could easily get lost due to external forces. This was one of the reasons why Laplace blocked Angor's senses. The only way for Angor to have a clear sense of self was to let him have his own body, which he was familiar with as an anchor point. His current body was only an anchor point. No wonder he felt like he was talking to someone else, but at the same time, he also felt strange and distant. He was not speaking with his body at all. Instead, he was communicating with his spirit. It was just that Laplace asked Angor's body to speak to express his thoughts. Angor had a general idea of what was going on, but he still had some doubts. The space of consciousness. Laplace's description sounded very familiar to him. Once, Wolf took him through a void storm and entered a higher dimension passage. Angor also saw all kinds of strange things in that passage. According to Woof Woof, only Woof Woof could safely enter the passage with its talent. Anyone who entered without a guide would definitely get lost. However, Woof Woof did not know that this was not Angor's first time experiencing such a thing. The alien eye took Angor to a higher dimension, and at the end of the journey, Angor also learned the ability to open the gate of illusion. Opening the gate of illusion using a special method would also lead him into a strange journey. It was very likely that it was also a passage that transcended dimensions. Why did it feel so similar to what he was experiencing now? Could it be that the so-called void of consciousness was also a kind of high-dimensional journey? Angor believed it was highly possible. According to the research of many wizards, the concept of consciousness did not exist in this world, but in a higher dimension. Laplace mentioned that this place was called the space of consciousness. Did it mean that this was a higher dimension? Angor asked about his guess. Laplace remained silent for a moment. I can't answer that. But I'm not the only one who can enter the space of consciousness. I saw traces left behind by other life forms. Yes. If we're talking about dimensions, maybe it's not much higher than the one we live in. Yes. However, compared to the concept of dimensions, I feel that this is a dangerous and secretive world where consciousness converges. It's similar to the dream realm. It's chaotic and illogical, and it's a mirror region hidden in the depths. It's the other side of the mirror. Yes. No one could tell whether Angor's theory was correct or not. But Laplace was a frequent visitor of this world, so Angor believed that her answer was closer to the truth. Not everyone had the ability to enter the higher dimension. Angor looked at the stars around them and asked, "Are we moving?" Yes. Laplace nodded. Yes. We can move faster in the space of consciousness, but only our consciousness can enter it. Our destination is where my real body is. Yes. We're here. Laplace's voice came again. It was difficult to tell time in the space of consciousness, but Angor had been communicating with Laplace. Based on their conversation, it should have been less than 2 minutes since they entered the space. While Angor was thinking, the stars around him began to rearrange themselves. Soon, a mirror appeared in front of him. Just like before. Touch it and you'll leave. My real body is outside. Yes. After pausing for a moment, Laplace added, "By the way, I'll still block your perception." All right. Laplace didn't explain why, but Angor guessed that it was for his own safety. After all, he had heard from Luigi that the aura that Laplace's main body unintentionally released was enough to set off shocking waves. If Angor went outside and tried to sense his surroundings, he might get hurt. Of course, Angor didn't mind. He was more curious about Laplace's real body. Whap, calm, whap, calm. In the void of consciousness, countless stars turned into a mirror of flowing light. Angor looked at the mirror, which clearly showed his current appearance. However, at the center of his body, which represented the anchor point, was a bright light spot. It looked like a path of light spreading out from the darkness. Inside the light spot, countless tiny rays of light were emitted and formed a complete body. Presumably, this light spot was the spiritual light that contained consciousness that Laplace had mentioned. Angor reached out his hand and slowly touched the light spot in the mirror. His fingers did not touch anything. Instead, the moment his fingers touched the surface of the mirror, his fingers passed through it. Along with the ripples, he sensed a familiar suction force. He did not resist the suction and allowed it to drag his body into the mirror. As soon as he entered the mirror, he felt himself falling. All kinds of strange images began to appear around him. Some were stars, some were mottled shadows, some were crisscrossing star paths. However, as Angor fell, the images became more and more illusory. When the illusion reached its end, the germination of reality began to grow. Angor opened his eyes at the same time. Then, he saw a bright, round moon. However, the moon was so close to him that it felt like it was right in front of his eyes. As Angor stared at the huge moon, an ancient tree surrounded by colorful mist slowly emerged from the center of the moon. Angor blinked, and the tree disappeared into the moon again. It was as if everything he saw was just a figment of his imagination. Puzzled, he kept staring at the moon. However, the moon was slowly turning dark as if a layer of dark clouds had appeared and covered the bright jade plate. When the full moon disappeared into the darkness, Angor once again felt weightless and falling. This time, he was falling faster than before. Angor could even hear the whistling of wind around him. It sounded like the howling of some kind of animal. Several seconds later, Angor finally stood still. This time, it was different from when he stood in the void of consciousness. He was truly standing on the ground. Behind him was a boundless wasteland, and in front of him was an undulating black forest. However, the forest of needles looked a little strange. They were like cones that grew out of the ground, without any branches or forks. Where is this place? Didn't they say they were going to Laplace's real body? Didn't they say they wanted to see the painting? Why did they end up in this dark wasteland? Laplace? Angor tried to shout. Soon, a familiar voice rang out behind him. I'm here. He didn't know when Laplace showed up, but the man was slowly walking toward him. However, the Laplace in front of him was slightly different from the one he usually saw. His face was still the same, but this Laplace no longer had silver-white hair. Instead, his hair was as black as ink. Although her hair was still as long and curly as before, she used it as a seat. In addition to the change in hair color, Laplace's pupils had also changed. Previously, his pupils were heterochromatic, but now they were golden. His golden pupils and black hair gave him a mysterious feeling. You. Angor tried to find the right words. You created a body for yourself too? Laplace? Laplace frowned and said, your choice of words is as unpredictable as ever. No. No, I just borrowed a clone I left here. What? A clone? Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. Where is this place? Why do you have a clone here? Laplace? Laplace gave Angor a thoughtful look and didn't answer. Instead, he lifted a strand of hair and placed it in Angor's hand. As soon as the hair touched Angor's hand, he heard a loud, rhythmic drumming sound. It sounded like the sound of thunder. It swept across the entire wasteland in an instant. It was as if there was no other sound in the world except for this drumming sound. Not only was the drumming loud, but it also seemed to have some kind of magical power. Angor only listened for a few seconds before he felt like his consciousness was about to be shattered. When Laplace's hair fell down from Angor's hand, the loud noise around them finally stopped. The feeling of his consciousness being torn apart was also slowly recovering. Angor looked at the ordinary strand of hair in confusion. Why did he hear such a horrible noise when he touched it? What was that sound? What was Laplace trying to say? Did you think of something? What is it? Asked Laplace suddenly. Angor considered and looked at Laplace. That sound was really scary. But it had a rhythm. Like, a heartbeat? Yes. Laplace nodded. That's right. It's a heartbeat. Yes. And? Yes. Angor frowned. A bolder idea popped up in his mind. Is that your heartbeat? Yes. Laplace nodded again. My heartbeat echoed throughout the wasteland. Angor mumbled. You said that Tunida of the Crystal Eye race once fell into the sea of empty mirrors while chasing after the legendary mirror monster. You saved him, and he stayed inside your body for several days. Angor looked up. Don't tell me I'm also inside your body like Tunida? This wasteland, this forest of needles, is your body? Angor's frown deepened as he spoke, and his voice grew louder and louder, which showed how surprised he was. You're right. You're inside my main body right now, Laplace said in a calm tone. You're right. You're inside my main body right now. But there are two things you're wrong about. First, you're not like Tunida. He came here with his real body, while you're still a light spot in his consciousness. Second, the wasteland and this forest of needles are only part of my body. To put it simply, Laplace's body was much bigger than Angor expected. As for how big Laplace was, he didn't give a specific answer. You'll know later. Alright. When he confirmed that he was in Laplace's body, he felt both surprised and regretful. Of course, Laplace's body was huge. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see Laplace's real body. Angor heard many rumors about Laplace's body. Some said that Laplace looked like a giant whale, some said that he was a monster from the void, and some said that he was huge and indescribable. Angor thought that he could see Laplace's real body this time, but he didn't expect that he would directly land on Laplace's body. As his mind went wild, he suddenly remembered the giant moon he saw earlier. Before I landed here, I saw a huge round moon. There shouldn't be a moon in the sea of empty mirrors. Even if it's just a projection of my memory, it shouldn't be this real. And, it's so close. Yes. This moon. He hesitated for 2 seconds and decided to ask, is it your eye? Yes. Angor didn't know how big Laplace's body was, but judging from the height he fell from and the size of the moon, he guessed that the moon was Laplace's eyes. Laplace nodded. Yes. Yes. It was Laplace's eyes. Being inside Laplace's body already gave him quite a shock. Now that he learned that the moon was actually Laplace's eye, he calmed down a lot. He believed that the reason why he was able to accept this shocking fact so calmly was because Laplace had blocked his senses. If he could still sense the outside world, whether it was the horrifying heartbeat, the energy tides that might have permeated the surroundings, or the aura that Laplace carried, he would probably have been washed away and become an idiot. But now, he was completely unable to sense his surroundings and could only see with his naked eyes. This alleviated a lot of unnecessary troubles and emotions. Now he finally understood why Laplace had blocked his perception. It was all because of his good intentions. Angor sighed in his mind, but he didn't stop asking questions. I was under the full moon just now. In your eyes, I saw a huge tree, and there seemed to be a rainbow-like mist lingering around it. What was that? Angor asked curiously. Laplace considered for a long time before answering, it's the manifestation of one of my abilities. All right. He quickly realized that he was being too presumptuous by asking such a question. He thought Laplace was trying to plant a tree in his eyes, but he didn't expect Laplace's personal ability to be so private. Angor knew he should keep his mouth shut, especially when he was in the territory of a big boss. Angor didn't hold back and quickly apologized. Laplace shook his head. It's fine. I was thinking about what to say. I'm not blaming you. It's just that this ability contains many effects, and it's a bit troublesome to explain. You don't have to explain. I understand, Angor quickly said. All right. You understand? Laplace didn't know what to say. Angor cleared his throat. I mean, with my current knowledge, I can't understand what you're capable of. You don't need to. I don't understand anyway. All right. He paused for a second and quickly changed the topic. Hey, where's the painting you mentioned? Let's go check it out first. All right. Laplace nodded. Okay. All right. Next, Laplace led the way in front. They walked into the dark forest of conifers. Angor thought the forest was some kind of conifer, but after Laplace's explanation, he realized that the so-called conifers were actually hares. Moreover, these hares were originally very luxuriant. Previously, he had seen a lot of hares on the wasteland. But now, the wasteland appeared because of the lack of hares. As for why there were so few hares? Of course. Angor would never ask such a question, but Laplace took the initiative to ask. The hairs were one of the consumables of his body. Although Laplace only had 3 active incarnations, in fact, there were many abandoned incarnations in the forest of memories. Most of them were made from the hair of the original body. Sometimes, the main material of the body was the hair itself. The more bodies there were, the more Laplace would pluck them out. After so many years, Laplace's body had been abandoned, temporarily not in use, or destroyed. As a result, Laplace had created a wasteland without body hair on his main body. When Angor learned that hair could be used as consumables, he suddenly remembered a myth from Earth told by John. Well, a traveler who slayed monsters. Aside from this myth, Angor was also curious about the hair. If the hairs could be used as consumables to create a body, did it mean they were all supernatural materials? If it was an extraordinary material, it would probably have a very dazzling effect when used in alchemy. Thinking about alchemy materials, Angor really wanted to use alchemy to study the hairs and see what they could be used for. Unfortunately, he was only a telekinetic light spot, and his senses were blocked, so he couldn't use any of his abilities. The forest of conifers was huge. Laplace and Angor walked for at least 5 minutes without seeing the end of it. In Laplace's own words, this piece of land. The hairs here are enough for me to pluck for 3,000 or 4,000 years. A forest of conifers that could last for 3,000 or 4,000 years couldn't be small. A moment later, Laplace stopped and spoke in a soft voice, "We're here." Laplace stepped aside and gestured for Angor to look ahead. There was a small house in the depth of the forest, which seemed to be made of some kind of crystal. The shape and material of the house reminded Angor of Crystal City. "Don't tell me this is Tunida's house?" Angor asked. Tunida lived in Laplace's body for a few days, and Tunida was a crystal eye, so it made sense for him to build a crystal house. Laplace nodded. Yes, this was left behind by Tunida. Because it doesn't occupy a large area, and it can occasionally accommodate people temporarily, I didn't clean it up. I put the painting I told you about in there too. Laplace usually swallowed the things that were fished out of the empty mirror sea directly. There was a huge space in the stomach of his main body, which could not only be used for storage, but could also be used to build a city in it. However, Laplace considered Angor's feelings and didn't think it was a good idea to eat the painting directly. He then moved the painting out of his stomach. The only man-made building outside was Tunida's house, which was why Laplace chose to put the painting here. Whap. Comcheck, why are you so quiet all of a sudden? It's so rare to see such an interesting creature. Why don't you talk to me a bit more? I can tell you a lot of secrets. Angor heard a series of voices as soon as he stepped onto the stairs of the crystal hut. It was hard to tell the gender of the voice just by listening. Angor only felt that the tone was a little strange, and the syllables were a little sharp. Angor looked at Laplace curiously. Who's talking to me? Is there someone else in the house? Is it your body in the real world? Laplace responded with the same look. No. Go in and you'll know. With that, Laplace led the way to the door of the crystal hut. As soon as her hand touched the door, the voice inside suddenly sounded surprised. Ah. We have a guest. Who is it? Is it Laplace, who can satisfy my little request? Come in. Laplace pushed the door open and entered. The light from outside shone into the dark room, creating a series of geometric light spots. The light spots extended all the way to the crystal wall inside the room. Through the light spots, Angor saw the frame of an exquisite oil painting. He couldn't see the contents of the oil painting for the time being, but there was nothing in the crystal house. The most eye-catching thing was the oil painting. It seemed that this painting was the strange gadget that Laplace had been talking about before. Angor poked his head inside and heard the sharp voice again. So it's my dear Laplace. Is this your body in the real world? It's in the form of a human. The voice was excited at first, but it slowly turned to disappointment towards the end. Although a human is fine, your true form is more interesting. Furthermore, only your true form can satisfy little Xiaodao's humble request. The words didn't come out of nowhere, but Angor got the gist of it. There were 2 important points. First, he was disappointed to see Laplace's body in the real world, and second, the speaker's name was Little Peach. However, Angor was more curious about who Little Peach was. The door of the crystal hut was already open. There was no room inside, so it was very small. With a single glance, he could see that there was no one inside, but the voice clearly came from inside. So, where was the other party speaking from? Little Peach spoke again while Angor was still wondering. Huh? You brought someone else with you this time. Using your own power to envelop the speaker's consciousness. Judging from the light, it's a human. Laplace, you have such a beautiful body. Why do you like human shapes? You like humans too. Sigh. You're neglecting the essentials. This time, little Xiaotao was clearly evaluating him. However, he didn't pay much attention to it because he finally found the source of the voice. It was coming from the crystal wall, to be more precise, it was coming from the painting. If his senses had not been blocked by Laplace, he would have been able to pinpoint the other party's exact location the first time they spoke. Unfortunately, his senses were blocked, and his sensitivity to the source of the voice had decreased. He could not tell until now. At this moment, Laplace also entered the hut and casually summoned a glowing stone lamp. In an instant, the room was lit up. He followed her into the small room and finally saw the painting clearly under the illumination of the light. Inside the painting was a solemn stage. The crimson curtains were pulled aside, and a headlamp was placed in the center of the stage. In the center of the stage, where the only light source was, a ballet dancer was dancing gracefully. That's right, it's literally dancing gracefully. In John's words, the painting wasn't a static image. It was a moving picture. The movement here refers to the ballet dancer. The ballet dancer was wearing a white feather dress. She was dancing with her back facing Angor. Her movements were graceful, and her arms were spread like a white swan spreading its wings. She tiptoed gracefully as she waltzed around. It was supposed to be a beautiful painting. Unfortunately, there was only music. There was dancing but no accompanying music, which made the animation a little strange. When the main character of the painting, the ballerina, turned her head, a strange feeling spread out from the oil painting. It was because her appearance was too strange. Her entire face was like an inverted heart. Her skin was so white that it was glowing. Two oval-shaped faint pink halos floated on her cheeks. Her eyes were two small black dots, and so were her eyebrows. Compared to her huge head, her neck was thin and long. It was curved and extended for more than a meter, making it look like a porcelain snake. Overall, she looked like a strange-looking monster. Or rather, a character described in a ghost story. While Angor was still in shock, the woman's neck suddenly sprang forward like a spring and ejected her head into the center of the painting. Her face, which was so white that it was almost transparent, took up 3/4 of the painting. It was like a horror movie in a hologram tablet where the director suddenly used a face-to-face kill to scare the audience. Unfortunately, the face-to-face kill did not come out of the painting. Angor, on the other hand, was only surprised by the man's sudden attempt to break the dimension. But he was not scared at all. Perhaps it was because Laplace had blocked his perception and reduced his emotional fluctuations? Human. I'm tired of humans. Humans haven't been able to give me a good performance for years. And this one looks so dull. A familiar sharp voice came from the little mouth of the heart-faced man. Since the woman's face was so close to the painting, Angor could see the forked tongue inside her mouth. It looked like an enlarged version of a snake's tongue. Apart from these details, Angor was almost certain that the woman was Little Peach who had been blabbering on and on. Angor did not try to communicate with the woman. Instead, he looked at Laplace. So far, apart from the talking Little Peach, there was nothing else worth paying attention to in this painting. From Angor's point of view, the painting was a strange thing. But Laplace was more knowledgeable than Angor, so she wouldn't be surprised if it was just a talking painting. There had to be something more special about the painting. Angor might be able to find an answer after observing for a while. But he did not need to. Laplace was right beside him. He could just ask her directly. Besides, Angor's senses were blocked, so he could not see everything. Laplace understood Angor's question. The woman in the painting is the strange thing I'm talking about. I blocked your senses, so you can't see anything special about her. But I can tell you that she's surrounded by a strong mystery aura. Mystery aura? Mystery aura? Angor quickly realized what Laplace meant. You mean the painting is a mystery item? What? Laplace had fished out a mystery item from the empty mirror sea? Angor could not believe it. A mystery item was sent directly to Laplace? Was this a gift from the creator? No. Was this a gift from the world's consciousness? Angor was not joking. Laplace had received gifts from the world's consciousness more than once. Angor was not sure about other people, but he was sure that Laplace was the favorite of the world's consciousness. Laplace shook his head. No, the painting isn't a mystery item. The real mystery item is the woman in the painting. Yes. Little Peach is a mystery item? No. She's not a thing. She's a mystery spirit? Angor had seen and heard about mystery spirits before. Take Olao as an example. Even though he was nothing now, once his copper mirror was refined into a mystery item, he would immediately become a mystery spirit. An item with a mystery spirit must have a mystery spirit as its main component. Even if the painting was not a painting, since it wasn't a mystery item, he didn't think it was a loss. This was a gift from the world's consciousness. Compared to a mystery item, mystery spirits were even rarer. Laplace, I know what you're thinking. It's not what you're thinking. It's not a normal mystery spirit. Yes. After Little Peach scooped up the painting, Laplace communicated with the painting for a while. Through their conversation, Laplace was able to confirm that Little Peach was a mystery spirit. Little Peach was a mystery spirit, but she also had a main body, or a vessel. Her main body was not the painting. Laplace also asked Little Peach where her main body was, but Little Peach did not answer him. Instead, she made a request. This request was very strange. Little Peach wanted to see Laplace's main body perform a whale sucking in water. The whale sucking in water here was just a metaphor. He wasn't sucking in ordinary water, but the memories of the empty mirror sea. Little Peach meant that as long as Laplace could fulfill her request, she would definitely answer her question. Laplace ignored Little Peach's request. Instead, he told Angor about Ing Tao's existence and brought Angor to this place. Of course, Laplace did this for a reason. Angor could craft artifacts, and the next step was to craft mystery items. To him, talking to a mystery spirit was more beneficial than talking to one. As for Laplace, even if he could talk to a mystery spirit, he would not gain much from it. It was better to give the opportunity to Angor. I can feel it. Little Peach can leave at any time. This painting is only a medium for her to stay. She can leave whenever she wants. So, if you have any questions, you should talk to her as soon as possible. Alright. Angor did not expect Little Peach to be a mystery spirit that could move around. He thought Laplace was lucky. Now it seemed that it was not a gift from the world's consciousness. Instead, Little Peach came to Laplace on her own. Angor did not know how to talk to a mystery spirit. But since Laplace brought him here, he could not just stand there and do nothing. He thought for a moment and asked Little Xiaotao in the oil painting, "Are you the spirit of the painting?" Alright. Since Little Peach was living inside the painting, Angor assumed that the girl's real body was also an oil painting. And she was the spirit of the painting. Little Peach was staring at Laplace the whole time. She only looked away when she heard Angor's voice. When she heard Angor's voice, she looked over. Humph. I know what you're thinking. My main body is not an oil painting. As for what my main body is, I have to see Laplace's whale sucking water before I answer. Humph, why do you insist on watching a whale sucking water? Humph, Xiao, because only this kind of performance is worthy of my attention. Moreover, I was guided by fate to come here. It must be because of this show. Humph, guided by fate? Angor felt his head getting heavier when he heard the familiar words. You're not guided by the Book of Kale, are you? Humph, the Book of Kale? You know about it? Little Peach looked at Angor for the first time and grinned. So that's how it is. You were once controlled by fate. Angor did not know what to say. You're a human, but now you're getting interesting. Little Peach stared at him. Too many people and events have been controlled by the Book of Kale. But after that, very few people knew that they were controlled by fate. If you knew about the existence of the Book of Kyle, then someone must have told you about it. Moreover, the other party is definitely a legendary magus. Okay. Only a legendary wizard can bypass the control of fate and reveal the truth to me? Okay. Little Peach looked away. I'm not telling you. If you want me to answer your question, you have to fulfill my request. Because it's the rule. Okay. Little Peach acted like she was fooling around, but when she said it's the rule. It's the rules. Angor suddenly realized something. Anyone who asks you a question has to fulfill your request? Is this a restriction from mystery power? Okay. Little Peach did not say anything, but Angor knew that he guessed right. It was an equivalent exchange. One had to give something in order to get something in return. But according to Little Peach, only Laplace's whale-sucking water would give Angor the chance to ask questions. This was a bit difficult for Angor. He couldn't really let Laplace do it, right? Angor considered. You don't need only Laplace to do it, right? Maybe I can do it too? Okay. Angor raised his hands and signaled Little Peach to look at him. Little Peach gave Angor a cold glance. Human performances are all the same. I don't know how many times I've seen them. I'm sick of them. There's nothing worth watching. You can forget about it. All right. Can you tell me what kind of performance you're interested in? Maybe I can fulfill it? All right. Whap, calm, view. Little Peach raised her eyebrows as if she was surprised by Angor's courage. You want to perform in front of me? Yes. Angor nodded. There were many ways to perform. As long as it was not an artistic performance, he was willing to try it out. There was no harm in trying anyway. Little Peach's dark eyes showed a hint of mockery. You're just a wisp of consciousness now. Even your appearance is an illusory shell. What can you do? Yes. I can bring my body here. Yes. Little Peach looked away. I can't wait that long. I took some time out of my busy schedule to travel with Fate. Yes. I don't have much time left. I need to go back and interview those potential actors. Yes. Interview potential actors? You work in a theater? Yes. Little Peach humphed. If you want to know, let her fulfill my request. Yes. Instead of looking at Angor, she turned her attention to Laplace. Obviously, they were back to square one. Little Peach didn't want to see Angor's performance. Besides, Angor was just a fake body, so he couldn't do anything amazing. So, the only performance she wanted to see was Laplace's whale absorbs water. Laplace saw Little Peach looking at her and considered for a moment. I don't think absorbing memories counts as a performance, right? Yes. Previously, when Little Xiaotao had made this request, Laplace had been too lazy to respond. Even if Little Xiaotao had a mysterious aura and was most likely a mysterious spirit, to Laplace, this wasn't very attractive because the other party was just a passerby. However, if Little Peach could help Angor, Laplace was willing to consider her request. But she did not understand why Little Peach wanted her to perform the whale absorbs water. Swallowing the memories of the empty mirror sea was not a difficult task for her. Every time she created a time clone, she would absorb the memories from the sea and use them as inspiration materials. Therefore, it was not difficult for her to absorb memories. But she did not know what Little Peach was thinking. Hearing Laplace's question, Little Xiaotao's long and narrow eyes flashed with light. She explained in all seriousness, for you, this is a kind of daily life. But for me, it was an interesting show. My daily routine becomes your performance? Laplace frowned. She was still a little confused. Could this be the strange way of thinking of the mysterious spirit? A life of observing interesting things is the beautiful scenery that I seek. Xiao, compared to those exaggerated performances, I prefer the beautiful scenery that I discovered myself. Similarly, this is also my philosophy as an interviewer. Little Peach said something strange again. Laplace did not understand, but Angor did. To sum it up, you stand on the bridge and look at the scenery, while the person looking at the scenery is looking at you from upstairs. You become the scenery for others, but you don't know it yourself. If you, as an interviewer, pursue this kind of performance, can anyone really pass the interview? Angor mumbled. You want the other person to be an actor, but not know that you are an actor. Also, you have to discover the beauty of the other person's body. If you interviewed according to this standard, wouldn't all actors be eliminated? Maybe she heard Angor's mumbling, because Little Peach said in a meaningful tone, true. Very few people can pass my interview. But if you can't even pass my interview, then there is no need for you to go on the stage. Laplace, so, you're interviewing me? Little Peach shook her head. No, I'm not working right now. I'm just watching a performance that I want to see in my free time. Besides, if it's an interview, you can't even pass the first one, let alone mine. So, you're lucky to meet me and have me ask for it. Others who wanted to get Little Peach's answer had to at least pass the first 2 rounds of interviews. But not everyone could pass the theater interview. There was more than one interviewer in the theater. They all had different preferences and different styles of performance. Laplace might be able to attract Little Peach's interest, but he might not be able to attract the first interviewer. So, Laplace did not need to go through the first interview. He could directly ask her questions by performing whale-sucking water. In Little Peach's opinion, this was definitely Laplace's good luck. Laplace didn't like Little Shadow's arrogant attitude. However, considering her mysterious identity, Laplace didn't show it. He just pondered for a moment and said, "I can perform a memory swallowing, but what do you think? Where do you want to see it?" Seeing Laplace agree, Little Peach's eyes lit up. She quickly said, "Just do it. I can see everything from here." "Okay." Laplace nodded and ignored Little Peach. He looked at Angor. "Angor, you really want to perform?" "Okay." "Laplace, it's not a problem for me to whale-sucking memory. As she said, this is my daily routine." "Okay." Laplace did not mind showing his daily routine. He did not agree before because he did not want to entertain an uninvited guest. Now that Little Peach mentioned her price, he felt a little motivated, so he did not mind showing off. Laplace paused a little. "But when I do that, the energy around me might get crazy. So, you can't stay on me for now. Should I send you to the consciousness space first?" "Okay." Angor did not think too much and nodded. He was only a small part of his consciousness, and he did not have Little Peach's ability to see everything. Even if he stayed on Laplace's back, he would not be able to see anything. So, it was fine to leave for now. Soon, he was sent back to Laplace's consciousness space. Inside his consciousness surrounded by stars, he began to think. When he returned to the void of consciousness, he slowly floated up and caught a glimpse of Laplace's true body. He saw a familiar full moon and a giant head half exposed above the water. He thought Laplace's true form was a gigantic beast thousands of meters long. But when he saw a small part of Laplace's true form, he realized that his vision was still too small. Half of Laplace's head was already several thousand meters long. The needle woods they were at before was at most the size of Laplace's eyebrow. This was enough to tell Angor how big Laplace's true form was. It wasn't any smaller than those void demons. Also, Laplace was the favorite of the world consciousness of the White Sun Mirror domain, so he was probably stronger than void monsters of the same level. Human sorcerers of the same rank were usually unable to defeat void demons, and void demons were much stronger than ordinary void demons. If that was the case, with Laplace's current strength at the peak of rank 3, he might be comparable to a legendary magus. Of course, this was only an ignorant assumption. He did not know whether it was true or not. The only thing Angor was sure of was that if Laplace's true form came to the southern wizarding region, he would be as powerful as a demon. No one could stop him. Angor only saw a small part of Laplace's true form, but he had more ideas. He was astonished by Laplace's immense power, but he was also glad that he had found such a good partner. With such a powerful backer, the promotion of the dream crystal in the mirror realm would not be too difficult. If Laplace really opened his mouth and swallowed all the memories, it would be quite a sight to behold. Angor now understood why Little Peach wanted to see Laplace's swallowing memories so badly. Just imagining the scene was enough to make him feel amazed. While imagining the swallowing scene, Angor was also thinking about Little Peach's identity. Laplace did not pay much attention to Little Peach, but Angor had a different idea. Maybe Little Peach's appearance was a sign of something. After all, the White Sun Mirror domain covered the entire southern wizarding region. Could Little Peach's true form be somewhere near the southern wizarding region? As for the identity of an interviewer, Angor thought of a possibility. It was hard to tell how much time had passed in his mind space. Angor only felt an instant when the familiar mirror appeared in front of him again. Laplace's voice came from the spinning stars around him. "My performance is over. Little Peach has agreed to answer my questions. You may come out now." Without hesitation, Angor reached his hand into the mirror. Along with the falling sensation, Angor returned to the real world. This time, he did not see the moon that represented Laplace's eye. Instead, he saw the empty mirror sea around him. Obviously, the undulating sea surface was the aftermath of Laplace's swallowing of water. Just the aftermath alone could destroy tens of thousands of memories, which meant the swallowing scene was even more shocking. This scene was indeed worthy of the performance that Little Peach had described. Angor was not confident that he could win Little Peach's favor if he was the one performing. Several seconds later, Angor landed safely at the boundary between the forest and the wasteland. He did not land near the crystal hut because each strand of hair in the forest was entangled with the power of memories. If Angor landed in the forest, his consciousness might be affected by the strands of hair, which might lead to unnecessary consequences. The best solution was to land in the wasteland and ask Laplace's true form to guide him inside. Similarly, it was the black-haired Laplace who came this time. She quickly led Angor to the crystal hut while explaining Little Peach's situation. I talked to her just now. She'll stay in the painting for another 10 minutes. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. But there are rules for asking her questions. She can answer any ordinary question you want, and there is no limit to the number of times she can answer. However, if it involves questions about fate and secret knowledge, according to her rules, she can only answer 3 questions. You need to be careful with these 3 questions. If she can't answer them, they will still be considered as questions. We can discuss what questions you want to ask, especially secret ones. Maybe I know some of them. If he asked Laplace, she could answer Angor's questions without any restrictions. But if he asked Little Peach, he would use up one of his questions. Therefore, he could discuss with Laplace first if he wanted to ask something secret. This way, he would not waste any chances. Angor nodded while discussing with Laplace about how to ask the questions. In the end, they decided on 3 questions. 2 of them were about Angor, while the other one was about Laplace. At first, he did not want to take up the chance to ask questions. He felt that he did not contribute much, and it would be good enough if he could ask some ordinary questions. However, Laplace did not hesitate. I'm not lost. She may not know the path I'm pursuing. Laplace was telling the truth. If she did not think that the mystery spirit could help Angor's alchemy skills, she would not even bother to talk to Little Peach. Laplace did not mind Little Peach's 3 chances to ask questions either. If not for Angor's insistence, she would not even ask a single question. In short, this was the final distribution of questions. Ordinary questions would be asked after. Within 10 minutes, 3 secret questions would be asked first. Soon, they arrived at the crystal hut. Inside the painting, Little Peach was already getting impatient. Hurry up. Another candidate is about to reach the 2nd level. I need to go back. What questions do you have? Angor exchanged a glance with Laplace. Angor took a step back, and Laplace stepped forward to ask the first question. It was Angor's idea to let Laplace go first. After all, Laplace was the one who earned the chance to ask questions. To show her respect, she took the first place. However, Angor did not know what Laplace was going to ask. Little Peach also looked at Laplace curiously. You did a great job. If you're in the theater, I'll give you a second chance. Anything you want to ask? Laplace wanted to tell Little Peach that she did not want to ask anything, but considering her promise with Angor, she did not say it out loud. Instead, she said in a plain voice, I'll use up 1 secret question. As for the specific question, I won't ask. Just tell me something about the mirror realm or the wizarding world that neither of us know. Remember, keep it short. Laplace still wanted to save more time for Angor, which was why she asked such a question. So casual? Xiaotao muttered, I don't know what to say now that you've asked me that question. Laplace's question sounded casual, but it was not that casual. It was not only a test of Little Peach's intelligence, but also her ability. There were 2 prerequisites for her question. First, it had to be something that neither she nor Angor knew. Second, the information was limited to the mirror realm and the wizarding world. Angor was too young to know much. Laplace, on the other hand, was different. She had the Mirror Sea, which was an information network that connected all worlds. She also knew a lot about the mirror realm itself. The wise ruler often told her about the wizarding world, so she knew a lot about it. Therefore, if Little Xiaodao's information was already known, it meant that little Xiaodao's screening ability was very weak. Angor would probably need to adjust his strategy for later questions. In other words, Laplace's seemingly casual question was not only to test Little Peach's ability, but also to set an example for Angor's future questions. Whap. Go and check. Let me think. Little Xiaotao muttered and fell into deep thought. Little Xiaodao's head was still at the center of the image, but her body in the distance had begun to dance ballet. Her snake-like neck was twisted around many times, but she didn't seem to feel it at all. Her body kept dancing while her head lowered. It was as if her body was divided and each part of her body had its own thoughts. This strange scene lasted for about 10 seconds before Little Peach looked up. I saw many interesting fate entanglements on you. But I don't have the right to tell you most of them unless you come to my main body. Yes. Your main body? Laplace was confused. If you want to know more about my main body, you'll have to ask a secret question. Laplace shook his head. No. Go on. Yes. Xiao Tao, I thought of 2 secret messages that are related to you. Which one do you want to hear? Laplace, which 2? Yes. Little Xiaotao waved her slender fingers and said in a sharp, ear-piercing voice, as for the specific information, I will only tell you if you ask me. But I can tell you something important. Yes. The first clue is disaster. The second clue is Gozen. Yes. Angor and Laplace exchanged a look after listening to Little Peach's explanation. They didn't know what disaster meant for the first clue. From the perspective of words alone, it could mean calamity or disaster. And Little Peach clearly indicated that this clue was related to Laplace. Was she implying that Laplace might encounter some unexpected disaster? The second clue was easier to understand. Gozen wasn't a fixed word. It was a special term that referred to the Gozen mirror. Singers and Yusin had already shown up at the regular gatherings of many races. Since Little Peach mentioned Gozen, perhaps it was related to the Singers and Yusin races. Could these 2 races be related to Laplace? Which one? Angor and Laplace discussed in a low voice. From Angor's point of view, he preferred calamity. The word itself had a gloomy nature, and it sounded ominous. If the calamity referred to the impending calamity, then Little Xiaodao's ability to tell the source of the calamity might be more useful to Laplace. However, Laplace had a different opinion. The 2 clues given by Little Xiaotao were too brief, completely in the style of the Riddler. It was very difficult to deduce the story behind just from the clues alone. Between Calamity and Get Hen, she was more inclined towards the latter, because at least Get Hen could see something, while Calamity was completely clueless. Compared to completely clueless clues, she was more interested in information that was traceable. After a quick discussion, Laplace looked at Little Peach. I want to know the clues that represent Jerson. Since it was Laplace's question, Angor could not change her mind. In the end, he decided to follow Laplace's will. Little Peach didn't say anything about Laplace's decision. She only looked at Laplace with a strange glint in her narrow eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Little Xiaotao finally said, Gozen, I believe you're not unfamiliar with this term. It represents the Gozen Mirror region, or rather, the 2 tribes of the Gozen Mirror region, the Singers and the Yusin. Yes. You already know that the Singers and the Harpies showed up at the White Sun Mirror Zone, right? Yes. Laplace nodded. The Singers and the Harpies didn't just come to the White Sun Mirror Zone. They also attended the regular meetings of various races. Do you know why these 2 races showed up at the same time? Little Peach asked. Laplace didn't answer. He only shook his head. Little Peach seemed to enjoy keeping people in suspense. After getting enough information, she finally revealed a strange smile on her pale face. That's because they're scouting for a new place to live. Yes. Scouting? A new place to live? Laplace frowned. You mean the Singers and the Harpies are planning to invade the White Sun Mirror Zone? Yes. Invade? No. Little Peach shook her finger. They just want to occupy the White Sun Mirror Zone. Laplace was puzzled. Why? Why didn't the Singers and the Harpies stay in the Jerson Mirror Zone? Why did they come to the White Sun Mirror Zone to join in the fun? Although the various mirror zones were about the same in terms of status, different mirror zones had different statuses according to the areas they reflected and the top races. The Jerson mirror zone had a higher status than the White Sun mirror zone. Because on the surface, there weren't any creatures above the legend rank in the White Sun mirror zone. Perhaps there were such powerful creatures outside the psychological boundaries, or in the dark ghost zone, but at least within the psychological boundaries, there were no such creatures. But there were legend creatures in the Jerson mirror zone. From some clues, Laplace even guessed that there might be miracle creatures in the Jerson mirror zone. With this comparison, it could be seen that the difference between the White Sun mirror zone and the Jerson mirror zone wasn't small. If the Jerson mirror zone was compared to a metropolis, the White Sun mirror zone was a barren county thousands of miles away from the metropolis. The two places couldn't be compared at all. Even if they wanted to expand their territory, there was no need to do so. The distance between the mirror zones was huge, and the resources there were as abundant as the cities and counties. Because of this, when Laplace heard that the singers and the harpies wanted to occupy the White Sun mirror zone, she couldn't understand. Little Peach chuckled in a low voice. The Jerson mirror zone is far superior to the White Sun mirror zone. They don't need to occupy the White Sun mirror zone, but they did. Why? The reason is simple. You only need to use your brain to figure it out. Is there something beyond their control? Or is there something in the White Sun mirror zone that attracted them here? Angor mumbled to himself. Laplace answered instinctively, compared to the Jerson mirror zone, the White Sun mirror zone is barren. There's nothing to attract. Before she could finish, Laplace realized something and looked at Little Peach. Something happened at the Jerson mirror zone? If the singers and the harpies didn't come because of benefits, then there was only one possibility. Something happened at the Jerson mirror zone, and they had to leave. Little Peach nodded with a smile. You're right. The Gaussian mirror domain had encountered a lot of trouble. Apart from the strongest experts of the Songers and the Yushan race, most of the Songers and the Yushan race had moved to other mirror domains. The White Sun mirror zone is one of them. The appearance of the singers and the harpies will affect the power structure of the White Sun mirror zone, which will affect you. Little Peach, that's why I said it's a secret information about you. Laplace didn't mind Little Peach's conclusion. Instead, he asked, what happened at the Jerson mirror zone? Little Peach's snake-like neck swayed like a roly-poly head. It's also a secret information. If you want to know, you'll have to ask a question. Are you sure? Laplace didn't ask further. Is it good or bad that the singers and the harpies showed up at the White Sun mirror zone? Little Peach giggled and spoke in a high-pitched voice that sounded like a demon's whisper. You call that a secret? What kind of secret is that? Little Peach glanced at Angor. Of course it is. I won't make a mistake about it. You can get the answer by using prophecies, right? Angor asked again. Prophecies? Little Peach chuckled. Prophecies can only see the surface of the sea. They can't see the hidden reefs under the sea. You can try to find a prophet and see if he or she can see them. Alright. Even if we don't need a prophecy, we can just capture the singer and the Yusan family and ask them about what happened to Gaussian's mirror zone or something else. Little Peach shook her head again. They don't know anything. They can't smell it. Laplace shook his head at him. No need to argue. We don't have much time. You can answer 2 more questions. Go ahead. All right. Angor nodded and stopped arguing with Little Peach. He then looked at Laplace and hesitated. How about we use up our question slots and ask them? Including the clues about the calamity, he also asked about it. Laplace shook his head. We've already agreed. Don't change it. Angor considered for 2 seconds and nodded. All right then. All right. Angor looked at Little Peach again. Judging from Little Peach's answer, she did know a lot of secrets. He didn't need to hold back. With that in mind, Angor asked his first question. However, this wasn't a question he and Laplace agreed on. It was something he wanted to ask himself. Before I start, may I know where you come from? Angor asked. Little Peach told him that information about her true form was hidden, so he had to use 1 question slot. However, Angor wasn't asking about her true form. He only wanted to know where she came from. Where I come from? Little Peach's scarlet lips curled into a strange arc. Even though you're just a spark of inspiration, there's still a lot of information entwined around you, including my theater. Alright. Speaking up to this point, Little Peach narrowed her eyes and said, I think you should already know my origins. Yes. Angor already had a guess, but he didn't have any proof. Now that Little Peach suddenly mentioned his theater and said something ambiguous, Angor understood what was going on. You came from Peach Heart Theater? Yes. Little Peach stopped her ballet dance and bowed to Angor from afar. You guessed it. Yes. She really came from Peach Heart Theater, a mysterious theater created by a miracle creature. In the wizarding world, Peach Heart Theater was as famous as the Time Thief. In fact, it was even more famous than the Time Thief. That's because the Time Thief only stole your choice, but the Peach Heart Theater might very well want you. He really wanted to ask Little Peach about what happened in Peach Heart Theater, but he knew Little Peach would probably not answer him, so he forced himself to hold back. I have 2 more questions. They're not formal questions. They're just ordinary questions. If they involve secrets, you can choose not to answer them. Yes. Little Peach nodded. She only had 7 minutes left. She would leave after that, whether Angor asked or not. I know that the Peach Heart Theater will be held in the Evernight Kingdom. Is there a reason for the Peach Heart Theater to be held in the Evernight Kingdom? Yes. Back then, when he learned about the prophecy about Peach Heart Theater on the Stargazing Day, he already felt strange. Why did Peach Heart Theater choose to be held in the Evernight Land? The Evernight Kingdom only existed in name now. Surrounded by the nightmare creatures, the Evernight Kingdom could barely survive. It had become a forbidden area for wizards in the southern region. Brute Cavern was right next to the Evernight Kingdom, and Rain even considered moving Brute Cavern away from this dangerous place. Of all places, the Peach Heart Theater chose the Evernight Kingdom. Angor was confused. Did Peach Heart Theater do this on purpose? Did the entity behind the theater have its eyes on the nightmare creatures in the Evernight Kingdom? Angor was eager to hear Little Peach's answer. But Little Peach waved a finger at him. That's a secret. Okay. Little Peach quickly added, I know what you're thinking. You're a cunning one. I'll let you do it this time, but there won't be a next time. Okay. Little Peach didn't answer Angor's question directly, but it did give him some information. This was Angor's plan. Some questions didn't require an answer. They could be easily guessed by attitude. Little Peach seemed to have guessed Angor's plan and gave him a warning. But this was enough. Angor didn't want to keep getting answers through trickery. Judging from this question, Peach Heart Theater's presence in the Evernight Kingdom was not a coincidence. It was on purpose. Angor could only think of nightmare creatures in the Evernight Kingdom that could attract Peach Heart Theater. But he didn't know if Peach Heart Theater was targeting nightmare creatures or not. He considered for a moment and decided to ask directly. Little Peach, I won't answer you even if you use up all your chances. Unless you come to my real body in person, I might. Okay. But I don't think you're qualified to pass the first round of interviews. Angor didn't know what to say. He wouldn't even take the registration form for Peach Heart Theater, let alone the first round of interviews. In the Peach Heart Theater, he could only be a spectator, not an actor. Little Peach, we don't have much time left. Ask what you really want to know. If you're interested in Peach Heart Theater, come here yourself. Angor, alright. My first question is, how do I become a mystery? WAP. Calm, go and check. How to become a mystery? You mean alchemy? Little Peach looked at the young man outside of the painting. Angor nodded. I don't have the authority to answer this question. Unless you come to Peach Heart Theater in person, I can't give you an answer. Like I said, invalid questions are still questions. Even if I can't answer your question. Little Peach stared at Angor as she spoke. To be precise, she was staring at the string of fate around Angor's body. Halfway through, Little Xiaodao's gaze suddenly froze, and the words that were about to come out of her mouth stopped. Hold on. Little Peach narrowed her eyes and stared at one of the strings in Angor's fate. You made a mystery item? No. As soon as little Xiaotao finished speaking, she immediately denied what she had just said. That's not right. You failed that time, but did you come into contact with the mysterious level? Yes. Angor nodded. That's true. Yes. If Little Peach wasn't mistaken, she was talking about the alchemy attempt at Dark Castle. He had the right time and the right place, but he failed because he lacked the right people in the end. Little Peach looked at Angor from head to toe and began to take him seriously for the first time. She had seen many mystery alchemists before, but this was the first time she met one who reached the mystery level at such a young age. Since you've already touched a mystery item, I can tell you a little bit about it. Xiaotao paused for a moment before saying, there are many ways to enter the mysterious level. With the authority of this body, I can only reveal 2 methods to you. Yes. First, observation. By observing and summarizing new mystery items, you can come up with a self-adapting method. Yes. This was a path for those who worked hard. As long as one worked hard enough, even if one's talent was slightly lacking, there was still a chance for them to enter the mystic realm. However, even if there was a chance, the chances were slim. Hard work alone was not enough. One needed great luck. Mystery items were easy to find, but new mystery items were not. Second, search for mystery items. If you find anything that contains something special, you can refine it through some special alchemy. There is a certain probability that you can create a mystery item. Yes. This was the most orthodox method, but it required a very high talent, and at the same time, a very extensive intelligence system to be able to quickly locate the special place. In addition, the most important thing was that it required special alchemy. Special alchemy was a lost heritage that only a few people possessed. Moreover, special alchemy was not suitable for everyone. Even if most alchemists obtained special alchemy, they would have to modify it according to their own situation and finally create their own alchemy. What is the meaning of exclusive? That is, no other. This kind of alchemy was unique to him. Even if others got their hands on it, they could at most use it as a reference. There was no way to learn it. Therefore, although the search method sounded simple, it was extremely difficult to implement. Xiaotao, there are many more ways to enter the occult realm, but the difficulty of each method is not low. With my current level of authority, I can only tell you these 2 methods. These 2 methods are actually very suitable for you. Xiaotao, I can tell you a secret. Only the ignorant could grow unique flowers in the mysterious wasteland. At this point, Ma Yingtao stopped. I've already answered your first question. Now, you can ask your next question. Angor was actually still digesting Xiaotao's answer. However, time was of the essence, so he had to put it aside for now. My second question is, my future path. What future path? Xiaotao asked. If you want to ask something specific, I won't give you an ambiguous answer. Angor was planning to take advantage of Xiaotao, but it seemed that he could not do so now. He considered for a moment and said, how to advance? Including the path of truth, the obstacles in the future, and so on. He decided to ask this question after discussing it with Laplace. No external help was more important than his own strength. Angor was still too weak. This question was obviously easier than the previous one. However, Xiaotao thought for a while and shook her head. I'll give you a chance. Change the question. Yes. Change the question? Angor and Laplace exchanged a look. Was it that hard to answer? Besides, didn't Xiaotao say that even if he could not answer, he would have to use up the number of questions he could ask? Xiaotao seemed to have read Angor's mind. She humphed. You're just a wisp of consciousness. You can only see limited things. Also, I tried to use my consciousness to search for your physical body, but I couldn't find it at all. Either your physical body is protected by a higher level of energy, or it's beyond the range of my authority to sense. So, I can't answer your question. Since I can answer your question, but I can't because of an accident, I'll allow you to change the question. Little Peach's explanation could be summed up in one sentence: she couldn't sense Angor's body. She assumed that Angor's body was beyond her range. But Angor also believed that it was because Shava's or the Queen's power was floating above his body, which prevented Xiao Tao from sensing his body. Either way, he did not need to think about it now. What should he change the question to? Angor had many questions he wanted to ask, such as Dodoro's past, the future of the dream wasteland and the dream crystal, the future of the heartland, and so on. But when he thought about it, he realized that these problems weren't particularly urgent. They could only satisfy his curiosity, but they could not solve any real problems. Compared to these questions, he would rather ask about the calamity related to Laplace that Xiao Tao mentioned. If it was a disaster, he could at least prepare for it in advance. Moreover, these three questions were won by Laplace through his whale-sucking water performance, so it was only natural that more questions should be given to Laplace. Angor did not hesitate. I'll change the question to Laplace's calamity. What is it? Laplace frowned. He wanted to say something but decided against it in the end. Xiao Tao, on the other hand, did not care who the main character of the question was. Instead of answering Angor's question right away, Xiao Tao controlled the ballet dancer's body and made her move like a robot in the painting. One pause after another. Just from the image alone, one could almost hear the sound of caw-caw. See? What do I look like now? Xiao Tao asked. Nutcracker? Angor hesitated. Nutcracker? A robot? A puppet? Xiao Tao looked delighted. She wagged her neck left and right and made a heart shape. Congratulations. You got it right. I'm a puppet. Huh? This has something to do with the disaster? Huh? Xiao Tao wagged her neck again. That's right. Calamity is a puppet. Huh? Angor did not know what to say. Angor suddenly regretted his choice. He thought calamity referred to some kind of disaster that was about to befall Laplace, but it turned out to be the name of a puppet. Wasn't this a little too much? If he had known this earlier, he would have asked Dodoro about his past. Xiao Tao continued, Are you disappointed by the answer? Of course. Of course, Angor would not show his true thoughts. No. I'm just wondering, what does Laplace have to do with this puppet? Xiao Tao chuckled. She did not expose Angor's lie. Calamity is just a puppet, but its existence is a disaster. It can even destroy the world. Xiao Tao suddenly lowered her voice. Even a world as big as Gaussian Mirror Zone could be destroyed by it. What do you think will happen when calamity arrives at the White Sun Mirror Zone? What do you mean? Angor asked. Yes. Little Xiao Tao laughed mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes because it's already flying towards the White Sun Mirror domain. Before Angor could react, Laplace thought of something. You mentioned Gaussian Mirror Zone. Does this puppet have something to do with the migration of the songers and the winged forest? Laplace had asked about Gaussian's mirror domain before, but Little Peach didn't give an answer. But this time, she nodded. That's right. The disaster that befell Gaussian's mirror domain was caused by Xianxia. Woe puppet Xianxia? Xiao Tao continued, the puppet's name is Xianxia. How can a puppet destroy the world? Is this puppet a demon? Angor asked. Is it a demon? But even an abyss demon god could not do anything to Gaussian Mirror Zone. According to legends, Gaussian Mirror Zone was home to miraculous creatures. Even the most powerful demon god in the abyss plane was close to a miracle. So, what was the deal with this puppet, Little Peach? Because Xianxia is a puppet that has lost its order. Lost its order? A mystery item? Angor quickly looked up at Little Peach, who nodded. Yes. Xianxia is a mystery item, but it's a mystery item. If you've been to the Keeper of Order, you'll know about Xianxia's great reputation. Also, Xianxia is not the only puppet in this world. Little Xiao Tao didn't keep him in suspense this time, and directly told him about the mysterious puppet that was out of order. In a general plain where many gods were worshipped, there was a craftsman from the divine kingdom who carved a statue of an attendant angel that carried the wishes of all living beings for the god he worshipped. This angel statue was carved from pure white wood. Its skin was white and flawless, and it was incomparably pure. It was this absolute purity that allowed the white angel to gain its own consciousness. With her consciousness, she sensed the wishes of all living beings, so she changed her name to Boisa and entered the world to fulfill the wishes of all living beings. Boyce's power was weak. Most of the time, she could only listen to the wishes of all living beings but could not fulfill them. Especially those who desired treasures and money. She could only listen but not help them. Therefore, Boisha divided her consciousness and gave birth to a puppet dedicated to treasure hunting. This puppet was called Guadura. After Guadura's treasure hunt, she gave it to the one who made the wish, only to find that the other party did not cherish the treasure she found. In order to let the one who made the wish understand the preciousness of the treasure, Guadura gave birth to a puppet that represented disaster from her consciousness. This puppet was Xianxia. This was the keeper of order's research on this mystery item. Whether it was real or not, it was hard to say. However, one thing was certain. The mystery item had 3 souls. A marionette had 3 different forms. They were the wishing marionette Boisa, the treasure-hunting marionette Guadura, and the disaster marionette Xianxia. The effect of the mystery item was very simple when used on the first 2 puppets. First of all, the wishmaker could make a wish for a treasure to the wishing puppet, Boisa. After Boisa accepted the mission, she would change her treasure-hunting mode and enter the boundless void to hunt for treasures as the treasure-hunting puppet, Guadura. The treasure-hunting time would vary according to the value of the treasure. After Guadura found the treasure, she would return to the person who made the wish and challenge the person to a mission. If the person completed the mission, they would receive the corresponding treasure. If the wisher fails the quest challenge, then Guadura will transform into the woe puppet Xianxia. Yes. The person who made the wish would be punished. The punishment had the characteristic of must be completed. If the person who made the wish died before the punishment was completed, the punishment would not end. It would spread and eventually become a true disaster. Until someone completed Xianxia's punishment, Xianxia would turn back into the wishing puppet, Boisa. Then, a new cycle would begin. After explaining the effects of the 3 puppets, Little Peach began to talk about the tragedy of the Kosen Mirror region. Generally speaking, Boisa would randomly appear in front of any person who made a wish in the boundless world. I don't know if the Kosen Mirror region was lucky or unlucky. Not long ago, Boisa appeared in the Kosen Mirror region. She accepted a wish from a person who made a wish and sent Guadura to search for treasures. In the end, she successfully brought back the treasures. However, the person who made the wish did not complete the challenge proposed by Guadura. Thus, Xianxia appeared. The punishment given by Xianxia was usually random, and the person who made the wish happened to be randomly sent to a cruel punishment. Confinement space. In the confinement space, all energy, air, and foreign objects would be forbidden. The person who made the wish did not survive the punishment and died in the confinement space. With its death, the confinement space began to spread wildly. In a short period of time, it swallowed countless spaces. During this process, Xianxia would also randomly choose other living beings to complete the mission challenge. Unfortunately, no one completed it. Thus, the spread became faster and faster. In the end, even the singers and Yusin races could not stand it, but they could not deal with Xianxia. In the end, they chose to migrate some people. That was the gist of the story. However, the story did not end there. Little Peach's last sentence surprised both Angor and Laplace. Xianxia kept picking people randomly. This time, she randomly chose a singer who was about to arrive at the Sun Mirror region. WAP. Comcheck the woe puppet was sent to a singer who was about to enter the White Sun Mirror zone. Angor frowned. You're saying that Shioli ***** followed the singer into the Sun Mirror domain? Little Peach nodded and shook her neck. That's right. Both Angor and Laplace grimaced at the answer. If Xiao Lifa really showed up in the White Sun Mirror zone, did that mean the confinement space disaster would also happen in the White Sun Mirror zone? Will it happen in the White Sun Mirror zone? I'm not sure. I don't have enough authority to predict the future paths of objects out of order. But she has a fate line related to disasters. Little Peach was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly stretched out her finger and pointed at Laplace, who was outside the painting. Laplace frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Angor, on the other hand, asked, You're saying Laplace will be targeted by the woe puppet? Having a fate line doesn't mean you'll be targeted by the woe puppet, Little Peach said. For example, you have a fate line related to the Peach Heart Theater. Will you become an actor there? It was like two lines. As long as they were observed by each other, no matter how far apart they were, whether they intersected, were parallel, or were not in the same dimension at all, it meant there was a connection between them. So you're saying that when we learned about the existence of the wool puppet, we already had a fate line with it? Little Peach tilted her head and considered. You're still far from the truth, but with your current vision, you can think of it that way. But didn't you tell us about the wool puppet? So you're the one who created this fate line for us? Little Xiaotao stretched out her index finger and shook it. No, your understanding is wrong. There were strong and weak connections between destiny lines. Laplace's connection with the wool puppet was strong. As for you, I can't see your body, so I can't tell how strong your connection with the wool puppet is. However, from the perspective of your consciousness, your connection with the wool puppet is weak. If you really want to say that I'm the creator, then at most, I created the weak connection on your body. The strong connection with Laplace had always existed. At this moment, Laplace, who had been in deep thought, asked, does a strong connection mean that I will definitely meet the wool puppet? The corners of little Xiaodao's mouth drooped as she sighed helplessly. A strong connection or a weak connection doesn't mean that the connection is deep. Instead, it is a state where the line of fate exists. If you can't understand, I can give you an example. Little Peach pointed behind her. Look over there. In the oil painting, little Xiaodao's body was still dancing ballet. The light shone on her body, making her pure white porcelain skin shine brightly. He had to admit that little Peach's ballet was beautiful. Even an amateur like him could feel the beauty of the dance. When little Xiaotao was halfway through her dance, a mother and son suddenly appeared in the oil painting. The mother held the child in her arms and sat below the stage, watching little Xiaodao's ballet dance. The children were very happy to see this. They danced and laughed non-stop. The mother, on the other hand, was frowning and watching little Xiaodao's performance with a scrutinizing look. The painting suddenly stopped here, and little Xiaodao's voice became voiceover. When I dance ballet, you can understand it as a state that I'm in. As for the mothers and children in the audience, because they saw my state of dancing, they formed a connection with me. Among them, the child is carefree. He looks at everything with a beautiful filter of curiosity. He doesn't understand my dance, but he is still watching it. The connection between this child and my dance is weak. The mother, on the other hand, has a beautiful figure, which means that she used to be a dancer, so she has her own understanding of dance. Her understanding of my dance was based on her own understanding and judgment. When she looked at my dance, it wasn't because she was appreciating it, but because she was examining it from all aspects. This was of strong connection. At this point, the scene on the oil painting flashed and returned to its original state. Little Xiaodao's strange peach-shaped face returned to the center of the painting. Both the mother and the child have a connection with ballet, but there are strong and weak connections. As the audience, they will leave the theater after watching the dance, which means they will leave the connection at the same time. Angor and Laplace also understood little Xiaodao's meaning. From beginning to end, the mother and child would not affect the ballet in any way, but this pair of mother and child had a strong connection. This was probably what little Xiaotao meant by the strong connection of fate lines. So even if Laplace has a strong connection with the wool puppet, they will not necessarily cross paths? Little Xiaotao nodded to confirm Angor's words. But the next second, she laughed eerily. Of course, they will cross paths. From the perspective of the result, little Xiaodao's words were nonsense. Whether Laplace would cross paths with the wool puppet in the end was still unknown. However, from a cognitive point of view, little Peach had given him a new perspective on the lines of fate. Although he couldn't see any use for it at the moment, just the broadening of his horizons was already worth it. Laplace, let's not talk about my connection. Can we stop the wool puppet from entering the white sun mirror zone? Laplace brought the topic back to the right track. Angor quickly agreed. Yeah, you said the wool puppet was randomly drawn to a singer who was about to enter the white sun mirror zone. There is a difference between coming soon and already here. If we can lure the singer away, does that mean the white sun mirror zone will be safe? Little Xiaotao shook her head and uttered a word from her bright red lips, naive. Anyone who gets close to the singer will become the next target of the wool puppet. Besides, the singer is not far away from the white sun mirror zone. He is already in the ghost domain tunnel, and there is no one around. Once he dies, the woe puppet will surely choose the nearest path and enter the ghost domain corresponding to the White Sun Mirror Zone. Then, halfway through her sentence, Hu Jingtao suddenly stopped. Time's up. I should leave. Before Angor and Laplace could react, the giant ballet dancer in the painting disappeared, leaving behind an empty stage. Both Angor and Laplace were stunned by little Xiaodao's abrupt stop. When they came back to their senses, they had no choice but to accept the reality. Little Xiaodao spent too much time explaining strong connections and weak connections to them, so she ended it too quickly this time. Still, they were glad that little Xiaodao gave them the answers they needed. Little Xiaodao did not explain everything in the end, but the important points were covered. Little Xiaodao's last sentence had two main points. First, it was basically certain that the disaster puppet would definitely come to the White Sun Mirror region. Second, little Xiaodao had unintentionally revealed a piece of information. The passageway from the White Sun Mirror region to the other mirror regions was within the ghost domain in the mirror. They already had this idea before, but they did not get confirmation. They were thinking of contacting Song or Hansen to confirm it. But now, that was no longer necessary. Little Xiaodao helped them confirm it. However, the information about the tunnel was not too important for now. The most important thing little Xiaodao revealed was that the woe puppet would come to the White Sun Mirror Zone. What should we do now? Angor looked at Laplace. Laplace was also a little confused. She only brought Angor here to learn something new, but she suddenly learned that the end of the world was coming. She did not know what to do now. Angor sighed. Oh, I forgot to ask. Can we break the confinement space or restrict it to a certain area? If it can, maybe. Angor stopped talking halfway. He did not think it was necessary to ask. Any disaster caused by an out-of-order mystery item could not be stopped. The only thing they could do was try their best to contain and control it. As for how to control it, little Xiaodao already gave them an answer: complete the woe puppet's challenge. As long as the challenge was completed, all the previous punishments would disappear automatically. The woe puppet would turn back into the wishing puppet, Boisa, and begin to wander the realms again. But since Gausson's mirror zone could not complete the challenge, Angor did not think the White Sun mirror zone could either. For a moment, the air became still and silent. About 2 minutes later, Laplace looked up at Angor. Gleipnir has left Saluta's study. Wait a moment, I'll tell her about the situation here. Okay. Angor nodded and sat down obediently, looking at the dense forest of needles outside. A moment later, Laplace spoke again. Gleipnir already knows about the situation. She suggested that we should first control the singers and the harpies. Okay. But according to little Xiaodao, these people did not know about the woe puppet. Okay. Laplace, you can think of a way to get them to contact someone who knows about this matter, because we have to confirm what the challenge given by the disaster puppet is from them. Okay. Angor nodded. That was a good idea. The second thing we need to know is when the woe puppet will appear in the White Sun Mirror Zone. Okay. Because the woe puppet entered the White Sun Mirror domain through the Gloom Mirror domain, which is the ghost domain in the mirror, it's very difficult for us to make an accurate judgment of time. The only way is to control it. Okay. By controlling the White Sun Mirror Zone, we can confirm the woe puppet's whereabouts. Okay. As for how to do that, Gleipnir plans to go to the 100 Dragons Divine Nation and discuss it with the Mirror Dragons. She was also going to 100 Dragons Divine Nation to find Algalon. The Mirror Dragons were one of the most powerful races in the White Sun Mirror Zone. They represented authority and power. With the help of the Mirror Dragons, it would be easier to control them. Of course, the Mirror Dragons alone were not enough. They needed to visit all the top forces. After all, the confinement space did not discriminate between races. Once it appeared, it would keep expanding. In the end, it would not be a single person who would suffer, but all the races in the White Sun Mirror Zone. Angor agreed with Gleipnir's opinion. At least, the races should not stay out of this. A routine meeting was being held, which would allow them to communicate with other races. By the way, Gleipnir told me to tell you that after meeting the mirror dragons in the 100 Dragons Divine Nation, she'll find a way to combine this matter with the Dream Crystal. Gleipnir did intend to promote the Dream Crystal, but not entirely. The existence of the Dream Crystal played a key role in Gleipnir's plan. To control the whole situation, it required very precise positioning and rapid real-time communication. It was not easy to achieve this, considering the methods used by the races in the White Sun Mirror Zone in the past. However, the Dream Crystal could perfectly achieve precise positioning and real-time communication. It could be said that the Dream Crystal was an indispensable part of monitoring the Woe puppet. Gleipnir hopes that you can spare some time to make as many logins as possible. If you really want to control the whole situation, you'll need a lot of them. Of course, Angor would not refuse the offer. The main purpose of the meeting was to promote the login device anyway. The appearance of the Woe puppet could also be considered as an opportunity. However, Angor did not want the Dream Crystal to appear in this way. After all, the Dream Crystal was based in the White Sun Mirror Zone. If the zone was destroyed because of the confinement space disaster, the Dream Crystal would only exist in name. It's not hard to make logins. As long as you don't pursue individualization, it'll be fast. I'll do it in a few days. I'll probably make more logins. If someone died because of the Woe puppet, they might be able to retain a wisp of consciousness through the Dream Crystal. Of course, this was only Angor's idea. It was hard to say whether the Woe puppet would leave a consciousness for the dead. Besides, it was also a problem whether people in the confinement space could log into the Dream Crystal. However, no matter what, there was nothing wrong with crafting more logins. Angor did not linger after Little Peach left. With Laplace's help, he returned to his consciousness space. Surrounded by stars, Angor's consciousness quickly moved into the darkness. Angor could not see the path ahead, but he knew that their destination was the Crystal City. Angor felt a lot of emotions during his journey in his consciousness space. When he came here, he was looking forward to everything. But when he returned, his mood was heavy. Who would have thought that his mood would change so drastically? On the 5,500th floor of the Ring Fort, Softa's Tooth Dye Shop, Angor and Laplace's consciousness had returned to their bodies. However, even though their consciousnesses had returned, the heavy atmosphere surrounding them still did not ease. The owner of the shop, Palucci, happened to pass by and saw an illusion covering the window near Angor's shop. He wanted to ask about it. However, before he could step forward, the heavy atmosphere made it so that he didn't dare to make a sound. He quietly retreated, and only after returning to an empty counter did he dare to take a deep breath. When the door of the shop was pushed open, the heavy atmosphere finally eased. It was a red-skinned Palucci who walked in. He was shorter than the shop owner and could only reach Angor's waist. He was dressed in plain clothes and did not look very eye-catching. However, the shop owner jumped up from the counter as soon as he came in. "And Mr. Palucci?" The shop owner cried out in surprise. His high-pitched voice even cracked. After realizing that his voice had cracked, the shop owner hurriedly covered his mouth. Then, he eagerly ran to the person's side. All kinds of flattering words flowed out of his mouth like water flowing down a stream. Palucci was obviously enjoying the flattery. He was smiling so widely that his eyes almost turned into crescents. If it was any other day, Paishi would probably let the shop owner talk until he ran out of words. But today, Paishi came here for other matters. After enjoying a few seconds of flattery, he waved his hand and interrupted the shop owner. "All right, that's all for today." Palucci cleared his throat. "I'm here to meet important guests. Step aside and don't disturb, understand?" "Okay." The shop owner nodded. He did not know why Palucci came to his shop to meet guests. However, as the big boss of all the merchants in Pippi Castle, Palucci had to be treated well no matter what he did. The shop owner glanced at Angor and Laplace and whispered, "Mister, do you want me to drive these two away?" "Okay." Palucci's smiling face froze when he heard the shop owner's words. "Do you know what you're talking about? These two are the most important guests of Palucci clan. How can you talk to them like that?" Palucci whispered into the shop owner's ear, "We're still in the middle of a party, so I won't punish you. But get out of my sight. Don't let me see you again." The shop owner's fawning expression instantly turned pale. These two humans were Master Paishi's guests? Why didn't you take the initiative to say anything? I didn't do anything overboard just now, did I? The shop owner was still wondering if he should go up and apologize to them to show his sincerity. But when he saw Paishi's angry glare, he gave up. He bowed to Paishi and quickly ran to the small door behind the counter, leaving Paishi, Angor, and the others alone in the shop. The air is finally clear. Paishi put on an exaggerated expression and walked to Angor and Laplace with an apologetic smile. Sorry about Softa's lack of manners. I apologize on his behalf, honorable guests. Paishi kept smiling and bowing, which made Angor and Laplace speechless. As a matter of fact, he didn't find anything wrong with the shop owner. But he also understood why Paishi did this. There was a reason why people didn't like Palucci. His bad nature was his original sin. Paishi didn't know if the shop owner did anything wrong to them, but as usual, he assumed the worst-case scenario. Besides, the shop owner said that he was going to drive Angor and Laplace away, so Paishi naturally had to put on a show. Yes, Paishi's attitude was just a show. He kept cursing, but he didn't do anything to make things difficult for the shop owner. Angor and Laplace both knew it, but they didn't need to point it out. Paishi was Paluxiu's boss. It was normal for him to protect his own people. If Paishi betrayed the shop owner without saying anything, they would look down on him. Angor, no need to apologize. The shop owner didn't do anything wrong. Paishi chuckled. Thank you for your understanding, sir. I know Softy. He likes to take advantage of people. Whether he did anything wrong or not, I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. Angor. You better teach him a lesson. Speaking of which, the shop owner's name was Softy, and he used his own name to name his shop. As expected of Palucci. Apart from his bad nature, Palucci was always a confident person. These small details showed that. You're Paishi? Laplace suddenly spoke up. Did Luigi send you here? Yes. Luigi bought Paishi's favor contract from Mirror Dragon. Now that Paishi was here and looking for them, Luigi must have asked him to come. Paishi nodded with a smile. Yes. Mr. Luigi sent me to pick you up. Mr. Luigi is with Sage right now and can't leave. Yes. When Paishi talked to Angor earlier, he acted normally. But now, when he spoke to Laplace, he didn't dare to look at Laplace even though his tone didn't change. From this, it could be seen that Paishi might know some inside information. Even if he couldn't confirm Laplace's identity, he was sure that Laplace was someone important. Also, when Angor activated his astral perception, he noticed that Paishi didn't only show respect to him but also a hint of joy. Maybe Paishi thought that he had a chance to get on Mirror Dragon's good side, and Angor's guess was correct. Paishi paid his debt with a favor because he wanted to get on Mirror Dragon's good side. Unfortunately, he was only hugging the thigh of a dragon whelp, and the dragon whelp did not have many thoughts and had long forgotten about him. Paishi was about to give up when Luigi showed up. As Grand Duke Paishio's former assistant, Paishi knew something about Luigi. Luigi and Barigon were good friends, which meant that Luigi was someone who could help Paishi. Grand Duke Paishio had once revealed to him that Luigi was most likely a time body, and his original body might be a great existence. Paishi didn't know who this great being was, but that didn't stop him from thinking that Luigi was gigantic leg. Since Luigi was gigantic leg, Paishi naturally paid more attention to Luigi. He knew a lot about Luigi, including his friends, his past, his hobbies, and so on. In Paishi's intelligence network, Luigi didn't have a friend named Laplace. However, when Paishi asked Luigi for more information, he found that Luigi was very close to Laplace. Paishi never saw Laplace in his previous reports, but he was very close to Luigi, which made Paishi think that Laplace might have something to do with the great being. Therefore, when Paishi faced Laplace, he naturally had to show a respectful attitude. As for Angor, Paishi didn't pay much attention to him. Angor's human aura was too obvious. There was no convergence energy flowing around him, and his aura didn't fit in with the mirror realm at all. Paishi had no doubt that Angor was a human from another world. No matter how powerful a human was, the mirror realm and the mirror realm were two different worlds. Paishi didn't even know how to ride the coattails of this world. If that's the case, let's go. Laplace nodded and asked Paishi to lead the way. Paishi nodded respectfully. This way, please. All right. Paishi didn't lead them outside. Instead, he walked to a small door behind the counter. To make it easier for Paishi to transport his goods, every shop on this floor has a passage that leads directly to the station. All right. Of course, this tooth dye shop had such a passage as well. When they opened the door, the first thing they saw was not the passage, but Softy, the owner of the shop, who was looking outside. Earlier, Softy hid behind the small door and waited for someone to come out. However, before he could leave, the door was opened again. Softy waved at the people outside with an awkward expression. Hello, everyone? All right. All right, come out and continue with your work. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Paishi cleared his throat and signaled Softy to come out with his eyes. Angor and Laplace didn't say anything. After Softy came out, Paishi immediately led the two of them through the door. There was indeed a long and narrow passage behind the door. The end of the passage was so dark that they couldn't see the end of it. The passage looked ordinary. However, when Paishi entered, a wall on one side released a faint glow and projected a light screen. The face of a green-skinned Lu Xiao appeared on the screen. Softy, do you want to go back to the station? Please reply within 3 seconds. 3, 2. Lu Xiao seemed to be busy with something else. He didn't even look up. Instead, he was working on the documents on his desk. 3 seconds later, Lu Xiao didn't hear Softy's voice again. He looked up in confusion and looked at the other side of the screen. What? Mr. Paishi? When the green-skinned Lu Xiao saw the person in front of him, he was so frightened that he stood up and stuttered. Paishi waved a hand. Take a seat and record the information of these two customers. They can use the inner passage as they wish. Lu Xiao glanced at Angor and Laplace. He didn't ask who they were. Instead, he nodded politely and quickly did the registration. 10 seconds later, Lu Xiao finished the registration. Paishi turned to them and said, Dear customers, if you need anything during the party, you can enter Paluxiu Station through the shops on this floor. Angor didn't think he would visit Paluxiu Station again, but he still thanked Paishi. With their identities, they finally set foot on the path to the station. Angor didn't know how long the passage was, but they saw many doors along the way. According to Paishi, these doors all led to different shops of Paluxiu. Paishi sounded quite proud when he said this. Paluxiu was the only clan in the entire castle who set up such a passage for peddlers. And it was Paishi who set up the passage. Paishi might be a stingy person to the outside world, which earned him the nickname Miser. However, when it came to Paluxiu's internal affairs, he always paid attention to his job. The peddlers they met along the way all respected Paishi from the bottom of their hearts. After walking for about 5 minutes, they finally reached Paluxiu Station through the winding passage. Paluxiu Station wasn't as grand as the 100-dragon Divine Kingdom, nor did it have a separate space. However, Paluxiu Station was still huge. In the middle of the station was a large square that could accommodate tens of thousands of people without being crowded. This square was open to the public. Any race could come here unconditionally as long as they wanted. Since there was no threshold and it was open to the public, the square became Paluxiu's window to the outside world. Almost all the public facilities were located in the square. For example, there was a service counter for asking about products, a material storage office that stored large batches of goods, a temporary workbench for adding display pages, and all kinds of street stalls and entertainment services. In fact, Palucci even set up a small display stand here to display his products. Palucci would also talk about his inventions and concepts on the display stand to gain venture capital. For example, Angor saw a green-skinned Paluxiu wearing a half-body suit on the stage. He was talking about the idea behind a golden silk glove. According to him, the glove was a derivative of the golden silk glove. It was connected to the golden silk glove through a special sensor, which allowed the glove's items to appear on the hand directly. The invention sounded ordinary and didn't have much practical use. However, many people were willing to invest in it. There were even races other than Paluxiu. They were willing to invest. The reason was simple. The golden silk glove was a very good space item. It had a large capacity and was not too expensive. However, it had a flaw that many people criticized. Due to the special property of the golden silk glove, it needed to be transplanted into the body and connected to the esophagus. Therefore, every time something was taken out, it had to be spit out from the mouth. Spit out was only a descriptive action. It didn't mean that the item would be swallowed. However, it still gave people a bad impression. Many aliens were interested in the practicality of the golden silk glove, but they still hated the idea of having to spit out materials through the mouth. This made the golden silk glove not sell as well as expected. However, with the golden silk glove, the items inside the golden silk glove would appear on the hand instead of spitting them out. It would look much better. Although the effect was a little superfluous and unnecessary for practical people, it was definitely a great advantage for many people who cared about details. Therefore, many people were willing to invest in it. In the end, the concept of the golden silk glove earned tens of thousands of crystals. Satisfied, Paluxiu stepped down from the stage and signed an agreement with the investor. He then left in a hurry, ready to show his talent and create a real product. Angor watched this scene and felt a little impressed. Paluxiu's invention was really better than other races in the mirror domain. They were even better than many wizard organizations. More importantly, the higher-ups of Paluxiu were very supportive of their invention. They even prepared a stage for the ordinary Paluxiu to show their talents. Even Paluxiu, who was in a difficult situation, had a chance to soar into the sky. One had to admit that Palucci had made a brilliant move on his path of invention. "Are you interested in the golden filament belly?" Paishi saw Angor staring at the podium and asked out of curiosity. Angor chuckled. "It's my first time seeing a space storage implanted inside my body, so I'm curious. But I'm more interested in your idea of investing money for your invention than the display." Angor was just expressing his opinion, but Paishi still felt comfortable listening to him. It was as if Angor had approved of everything from the product to the idea. At first, Paishi only wanted to find a random topic to avoid awkward silence. But now, he began to talk about the origin of the booth investment seriously. The idea of investing money for your invention was proposed by the greatest sage in the history of Palucho, Picajo. Back then, Sage Picajo proposed the idea of using invention to revive the Palucho race, but it didn't gain much support. Many Palucho citizens didn't know what invention could do to their lives. So Sage Picajo launched a "You Invent, I Invest" campaign. Only when Paluziu's people received the real condensed crystal in their hands did they have a real perception. So Sage Picajo used his own money to fund the campaign? Paishi nodded. Yes. Back then, no one believed that Sage Picajo could change the fate of Palucho. Even the nobles didn't want to pay for such a small hope. Therefore, Sage Picacho used most of his life savings to organize such an event for the entire nation. The campaign was mocked at the beginning. Moreover, there were many unemployed people at the bottom who used all sorts of absurd words to deceive the great sage. As a result, many crystals were sold without any return. But the sage didn't give up. He continued to support inventions. As long as you mentioned a concept, he would give you crystals even if it wasn't a good idea. Because of the great sage's persistence, many people were touched. Slowly, people began to invent things, and they really did come up with many things. They weren't as good as Sage Picajo's inventions, but they still inspired the people to invent things until today. Now that he heard Paishi's story, he couldn't help but admire the man a lot. Who would have thought that such a great sage who could change the world would be born in a race with a generally vile personality that had been vile for countless years? Not only did he discover Palucci's inventive talent, but he also worked hard to change the status of the entire race. His actions were enough to bring blessings to all generations. Even if he wanted to take Picacho's place, he would not be able to find a way to change Palucci's position. The fact that Picasso was able to do this on his own was truly admirable. Maybe he saw all the people who laughed at him and tried to cheat him out of his funds. Paishi. Why do you say that? How could someone as wise and far-sighted as Picasso not see what was happening? Paishi was silent for 2 seconds before he asked, then why do you think Sage Picacho did not point it out, but is still willing to contribute? Angor chuckled. I think you already know the answer. Paishi did not answer. Instead, he looked at Palucci, who was still talking on the stage, then at the square filled with inventions, as well as the long lines of people from different races. Without Sage Picacho, no one would be able to enjoy such prosperity today. He spoke softly. Enlightenment. The Enlighten event, which was mocked, criticized, and cheated at the beginning, not only did he teach Palucci about inventions, but he also enlightened Palucci's people. It was truly an enlightening event. Even if they were cheated or ridiculed, as long as there was a spark, it could burn down the entire grassland. And now, when the spark burned the sky to ashes, those who cheated and ridiculed would also become the beneficiaries of the enlightening event. Even if they still refused to admit it, when their descendants were faced with a choice, they might choose to let them walk on the path of invention instead of their old path of swindling. Others might see temporary gains and losses, but Sage Picacho saw a bright future ahead of him. This was true love. It was a great wish for Palucci's future. Of course, Sage Picacho would not mind being cheated. Duke Picacho once said that Sage Picacho's event is an enlightening event, Paishi said. Back then, I only understood part of it. But today, I see something completely different. Paishi had actually wondered how Sage Picacho could be tricked, but he had never thought too deeply about it. Now that Angor brought it up, he finally understood. Paishi already liked Angor, and now he was looking at Angor with even more admiration. Speaking of which, Paishi pointed at the stage. What you see now is actually an improved version of Duke Picacho's invention. There were not many improvements. The inventor was still Palucci, and the concept of the invention remained the same. The only thing that changed was the investor. In the past, Palucci was the only investor and inventor. The so-called investment invention was just an internal loop. However, things were different now. They had brought in foreign investments. This way, the profits would be greater, and the financial pressure would be reduced, which was good for Palucci's development. However, the risk was greater than before. In the past, losses were only internal problems. Now, if the invention failed, it might cause a diplomatic incident. Still, the risk was not without its benefits. Palucci could build a good relationship with other races faster. So all in all, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. After saying that, Paishi looked at the lively display stage and said with some emotion, back then, when Sage Picacho started the U-Invent, I invest national activities, he often said this sentence. Inventions can create value. But it never happened. Now, Duke Picacho improved the event and really did create value. But Paishi's eyes dimmed. It's a pity that Sage Picacho passed away before he could see it. Alright. Maybe Picasso did. But I think Picasso already saw this coming. Alright. Paishi looked at Angor. Picasso must have known that Picasso's current reputation would never allow him to do that. Angor continued. Picasso's invention could create value, but he must have known that Picasso's current reputation would never allow him to do that. But he still brought up the idea because he knew that Palucci's reputation would slowly change if he followed the path of invention. Only when all races accept Palucci's invention will the value be revealed. And that will take time. Picacho knew that he would not live to see that day, but he still gave Palucci a big promise. So many years had passed. Although the current Palucci was still hated by the various races, their inventions and creations had already received recognition. This was why all races were willing to participate when Palucci suggested that they could earn money by inventing new concepts. It was a pity, but there was nothing they could do about it. Time waited for no man. Angor wasn't trying to comfort Paishi. He only spoke out of respect for Picacho. However, Paishi was very touched by his sentiments. Once again, he felt like he was being acknowledged. The Grand Duke once said that all races in the Mirror Realm are still prejudiced against Palucci. Their prejudice made it hard for them to accept Palucci's change. Mister, you're from another realm. You never lived in the Mirror Realm, so you're not prejudiced against Palucci. Paishi announced at once. Paishi did not even refer to Angor as guest. Instead, he directly called Angor Mister to show his respect. It was obvious that his opinion of Angor had changed completely. But Angor did not agree with Paishi's words. He even thought to himself, Palucci does have some good points, but his flaws are more obvious. Just look at those rude merchants and those deceitful guards. Palucci's higher-ups might have gotten rid of their vulgar interests, but most of them were still the same. Under such circumstances, there was still a long way to go before the various races could eliminate their prejudice against Paluccio. Angor did not speak his mind out of politeness. But the others were not as polite. A cold snort sounded from the side. There is indeed a change in Paluccio. But why do I feel like he's getting worse? He looked back and saw Luigi walking through the crowd toward them in big strides. Luigi walked to Paisci and spoke with an expressionless face, "Don't blame others for being prejudiced." How did that blind Paisci guy treat his customers? He kicked them out without saying anything, and even blacklisted them. You call that changing for the better? When Paisci heard someone singing a different tune, he wanted to argue, but when he saw that it was Luigi, the one he owed a favor to, he immediately withered. In addition, they were indeed in the wrong this time. That blind customer service employee called Pippi had done some weird things and offended Luigi, the big boss. Paisci could only accept the scolding. Seeing Paisci lowering his head, Luigi did not bother to continue. He looked at Angor and asked, "What are you going to do now? Are you going to check out Palucci's products first, or meet someone?" Meet someone? Who? Angor was puzzled. Luigi did not beat around the bush. Sage Pika. Aren't you interested in the Eye of Thunder? I asked about it, and Sage Pika is keeping it safe, Luigi said. If you want to see the Eye of Thunder, you have to go to him, and Luigi hesitated for a moment and whispered into Angor's ear, also, Laplace already told me what happened to you. You can tell Sage about it. Angor believed that Gleipnir's plan was a good one. First, conquer the Mirror Dragon, then use the 100 Dragons' divine kingdom's reputation to spread the news to other races. But on second thought, it was not a big deal to leak the news to other races in advance. Of course, the race had to have a wise leader. Otherwise, it could easily lead to chaos. So far, there were only 2 leaders in Palucci, Sage Pika and Grand Duke Pika. Angor did not know about their personalities, but as Pika's descendant, Luigi respected Sage Pika quite a bit. Maybe he could go and check it out. As for whether they would talk about it after that, that was another story. With that in mind, Angor nodded. You're coming with us? Aren't you going to trouble that guy? The one who blocked me is called Blind Pika. Luigi said. Just like his name, he's blind in both eyes and heart. I've already looked for him. You found him? That's it? Angor was puzzled. Didn't Luigi say that he was going to beat Pika up? But he didn't stay at Palucci station for long. Did he already beat up Pika? Luigi humphed. It's not over yet. I'll find him first and mark him. I'll go and find him when I have time. Angor was puzzled. What the hell? Luigi said. I made up my mind before coming here. Instead of beating him up, I'd rather let him live in fear for a few days. Otherwise, we'll be letting him off easy. However, when they arrived at Pika's residence, they were stopped by Paluzzo's guards at the entrance. What's the matter with you? According to them, Sage Pika was talking to a high-ranking member of the Crystal Eye race. They couldn't go in for now. Through Paisci, they learned that Sage Pika had brought the Eye of Thunder with him because he had been entrusted by the Crystal Eye race. The Crystal Eye race wanted both a crystal shell with unparalleled defense and an Eye of Thunder with powerful offensive power. Luigi shrugged. I don't know what they're up to. They're pretty ambitious. I don't think they can come to an agreement in one day. They'll have to pay a huge price to buy the Eye of Thunder. Luigi looked at Pika and said, besides, Sage Pika won't negotiate with them. Pika is the one who's going to talk about the price. He hasn't met with the Crystal Eye race yet, so he'll have to wait until the end of the meeting. Pika bowed and didn't dare to say anything. He didn't say anything, but he noticed something. Both Luigi and Laplace seemed to care a lot about a human wizard named Xian. Who could he be? In the past, Pika wouldn't care about a human's identity. But Angor's words were too much to his liking, and he was curious about Angor's identity. Angor didn't know what was on Pika's mind. Even if he did, he wouldn't mind. He might be famous in the southern wizarding region, but in the mirror domain, he was just a nobody. You told Pika that you're interested in the golden filament pouch? How about we go to the market first and come back later? Paishi volunteered to walk in front and lead everyone to the market. But as they walked, Angor sensed that something was wrong. Before coming here, Angor noticed that the market was on the right side of the display stand. Why was Paishi leading them to the center of the square? Puzzled, Angor followed Paishi to the square. As soon as they arrived at the square, they saw a long line in the center of the square. The line stretched from the square all the way to the entrance of the station. The people in the line were all people who came here to add more pages to the display stand. Usually, Paluxiu Station would rarely see so many people, especially from different races. No one expected the unexpected arrival of the singers and Yusins to bring so many people to Paluxiu Station. Paishi, who was in charge of the market, saw this and had an idea. He called out all the vendors in the market area and set up a long stall area on both sides of the line. In Paishi's own words, to relieve the boredom of waiting in line, I added a little service so that people won't feel too tired. This was why Paishi didn't take them to the market. Instead, they went straight to the square where all the vendors were already. Angor didn't comment on Paishi's words. Luigi rolled his eyes at Paishi and retorted, "You're using this as an opportunity to promote your products, and you're making it sound like you're doing it for the good of the people in line." "Alright." Paishi explained, "We didn't force them to buy or sell. We just wanted to show them Paluxiu's special products." "Alright." Luigi snickered. "For example, tooth dye?" "Alright." Paishi chuckled awkwardly. He wanted to tell Angor that tooth dye shops were all outside, and there was no such service in the stall area. But he didn't dare to say anything. He couldn't help it. Luigi was his creditor, after all. Following Paishi, the group arrived at the newly added stall area. When they arrived, Angor realized that Paishi was actually quite good at this. The stall area was bustling with people. This was expected. Paishi wasn't wrong when he said to relieve the boredom of waiting in line. Compared to waiting in line, it was indeed a good thing for the people waiting in line to be able to see some special products. So, it was only natural for the place to be lively. The reason why Angor believed Paishi to be a good talker was that Paishi never talked too much. Paluxiu, who had set up the stall, had obviously been trained by Paishi. Although they were on both sides of the queue, they did not take the initiative to attract customers. Only when customers asked about the items on the stall would they take the initiative to explain. Setting up a stall in such an orderly manner was undoubtedly a plus point. At the very least, the people in line would not feel offended. Other than that, there was something else that was also a bonus. The whole area was very orderly. The source of order came from the number plates in the hands of the people in the queue. These number plates were distributed by the crystal erase guards. According to the order of arrival, the numbers on the number plates were from the smallest to the largest. The crystal erase guards would call out numbers in order of priority. The number that was called could directly enter the crystal palace in the center of the square. And this crystal palace was the temporary work area for displaying the additional pages of the book. This also meant that even if the people in the queue temporarily left the queue and went to the stalls to check out the goods, they would not be bothered by the long queue. With order, it would naturally leave a good impression on the people in the queue. As for why the guards of the crystal erase were the ones calling out the numbers, this was actually not difficult to understand. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or prestige, the guards of Paluxiu were not enough to convince the masses. However, the guards of the crystal erase were different. After all, this was Crystal City, the headquarters of the crystal erase. The guards of the crystal erase naturally had a geographical advantage. Even if there were people who were nitpicking, they would not dare to provoke the tiger's whiskers in other people's territory. Another reason was that the crystal palace in the center of the square was something Paluxiu borrowed from the crystal erase. It was an imitation of a crystal shell. The crystal erase guards stayed here to protect the crystal shell. Angor had to admit that Paishi's temporary stall did not hurt Paluxiu's reputation. Instead, it was a plus point. Angor was quite impressed by this. Paishi smiled at Angor's compliment. He liked Angor even more. But Luigi did not hold back. That's just for show. The real Paluxiu's stall is not so well behaved. That's right. Luigi was right. But Angor still felt that Paluxiu's skills were too low. Putting in some effort on the surface could at least be considered an improvement. As they joked around, they began to wander around the stall area. About 10 minutes later, Angor was holding a golden pouch and a small box in his hand. These were his loot from his trip to the stall area. The golden pouch looked like a pitcher plant cage, except it was golden in color. This was the famous golden filament pouch. It was a special transplanted organ that could create a space inside a person's body that could hold objects. In other words, it was a space storage. Angor did not care much about the pouch's effect. What he cared about was the material of the golden silk belly and how it worked. Stable space storage was still very rare in the wizarding world. There were two major difficulties in crafting space storage. First, materials were scarce. Secondly, space storage used by wizards required an extremely rare main material, gray space microbes. Gray space microbes were extremely rare. Currently, they would only drop steadily during plane fusion or during the construction of Sorcerer's Garden. Other than that, they could only try their luck in the void. Plane fusion and Sorcerer's Garden were not common occurrences, which caused the price of gray space microbes to remain high in the auction house. A unit of gray space microbes would cost about 500 to 600 magic crystals. Usually, it would take more than 10 units of gray space microbes to craft a small, stable space storage. Angor's bracelet, for example, used 10 units of gray space microbes. In other words, a small space storage would cost about 6,000 magic crystals. And this was only the main material. Auxiliary materials might be easier to find, but they would not be cheap either. For example, plain dark erosion fragments and plain breeding. Fragments were both necessary auxiliary materials, and their prices ranged from hundreds to thousands of magic crystals. The second problem was that crafting space storage was very difficult. Crafting a space storage required the skills of an alchemist. At the very least, one would need to have the title of alchemist. Alchemists were already rare talents in the southern wizarding region, and there were even fewer alchemists who could craft space storage. These two problems made it very difficult to popularize space storage in the southern wizarding region. Many wizards were still using single-use space capsules, which meant they did not have a stable and sustainable space storage. But now, almost 80% of people in the inner city of Pippi Castle already had golden bellies. This meant that the materials of golden bellies would not be too expensive, and the crafting method would not be too difficult. Otherwise, they would not be able to popularize them. Angor bought the golden bellies to study the materials and crafting methods. If he could modify and replicate them successfully, the value of his creation would be immeasurable. After all, the demand for space storage in the southern wizarding region had always been high. As for why he did not sell the golden bellies? That would not work. The golden bellies required polymerization energy to be used, and wizards did not have such energy, so they had to modify them to use them. The golden bellies Angor had now were the smallest ones available. The space inside was about the size of a 3-compartment room. According to the usual price, the smallest golden bellies would cost about 30,000 crystals. Of course, Angor did not have that many crystals on him. However, he might have earned some points from Pissy's previous visit. Pissy also wanted to please Luigi and Laplace, so he gave the golden bellies to Angor on credit. Yes, it was only on credit, not free. Angor still had to pay the debt later. Angor was quite satisfied with the result. He did not need the crystals when he sold the login device anyway. He would just consider it as an early payment. Even if the login device was not sold to the public, he could still sell items in the real world to raise money to pay off his debt. For example, the Tluo people loved dandelions, which were weeds in the real world. Reselling them would bring him huge profits without any cost. Even if the Tluo people could not buy many dandelions, they should be able to sell the 30,000 crystals to pay off the debt. With the golden bellies in hand, Angor quickly performed a basic inspection. He could not tell what the material was, but he had a general idea of how to operate it. The golden bellies needed to be continuously nourished by polymerization energy to keep them active. This was why the golden bellies had to be implanted into people's bodies. Only by doing so, the polymerization energy could nourish the golden bellies all the time. If there was no polymerization energy, he could choose to feed the golden bellies crystals every once in a while. However, that would consume a lot of energy. If the golden bellies were not taken care of for a long time, they would lose their activity and wither away. This was a bigger limitation than Angor thought. The space items used by wizards all had a constant space and did not need any energy to nourish them. As long as they were not deliberately destroyed, the space items could last forever. However, the golden bellies not only had to be fed energy regularly, but they also needed to be connected to the body's circulation. Otherwise, they would wither away. This was far inferior to the space items used by wizards. As far as Angor knew, the space items used by wizards were real space items with constant space. The golden bellies, on the other hand, were stable space items. Constant and stable, on the surface there was not much difference, but the effect was as different as heaven and earth. However, even if the golden bellies were only stable space items, they could be modified and maintained for a long time by using mana or magic crystals. The golden bellies would sell well. Still, they would be much cheaper than real space items. Since he did not have enough time, and Paishi was right beside him, Angor could not dissect the golden bellies. He only gave it a quick inspection and put it away. Apart from the golden bellies, Angor also bought a special button. It was the item inside the small box. It was an ordinary-looking button. As long as the button absorbed the body fluid of a creature, it could quickly contact the corresponding creature within 100 kilometers by pressing the button. The red, green, and white buttons installed in Pippi Castle were similar to this button. It was similar to the communication devices used by wizard organizations. Angor also had a mushroom called Voice Mushroom, which allowed its offspring to communicate with its mother over a long distance. The effect was similar to a button. However, the way the button worked was different from the communication devices and voice mushrooms. Angor bought it for research purposes. As for the price of the button, it was 50 crystals. Since it was not expensive, Angor paid on the spot. Apart from the button, Angor also saw many other interesting items, many of which had research value. However, they were all more expensive than the button, so Angor gave up on them for now. After buying the golden bellies and the button, Angor's tour of the stall area came to an end. It was a good harvest. However, Angor was puzzled about one thing. Didn't Peddler Palucci bring a lot of invention rats here? Why didn't he see any of them here? Angor was not interested in invention rats at all. He already played the Riddler in front of Luigi. If he showed no interest, he would be exposed. So, that was why he asked about the invention rats. Invention rats? It took Paishi a while to realize what Angor was talking about. Mister, you mean Pai Feifei? Pai Feifei. Pai Feifei? Both Angor and Luigi were surprised to hear the name. Starting with Pai, wasn't this the name that the rich and powerful of Palucha liked to use? With that in mind, he asked for more information about Pai Feifei. After Paishi's explanation, Angor finally understood that Pai Feifei was an invention rat. However, Pai Feifei was the first invention rat. She was the smartest invention rat, who could even write her own papers. As for why Pai Feifei was called Pai Feifei, it was because Pai Feifei was favored by a powerful man. Pai Feifei didn't come to the party. If you're interested in Pai Feifei, you can go to Pippi Castle. Paishi paused and continued in a serious tone, but Pai Feifei isn't for sale. Alright. We're not talking about Pai Feifei. We're talking about her descendants. Alright. When Paishi heard that he wanted descendants, his expression became relaxed again. If it's Pai Feifei's descendants, then there are quite a lot. However, although Pai Feifei's descendants were smart, none of them could surpass Pai Feifei. Also, many of them are really stupid. Alright. Angor, they haven't seen the smart ones yet, but they've already seen the dumb ones. I heard that some peddlers brought Pai Feifei's descendants, including the Peel family. Pai Feifei is staying at the Peel family right now. How about I ask someone from the Peel family for you? Paishi looked at Angor first. Since Angor didn't say anything, he looked at Luigi. Luigi still remembered the riddle Angor told him about the little hamster in the cage. He looked at Angor and asked, "Do you want to see the invention rats? Or should we go to Parrot and buy the one?" Angor didn't know what to say. Parrot's invention rat was really stupid. Why should he buy it? Angor complained in his mind, but to save his face, he kept a calm face. Don't worry about Parrot. Let's see the invention rat first. Luigi nodded and said to Pai Shi, did you hear that? Pai Shi didn't know what Parrot meant, but he understood Angor's meaning. Okay, I'll go and ask. With that, Pai Shi walked into the crowd. It didn't take long for Pai Shi to run back excitedly. Together with Pai Shi was a red-skinned Paluxiu wearing an exquisite blue robe. This is Peter Dan, the heir and butler of Peel family. Pai Shi pointed at the red-skinned Paluxiu. Ah, I can't believe I'm seeing such a noble guest. This is the honor of the humble Peter Dan who worked hard for most of his life. Perhaps Pai Shi had already told Angor about this beforehand, so he acted extremely humble in front of Angor. Under his exaggerated expression, all kinds of flattery came out of his mouth. Angor already knew how shameless Paluxiu could be. Pai Erden's flattery didn't make his expression change at all. However, Pai Shi's identity was a bit confusing. An heir and a butler. What kind of irrelevant combination was this? Did a servant in Peel family already become a god? Angor felt strange, but he did not ask. He just assumed it was a custom unique to Paluxiu family, just like the custom of dyeing one's teeth. It was hard to understand, but he could only respect it. Cut the crap. Let's get to the point. Pai Shi glared at Pai Shi who was still trying to flatter him. Take out the thing. What? Thing? Angor looked at Pai Shi in confusion. Hearing Pai Shi's words, did Pai Erden bring the invention mouse, but no matter how hard Angor looked, he could not find any sign of movement under Pai Erden's thin robe. Since the invention mouse was not on him, did it mean Pai Shi put it in a space storage? With that in mind, Angor put on a strange expression. The most common space storage of Paluxiu family was the golden filament stomach, which was an artificial organ that was usually implanted into the body. If the invention mouse was in Pai Shi's stomach, did it mean he had to vomit to take it out? Angor did not want to think too much about it. However, he now understood why the idea of the golden filament glove received so much investment. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, Pai Shi had already taken out the thing. Contrary to Angor's expectation, the thing Pai Shi mentioned did not come from Pai Shi's mouth. Pai Shi took it out from his sleeve. This thing was not an invention mouse, but a small, well-ordered book. There was an emblem on the cover of the booklet. The emblem was a simple drawing of Paluxiu standing on top of a mountain with his back facing the sun and his right hand raised high. According to Pai Shi's introduction, this emblem was the emblem of the Peel family. It was the first time Angor saw such a unique emblem. He might as well find someone to paint a miniature oil painting. He complained in his heart while listening to Pai Erden's introduction. This booklet was, in fact, a roster. The so-called flower names did not refer to people, nor did they refer to Paluxiu. They referred to the various invention rats. Pai Shi, the Pai heir family brought 36 invention mice this time. Among them, 6 are Pai Feifei's direct descendants, and the rest are all intergenerational descendants. In order to sell these 36 invention mice, the Pai heir family made a roster for them. Not only did the booklet record the appearance, personality, and abilities of each invention mouse, but the Pai heir family also invited a famous inventor from the Paluxiu family, Pabopi, to write down his own proverbs and subjective comments about each invention mouse. In other words, the Pai heir family did a lot of tricks to sell these invention mice. Unfortunately, the invention mouse was only a little famous in Pabopi Castle. No one cared about it outside. Even when the Pai heir family wanted to bring the invention mouse to the castle to set up a stall, they were refused. Something like the invention mouse could be sold in the stalls around the castle. Leaving it here would only bring shame to Paluxiu's invention. It made sense. Paluxiu's biggest reputation was his invention. But now, he set up a stall with an invention mouse and claimed that he could do anything with it. What would other races think of his invention? Wasn't this self-deprecation? If he claimed that the invention of the invention mouse was only a smart mouse, then there was no gimmick or label. What would other races do with it? Keep it as a pet. Paluxiu's superiors made the right decision. If they wanted to sell the invention mouse, they had to go to the stalls outside the castle instead of around the station. Selling an invention mouse was even more pointless than a tooth dye shop. Because of this, Pierre's invention mice were not in the castle anymore. Instead, they were scattered in different stalls around the castle. It would take a lot of time to gather all 36 inventor mice. So Pierre decided to bring Pierre to Angor first. Pierre brought them here so that Angor and Luigi could check the list. If any of them caught Pierre's attention, he would send someone to fetch them. Luigi didn't mind it, but Angor was a little disappointed. He could use his super perception to check the mouse's emotions to determine its brain activity and whether it was intelligent or not. But now, he couldn't see the invention mouse with his own eyes through the booklet, which meant he couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. Still, Angor didn't think too much about it. If it was Pai Fei, he might pay more attention. But since it was a relatively smart hamster, he didn't expect much. Of course, in order not to let Luigi know that he was pretending to be a Riddler, Angor still had to pretend to be interested. He even took the booklet and started reading it in front of Pierre and Pierre. He was reading slowly as if he was really appreciating something. Luigi also moved his head closer to look at the smart mice. All the invention mice on the first 6 pages were Pai Fei's offspring. Angor glanced at the pictures and found that the mice looked like a bunch of demons dancing around. There were fat, tricolored guinea pigs, pure white hairy mice with tiny beady eyes, tiny field mice with tiny glasses, spiky mice the size of babies, old hamsters with long beards and walking sticks, and house mice with black hair and hair. Most of the mice couldn't even be called hamsters. Judging from their appearances, they belonged to other families. Angor couldn't believe that they were all born from the same invention mouse. The inventor mouse named Pai Fei was indeed a heroic female mouse. Among the 6 Pai Fei's offspring, the pure white hairy mice and the tricolored guinea pigs were cute. But compared to the golden silk bear he saw at the parrot's place, they were much less attractive. Angor remembered Luigi saying that the golden silk bear looked exactly like Pai Fei. He thought the other invention mice would look the same, but he was wrong. The golden silk bear was the only one that looked exactly like Pai Fei. He couldn't tell anything from its appearance. He read the description of the mice carefully. All 6 of them were proficient in languages and could talk. They could also help people with some basic tasks. 2 of them could read, and their IQ was at the level of an ordinary Paluxio. In terms of smart mice, all of them were smart mice, and a few of them were even smarter mice. But they weren't amazing yet. At least in Angor's opinion, training these mice was not as useful as training a human. Luigi, on the other hand, was quite fond of the mice. Compared to the golden silk bear he saw at the parrot's place, these mice were really smart. Luigi even began to imagine some scenes. When he played the piano, the mice danced happily. When he recited poems, the mice were moved to tears. When he took a rest, the mice cleaned the strings one by one with special oil. Luigi's imagination always had a beautiful filter. Still, Luigi didn't forget his original intention. He wanted to know what was so special about the golden silk bear at the parrot's place. Also, was there something special about these mice? Luigi didn't ask directly. Instead, he looked straight at Angor. He was trying to hint Angor with his eyes. Of course, Angor noticed Luigi's gaze, but he pretended not to see it and quietly turned the page. More importantly, he didn't know how to explain it to Luigi. Admit that he was pretending to be a Riddler? That would be so embarrassing. Angor kept a calm expression and turned the pages one by one. Apart from the first 6 pages, the rest of the pages were all about the intergenerational descendants. Most of the intergenerational descendants were becoming stupid. In Peep Pie's words, the bloodline is getting weaker and weaker. If you want to breed an invention mouse that can reach Pai Fei's level, you have to rely on the first generation. The intergenerational descendants can only be considered half-finished products unless they show signs of atavism. In fact, Pai Buppy had already kept the semi-finished products to himself. What he wanted to express was that these were all failed products. There were a few intergenerational descendants who knew how to speak, were quite smart, and even thirsty for knowledge. However, they were still far from being as good as the real descendants. As for comparing them to Pai Fei, that was even more impossible. However, Peep Pie's comment mentioned the word atavism. This immediately reminded Luigi of the golden silk bear at the parrot's place. That golden silk bear looked exactly like Pai Feifei. Could this be a form of atavism? But did atavism only mean physical atavism, but not intelligence? Luigi didn't understand. But now, he was even more convinced that the golden silk bear was very special. Since it was atavism, and Angor was treating it differently. Maybe he should contact the parrot and ask him to buy it for him. Angor didn't know what Luigi was thinking. He didn't even think about atavism. He used a super perception to check the golden silk bear and confirmed that it was just a dumb mouse with a cute appearance. There was no way it could become Pai Feifei through atavism. Angor flipped through the list and fell into deep thought. He was thinking about how he should put on a show to reject the offer. But in the eyes of Pete Pai and Pierre, Angor was in a dilemma. He didn't know which invention mouse to buy. Seeing Angor's dilemma, Pai decided to help him. Pai Erden, are these the only invention mice that are for sale? Pete Pai asked. Pierre didn't know what Pete Pai meant, but he still nodded. Okay. Pai Shi, Pai Bupi's comments aren't that valuable. He hasn't been in contact with these invention mice for long. Pai Erden, you should do the introductions. You should know the pros and cons of these invention mice better than Pai Bupi. Okay. If you were to rank these invention mice, which one would you recommend more? Okay. Pete Pai gave Pierre a meaningful look. Can't you see the customer hesitating? You have to tell him. Why are you so stupid? Pierre received the radio wave and began to talk about his recommendation. Personally, I recommend the one on the first page. Overall, it has the highest rating, and it's kinder. It can take a beating, and doesn't hold grudges. Angor. I thought you were recommending a pet. Are you recommending a punching bag? When Pierre's mouth went dry, he stopped and gave Pete Pai a questioning look. What do you think? Pete Pai didn't say anything. He wanted to see if the customer would buy it. Purden nodded and looked at Angor. He didn't look at Luigi because Luigi was also looking at Angor. Clearly, Luigi also wanted to hear a definite answer from Angor. Angor cleared his throat and said, these invention mice aren't bad. But I think they're lacking something. Something? Lacking something? What is it? Luigi and Pete Pai asked at the same time. Angor put on a troubled expression. It's hard to say. It's a mysterious feeling. Something? In short, it was a feeling. He didn't match it. Now, he was using this common excuse right in front of him. As for what it was just as he said. It was mysterious and hard to describe. Everyone was confused. Even Luigi didn't know what Angor meant. After thinking for a while, he finally saw a line of crooked words in the booklet. None of them. Luigi suddenly realized that Angor didn't like these invention mice. Why not? Simple. Because of the golden silk bear, there was an even more mysterious golden silk bear. Why would Angor care about these useless things? Luigi thought he understood and nodded at Angor with a I know you look. Angor was confused this time. What did I say? What do you know about me? I don't even know what I'm talking about. How can you? Luigi was full of himself, while Luigi was still confused. Pai Erden, honorable guest, you mean? Angor glanced at Luigi from the corner of his eyes. I mean, isn't there anything more special? If there isn't anything special, these won't do. They're too lacking. Alright. Angor already said his refusal on the surface, so he thought he could get away with it. To his surprise, Pai Erden fell into deep thought after hearing Angor's words. After a while, Pai Erden raised his head and said, if you want to talk about a special invention mouse, I have seen one before. But it wasn't raised by the Pierre family. They sold it to a peddler. The peddler bred it in private and raised a descendant of another generation. Alright. Angor was speechless. I thought this was the end of the topic. Are you going to tell me something else now? Angor didn't know what to say. Luigi showed an icy expression and asked Pierre, what's so special about the special invention mouse you mentioned? Let's hear it. Okay. Pierre looked at Luigi and saw Luigi nodding at him. That invention mouse is a gray-haired mouse. The biggest reason why Pai Erden thought the rat was special was that it already knew itself not long after it was born. On the third day after it was born, it showed its first gloominess. Gloominess belonged to the category of emotions, and emotions were how all living beings perceived the outside world. The more complicated an emotion was, the deeper one's cognition was. Melancholy was obviously a rather complicated emotion. After that, it only took a month for it to overcome the most difficult vocal barrier of all rats and learn how to express itself with guttural sounds. After that, it spent another 3 months to learn Paluchi's language. After learning the language, it gave itself a name. When Pi Erden said this, he glanced to the west and then said in a soft and slow voice, it named itself. Naxu. Naxu? When Pai Shi heard the name, his expression froze for a moment, and he muttered in a low voice, why does it sound so familiar? Pi Erden frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly thought of something and said word by word, Naxu? Naxu, Naxu? Naxu? Both Luigi and Angor were puzzled. The names sounded similar, but what did they mean? What's wrong with the name? Luigi asked. Naxu? Pai Feifei's original name is Naxu. Angor and Luigi finally understood the situation after listening to Pi Erden and Pi Erden's explanation. Pai Feifei also gained self-awareness not long after she was born. After learning how to speak, she gave herself a name, Naxu. Later on, the Peel family felt that this name did not fit Paluchi's style, so they changed its name. That was how the current Pai Feifei came to be. Naxu's experience was very similar to Pai Feifei's. It also gained self-awareness and gave itself a name that was similar to Pai Feifei's. That's why I think this rat is special, Pi Erden said. Naxu, Pai Shi, just from the experience of being born, he is indeed very similar to Pai Feifei. But are you sure it didn't know Pai Feifei's original name when it named itself? Naxu, could it be that Naxu knew Pai Feifei's original name, so he deliberately gave himself a similar name to gain attention? Pierre, I'm not sure if Naxu knows Pai Feifei's original name. However, judging from its initial learning ability and the learning talent it displayed, it was not much worse than Pai Feifei. In fact, it was even slightly better in some areas. For example, Pai Feifei began to have complicated emotions on the third day of her birth, and it took her 2 months to get rid of her voice barrier. Naxu was stronger than Pai Feifei in these 2 aspects. However, Pai Feifei only used 2.5 months to master Paluzia's language, which was better than Naxu. Considering that Pai Feifei was self-taught, and Naxu's learning ability was nurtured by others, in terms of subjective initiative, it was normal for Naxu to be weaker. After all, one was active, while the other was passive. The passive was usually fearless, while the passive was lazy. This was reasonable. Pai Shi thought for a moment. It doesn't matter if it was named after Pai Feifei's original name. Based on its initial performance alone, it was indeed outstanding. Pai Shi paused. Since its performance was so outstanding, why haven't I heard of it at all? Pai Feifei's deeds had just been exposed, and Pai Shi had heard about it. However, if Pierre didn't say anything about Naxu today, Pai Shi wouldn't have known about it at all. This was very strange. Why was a learning genius comparable to Pai Feifei unknown in Pippi Castle, Pierre? According to the information I received, after this invention Mouse showed its language learning ability, it slowly quieted down. Its brilliance seemed to only shine for half a year, and then it became mediocre. The merchant who nurtured Naxu was a speculator. When he first showed his talent in Naxu at that time, he was debating whether to immediately expose it to gain benefits. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he took a gamble and chose not to release the news for the time being. Instead, he bought a lot of information from the theory library and let Naxu look at it first. After Naxu digested the knowledge and showed its true talent, he would expose it and amaze the world. He was dreaming, but unfortunately, he made the wrong bet this time. Naxu, a rising star, only emitted light and heat once before it quickly dimmed. When he intended to sell Naxu, he had already missed the opportunity. The quickly mediocre Naxu, like other invention mice, could only speak some language at most, and couldn't do more. Falling is normal. There are very few suns that continue to emit light and heat. Pai Shi sighed. Since it has become mediocre, there is no need to talk about it anymore. Pierre hesitated for a moment and said softly, although I think it has become mediocre, I always feel that there may be some clues in it. Luigi also understood at this time. You think it is not really mediocre, but pretending to be mediocre? Pierre nodded. Yes. Paishi frowned. Pretending to be mediocre? What reason does it have to pretend to be mediocre? Do you have evidence to prove that it is pretending to be mediocre? Pierre, I can't provide evidence. But the peddler told me that he once saw Xianxia reading a paper in secret when he was alone. But after being caught by the peddler that time, Xianxia didn't read the thesis again. This behavior makes me think that Xianxia is really pretending to be mediocre. Paishi, reading the paper doesn't mean anything. You can read it too. Even if you can't understand it, you can still read it before bed. Pierre, Luigi looked at Angor and asked, what do you think of this invention, Mouse? Angor shrugged. I didn't see it, so how should I know? It was hard to make an accurate judgment based on what he heard. People who spoke often had their own opinions, so it was hard to make an objective judgment. Despite that, Angor still gave his own opinion. I can't comment on anything else. But if what the peddler said is true, that he caught Xianxia reading a paper, and Xianxia never looked at it again. I think Xianxia is pretending to be mediocre. If Xianxia continued to read the paper after being caught, it meant that he really did read the paper before bed or did it for fun. After Xianxia was caught, he stopped reading the thesis. This action was very strange. Xianxia would only treat a paper as a treasure if he understood the value of the paper. To Xianxia, a paper was no different from a piece of paper on the roadside. Since it was just a piece of paper from the roadside, why should he care whether he read it or not? Aside from Luigi's reaction, Paishi, who was talking to Pierre, suddenly stopped and looked at Angor. You think Xianxia is pretending too, mister? Angor, I'm just saying one possibility. He didn't dare to make any promises. If one were to analyze things purely, it would make sense if one only looked at one side. However, reality was often not a one-way choice, but many possibilities. He only mentioned one of them. It didn't mean it was the right answer. Paishi, do you want to see Xianxia with your own eyes? No. Angor was about to refuse. He wasn't interested in the invention rat anyway. But before he could say no, he saw Luigi looking at him from the corner of his eyes. Luigi was looking at him expectantly. Angor hesitated for half a second and swallowed his words. If it's not too much trouble, I can take a look. Paishi chuckled. Of course it's not too much trouble, right? Paishi looked at Pierre when he asked the last question. Pierre answered without hesitation, I know where the peddler is. He's usually at the stall area near passage 14. I can go find him. Paishi, then hurry up. Don't let the customer wait too long. Pildan immediately nodded. Then I'll go now. All right. With that, Pierre dashed out of the station. The stall area wasn't at the main station. It was at the outer area. The stall area is a bit far from here, and there's a queue outside. You can't reach this level even if you use teleportation. Please wait for a moment, mister. Paishi gave Angor an apologetic look. Angor waved a hand. Sage Pika was having a meeting with a guest anyway, so he didn't mind waiting a bit longer. However, they couldn't just stand there while waiting for Pierre to come back. After discussing with Laplace, they decided to learn more about the singers and the Yusin clan first. As for how to do that, they would start by adding more pages. Normally, they would have to wait in line to get more pages. But since Paishi was here, they could skip that and go straight to the page addition section. However, adding more pages would take some time. After all, it was a manual job, and they needed to wait. But they were already waiting anyway, so they didn't mind waiting for a bit longer. Paishi handed the booklet to a guard and asked him to take it into the Crystal Palace. Considering Palucci's current speed, it would take him 5 to 10 minutes to get the booklet. While waiting, they went to sit near Palucci's display stage and listened to Palucci's demonstration on the stage while taking a break. On the booth, a red-skinned Palucci walked up with a confident smile. From his open mouth, one could see his teeth that were dyed black. The technology I'm going to show you is a pair of mechanical wings that can allow mortals to fly. The red-skinned Palucci talked for a long time, but no one gave him an investment, so he had to leave. Mortals on the ground might be envious of flying, but for supernaturals, flying was a must. There were countless supernaturals in the audience, so it wasn't surprising that they didn't get any investment. After the red-skinned Palucci left the booth, a timid green-skinned Palucci took the stage. Judging from the green Palucci's attire and his shy expression, he probably came from a poor family. He looked completely different from the red-skinned Palucci who was shining with confidence. I am going to show you an idea of mine, eh? Bionic arm. To put it simply, the idea was to plant a bionic arm on one's body and operate it using special bioelectricity. By doing so, the arm could move at will. According to this green-skinned Palucci's idea, the bionic arm would be faster and safer during experiments or special tasks. If he could multitask, he could even work on several projects at the same time. In Angor's words, it was like a hand of spell. The idea was simple, but the way to operate it was special. 2 people in the audience gave him an investment. The price wasn't high, only 2,000 crystals. Still, the green-skinned Palucci left the booth with satisfaction. Many more Palucius went up the stage. Angor was surprised to see that the red-skinned Palucius had a lower chance of getting an investment than the green-skinned Palucius. Most green-skinned Palucius belonged to the common class in Pippi Castle, while red-skinned Palucius belonged to the rich and powerful. In the past, the rich and powerful controlled the knowledge, while red-skinned Palucius had the right to speak. However, as Sage Picasso's Enlighten event brought more green-skinned Palucius onto the stage to show off their talents. From this, one could see how great St. Pica's achievements were. About 6 minutes later, the booklet was finally completed and returned to their hands. Luigi didn't open the booklet immediately. Instead, he looked at Pai Shi. Since the singers and the Yusen race can make the booklet add pages, is there a way if I want to add pages to sell things? If they could also add pages to the booklet, which could be used as a way to promote their products. Well, I can't decide. Mr. Sage, the elders of the Crystal Eye race, and the scholars of Mirror Sea have to work together. Before the meeting, when the booklet was not distributed to the races, it would be much easier for Luigi to add pages. But now that the booklet was distributed, it would be difficult for him to do so. Singer and Yusen were exceptions. After all, they were races from other realms, which meant they had their own unique auras. Besides, Singer and Yusen's products were quite valuable, which was why they were able to convince the higher-ups. It would be difficult for Luigi to make a booklet on his own. Luigi understood Picasso and didn't ask too much. Instead, he opened the booklet and asked, Singer and Yusen came to Palucius's station before, right? Picasso nodded. Yes. Yes. To add pages, both Singer and Yusen would come to Palucius's station to register. Luigi, did you see them? Yes. I saw them, but only from afar. I didn't talk to them in person. Yes. Luigi raised his head and looked at Pai Shi. Personally, what do you think of the singers and the Yusen race? Yes. End of chapter 32-27. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.